I heard another sub. What's going on? Okay, Baxter Crook, congratulations on first. Sarduce, thank you for the resub. And Megami Infini, thank you for the resub. Right on, Deep Shock, right on. Yeah, I should have hard disk space for this, I think. Let me double check. Whew, 216 gigs free. It'd be a little surprising if the VOD ended up being 216 gigs, I guess. So I think they're usually way less than that. Let me just double check. Are there any freaking full streams on this? Oh yeah, like 6 gigs for a 4-hour stream. Yeah, we're totally good. Oh man, how's it going? Hey Zargon. Let me tell you, we have in some ways a busy day ahead of us, and in some ways kind of a laid back day. I'm just loading something up real quick on a scene that you can't see. And I started early today. Hey, Shine and Era, thank you. Because I made a mistake making the schedule, and it looked like it was going to be like really long. Like we were going to be streaming until 4 a.m. I was like, oh, like I don't need this right now. But it actually did end up being significantly shorter than that, thankfully. So, all right, hang on. I'm just making sure everything is as close to setup as it can realistically be. You'll see. You'll see. All right. CV3 counter stop run. That would be fun. All right. How's everybody doing? Yeah, it is still like 12 hours. Poor Yaga was like, I can commentate my run at any point. And I was like, okay, good. And I slotted her in at like the next to last run. And she was like, I guess I can stay up that late. And then I asked around and we moved her to a much more sensible, like early afternoon slot, probably mid-afternoon when all's said and done. We have music we need to play. Hang on. Where are you? Classicvania files. Here we go. I was behind the title card. I can't really explain why that happened. Good luck mini dotting today. Oh, I think that's a good start. That's good for setting the tone. I just really like this song. How's everybody doing? The cutoff for more stamps? No. Now, so I'll explain, but the short version is like, just do it before you go to bed on Halloween. Like if you're a night owl, if you usually go to bed at like 5, so you technically do a run at like 4 a.m. on November 1st, like that still counts. I'm not that picky about it. I can't go mini. It can't be done this stream. There is a caveat, which is only 2 of the cards are getting updated on stream, and that's just so I can demonstrate how they work. There are 3 new cards that I'm supposed to make. Unfortunately, I only have an avatar for 1 of them. So those new cards will be made on stream in November. Not yet. So, oh man. Here's the deal. Well, if you apply yourself just before your stream, yeah. I know how it is. I actually, the reason I started late is I was just getting a 2-all of Diojo white label. And it was with like a cold, so I couldn't see out of one of my eyes. That happens to me when I get a cold. So, All right. Let's talk about what we're even here for today. Do I have some festive music? This works. Let me know if this is like way too loud. Also, I would love for it to oh my god, there were so many Deathless runs. If you know the answer to this, please don't guess, or please don't say. And also, if you like, I want you to guess. Don't look at the spreadsheet. Don't count it. If you know what this marathon is about already, how many Deathless runs do you think everybody got put together? Does anybody happen to like not know yet? 7. It's more than 7. Atchinson, you did guess high. So we're talking Deathless runs specifically, not just completions. I'll give you a hint. There were, I think, 378 total runs. So that's counting Deathless and just beating the game and 1 CCs. So out of that, how many do you think were Deathless? Oh, Rad, you're super close. It's 129. I thought it was going to be like somewhere between 60 and 70. And I've been keeping up with this. Like, I've been making the stamp cards. But no, it's almost 130. That's, of course, of every game put together. The most common Deathless run, I'm pretty sure, is Castlevania 1. But I must confess, I didn't actually, like, run the math. So I assume everyone here already knows all about this, but if this is news to you, happy Halloween, Chris. If this is news to you, the Classicvania Challenge is this thing where I have a list of 14 linear Castlevania games with like stage-based progression and no backtracking. So don't think like Symphony of the Night, Portrait of Ruin, Aria of Sorrow. Not that those games aren't classics, it's the classic style Castlevanias. So anything in the tradition of, Rondo was super common. Must guess the price of every Castlevania game. Yeah, good luck. Yeah, Legends is a piece of crap. We'll get to hear all about that. But yeah, if any game got done Deathless more than Castlevania 1, it was Rondo of Blood. I really don't know. So this is not, these runs aren't in order. They're like roughly in the release order of the games. With some liberties taken. I'm not going to get into it. Here's the deal. We have 14 Deathless runs from 14 different runners. So no one got repeated. And we also aren't using any of my runs. If you guys wanted to see Deathless Castlevania played by me, there's like so many opportunities to do that because I do it all the time. I have a bazillion VODs of beating most of these games Deathless. There are some I've straight up never played. Yeah, it was the only Hazelway Techie, how are you? It was the only Castlevania related art that I had. Vox actually was trying to sneak a run in here, but you know, she's pretty busy. And so as far as how I picked these runs, I'm gonna be honest, it was more or less random. Some of these games got beaten Deathless by like 30 plus people, and at that point it's like, well, I don't know. If you're curious what like percentage of the total that is, by the way, there are, I think, 82 players on the list so far. Let me just check. Yeah, so it's 80 people. there are a few people who I know were like working on a Castlevania game for the challenge. They never reported in, so I don't know if like I should make a card for them. I'm gonna get in touch with a few of them after the fact. Holly Heck maybe was one. She beat Castlevania without continuing many times, and I think lost a few like Deathless run attempts on like the last hit of Dracula Form 1, which if you're gonna lose it anywhere, it's like that, or it's the jump before the Dracula boss fight arena. Those are pretty understandable places to lose it. So, the challenge is to beat Castlevania games. Doing 1cc's and Deathless runs and everything, that's really for extra credit. And you might wonder what the reward for this is. You might wonder what the reward for this is, and I can show you that. Last year, the idea was I was going to make a like highlight video, and I did make a few highlight reels, but it was too much work to keep up with. And I think we had something like 30 to 40 players instead of over 80. A beach towel with my face. It's not that. It's not that. It's a stamp card. So here's the stamp cards. I'm not going to spend 3 hours updating stamp cards at the beginning of the stream like I usually do, so don't worry about that. But I do want to show you how this works. So G-Pool here has a Deathless run of Castlevania 1 and a Deathless run of Chronicles. And then beat Adventure Rebirth. That's that one all the way at the bottom. Akumajo Densetsu, which is all the way at the top, next to Castlevania 1, and Castlevania The Adventure, which is right under Castlevania 1. So what we've been doing this whole time, like once a week, we've been looking at everyone's progress and updating their stamp card, which looks like this. So G-Pool went ahead and beat Dracula X and Castlevania Legends. These are rightly maligned entries in the series. They're directed by the same person, I think, which explains a lot. Hey Nymphus, how are you? So they're legendary in a way. This track is from Rondo, yes. So this is what we've been doing all month long. And you might notice that G-Pool's last name here is Morris, and Ozzy's last name here is Belnades. So the deal here is there's a little ritual, a little game we play to determine your like Castlevania name. You'll get to see what that looks like too, because we are going to make one of the 3 cards that we have to make. But Ozzy's card also needs updating, because Ozzy is one of a few runners who have beaten every single game on the list. So this one is Castlevania 3 US, and this one is Haunted Castle. Yes, red means you beat the game, silver is you beat the game without continuing, and gold is you beat the game without dying. Of course, you already knew that. You were just getting me to remind or to let everyone else know, which thank you. So I was happy to see a few people did this. Car Odin also did this. Sarlene also did this. They just beat every game on the list. And I know some of these people had like literally never beaten a Castlevania game before. So they went from that to, oh, I've beaten every single one. And I really like these games a lot. And I think it's kind of common these days to revisit them using like save states, and not like, and like really stress out about beating them in one sitting and not just sort of engaging with them the way that you would have engaged with them in the 90s. Yeah, Digi. I mean, that's smart. I think, you know, you shouldn't stress about this challenge, right? It is by design quite casual, even though the games are anything but. But anyway, I was pleased to see so many people just filling out the entire stamp card, including Haunted Castle, which is a game that I've actually discovered I like a lot. So, yeah, Bloodlines and CV3, those are games that could take multiple. I am kind of surprised that you powered through CV4 in one stream, because that game is long. Yeah, Haunted Castle is just, it's a comedy game. So you might wonder, how do you get the bio and how do you get your last name? And I'll show you. Hey there, Sarzak. Sarzak is actually one of the runners who will be co-commentating a run today. I'll show you again. This is the full list. Zoiteki, Eltriok, Sarduce, Rotomola, Saralene, Greffery, Professor Hammer Rad, Yaga Yago, Rachel Retro, Newer DCD, Sarzak, another Noman, the Kenster, and Sailor Nep. So none of these are mine. In truth, I haven't even seen all of these, which, with the full context that there are 129 Deathless runs, might make some sense. You know, like, I just didn't have that time, that kind of time. So the plan is for every single runner to be present to co-commentate their run. The fact is, though, something might come up. We might slip behind schedule, and it might be necessary to let them take a rain check. You know, you guys come first. This stream is, you know, something that I have invited you to help me out with. You're not obligated to by any means, and if life gets in the way, it's fine. So please don't worry about that. Anyway, going back to the card, how do you get your bio and how do you get your Castlevania name? Well, you see, you had to beat one of the games on this list. And you're assigned a rank based on how many you beat, with bonus points for beating it deathless or without continuing. And I write a bio when that happens. So Ray beat Rondo of Blood, which, to me, like, Rondo of Blood has a reputation for being one of the easier classic Castlevanias, and I actually do think that that's true, but there's a catch, which is that the difficulty curve is extremely flat. So, like, level 2 of Rondo of Blood is hard. Like, not the alternate path level 2, the real level 2 with the werewolf boss at the end. It is surprisingly easy to die, like, at that point, and that's, like, basically the very beginning of the game. You know, even level 1 is tricky by, like, level 1 standards. It just doesn't scale up to completely unreasonable difficulty by the end, the same way that Castlevania 3 does. Rondo was actually the most popular game of the challenge. I think it's close between that and Castlevania 1. But it really is one of the great action platformers. It's up there with, like, Mega Man X, Shinobi 3, Mega Man 2, etc. So if you haven't played Rondo of Blood, I would go so far as to say, if you've never played a classic Vania game and you don't much care for clunky NES controls, I would play Rondo of Blood. That's for the PC Engine CD. It might be my favorite Nomen, but picking my favorite Castlevania, or Classic Vania, I should say, is a little bit like picking my favorite child. I just can't do it. So, you might be wondering why, who is pointing all of these knives at Ray. He's a vampire, you see. So the fact that he took up the mantle of Vampire Hunter in 2023. Proved controversial with his friends. There. It's Alice that, yeah, it is Alice. So that's how you get your bio. How do you get your name? To answer that, we have to go to the wheel. This wheel is populated with the names of a whole bunch of Castlevania hero characters. Some of them are really silly and some of them are mistranslated or misspelled. And I went with the official mistranslations because that's the funniest way to do it. If you're curious who this guy in the middle is, that is Dracula as he appears on the arcade like promotional flyer for Haunted Castle. So let's spin the wheel and find out what Ray's Vampire Hunter name is. Ray, I know you're not watching, but good luck anyway. I hope you get a name you like. Also, this is a Streamlabs wheel, and I'm pretty sure the Streamlabs wheel's like randomization is broken because, you know, like some of these names are really common. Ray did not see. This is my favorite one. This is my favorite one by a freaking mile. This is Grant's last name. They've also spelt it Dynasty like this. I am pretty sure it's Dynasty, and like there are a bunch of diacritics that go with this. But there was a Dynasty family in Wallachia during the reign of Vlad III. Vlad III being the voivod of Wallachia, upon whom Dracula from the novel was based. That's right. Dracula was based. You heard it here first. I couldn't help myself. I'm sorry. So probably that's where they got Dynasty or Dynasty, but it's a really good name. And everybody, yeah, I was thinking about the Jonathan Frakes thing. So, all right, any runners who are watching right now, here's the protocol for your runs. I need you to connect to general chat, and then I will move you to the on-stream chat. Even if you have permission to connect to it directly, because I think like 2 or 3 people do, please don't let me connect you. But there you have it. So that's what we've been doing all month long. And I do mean all month. So there are 2 more cards that need to get made. They are for Tarathiel and Neo Antoine. Since I can't make their cards, I'm going to shout them out real quick. So Tarathiel did Castlevania The Adventure Rebirth. Neo Antoine did a Deathless run of Haunted Castle for the arcade, which he did last year too. There was a Classic Mania challenge last year as well. It was not the same scale as this one, like at all. So, by the way, if you follow a bunch of VTubers and you got sick of everybody playing Castlevania, that's probably my fault. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. But the good news is it's Halloween. That's always good news, but I think for those of us, myself included, who are a little burned out on Castlevania, the shout out command should still be on cooldown, right? Yeah, I have to wait 1 minute and 8 seconds before I can shout out Neo Antoine. You know, it's good to take breaks from these. So I've thoroughly enjoyed this. I'm kind of ready to move on though. Hey there, Claire. How are you? I love that song, that Anything Can Happen on Halloween. 34 seconds before I can shout out Neo Antoine. Yeah, that's one of Neo Antoine's emotes. The Neo Ant hype. Antoine, by the way, is an extremely good video gamer. So it did not take him long to, waltz in and beat Haunted Castle real quick. He also did Versus Castlevania last year, which is Castlevania 1, but a little bit harder. Yeah, with a Metroidvania. Yeah, I have a Saturn now. I actually really wanted to play Saturn Symphony of the Night. There wasn't time for it. Yeah, thank you. So, Tarathiel and Neo Antoine will have cards made on stream, but it's going to be in November, which kind of sucks. I didn't get an avatar from them to use for their cards, which is on me, to be clear. But that is the extent of it. And like I said, there were 129 Deathless runs. And counting. Someone might get a Deathless run tonight. Push it to 130. You never know. So every game is getting one Deathless run played back. And every runner, or no runner is going to have 2 runs played unless there's an emergency and like we just have to swap people out. I mean, that can happen, of course. Anything can happen on Halloween. Hey, thank you. Happy Halloween, Docto. So, with that out of the way, I have a vague schedule. We're going to fall behind schedule. You always fall behind schedule doing these things. Because of that, I want to get a head start. So our behind the scenes schedule, we had a start time of 2 p.m. and saving 10 minutes now could save a lot of time later. You never know. So Sarah, I'm going to pull you into on-stream chat. So the words you say will be audible, I believe. Yeah, they will be audible to everyone on stream, just so I don't catch you off guard with that. And I'll go ahead and invite you to VTube Studio. So, hello.
Hello.
So can you guys hear Sarah equally well as me? That's
Hello,
English,
everyone.
right? All right, let me invite you to the VTube Studio room real quick.
Right.
Okay, and I will message you the password.
Gotcha.
It's real hard to guess. But I think it doesn't matter, right? Because I don't think you can try to connect if you're not like already Steam friends with the person. So
Yeah,
I
it's kind
actually
of weird,
appreciate that it the way that DLC works. Like it does force you to like exercise some kind of caution with your passwords. So is it letting you connect? Hey, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
We are way out of scale with each other. All right, hang on. You control position. There we go. The UI for the actually we weren't really that out. Oh yeah, we were because it snap zoomed you. Yeah, but we're gonna have to get out of the way of the game just a little bit.
Of course.
Speaking of the game, I need to load up your run.
Mm-hmm.
So wherever possible, or whenever possible, I did get the runners to record their Deathless runs without their microphones. Some people, and this is actually a good thing that it happened, got caught off guard. Like they got a Deathless run that they weren't expecting. So some of them, we're going to mute the run and listen to a soundtrack while we co-commentate it. And then I might unmute it for like the end, because I know some of those runners really popped off when they when they ended up beating the game. So the first Deathless run is Castlevania The Adventure by Sarah Lene. You're gonna kind of be in the way, and I don't think there's too much I can do about that. Why don't we do this? Whoops. And
it's okay. Why don't you just put me down by the pumpkins? Like
down by the pumpkins? Yeah, like you're sitting on the floor.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a second. It's a little, oh my God. There we go. More like that, maybe. Yeah, that looks okay. The games are going to get covered up a little bit. These players do have videos of their runs, so if you need to see it without like all of the crap on it, there'll be a way. Let me stream media player to you, so that you can see what's going on in real time instead of with the Twitch lag. So, Sarah has the chat. The chat is like completely covered up. This is too funny. I'm not gonna fix this. All right, so I already asked, but I didn't pay attention to the answer. You guys, is Sarah like too quiet?
Yeah, am I too quiet?
I'm seeing a thumbs up emote. All right, we're good. So let's go ahead and 7 minutes early start the first run here.
So yeah,
licensed by Nintendo. Oh yeah, this is actually kind of a unique version of the game too. It is official. You might be a little surprised to see this game in color if you're familiar with it.
This is the version from Konami GB Collection Volume 1 in Europe.
Where did that even come out?
Europe. There was a version in Japan, but it was Super Game Boy instead of Game Boy Color.
Oh, interesting. That's wild. I did not realize there was like a Europe exclusive version of the game. So the Game Boy Color has a faster CPU than the Game Boy's, like a lot faster.
A lot faster, yes. But so you can tell the game still runs bad.
Yeah, it runs better. It doesn't run perfectly. And it still has like the tearing lines and everything.
It's like the game fluctuates between a larger range of frame rates because it never runs full speed unless there's like nothing on screen at all. And what's more is that the amount it lags seems to depend on what room you're in. Like even if you destroy all the objects in the room, it will still be as laggy as it was when the room started.
That's wild. Did you like this one? This game? You can be honest.
I definitely did not like it, but I eventually got used to it enough that like I think I've suffered some like Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah. I know this phenomenon.
Because I would play this game again.
Yeah. Yeah, you're talking Platformageddon syndrome, honestly. You sit down to play a game and it's like just the weirdest, most broken thing you've ever seen. And then by like hour 3, it's like you're starting to get used to it, you know?
Yeah, exactly. I had to play this game a bunch of times to finally get the Deathless run because what I would say is this game is pretty much entirely about precision. Above everything else, just precision. Like, from the very first stage, this part coming up, you have to do very precise jumps. And it sets the mood for the entire game because Christopher Belmont cannot jump.
Yeah.
He's got the horizontal leap of an ant. I don't know. Yeah. Look at that.
Yeah.
It's so easy to fail these. And these are just the ones that are teaching you what the game's going to be about because the entire game is this.
But usually over spikes and pits and stuff.
Yeah. It's usually instant death every single time.
There's like some really unintuitive caveats to these jumps too, right?
Yeah. Yeah, there are.
if you jump the very frame that you land, won't you get a straight up jump even if you're holding right on the D-pad?
Yep, it is really messed up. You will get a straight jump no matter what if you jump the same frame you land. If you're wondering why I'm blue, this is from my alt channel.
Oh, yeah. Tough boss.
Yeah, this boss appears several times in the last stage, too, with, like, slightly less health.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to figure out what was going on in your chat. Because we could see your chat, too.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I have no idea anymore what was happening in my chat.
Yeah.
So another thing is...
Suddenly people are talking about Tim Allen as the Dog Emperor, so...
Yeah, the Great Emperor of Dogs is my nemesis in my lore. Not that I take it seriously, I just think it's funny.
I can see my own chat, Altazimuth. You can't see it on the layout.
Yeah, it's covered by spooky stuff. So one of the other things about this game is that it has that mechanic where you have to get orbs to level up your whip, but any hit you take levels it down by 1. So keeping the level 3 whip is extremely important to making the run comfortable, but that also means you basically should not get hit at all or you're going to lose it.
Right. It's like speedrunning Bloodlines. That's the same situation. Any unplanned hit is a dead run.
They made it a little more kind in Belmont's Revenge. Like, you don't lose it every hit, just certain hits. Now, this jump is infamous. This is where a lot of people go, oh, this game, oh.
Yeah. Not playing this one.
Yeah, because it's super easy to mess up that jump if you don't worry about the pixel precision. It sets the tone completely.
Yeah. You know what these enemies look like to me?
What?
You know, like when you make like a little dog with your hand, like the debit dog?
Oh, yeah.
To me, these are hands. Like it's someone's doing like a shadow puppet, like dog.
Yeah, I call the things they shoot jawbreakers. I don't know why. It's just they're colorful. They look kind of tasty.
Yeah.
This bridge is screwed up. These eyeballs explode when you hit them, and it destroys sections of the bridge. So if you destroy ones that are in front of you, you can make it impossible to proceed.
Yeah, because you can't jump like 3 tiles, can you?
Yeah, you can barely jump.
God.
So, like, if you destroy 1 eyeball, you'll be able to barely make it, but you destroy 2, nope.
Yeah. Yeah, sock puppets, same idea, Atchinson. The hitboxes for circular, like, enemies and projectiles and stuff are always, like, way too big.
Yeah, it's really screwed up. Like, even if you're ducking, like, it'll act like you're standing for certain enemies. Like, the jawbreakers that I mentioned, they will hit you with, like, your standing hitbox, even if you're crouching. It's messed up.
Yeah, the nerve ending's 1 foot above the top of your head.
Yeah.
Were you trying to jump there?
I think so.
Because I don't even know what's in that candle. Do you remember?
It's a 1-up.
Oh. Eh. You'd already
This
once
level...
CC'd the game at this point, right?
Yeah, I had. Now here's the secret room. Because there's a secret room in every level, and you can get some health. Well, you can get a full health refill and a whip upgrade in that room, along with the 1-up.
Mm-hmm.
So I went in here to get the upgrade because you never know, I might be able to keep it. But in this room, I usually get hit by this. Because look at this. Look at this.
I feel like they might be harder to dodge in this version. Like, it's a toss-up. The game runs faster, which is not good for dodging that projectile, but it's also more responsive, so...
Yeah, you don't notice the inputs getting eaten nearly as often, but at the same time...
Yeah.
And then, even though you can just go down that ladder to get to the boss, I like to do this, because it doesn't make sense. Just go up and down the same rope and you end up there. I swear
I didn't
these
even
things
remember
are frogs.
this boss. I played this game once. Oh, it's a bunch of, like, flea men, huh?
Yeah, it's technically Fleamen, but I say it's frogs, and there's frogs in Adventure Rebirth, which kind of leads, some more
so
evidence
they
to
are
that.
frogs, maybe.
Yeah, but like in the manual, I think it calls them like molemen.
Oh, okay. Well, you never know with like US manuals. They made so much stuff up.
Yep.
Do you know what the horse heads in the first stage of Castlevania 4 are called according to the manual?
Oh my god, the Castlevania 4 manual. Okay, lay it on me.
Mr. Head. Isn't that good? It's spelled H-E-D too.
That's great.
I will say, I did get the reference when I was a kid because that was on Nick at Night.
Now, the next stage, that's the one that is really infamous, and it's also the one I love.
Mm-hmm.
Health does not matter in stage 3.
Hey, JD.
Ever. Hey, JD. Seriously, guys, just watch this. You'll see.
Yeah, this stage is nuts.
I love it so much.
And like, you have to keep in mind that this game controls like garbage, like in a way that you can't really understand if you're not playing it.
Yeah, like...
So deal with all this while you're playing one of the games with the quirkiest controls out there.
Yeah,
to put it charitably.
During this, you could see me that was playing, like, once I reach the next section, my eyes are just constantly going straight up because of constantly watching the top of the screen when the vertical section starts.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of gotchas too. Like, you try to get any of these candles, like, early, you will die.
Mm-hmm.
They're just there to trick you. I think I paused for a moment to mentally prepare myself because this section is a lot. Mm-hmm. It is nonstop a lot. Because
I love this song, Perrine.
Yeah, this song is good. You have to, like, always know the exact spot you need to jump at, or you will not make it to the next rope, or you'll fall off the platform, or whatever else. Some people were calling this the dentist stage for some reason. There's one particular jump that I really don't like in this. Well, there were 2 points, but I figured one of them out. You see, on this next one, it's not clear when you should jump off, but it's now. Like, that brick on the
really
furthest
high.
left. Yeah, that brick on the furthest left appears, and that's when it's safe to jump.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I get hit here because it's really hard not to. These things get destroyed by the level 2 or 3 whip, but for some reason, you hit him while jumping, and it just... Nope.
That's weird.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird things about this game, of course. And then there's this jump here. If you hurry up too much during this part, you can bump your head, and that also happens in the next jump coming up after it. Well,
like you bump your head on the top of the screen, not even the ceiling of the level? That's good.
Yeah, watch this next jump and you'll see it. Like, it easily happens on this one. It's killed so many people. See that?
Yeah, I'm sure that happened to me when I played this. I just don't remember it. Hey there, Raichu Knight.
Yeah, it's hilarious that you can bump your head on the top of the screen. Now you make it this far and you're like, oh, I feel like I'm finally home free.
Nope.
And then the next section starts, which is somehow more stressful. It's actually easier because you're not making as many really awful blind jumps.
Mm-hmm.
But
if I recall, it's really annoying to not have the level 2 whip here, though.
Yeah, if you don't have the level 2 whip, you have to whip these pill bugs twice, these roly-polies.
That was really tight platforming there.
Yep. I had to, because, like, I want as much lenience for this part as possible, so I even whip that while I'm jumping. Now this part, this is just dumb. It's like, okay, I hope you know what height you need to be at.
The spikes are still chasing you, right? You've just outrun them? Yeah.
Yep.
That's ridiculous.
And we'll see them soon, I think.
God.
It's so scary, right?
This is a Game Boy Color game. Espeon,
Yep.
It's actually Europe only.
Yeah. It's Konami GB Collection Volume 1. Which also includes, like, the first Gradius Game Boy game in color and a couple others. They made 4 of those collections. Belmont's Revenge is in the 4th one.
Hell yeah.
By the way, there is a candle in the wall there. And it just drops a coin. You can't get it.
Gee, I wonder where the secret room is here.
Yeah, the color version makes it pretty obvious.
I think I found this one playing the black and white version, but I don't know. Maybe not.
Like, it makes this secret room very obvious, but the rest are still super hidden. Like, you can kind of tell where the one in level 4 is with the color, but I wouldn't call it super obvious. Now, this thing is super weak to the level 2 whip. I have no idea why.
Yeah.
Look
it
at
just
that.
like instantly dies.
Yeah. And we're on to stage 4, which is already the last stage.
Yeah. Do you mind if I run and get a soda real quick while this is going? Do you think you can
Go
keep
ahead.
chat entertained? All right, I'll be right back.
Of course. So in stage 4, things aren't quite as constantly ready to kill you. But if you don't arrive to the end of this long, long hallway with the level 2 whip, it will be extremely difficult, and you will probably die. So I take this really slow and careful. These enemies seem to appear like at random. It's not clear which ones will appear each time. So that's why I'm handling this so slowly and deliberately in this video. Also, check out the screen tearing. It's so bad here, it's almost diagonal. Like, the screen tearing is unreal. Okay, so you see, I have to deal with this guy. And he easily hits me sometimes if I'm not careful. But then, level 1's boss shows up. If you don't have the level 2 whip, it is extremely hard to kill this guy without getting hurt.
All right, I'm
here's
back.
Another gotcha. Welcome back.
I was in the pumpkin patch.
This thing fires a jawbreaker, but it can fire it up or down. And if it fires it up, you will get hit by it. So you have to go back down the rope if you see it fire upward. This whole hallway is just cruelty.
It runs at like 4. That's cool, X.
Like, I almost never get through this hallway without getting hit. Like, you saw that, right? I should not have gotten hit by that, but the hitboxes.
These enemies are totally messed up.
Yep. I've done a lot of thinking about, like, how a hitless run of this would look. There's one room in particular that is complete bullcrap if you don't want to get hit.
Mm-hmm.
Compared even to this. And I'll talk about that when it comes up. Because it's just like, wow, they did that? So I usually go up here to get the whip upgrade.
You know what's funny? Sarah mentioned that only some hits downgrade your whip in Belmont's Revenge. It's those enemies. Those enemies are back in Belmont's Revenge, and it is their projectile that downgrades the whip when you get hit.
Yep.
They knew what they were doing.
That last jump I made on that platform, you have to stagger the jump a bit, or you'll just fall short. This
That's
jump
funny.
also sucks.
Yeah.
I gauge by, like, the middle of the screen. Like, that's when you jump.
Yeah, I think I remember using the crossed swords in the background as a visual
This one's
cue for
easy
these.
because
these
middle
ones
screen.
are fine.
Like, this game is not easy, but compared to everything else, this jump is easy.
Uh-huh.
And then this is the exact same jump, except for some reason, like, the delay is slightly different.
Mm-hmm. I think it might be Roto. I did see this one after the fact because Sarah sent me a video like way ahead of time.
Yeah, so this room's a little annoying, but nothing big deal. It's just two of these scythe-throwing dudes. They look way cooler in Rebirth.
Yeah, they look awesome in that game.
This is another room where if you get it wrong, you may as well just go back down. Because those spikes will instantly kill you.
Isn't this where the next to last run ended? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
and here's the room that's hard to avoid a hit in. Look at that. Because that guy throws his scythe immediately. If you just go straight up, you will get hit. If you try to dodge it by going down, you'll just go into the previous room.
That's such a stupid secret.
Isn't it though? I only found it because of like the slight color difference there. Like, it's obviously something.
Yeah, I did not find that in the color version, I can tell you. Or the black and white
deadly pencils.
Version. Yeah.
I have to avoid getting hit by those or I'll lose my whip upgrade. There's a hallway coming up where I kind of need it. Yeah, one thing I can't say is like this game's music is not bad. It's good.
Do we know who the composer is?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I remember somebody looking it up when I was playing.
I feel like the Belmont's Revenge composer must have worked on a Gradius game or something, because the boss fight song in that is just a Gradius song.
And here's a hallway that's nothing but stage 1's boss over and over again. If you have the level 1 whip, you're better off damage boosting if you have the level 1 whip.
Yeah.
There's hearts in most of these candles.
They also like respawn. So the problem with killing him with the level 1 whip is it takes so many hits and they move forward so quickly, relative to you, that like you will tend to just respawn them after killing them.
Yeah, it's miserable. There's 2 safe spots that I use for Dracula.
Speaking of, here he is.
Yep, doing his little dance. See, you are basically safe here. You might have to duck for like one of his positions, but otherwise, as long as you don't jump at the wrong time, you cannot get hit.
I think I remember doing this when I played this.
And if you have the level 3 whip, of course, you can send some fireballs this way when he's not in the spot.
Mm-hmm.
He can get hit anywhere, thankfully.
This is really similar to Dracula X, honestly.
Yeah.
Just finding the one spot that doesn't kill you and hanging out.
Yep. That's exactly it.
Javados. All right.
And now I carefully make that jump underneath there and get to the other safe-ish spot. There's a weird trick here.
This is the evil version of the Wheel of Fortune theme, by the way. Sorry, go on.
His hitbox seems to travel oddly differently from his actual sprite. So it's only safe to hit him when he's coming, not when he's going.
Interesting.
If you try to hit him when he's going, you will get hit because like there's a delay on the hitbox or something. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. I love that unceremonious explosion. And then they were like, how should we color this? Whatever.
Sepia.
Oh, GG.
Thank you. I was so happy when I got this because I was like so many runs in.
Emotes.
Yep. I love the witch hats on those.
Yeah, I don't think anyone posted it this run, but my dance emote looks really funny with the witch hat. It completely covers covers the head.
Yes, it's so good.
How long are these credits? Sorry,
I don't remember.
Yeah, just a minute or two. Rad, are you ready? You did a great job. I'm glad you I'm glad you got a Deathless run I feel a little bad that this is the one you picked, but
yeah, I saw this game and I was like, this game is really short. It feels like it might not be that bad to memorize.
Yeah.
Of course, I was wrong, but I did it.
Rad, do me a favor and jump in general chat.
I think next year.
I gotta kick you out of the collab. I actually don't know how to do that.
I think I can.
Yeah. I guess you could manually disconnect, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you for joining me.
Yeah,
congratulations on your run. Again, I'm real sorry it was this game.
I'll probably try to focus like a few 1CCs or Deathless next year and not play every game.
Yeah.
It was a lot.
It's pretty exhausting to force yourself to do all of these. I actually gave up on it this year.
Myself.
I was gonna get every Deathless, and like at some point I was like, this is too much work. I'm gonna move Rad in here real quick, but you don't have to go anywhere. Not yet.
I would say the only thing I was forcing myself through is Castlevania 3, having not played that before. So
I feel like you did those games in the wrong order. To be honest.
I did it for a reason, because I felt I would memorize the easy version of things and get stuck on it.
Uh-huh. Oh, that's weird. It unfull screened it. Hey, yeah. Rad, hey. You're on. How are you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay.
Chat, you guys hear Rad fine?
Hi, chat. How's everybody doing?
Thanks for the shout out, mods.
Thank you for that.
So
have a good time, you two.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks so much for coming on.
Yeah, great run.
My pleasure.
All right, you're still visible under the pumpkin patch. That's good. I was worried it was going to push you all the way in there. It's like, give me a sec. But it makes sense. We did test this. So you did Castlevania 4. If memory serves, like it does have your commentary, but it's not actually very much of it. Do you want to just not mute it? Are you cool with that?
That's fine.
Yeah. If it turns out that there is a lot of commentary on this and people are constantly hearing two Rads at once, I can mute it and put some music on. It's fine. Let me update the top text here.
I don't know how difficult it is for you, but even if you wanted to kind of crop the sides a little bit, there's nothing that happens on the sides of my video.
It would be nice, but it is a little difficult logistically. This is Professor Hammer Rad's stream layout, so
very basic at this point.
I kind of have some appreciation for that, to be honest. This is like what every Twitch layout looked like at one point, you know.
You gotta start somewhere.
Yeah, and then we really, like streamers as a whole, I fall through those stairs all the time. I know exactly why that happened. You were still in the whip animation. But like streamers as a whole, I think move toward slick production values, which I'm actually kind of sick of. But so, do you want to?
So, is there any way that I can see?
Oh yeah,
the video that I'm seeing is like a moment. It's like a couple seconds slow.
Oh, yeah. I think that's the best you're gonna get. Unfortunately,
okay, that's
fine.
You're
watching the Discord stream?
Yeah, I'm watching the. No, I'm not watching. I'm watching the Twitch stream.
Oh, so you see, there's a red like live next to my avatar on Discord.
Let me mute this other one.
Yeah, sure. Can you see it?
I can. I'm getting a. I'm mentally testing out to see. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. That works.
Yeah, we're good.
So, Rad's killing a ton of stuff with the cross here because this is something that we didn't have to talk about for Castlevania the Adventure because that game has no sub-weapons. But there's an invisible counter that tracks everything, every enemy you kill and every candle you break with a sub-weapon. And once it hits 10, the game will start spawning these multipliers. Castlevania 4 is like an escort mission. That's the joke that Vox always tells about Castlevania 1. You have to escort the triple holy water to the end of the game. Castlevania 4 is that with the cross. So I also go out of my way to build it all the way up in the very first level, and then you just try to never lose it. We'll see. Do you remember? Did you hang on to the cross the whole run?
I don't think I dropped it at all.
Nice.
What's funny is as a kid, I don't think I actually used the triple cross till the end. Mm-hmm. I just kind of used the whip the whole run.
Yeah, it does make sense. The whip is pretty strong in this. Oh, that's a cool strat.
Yeah, I figured that one out. I think most of my runs I started doing that, and then I do it with these guys, and yeah.
Yeah. So you played Castlevania games growing up?
I played like the early ones. So I didn't have Castlevania 1 growing up. I played it a bunch, but I don't know, I made it to like I think I beat Frankenstein like once or twice kind of thing. You know, when you rent it from Blockbuster or whatever. First one that I really got, well, yeah, so I had Simon's Quest, played that a whole lot. I hear myself.
Yeah, sorry.
I was like, who's that? Oh, it's me. Okay. Yeah, so I had I loved Castlevania 3, but man, it was so hard.
Oh yeah, I didn't play that until I was like in my 20s. I can't imagine playing it as a kid. It would have felt completely impossible.
It did. Once you hit that's why like we kind of ran around the alternate routes a little bit more, and you know the goal wasn't to beat the game. The goal was to get Alucard and
yeah, and have fun.
Yeah, stuff like that. And once you started getting to the levels going into the castle, it's like, yeah, these are really hard.
I forget. Had you done this Deathless before?
Probably gonna be the last one. I'm getting tired.
You were getting tired, huh?
Yeah, that's right. This was the end.
What time was it when you pulled this off?
On 2 different occasions. This would have been. Oh, this actually, yeah, this would have been after midnight. Just thinking about it, thinking back to the timestamp. So it's probably about. Problem with it last night. Probably about. 12,
is that
30.
throwing you off? Do you want me to mute the game?
It is throwing me off a little bit.
All right, yeah, I can just put on the Rondo soundtrack or something. It's a little weird that it's not the Castlevania 4 soundtrack, but I'm gonna be real, I forgot to grab that. So.
Well, what's funny is the loudest thing here that I hear is the music and me.
Yeah.
So I'm listening to you, and all of a sudden I'm getting like jump scared by myself, laughing or talking.
Yeah, you could turn down the slider for the stream itself. There's like an independent slider for the video stream you're watching on Discord, like independent from my voice.
Yeah, it was the spikes all the way at the top. Learn something new. Yep, that fixed it actually.
Okay, good.
Right there at the top.
Perfect. Yeah, I'm actually gonna turn it. Well, I can't turn it down on my end.
Yeah,
but it's fine. I'm kind of used to hearing like multiple copies of the same person from streaming and also call center work, so it won't throw me off that badly. Chat, is it weird hearing 2 rads? That's my main concern.
I did, right after that. Am I at least louder than Bizarro Rad?
Bizarro Rad.
Save state there, so I kind of looked at it a little bit.
Okay, yeah. People are saying they're fine with it. Yeah, Yeah, the game is quite a bit quieter, so.
The thing, Deathless.
Okay, good. So, all right, getting back to what I asked. Had you done this Deathless before? You had, right?
Killed me throughout the whole thing. Give me 1 sec here.
Oh, sure. I am getting people in the middle of their work days, by the way, and some of our players are parents and stuff, so I'm gonna have to do some of the commentary solo some of the time. That's kind of on me for not giving very much notice. I had always been planning on doing a marathon of all of the Deathless runs.
At times I'm starting to autopilot.
Some of them, though,
not using boomerangs.
like I didn't get in touch until
Training myself to use it
yesterday,
and stuff like
I
that.
think, because some of the games, like there weren't that many options, and all of the people who had done them Deathless had also done other games, so like it was a little tricky figuring out who had done this game Deathless and was available,
Somebody
etc.
said was like,
Thank you,
"That's
Osakin.
inappropriate for children."
So I guess one of the things you'll see that I like doing a lot is using the limp whip.
Castlevania game.
Yeah, it's good.
I use it to take out the little enemies. That I just walked under that axe. I got that axe so many times.
This part's deceptive. These little red spikes, these are instant kills. They look like part of the background, but if you jump into them, you're dead.
Yeah, I don't know that in one of these runs, I don't know that I actually hit them.
Yeah, I mean, when you know, you know.
Yeah.
I've seen so many people die to those.
I
on their
definitely hit them as a
first
kid.
playthrough.
So yeah, I had this game as a kid. I'm pretty sure I did it Deathless when I was like a late teen, early 20s time that time.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't have been where I was grinding for a Deathless. It was just I'd played the game so much that it's like, hey, I'm pretty sure I made it through that time without dying. And
Yeah.
that was really about the extent of what I thought of it.
Yeah. Yeah, people have asked me if I've ever done Castlevania 1 damage lists, and it's like, probably yes, but I doubt I noticed, you know?
Yeah. Unless that's your goal that you're grinding for, you don't necessarily.
It's funny when you've played a
What's
game
what's
that much.
what's funny too is like you know how you have those like little worries in the back of your head. One of the little worries that I've had in the back of my head, and I know I've had a bunch of people watch this run as well, and but it's just like I'm not a. It's like I know it's Deathless. There's no way it would have, but it's just like the.
But what if I died and forgot?
What if I died and forgot? It's sort of like the when I'm about to go on stage or something. It's like what if I all of a sudden forget all my lines?
Yeah, I can't
What if-
possibly forget my lines. I've read the script 100 times.
I've done this 1,000 times. How did I?
With 1 pip of health and that reason.
It's just that little nagging, like you know it, you know that it's.
Yeah.
But it's like I've kind of been like over the past few days. I'm like, what if there was a death and nobody.
Hopefully this doesn't make you feel more nervous about it, but there's a while ago I uploaded a deathless run of Rondo with Richter. It had like 3 deaths in it, but they were all in the same place. So like if you watch that video, it's the Bat Bridge. If you're going to die anywhere in a Richter run, the Bat Bridge like does make sense, right? So I beat the last boss and then I go, oh man, that was Deathless, I think. It's like, no, not quite.
U.S. censors of the day.
No, the mental verification on is that this is there's no way I would have not known this was Deathless because it was the instant a death happened. It was just like,
What's funny about is
And you have to recollect the cross. Like, it's
Yeah,
pretty
that's
hard
true.
to forget recollecting the cross. So,
the Super NES. I played so much that
did you ever die on
Yeah.
this section?
I did take a death
the American
one time.
versions, I sort of
This one's a
preferred.
pain in the ass.
I think I'm trying to remember if I got knocked off by.
The holy spell. and
It may
not
have been.
getting
It may have
all
actually been those
the
bone pillars right there. I was, because with these games where you've played them so much,
things like that.
the tendencies just kind of go on autopilot, and if you're trying to sort of iron out a bad habit that you have, once you start going on autopilot, it's like, man, I meant to
I'm a little scared of this.
not do that. I meant to not collect that candle, or I meant to Told myself last time I was going to avoid that. I was going to wait for that enemy to go over my head before I made that jump or something.
Yeah, but then you get there and you're just like, and then it happens.
There were definitely a few runs. If you hear me at times, I'm talking to S. Kennedy. He was the only one in my chat at the time, and I was just kind of talking to him as I was going through it. But there were a few times before this where I'd hit a candle and gotten an axe or something like that, and I was just kind of I'd get the axe and I'd be like, stop hitting candles, stop hitting candles, stop hitting candles. So he would say in my chat, hit all the candles.
Just do it.
Do it. Hit the candles.
I played the game tons of times, but
It's definitely made me laugh. That was an accident there.
You don't want to be down here.
And you saw where I was just kind of like,
oh my god! Have you ever gotten the crumbling blocks to collapse at the beginning of the boss fight? I died there once, and I was like, I didn't know that was
take
possible.
a death there. It was, I went to go jump from the end, and I hit my head, and I went to the pit. I was like,
that was your only.
And
if two of the blocks fall, you just can't. You can't continue. You're dead.
I had that happen in the clock tower too, and I'll point it out when it happens. There's just a point where it's like, oh, if the blocks are gone, it's like, yep, you're done. You can't get up. You can't go back down because the screen is kind of
some of the dialogue.
So this room here, I feel like I took more deaths here
than
anywhere else, and it was these little guys that were popping up. They just kind of shoot you off the ledge, and there's even so I wait for him to go down. I think if I grabbed on, I would have hit him.
Yeah, you would have swung right into him. That's happened to me.
Kicked him in the head and gone into the drink. So. I got killed here once, so that's why that boomerang goes that way first.
I see. I do feel like learning Deathless runs sometimes, it feels like really what you're doing is teaching yourself every single mistake you can make the hard way, and then not making those mistakes. I don't know if that's how it feels to you.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way.
I've been playing shmups a lot lately. That is my experience with shmups. It's like I run into something, I'm like, that's new. Start over from the beginning.
Into my brain when I see something that.
So this screen, aside from that death where I bonked my head coming out, I don't think I really died on this screen.
Yeah, this one's. It's easy as long as you remember to do what you just did to that bone dragon.
It'd be like playing a version of.
I was watching Nep play this, and she just cruises past it.
Tella doesn't call.
Well, and what I used to do as a kid is just
You gotta have that in there.
climb up behind him and kill him that way because you can't do anything. But then you don't get any of the hearts. But I also have 99 hearts, so it doesn't really matter that much.
Yeah.
Yeah, the little block on the end. If you don't go all the way to the end, you can hit your head, and that's what I did.
Yep, and it's so sad when it happens. It's like, oh, I just lost actually.
So then I like throwing the boomerangs from the top here.
I could never find a good fast strat for this.
Hiding out up here.
I would
Sometimes
just
it's
like jump
really
around
fast.
and throw crosses and they'd all miss. It would take like 10 years.
And then I've never died. Well, I haven't died in this recent round of runs or anything, but I'm always worried coming back down to get that orb feels dangerous as well. Just jumping over the death pits. This game really loves its death pits and
the ones that everybody remembers, like
this
monster and all that stuff.
So like people who aren't really big into Castlevania might be surprised to hear me say this, but almost every entrant will back me up on this. This is the hardest one to do Deathless, I think. Some of the games have hard modes that make them more difficult, but we're talking like default settings. This one is a pain because beginning on this level, like there are just constant instant kill traps, be they pits or spikes or whatever. an enemy's position to knock you into them.
Back in the days before I could.
This game is a pain.
Yeah, this is the first level I'd say that has the gotchas, the like edge guarders that'll just waiting to knock you in.
It's always really sad when you land from a jump in this. You can't jump immediately. There's a lockout on re-jumping that's like a couple frames. It's easy to die right there when you jump onto that platform.
I didn't die right there. I actually died I took one death on that one.
Yeah, that one's gotten me before.
That one, I jumped up, it ate my input, and I fell onto the bottom, the one right below it, and fell through and died. It's the only time I died going through here on these flippy platforms.
Does this guy ever get you? The knight at the end of this sequence?
He didn't. He did as a kid. But
Yeah.
you see, I think I always try to land on the edge, and then I know at this point that there's a bat coming, so I'm always just kind of taking my time there. This guy has done a surprising amount of damage to me. I remember always thinking as a kid he was pretty easy, but there were a couple times, probably just playing with the boomerang cross where I'm not as used to it, where he really did like a lot of damage to me, where I came out here and I had like, I don't know, 5 health left or something.
Yeah,
It's like
I had this experience with him too, where I remembered him being like Medusa, where he just shows up and you kill him.
I died.
And I don't know why I thought that. Oh, you do you fight these things for real. Have you ever seen the strat that I do?
Yeah, I've seen the strat, and I just something about whipping
It's good
them
to do
way
it this way, because if you do it the way that I do it, which I think is actually the speedrunner thing, it can kill you if you're positioned wrong. So
what's funny is there is a run that I had debated on. I have enough deaths from this that I debated on just making a death reel of 5 minutes of me just dying and dying and dying again and again.
That's actually a funny idea.
One of them I took on that thing, whipping those Medusas, because I guess I just kind of gotten tired of it, and I was feeling cocky, and I was jumping around and found myself a little bit out of position and got tagged by a couple of them and knocked off the platform. I was like, I deserve that.
That's funny.
So I started using the boomerangs for this room just because I took a few deaths in here.
This one is surprising. This one can get you.
I don't remember this being hard at all when I was a kid, and just you'll just get out of nowhere. One death I took, one of those skeletons dropped out of the ceiling. I killed him, jumped
And he
over,
respawned?
and another one appeared and dropped on my head. Yeah, knocked me in.
Yep.
It was just like that's
Did not take a death
that's something.
Delicious Smile, the strat is you crouch sort of one tile to the right of the middle of that platform.
I think I could actually made that one if I tried. But
swing the whip,
tried to do it
and then hold down right on the D-pad. So you're just dangling the whip kind of down in front of you, and the Medusa heads just run into it and die.
I did take a death there once coming in because I just tried to run it. I was like, I've got enough space, and I ran and I got squished.
Yeah, the movement in that room is surprisingly hard.
And
I decided I was going to learn the zip in this room that they do in the speedrun. Have you seen that? It's crazy.
No, I haven't.
They clip into a ceiling, and then the game starts pushing you backwards, so you turn around while you're getting zipped to the left, and then it just zips you all the way to the right, and you skip all this stuff. The camera takes so long to catch up to you. But you need to make the earliest cycle on the ascending platform to do it. And yeah, it is easier than you'd think to die there.
I could see it being too small.
So I don't think I ever really got hit there, but I got in the habit of killing those bone pillars before I got the meat, just in case.
Mm-hmm.
This guy, I think the boomerang cross really chews this guy up pretty well. So really paying more attention at that point to the blocks falling.
Yeah.
And I always like to try to pose when I collect the orb.
The S for Simon.
I try to go for the upward right shot.
Oh yeah.
So he's kind of bending down a little bit more when he's about to swing through it. And I don't think I actually got it in this run at all. I think in terms of my posing, I think I botched all of them. Maybe I got one of them somewhere.
I got it. It's what Pink uses. It's
yeah,
by Hori.
I know a lot of people don't like this game, and I think they're completely correct. I mean, I still love this game, but I feel it's I understand like all the criticisms about it. I'm like, yeah, that's
yeah. There's a lot to like about this one. Every time I watch it, I'm like, this game owns, and then every time I play it, I'm like, I could play something else.
I think
on the last game.
I think this one is especially hard for people who haven't played it as much as like those of us who've played it a ton.
Mm-hmm.
There's just things that like to get the really fine controls to not get hit in a lot of cases just takes so much repetition.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was one time that those little flea men actually, I started, somehow they got away from me, and man, I was just getting swarmed by them. I still made it through, but I got hit by that guy every so often.
That dude is so annoying to kill. That's like one of the most evasive enemy placements in the game.
And he closes the distance really fast, and there's just, if you don't get him, there's just nothing you can do.
I really like this stage, DS. Look at his timer, by the way.
This bat, yeah, I got that bat that time.
Yeah, that
I even say to S. Kennedy, I think that talking about the bat. It's like I'm gonna get it this time.
That bat has hit me so many times. But it rarely matters because it's the last enemy in the whole level, and there's meat right next to it. But
gotta keep hitting the candles.
You hear me talking about the candles?
Yeah. A lot to explore with. Yeah, that wasn't really a priority of the Castlevania games yet at this point, I guess. I mean, 3 had the branching paths.
Under the bat.
I hate this room. It's so easy to forget about one of these bats and get hit.
Yeah.
It looks easy when people do it right. Then when you play it yourself, it's like, oops, and everything does a lot of damage at this point.
Yeah, I think this is
one of those games where
this is what I consider like the first really hard level.
Yes.
Where the game really starts, the difficulty starting to spike here.
Yeah.
But what's funny is the music for this level, I find myself just kind of humming it from time to time.
Yeah, you said that, and while you were mid-sentence, the one on the VOD, the rat on the VOD started humming to it. Did you do that on purpose, or was it just coincidental timing?
I remembered mentioning it, but I genuinely like that music.
You see how he shuffled back to the right there at the start of this room? What you might not understand is he never touched left on the D-pad. Like, as soon as you enter a room in this, Simon walks in the direction of the scrolling 2 tiles. And for some reason, they spawn you on a 2-tile wide platform. So, like, once this room loads, if you tap left for, like, 1 frame, you die. It is so mean.
I think at this point I'm telling myself, because there were times where I was starting to go a little quicker over the chandeliers, and I was telling myself to maybe slow it down just a little bit, because there's no sense taking these extra risks.
Yeah, This is actually a really common reset point for the speed run.
Beginning of the night, maybe.
The fastest cycle on the chandeliers, I think, saves more time than like zipping into the wall in the previous level. But it's really hard.
Yeah, I can see that.
There's an old.
I think this is where he starts bantering me about the candle a little bit because it's
because you got this axe.
This axe.
Yep.
I got this axe probably 2 or 3 times in a row. I was just like, really? That's actually why I skipped the little room back there.
In case you get the axe.
I get the axe because I don't think there's another boomerang cross through the rest of the level.
No.
If there is, I didn't find it.
There's a secret room in this level. You like break the floor and a set of stairs spawns. And you can get across in there. But then immediately after that room, there's that candle with the axe. I also lost the cross there one run. And I felt really sad.
But I don't remember. It may have been. It was either the day of or the day before, where I lost it there and took a death at the boss. But I always remember the boss of this level actually being relatively non-trivial.
Yeah,
like
if it hits you,
There's a couple bats.
you just get knocked around the room. And it does a ton of damage, like every hit.
Here's
I've
the bats.
died to it before. I hate these 2 bats.
These 2 bats just. When I even say there, I think that like, oh, maybe I should just run under them.
I walk all the way forward.
I've never thought to run under the second one. The first one will hit you if you do that. Have you ever missed the jump button here? If you do,
I
you
think
actually
so.
You get hit by the spikes and it
Oh, do you?
instant kills you,
I shared this
even if they're not
clip
flipped.
of this guy with bats.
Yeah, that skeleton right there that I just jumped over. I posted the video in the Castlevania chat, but there was one time that I killed it, started jumping there, and it was almost like I had never killed the skeleton. It was just there again.
Yeah, that is a... I never thought to do that, to take out the coffin. I just let it chase me. Did you know if you let it chase you, very rarely it'll make this jump? So
Yeah.
that sucks when it happens.
Well, I think the first time I saw someone do it, it may have even been you that I saw do it, and I was kind of laughing at it. I just... The coffin enemies in general are really funny to me.
Yeah.
And maybe either my position.
I'm starting to get pretty generous with using the boomerang crosses here.
Yeah. Well, I do have 45 hearts.
Yeah.
Kind of split what I was doing. Like I think I did the.
Oh, is it different in the Japanese version or something, DS?
And I whipped at the same time.
I feel like I heard that. They get real generous with meat refills in this game. Meat refills? HP refills.
Well, and I'll show you the meat refill right before the boss is actually super generous because you can.
Oh yeah.
You can get it. You go down the stairs. You come back up, and it's there again. And
Yeah,
it's
true.
It's the candle right next to the stairs. So if you never really have to go into this boss at less than full health.
I never thought of that.
Because the positioning of the skeleton.
Is
I
this
don't
one
know
the
if I ever-
night?
in the same spot.
Like the statue thing?
What's that?
Oh, it's the dancers this level, right?
How the game works.
Yeah.
But I just assumed it was.
They just kind of
like that.
they just kind of encroach.
These tables, if he gets too close to them, they start like sliding around. It's actually pretty annoying.
wonder if that's related to,
This is one of those rooms that, like, if you watch a speedrunner do it, you think, oh, this is like a completely trivial section. But it's actually very specific what they have to do to not get owned by these enemies.
the game will, like,
These
spawn
dancers move in
enemies
random directions, too.
where there should only be
Uh-huh.
one. And you're just like,
Occasionally,
why are there
occasionally you just get hit by them out of nowhere.
Yeah,
I
I've
wonder if it's something similar.
I've been
I
hit by
just
those
happened
dancers
to, you know,
quite a few
try to
times.
spawn
Do you get the one
the
up here?
second enemy thinking
Yeah,
it
I
was the
do.
first enemy, and just
I
happened to
always
pick
do
it
too,
out
even when I'm going for Deathless
right in
runs, and it's like,
time
why'd
for
I
it to
do
look
that?
like,
I'm just gonna quit if I die.
took him out and came right back.
Well, I mean, the same thing applies to why am I getting those candles? I've already got 77 hearts. and
Yeah.
Just see a candle, get a candle.
This, honestly, I think this boss.
Oh my
is
god, I forgot they throw swords.
deceptively difficult.
Yeah.
It's hard to move around.
I think maybe you go up the wall over them, but it's the triple cross just kind of
is bigger than you think it is.
makes them more trivial.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the pose. That was the pose.
You did get it.
Yeah.
That is a badass pose, actually. I go for that one sometimes too.
You know the way you like run away from a doppelganger.
I consider this stage a bit of a breather
I don't.
between the last stage and the next stage.
The next stage is
Little
rough.
loops on the side so that you can basically.
This
The
one,
next-
I'll tell you the room that I have trouble with when you get to it.
think
Fred
I-
Askare and Paula Abgul.
Abgul, yeah.
Yeah.
I used to be good at fighting that.
I remember reading that in the manual as a kid.
You know, especially compared to like.
I wonder what they're called in the
the
Japanese
next few
version. Probably just like
bosses,
ghost
the-
dancers
the
or something.
Dancers are actually surprisingly difficult. Surprisingly able to kill you quickly if you're not layering on enough damage.
I like the music here.
Yeah, the music here's good. I mean, the setting at the haunted library really is just kind of cool in general.
Yeah.
I like,
Anytime a
Don't
game
make
has
games
a
like that.
library level, I kind of mark out a little bit. Are you a Dark Souls fan?
And be careful
I
about
haven't
the
played them
candles
yet.
Okay. Well, there are some libraries in Dark Souls that are pretty sick. If you share my fascination with like giant fantasy libraries, you can look forward to that if you ever get around to playing those games.
This level.
So is it
definitely
this
easier.
next
I never
room?
wanted to
Yes.
do this, but compared to like the
I never
previous couple
learned
levels,
this
level's
strat
So much easier.
where you
I
just
just-
drop through the whole thing.
Yeah, I just kind of.
That was sick. What you can't appreciate from watching Rad do that is, I don't know if you notice, he got hit once, and if you look at his life bar, it's missing 3 points. So everything does a lot of damage there, and if you don't do the room perfectly, you can get hit like 2 or 3 times, and then it starts to get scary. So
I hit my head there.
yeah.
Yeah, this part was scary as a kid, but I don't think I took any deaths. There was at least
Yeah.
one instance where I kind of took my time a bit. But I see this part of the library I don't like quite as much.
Mhm.
I don't know if this is maybe more of a museum side or something like that, but
Yeah.
and those
It is
dogs
kind
are
of
great.
weird.
I even howled with the dog.
Again, I gotta
Yeah.
be careful about making dog noises because if my dogs are paying enough attention, they hear me start making dog noises.
Yeah, basically, if I make too much in the way of dog noises, they will think there's something out and they'll start barking. But when my son gets home on his bus, you'll hear it.
Uh-huh.
They will make noise.
But
Uh,
the wife and the kids are asleep, so
Did you notice that like these bats are really bad about triggering the bug that happens where like the game won't hit
those
multiple enemies at
platforms.
once?
Yeah, definitely. I threw. That's why I was taking my time there because I noticed when you would throw a boomerang through there, it would you maybe only take out like 2 of the 4, and you still get hit. And it's like, okay,
it's
let
a
me
big grip of
move
damage too.
slowly through here. I got hit by this guy here. I got hit by him a few times.
Yeah, I don't even know how it happens.
On the 3rd level with the.
Oh, you actually like go down here, huh? I just walk off screen to despawn this guy.
I think I had said I didn't know if you could kill him, and S. Kennedy said, "Yeah, you can kill him." So this was. There I go. I got it.
Wow.
That was the first time I think I may have ever killed it.
Wow. And it was on your Deathless run.
Yeah, it was.
It usually just gets off screen before I'm able to kill it.
I really wasn't planning that. I just.
Kill that thing.
It's almost the little deviations that you make here and there to just kind of keep your mind at ease, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
First try.
Is there not meat there? Oh, I'm thinking of the end of stage 8. Or block 8 or whatever.
Yeah.
Why can't they just call
I
them
was just
levels?
assumed you couldn't kill
Or
it.
stages. My big pet peeve, this is like classic, like my priorities are just in the wrong place. It's a known thing about me. It really bothers me that Nintendo calls Mario levels courses. Like, stop trying to make that happen. No one's gonna call it a course. They all just say stage or level.
Or bored.
in general in this
Yeah,
game,
well, I don't think people our age really say bored.
With that one.
it's not even close.
Yeah, we should go back to calling them boards.
And
I
it seems like your
agree.
Whip really has kind of
Or racks, yeah.
hitbox priority. As
Hey,
well
Greedra,
for
thank you. How are you?
Sub weapons, so it's very common for you to throw.
I think I
the
do
boomerang
something
through
here.
enemies and
I may like reach over and type into my computer or something. And I'd have to go back and look at the VOD myself.
yeah. Well, just even this motion is super useful for crowd control.
Crowd control, I like that. This is the level where you can easily tell whether someone's playing the US version. Because it's full of green slime in the US version and blood in the Japanese one. I kind of think the US one looks cooler, honestly.
Yeah, I don't know how the dripping blood hurts you.
Yeah.
But if it's dripping like acid or something, it's like, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. I'd say this is probably the most notorious level in the game.
Yeah, I think when I hadn't played it for a while and picked it back up and was easily cruising through the game again, and man, you just hit this stage like a wall.
Oh wow, you don't retreat. That's that's cool.
Yeah, I figured out that you could do that. And there's an interesting glitch that I found. I don't know if this is used often, but there's a bone pillar like over there, like right past the guy, right past the eye there. But something about getting that eye to come with you, he's gone now.
Oh, you despawn it? Yeah. Interesting.
And I only just recently found that out, kind of playing around. I didn't know that was a thing, really.
Because I've been doing. I don't know if you noticed.
That's me talking about it too.
Yeah. Yeah, so you guys aren't going to see this in this run, obviously, because this is a deathless run, but all of these like spikes and stuff, these are instant kills, and like the hitboxes on them are not very generous. So sometimes it'll like just barely tap the back of your head, and that's enough to kill you.
Yeah.
Although the most notorious thing in this probably whole game is at the very end of this level.
Yeah, and I definitely doing that. I'm pretty sure on this round I had a bit of a start and stop with it.
Yeah,
you'll see it. Where I started and I'm like, I don't like the look of that, and tried to reset it as best I could. But even just doing, because I did some I did drop a save state there, and And like in between runs, I would just be like, okay, let me just kind of drill that for a while, just to see if there's anything I can suss out, like how to. I didn't look up. There's probably guides or something that kind of walk you through it more. But
yeah, it'd be for speed runs, which speed runs of this are kind of nuts because you move so fast after getting hit, right? So if you're trying to go as fast as possible, you want to take a lot of damage.
I got knocked off.
Ooh, this is scary. This damage adds up.
Yeah, it does.
That's a good recovery.
It was. And my first my first 20 or so runs, I think I did that fine. I don't remember getting knocked off, and then maybe the last couple times I did this, I got knocked off into that acid and just was able to kind of hop out. But I remember as a kid, I feel like I couldn't get out of that very easily.
Yeah.
You get to the end, you're kind of jumping trying to get out, and it's eating away at your health, and you don't end up making it back out. See me debating, do I go get the meat, or do I I need this meat. I really need it. But
nice.
Man, that is a daunting jump there. Not gonna lie.
You really gotta thread some dicey situations.
Dicey situations.
Yep. It sounds like they can't hear it that well. We can, though. Did you know there's a cool strat here? So those brown stairs, those are breakable. And they turn into like shrapnel when you hit them, you know what I mean? So it does damage you. So you can hit that section of the stairs, which damages you, which puts you in post-hit invincibility, and you just walk through those spikes.
Yeah, that's funny. I never would have thought to do that.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to do it because it is taking damage, but
there's gonna be an eye right here. Yep.
I hate this eye. The big thing that makes this level so annoying to learn is like you really want to deal with the peeping eyes as soon as they spawn. There are so many of them, it's difficult to learn every
That was a knife
one.
there that I just walked under. I got that knife at least once. That was no fun.
There was a knife there. I just started ignoring candles.
It's really not a bad strategy because I've seen you like run by so many candles. Like, yeah, once you know which ones you want and how many hearts you need, I kind of go on autopilot sometimes collecting the candles. So I like to do here, I jump out, get that to fall.
And
I think that may have scared me too. I was like, oh. Then I come back to this hole and try to do so I mess up there. So you go back.
Are you gonna do the thing?
And it seems like once you do that, they're kind of in. Yeah.
Fake myself out.
Oh, that was the reset there. I'm like, yeah, kind of scared of it. So I am.
Whoa. Cool.
That was. I would kind of remark there of like, oh, I didn't know I was gonna make it through that one. I was like, okay, and you just kind of keep going. And yeah, made it through, survived.
That's what they call the Vegas bridge.
This is the furthest I've been tonight.
I think like speedrunners just go as fast as possible through it, and it usually works out. Sometimes it's not avoidable. Like, just the entire bridge drops out under you and you're dead. All right, thanks. Guess I'll reset now. Thank you for resubbing.
I said at that point too that this is the furthest I've been tonight because I actually hadn't made it past. I think I'd already had 2 deaths on the Vegas bridge this night, and I was just kind of remarking like, "Hey, I'm past it." Sorry, I stepped on you.
No, that's cool. Thanks for resubbing, Sepasai.
There's still so much game left in the chat. Rachel. So getting up there is tricky. So what I do is I come over here and get these bats to fire.
And then you go for it.
And I go back. jump from there, and you get up with no bats. And that would have been the boomerang cross right there.
Oh, that's
if you didn't have
good to
it,
know, actually.
it gives you one. So if you lost it, you can get another one there.
Does it always replace sub weapons with big hearts?
I think so. I think that's a thing for this game, which I think in Castlevania 3, I don't think I got that axe. I don't think I ever really
had
that
I'm
axe
always worried I'm
replacement.
gonna get hit into it, but it hasn't happened.
I know in the past I've taken deaths back there before.
Yeah.
With those edge guarding skeletons, though there's a bad one coming up.
Oh, you're doing the cool trick. Yeah, I do this too.
That only took 2 attempts.
Yeah, it usually takes me like 5.
The ones before this took more, and when I start flailing around and knocking the candles, sometimes I'll throw myself back off. Because I'll grab onto the little swingy hook and end up throwing myself back off before I can grab it, and like the meat that I wanted will despawn or whatever. This skeleton.
This one is where my last Deathless attempt
skeleton, man. That may be the meanest skeleton. It's definitely the meanest skeleton in this stage, but because it's already jumping at you.
Yeah.
And I've found that if you land with 1 foot on the edge, it seems like it's maybe more reliable to not get hit.
That makes sense.
I think that would have been another boomerang cross and the stopwatch there, but I always just like jumping up there, even if I don't need what's there. It's at this point. So it's at this point too where I'm starting to be really cautious with what I'm doing, and it's like don't get too risky. There is some risky stuff I do later on, but
yeah, this is usually where I get nervous if I'm on Deathless pace, which I think I've only done the one Deathless run of this, which that's just me not being like a huge fan of the game. I was actually sort of surprised that like there were very few Castlevania 4 fans in the chat. Do you know my interpretation of that? I think my own attitude toward the game is just like a little too clear, and so people are like, I'm just gonna not mention that this is my favorite one. You know, like I really don't think that many people dislike this game all that much.
It does seem to be. Yeah, I can see both sides on that.
It's a good game. I mean, I got no problem saying that. I always go here unless my HP is completely full.
Yeah, I've still got the boomerang cross. I think it makes it the whole game with me. I don't think I lost it anywhere.
It's really nice that enemies don't drop sub weapons at random, because that's the cause for most lost sub weapons in the earlier ones.
Yeah, I almost feel like there's some enemies somewhere that
there's like 1 or 2 enemies that seem to extremely rarely drop sub weapons. Is that what you were going to say?
I feel like it's maybe the Fleamen. I think maybe it's the Fleamen.
It's happened to me. There's another really weird one. The like golems that break into mini golems in whichever stage is that? Stage
the
3?
Final. Those guys.
Yeah, those guys. Have you noticed one of them drops a big heart?
Yeah, the one that drops the big heart. Yeah, I know exactly which one you're talking about too.
I feel like it only does it if there are too many golems on screen, so like it can't split, you know? I don't know. I don't know what causes it. It almost always happens though.
When it seems like it drops the big heart too before like just on the first split.
Right.
So that the little meta game there is to defeat the mini golems before the heart disappears, so you can collect it, even though you already have 80 hearts.
Yeah, that way you can end the stage with 99 hearts instead of 99. But you get the 99 sooner.
Yep. But I got that one heart, damn it.
I always get whooped by this boss. Like, I've never died to it, but I usually have, like...
I have died to it, and I feel like I get chewed up by it, but I want to say this fight is actually pretty clean. And what I'm focusing on, so I take a few hits there, and then I run away from it, because I know it's about to... Yeah. Because you're standing too close to it, it's gonna hit you. It's gonna swoop down, and there's not a lot you can do.
Yeah.
And of all the runs, this is probably the cleanest I've done, at least at that first form. There's maybe a little bit of chewing up that happens on these bats, but this is actually a pretty good fight.
I've never gotten a Zap Bat fight this clean before in my life. What's cool is I'm not jealous, though, that you did. You know?
My son is about to come in the house, so...
Sure.
Dogs will make a bit of noise here.
I love dogs.
And then my son will make no noise.
Sure.
He's going to be like, "Hi, chat." There they go. There they go.
Oh, the Discord noise cancellation is, I think... Oh, no.
Does it look like I'm talking?
Yeah, I heard. Yeah. It sounds like you have hiccups. The noise cancellation is mostly filtering
that's
the
really
barks
funny.
out.
Cool up, guys. Hi. It's going well. It's going well. I told him I was going to be on this earlier.
Sure.
He was all happy. So these blocks right here, I think it's this spot. If that block breaks, yeah,
you're done. Yeah,
you're done.
I have to ask, are you a Bloody Tears fan?
Yes.
Okay.
For the most part, but I understand that it's overdone as well.
Well, I'm just curious. There's no right or wrong answer. I'm sort of curious if I'm the... Hi, how are you?
I am Prof. Junior.
Yeah, that's Prof. Junior.
I am this child old of Prof. I have many names, including Jeffrey Bezos.
Okay.
Jim
Okay.
Bezos.
Okay.
Timothy.
Hold on.
And Prof. Junior.
Okay.
Well, hi, Prof. Junior.
They're saying hi, Prof. Junior.
It's good to have
Okay.
you.
Go there.
Okay, bye-bye. I'm
Bye-bye.
gonna go get ready for Halloween
Okay.
in a few hours.
Okay.
Bye.
I'm so glad you were the Castlevania 4 runner. Oh, this was one of the least
Wait.
This is one of the
Why is on the
least-
stream?
That's me.
Does it go up every time you talk?
Yes, and when you talk and when the dogs bark, and every time there's a noise, it thinks I'm talking, so my image changes. Okay. Whatever.
It's according to Pyro.
Yep, there's Pyro.
Hi, Pyro. It's me, Prof. Junior.
Okay.
I'm famous from the Prof. Grammar channel.
Please. Please.
You wanna talk?
Please. I'm talking. Please.
When?
Okay, go that way.
Okay. No, I don't want to leave.
Hold on.
Oh man. I kind of thought so, Bill.
Bye-bye.
Bye
Bye,
bye.
chat.
He's saying
See
bye.
you later.
Later. Go that
And
way.
by later, I mean I'm not gonna be on stream for a long time.
Okay, go that way.
Since Dad doesn't want me to. Anyways, bye-bye.
Go that way.
So
this is the clock tower stage. I hope
Yeah.
people are watching this.
I don't remember what we were talking about. I
don't
can say I was amazed you got through the gear section without getting hit.
Yeah, but and specifically like with the throwing the boomerangs to kill that, because that is that skeleton guy with the sword on the edge of that
It's
long
so
gap that you
mean.
see. He's the worst. Just yeah.
Yeah.
I don't. What's funny though is I don't know that I actually took any deaths there doing this whole thing. I definitely took them as a kid though.
Yeah, it definitely it makes me nervous. I don't remember the last time I lost a run to him, although it has happened. I don't think it's happened this year.
Yeah, the clock tower stage may have been the one that I was dreading. It was one of the ones I was dreading the most, but it actually gave me a lot less trouble than I was expecting. Then I figured out you do this and these really wreck him.
Yeah,
It's
in the speed run, there are like certain positions you want him to spawn.
Can you hear him over there making
Yes.
noise? He knows the mic's open, so
Yeah.
he does this when I'm doing work too. So. Okay, go that way, please.
But you can actually kill the mummy in one cycle. I forget where it needs to spawn for that to happen. And it's really hard too.
Go to the room, please.
Craft Junior is confiscating the Switch.
Yes, take the switch. Go to the other room.
Ugh.
That's the first step of my
Wow, you really go for it here, huh?
really evil.
Yeah, that was the risky. Although the more risky thing that I like doing sometimes is those breakable blocks. Sometimes I'll break those, ride them down, and then jump to the ladder. But,
That sounds really gutsy.
well, and I
So-
haven't died doing that, but at the same time, doing a run like this, I was like, let me
slow down.
let me not do that, because the strategy I just did is safe enough. But yeah, kind of jumping over those and going down. There's no at the bottom of that. There's no death pit, so as long as you can quickly sort of thread those platforms, you're gonna be okay as long as you don't get hit. Here
Yeah.
it comes again. Remember, bye. Bye. I'll let you know when I'm done.
Hey, thanks for resubbing, Scratching Way.
Go that way, please. Please. Okay.
A haunted castle, whatever you call it.
You know what's really funny is the haunted castle I got. It's on the Switch. He says he's gonna go play it now.
Cool.
Either the right time or the wrong time.
Save file, go!
So, yeah, I don't think this is tough. There's no doubt about this. This is.
Yeah.
I did forget about so you wanna hold up as you're doing this to make sure that you're not getting your inputs might get eaten otherwise. I like doing the hop up there to get up.
Yeah.
Shit.
Oh, you hear me? I was like, oh shit.
Yeah.
when I missed that jump, because I've missed a jump before, and then the pattern has changed to, I think maybe like the pattern you're supposed to get a little higher. And if you get the higher pattern too low, it becomes unworkable and you
Yeah.
can't do it. And
Yeah. It's
that's why I
possible
went.
for these jumps to just be impossible.
And I've gotten up to here to like think maybe that right there. I've gotten up to there to the point where it becomes you can't make those jumps, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Really quickly, haunted castle is rigged. Right
is.
as I spawned in, and the Before I can even start, it told me game over. I don't.
How about you go try it?
I already did.
How about you go try it a little longer?
I literally just started.
So these-
and before I can even, but it didn't even bring me to the game. It just said game over.
So I actually took 2 deaths here.
Oh
This,
yeah.
This was the last place that I took deaths in previous runs. 2 or 3. It was just missing that jump there to get up onto the just hitting my head on those spikes.
Yeah.
Deep breath.
It's happened to me many times. If this boss goes well, you won't understand why everybody complains about it, but like this is the hardest thing in the
Hit
game.
him earlier than you think. You
Or it's
can.
like the most unfair thing in the game. Like it can just hit you and you can't do anything about it.
I think so. I feel like that's the case.
It's if it instantly does a dive upon landing and then another dive as soon as possible. I think technically it's avoidable. It's just very, very difficult.
Yeah, and that's I do avoid a few of them. He's definitely behaving well as well.
Yeah.
Like this is very like that. I
Yeah.
feel like I got hit a lot as a kid when the like that.
Yeah. If he'd
Feel
done a
it.
second one, you would have gotten hit there, I think. That was a perfect fight though.
But what I've noticed is when you it seems to Slogger seems to behave better for me, and this is like, confirmation bias, but
Sure.
it seems to behave better for me when I can be jumping up onto those platforms. Oh, as Kennedy said in the chat there, I think that because I was like and the response from him was I was clenching too or something like.
Really fucked.
It was just like, yeah, that was a dicey fight, but it worked out really well. As a kid, I had a lot of trouble with this guy, actually, because I never had a sub weapon here. I was just and that Gaibon is quite a bit tougher when you just have the whip.
Yeah. The first phase is the hard part. Once you get into the second phase, there's like a movement pattern you can do that'll always give you avoidable attacks. But you have to kill the first phase, so
Yeah. Well, then you don't get the full refill after Gaibon, so depending on I mean, I didn't get a hit. How hard do you think this death is compared to like other deaths?
Maybe we're too close.
I don't know. It's not that easy. Like you have to know about
One hit
this
off,
thing,
that's fine.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
basically.
Like
Wow, you got
the-
really fast cycles.
the little
Get greedy.
one. This is and I say it there. This is you really just want to make sure you're not getting greedy on these.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, if I can only do 2-3 pips to you when you're down there, it's okay as long as I don't get hit, as long as I can stay here and absorb all the little size you're throwing.
Yeah.
I'm outpacing you damage wise, and that's really just kind of the game that I play with him.
Yeah. Yeah, did you know you can just hold up on the D-pad here and the sides will run into the whip? It like
I know
really
I know
doesn't
I've
look
seen
like it
it.
should work. But it's also position dependent.
Uh-huh.
So if your back is to the platform, that positioning works. You just whip and hold up.
I would definitely, and I know I've seen it in at least one of your runs of that positioning. Do you kneel on the platform either, or is it usually just back to the platform there?
Yeah, you just have your back to it.
I feel
It's not like
bad.
this is much harder. So
Yeah, I was gonna say I feel bad for whoever's coming next. They don't have a Prof Junior to
yeah,
liven up the chat,
to delight everybody. Yeah. Who is next? Actually, that's a good point. I think it might be Yaga. Who is it? No, it's Noman. For
That's right. Yeah.
We're going from one of the most beloved games in this series to one of the games.
Well, it's funny because it's like this game is beloved and at the same time this game is hated, and
I really think that might be
regardless
specific
of
to
which
our
way
community,
you feel
honestly.
about it. I think you're right. You know.
Hate it, buddy.
Yeah. I think that's kind of specific to our community. Like,
You
I don't
you heard
see
me there. I think I yelled at him. I was like, "Eat it," or something
Yeah.
like that. This is where I start getting a little bit more. I think I end up yelling a bit and sort of trash talking Drac a bit at the end, which is
Cool.
kind of funny.
Thanks for the follow, Bill. Did you skip the thing? No. I'm always so worried I'm gonna miss the jump back.
It's I even say that there, no guts, no glory.
Yeah.
I line up my fist to the edge of the moon, and then you can
Yeah.
make that jump.
Yeah, I
and
think
there's
Noman was
this
saying the same thing.
play on both sides of it. So I don't. It is. I've missed that jump before when I
Breathe.
sort of like out of practice or whatever, but it's. I have 9 lives. That's funny.
I always get hit by the splitting fireballs. Like,
I definitely get hit a few times here. And then my boomerangs are missing them. Yeah, like there. I think I maybe take 2 or 3 more hits before. But what I try to do is, because you got, it may not even look like it, but that having like 5, I guess it's 5 minutes. I don't think it's 500 seconds, but that is so much time to do this fight.
yeah.
So compared to like some of the other games, I think it was like those who did Adventure Rebirth, where the time seemed to run out really fast in that game.
Oh yeah, especially in the like maze stage, right? I never thought to do this about the chicken balls. Oh, is that gonna spawn in the floor?
Yeah, but it just sits there. I mean, it's
And that when Rachel was doing this game last year, she had the chicken ball spawn in the floor and she couldn't collect it.
aw.
You know how it works, Noman? It's based on his HP total. So once he fires a chicken ball, like don't damage him more until you're healed up.
The first one is the 4 pips missing. Seriously.
Okay, but who do you think?
I'm talking now. Please.
Can I just say something? Something.
There you
Okay,
go.
bye bye, chat.
Bye bye. Yeah, I find the boomerangs and that's why I do get the 99 of them, just because I don't know, I think
You'd hate to run out.
I was like, even there I took a couple hits. So he's got 6 left here, so it's when he's missing 4 at first and then he's got 6 remaining. So I just go ahead and farm up on this. Your ass is mine, buddy.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real. My Dracula fights are not as clean. It's kind of chaos. Both sides are getting hit constantly.
You done, son?
You're
Yeah,
done,
you're popping
son.
off now.
It was funny because I start taking hits and I start scaring myself like, oh shit, this is not the time to. And I'm talking mad shit to him and hitting him. I don't want. Now is not the time to drop the run. But I don't think I take any more hits at this point. I think I'm good.
I am no good at dodging this lightning.
It is.
That's the realism of the Super Nintendo. Nice.
There we go.
Game.
Good fucking game.
Deathless.
Now we know it actually was Deathless.
Yeah, it's good to get that verification. I don't have to worry about it if I have to show it to anybody else that yes, this is in fact a double verified Deathless run.
Thank you, Deep Shock. Yeah, at the beginning of the run, Rad was like, I'm like 99% sure this was Deathless, but I've been worrying, like, what if I died and just forgot?
I was actually starting to get a little scared there at the end.
Which I've actually done that before.
Oh no, I'm gonna lose it. Right here.
Check out my Deathless run, and then halfway through, there's like 2 deaths, and it's like, I joked. That was a joke.
Dad. Every time in Haunted Castle.
He's playing Haunted Castle.
No.
Okay.
If I press no, let me just
Hey,
show you.
give me 5 minutes. 5 minutes. That's all.
Okay.
I will be done. In,
No,
seriously.
It's really close.
Seriously.
It's a
please, give me 5 minutes. I'm talking to him.
I'm definitely feeling that adrenaline.
It's good that he can't hear me laughing, because that would just egg him on, you know.
Well, that's what I've told him, is that I was even talking to him about it this morning, that it's like he's at the age where he's sort of naturally funny. He just says funny stuff, but once he knows that people are laughing at him and that he's making jokes, then the ham gets turned up to 11, and he just, it's like, okay, now you're starting to embarrass me a little bit.
Here's the thing, though. It's not like he's wrong about Haunted Castle.
What did he say
That
about
game's
it?
impossible.
He said something about this game's not fair or something. I don't know. Yeah.
He does that, that little.
I'll go show him how to. I don't know if he's figured out yet how to insert coins. So that's a.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's just me. Is the mouse.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Oh, was that you or was that me?
It was me. I
Okay.
muted the game since you start talking a lot over the credits, and like it was actually getting hard to hear. So
Yeah, I think that was me just talking to him and just kind of like, yeah. I was really taking deep breaths. It was almost a bit of an adrenaline dump there at the end, It's like, all right, I need to go in the other room and have a drink or something,
Yeah, I get a lot of. I do a lot of challenge runs and stuff. That feeling like never completely goes away for me. Like definitely playing like Castlevania 1 or 3 or something. Like I've gotten so many Deathless runs of those that it is sort of dead there. But like when I once see a shmup, I'm like, oh man, I have to like lie down now. How long did this one take you? Because this wasn't the first Deathless run you did for the challenge, right?
No, this is actually, amusingly enough, this was the last one I did, and I don't even think it was I don't even think it's on my card. I think if you were to look at my card, it still says, still has that silver there for this one. It was just, but it was extra, and I've debated on I'm probably not going to do any more before say tomorrow, but I had been looking at upping my Castlevania 3 one, because Castlevania 3 is really one of my favorites.
I love that game.
Still, I honestly think Castlevania 3 might be the best one. It's definitely one of the best ones. Mm-hmm. It's right in that top echelon of Castlevanias. But I had this one still sitting there too, and I'm like, this was the one that coming out the gate, I really just wanted to Deathless it, and I knew I was close. I know I'd done it. Pretty. It's one of those that I told myself that I'd done it in the past. I'm 90% sure I've done it in the past, but yeah, this is some verification on it.
Yeah.
And just being able to do it again.
Yeah, this is how you get hooked on Deathless runs, in my experience. Castlevania 1 was like the first game that I ever played this way, like specifically setting out to beat it deathless. You ever heard that story? I was like obsessed with Guilty Gear. Like as a teenager and really through like my mid 20s. It was a long time. And we were like all hanging out playing Guilty Gear once, and the manager of my arcade was like, "Oh, you got a Nintendo? Do you have Castlevania 1? Watch this." And he beat it deathless, and I was like, "Whoa." Like once you do it once, like not accidentally because you play the game a million times, but like because you specifically set out to get a deathless run, it's like I could do this with so many games.
Yeah. I have something else that I do on the side. I'm also a competitive arm wrestler, but that's actually how it got me into that. Was I saw someone else, it was just like, oh,
That's cool.
I want to do that.
That's one of those things where like the muscles are only part of it, right? Like the technique's really important, isn't it?
And tendon strength, and yeah, there's a lot of it's fairly complicated, but I've definitely gotten very good at opening jars over the years.
Oh my god, that sounds useful. I should get into arm wrestling. Well, hey, thank you for joining me for this.
Yeah, thanks for putting it on. The other thing about, I guess, the suite of Castlevanias, a lot of them, you know, I played the old ones, but like the newer ones, even Rondo, I never, quote unquote newer ones. Mm-hmm. I never got into those, aside from, you know, doing this challenge is really the first time that I was like sort of compelled to go out and sort of play them and sort of experience them. I just had never done that before. So yeah, this has really been a awesome experience. Great fun this month.
I'm so glad you had fun with it. That was my hope.
I had a whole lot of fun with this, and yes, thank you very much for putting it on. So
thank you for entering and for taking time out of your Halloween to show off your deathless run of definitely the hardest one to do deathless. I don't want to hear any different, even though I know other people have a right to disagree. This one is so hard. All right. Well, Noman, are you ready? I know that it's like the middle of a work day for you, so you know, don't drop everything if okay, you're ready? Nice. Well, yeah, thank you so much. I'll be doing this event again next year, so if you want to play more Castlevania next year, maybe have another deathless run to show off.
We'll definitely be up for that.
Nice. All right.
So, all right. Take care, everybody, and I'll still be around. But yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. You have a good one.
You too.
Look at that. There's another avatar in here. All right, let me load up. Where is it? Thanks for the shout out.
There we go.
Oh my god, I haven't seen the talking frame before. That's awesome. Do it again.
Cha-cha-cha-cha-cha.
Cool. All right, guys. Noman's a little quieter than Rad was. Are you able to hear us both? Up a decibel, maybe? That's kind of what I was thinking, too. Luckily, I have exactly 1.3 decibels of headroom, so... All right. Let me go ahead and unpause your run. So, if I can explain... Oh my god, that is really abrasive, the sound. Guys, let me know if the game is too loud. I can adjust it. All right, what do you guys think of this? I actually need to turn it down on my end.
Yeah, it sounds pretty loud even to me. It's a really raw sound in this game.
Yeah. The
It's
music's
really funny
pretty
'cause
good in this, I think. It's got that going for it. Most of them do.
It's got this song, I think the final boss song, but the rest of it's not as memorable to me.
Mm-hmm.
It's really funny because I always talk up Game Boy audio. Because when you think about it, like the NES had stereo, but you had to go out of your way to hook it up. So most people just did the audio through the coax.
Yeah,
But then-
I love Game Boy audio. Honestly, I'm with you.
Yeah, then the Game Boy came with earbuds, stereo earbuds. And a lot of the games were designed with panning in mind and stuff, like King Dedede's theme in Kirby, or the final boss song from Final Fantasy Adventure. Just go nuts with the panning.
Oh my god, no, man, I love Final Fantasy Adventure. It's so good. It's
Yeah,
like a
and
little
then-
hard for me to revisit because it's so like basic, but
It really is, but at least this game has the rope sliding technique from Belmont's Revenge.
yeah. So if I can explain why Noman is playing this, some of the games were not that popular. There were, I think, 4 Deathless runs of Castlevania Legends. And only 3 of them were by players who had like any interest in doing commentary. So how many Deathless runs did you get? I know the answer, but I want chat to hear it.
I did 13 out of the 14 Deathless.
Yeah. And that 14th one you could have done, but
I
did the
most
same thing with
heartbreaking
Castlevania 4
run.
yeah, I gave it a couple tries and I was like, this game is just too long to keep retrying.
Well, for me, this was a really early run for me, so I didn't have a good frame of reference. So it made it easier for me to suffer through this.
Yeah.
Because I did Castlevania 1 right away, then I learned Haunted Castle, and then I dove into the Game Boy games.
You did it in the right order. I think doing this one like after, I don't know, Rondo or something would be like, oh my god.
Oh, the next game I played after this, I felt like I was moving so fast.
Yeah.
Because I know we haven't had Belmont's Revenge on the stream yet, but it does improve the movement speed and everything. And then this game is kind of like a return to the physics of adventure.
Yeah.
You're slow again, your whip has pitiful range, your jump arc is really high but not as wide.
Yeah. I really like Belmont's Revenge personally. I was a little disappointed that I didn't get a chance to do it this year.
I've said that that's going to be the first one I'm going to return to for fun after this event.
Yeah.
I've been making
I just
my
didn't
daughter
have the
listen to
time to
music
do-
from it.
Sorry, what were you saying?
I was saying I've been making my daughter listen to music from it.
Cool. Oh my gosh. There's so many flying enemies in this game.
Oh yeah,
Um,
that's. If I could get into design of this game a lot, there was one point when I was running it, I was kind of I did a blind run through, save stating each stage, just to learn stuff, figure out the boss fights, and I just had it with all these flying enemies, and you have no overhead, like, hitbox when you swing your whip. Something that I absolutely love in Adventure Rebirth, but not in this one.
Oh yeah,
And-
doesn't Adventure Rebirth like even have the Spelunky style like cross-up hitbox on your whip?
Yep, it does. And if you're playing
That's so
classic
cool.
controls, you need to use it.
Yeah, your Adventure Rebirth run was nuts because you do have a Deathless run of like the normal mode, but you also did it on hard mode with classic controls, right?
Both of the runs were on classic controls because I was just too used to it, and I didn't want to rememorize where all the sub weapons were
Sure.
for my no death.
This is Chris. So, when you see Dracula X, I want you to remember that it was directed by the same person who directed this. Pay close attention to how many Spear Knights there are in this game. It's a sign of things to come. A new stamp card next year? Yeah, I haven't completely decided what the format is going to be next year. DS.
Let Dot recover first from this year.
Yeah, true. You know...
Can I just point out real quick?
Mm-hmm.
At Candle, this game has this weird thing where there's candles that send you to trap rooms where you have to defeat a certain number of enemies before you can get out.
Cool. Like Mighty Bomb
And that
Jet.
was one of them.
Can you tell them apart visually? Because that one, like, the flame was a little brighter.
The candles themselves are kind of like the whitest pixel shade, while the regular ones are kind of the first gray.
I see.
There's not
really
that many
silly.
of them.
Mm-hmm.
And crazy enough, you need to actually hit one to get to the bonus stage.
Cool.
But if I could go over some of the mechanics of this game real quick.
Yeah, sure.
So one thing about this run is that it is a good ending run. There's hidden items throughout the game that represent the sub-weapons of later Castlevania games. And if you find them all, you trigger the good ending. Well, in the final stage, there's actually a hidden entrance to a whole bonus stage that has the final sub-weapon you need to collect. But otherwise,
Really?
you don't get sub-weapons in this game. Nothing makes you lose your whip power-up. So you can completely ignore the contents of all candles.
Huh. Wait, so what are the hearts for then?
They're for using your sub thing, your sub spells. You get one at the end of every stage.
Oh, okay.
And in the early stage, there are meat that appears in some candles. There's no wall meat in this game that I remember. But oddly, after level 2, when they give you the spell that heals you, suddenly there's a lack of candle meat from there on out. Or if there is candle meat, you have to take like this side route that's incredibly long, and you're likely to take more damage going there and back. So when you see me like skipping like a branching path, it's probably to go to a side meat route. And I don't know, when I was learning this, there's that B meter down at the bottom, and oh man, we still haven't even gotten to the first boss yet.
Yeah, it takes so long.
Oh, this is a game.
Yeah.
But I was like, I got to the bonus stage boss, the Executioner. And he's actually really tricky to fight with a big caveat.
Mm-hmm.
But I started wondering, like, what's that B meter? What is that thing? So I actually loaded up the manual for this, and that's when I learned the greatest secret of this game, burning mode.
Yeah.
It just, here, this is it in effect. You're invincible. You do double damage. You move twice as fast.
So it's Devil Trigger.
Yeah, you pretty much you save it you use it once per stage. I think maybe once per life.
Mm-hmm.
And you just save it for the bosses.
Ideally.
Yeah, that's gonna be a fun thing in this run. These skulls are pretty fun, how they lock onto you. You can get them close enough that you can whip them. They work like Boos in the Mario series, where they only approach you when you're not facing them.
Oh, okay.
Oh, and look at these like MS Paint skull pillars.
They look like birds.
Yeah, the sprite art in this game is seriously suffering.
This game was from 1997, by the way, for anyone who doesn't know.
Oh yeah, that's something to put into frame. 97. This came out. This came out after Rondo. This came out after Dracula XX.
I think it came out after Symphony of the Night, didn't it?
Yeah. And the worst part is when you think about it, it's going to be years until the next classic Vania comes out.
Yeah, true.
Like the next one isn't until 2001 when Chronicles comes out.
Yep. And that was even an old game in Japan. They had it even worse than us.
Yeah, the next like real original game that isn't just a remake of or port of an older one is going to be Adventure Rebirth in 2009, 2010.
Yeah.
Because
that's
also
Mega
between
Man
these times.
9 game.
Yeah, because it did it. I think Dracula X Chronicles came out before Adventure Rebirth.
could be, yeah. That one is way more of a remake than Adventure Rebirth is. Which I didn't realize. Like, I'd never played it all the way through before this year, and I was not expecting it to be, like, it really is just 3D Rondo. Like, there are minor differences, but...
Well, it has one good thing about it.
What's that?
Egg.
True.
But yeah, and then my perspective on this game is, so I had like about 3 categories of games in this event.
Mm-hmm.
They're the ones that I've played to completion a year ago. The one that I have played to completion 10 years ago, which would be Adventure Rebirth.
Uh-huh.
And then a big bunch that I have only played to completion about 20 years ago.
Right.
And not only was this one of the 20-year ones, I didn't do a one-setting playthrough. I used save states.
Right.
Back in the day when I was just exploring it.
Was that hit intentional? Can you, like, not hit the skull if you don't do that?
No, I turned around too slowly. It's tough to tell which way you're facing. And the worst part is it's going to respawn right now.
Cool.
Oh, yeah, that's... So, I was commenting on learning about burning mode. Mm-hmm. And I felt really bad when I first learned it because it just trivializes all boss fights, which is probably the biggest challenge of this game.
Uh-huh.
And then I'm like, you know what? This game does not respect the player. I'm not going to respect it. I mean, between like the sprite art, all the enemies that come in from above that you can't hit, the vicious respawn. It's not Ninja Gaiden levels. They at least have to be slightly off the screen to respawn.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like 1 pixel off the screen. Enemies will come back in this.
Lovely.
And then, and then the biggest taunt is after I learned about burning mode and found out you can move twice as fast and the game can handle it perfectly. Then why do you move this slowly normally?
Yeah. I can't deal with these guys that just pace back and forth. It's like the silliest sprite.
I think they're supposed to be flea men because they do start jumping if you get close enough to them.
Oh, that's a choice.
Yep. Oh yeah, that's one thing I've heard some people say about this game that since I was just aiming for Deathless, I didn't experience. But recovery in it's apparently really rough because you lose all your hearts.
Yeah, all 99 of them.
Because especially once you get the healing spell, it's of 20 hearts to use.
Right.
And then the beginning of stages become the most deadly things.
I love this jump. This is horrible.
I give up on it. This is worse than that one-up jump in Adventure Stage 2.
Uh-huh.
As in, I think... And the worst part is, like, when I was just exploring the game, I got that jump on my first try.
Uh-huh. Okay, I wonder if it's, like, sub-pixel dependent. It could be, right? Like, it might be pixel perfect, but you can only get the pixel if your sub-pixel alignment is right. That would be a little odd because this really does look like you're moving 1 pixel every frame.
That would explain why I can't get the... Like, I either can get the jump or I can't get it at all. It was sub-pixel lineup.
Oh, you can... Yeah, if you whip, it extends your jump a pixel or 2. Do the Belmont strut for Halloween? Sure. Yeah, at some point.
I will point out that since we've beaten the first stage, we have the first spell now. Mm-hmm. It's a time stop for 5 hearts. They give you the stopwatch after stage 1, and it works on everything but bosses.
Wow.
Like, the spell balance in this game is completely off.
How long did this one take you to do? Like, were you tracking roughly how long these runs took, or?
In the beginning, because I was trying to average about a run, I was trying to average a Deathless every 2 days.
Yeah.
Able to fit it all in the month.
Mm-hmm.
And this one took me a day and a half. One night of me just...
Sorry, go on.
Sorry. Yeah. One night of me just, like, playing through the game with maps to just figure out how it plays and everything. and then 2 full attempts after that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they do look like Quasimodo, don't they? This is still stage 2, isn't it?
To answer the question about the original No Man, that's the problem of taking a common username that other people can grab.
I see.
So I've always just run with another Nomen. Even more rare is the fact that I went by G for this event. Is sometimes I rarely appear as G Nomen.
Aha.
Yeah, just because I like House of the Dead 1 a lot.
Yeah, that game's pretty cool.
And Overkill was pretty funny too.
That was a pretty tough boss fight, huh?
It actually, I think if I wasn't using burning mode, that would be the hardest boss fight.
That makes sense.
Executioner might be a little bit harder, but he has a pretty repeatable pattern.
Mm-hmm. This game is so messy. They just throw a couple bats at you, like, yeah, deal with that.
Oh yeah, this is where the enemies that come in from above just absolutely suck.
Are you into Dragon Quest at all?
No, I've never played more than the first game.
I see. These flying enemies really remind me of Hollow Ghosts in that, which kind of look like Nether Shadows from Magic the Gathering. Anyway, the nice thing about this game is it reminds you of other games to talk about.
Yes, and there's so much time for talking.
I kid.
There is like a single one-up hidden in every one of these stages.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I grabbed them all, including I grabbed the stage 5 one twice because the bonus stage lets it respawn.
I see. How many stages are there in total?
6.
6. I don't know what your take on this is. I think... Yeah, they are Fleamen. I think it feels like by like the mid to late 90s, companies were starting to feel some pressure to make their games like long enough. And I wonder if that's maybe what's going on here, is like they didn't want the game to be too short, so it's a little, I don't want to say padded, but...
I'm not really sure when that started, and then to have it on a portable game as well.
Yeah.
I mean, there's always the argument about them padding or making games harder due to the rental market.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so this game does have mini bosses, and they're all jokes.
I kind of like this song. Well, I did.
But yeah, every time it takes off, you just walk underneath it. It can't hit you. And then it just flies to the other side slowly.
That's a pretty tough pattern. Yeah, Lord Sino, I feel like I've heard that too.
Those guys that... So there's at least one room in here where those guys that hang off the chains spawn in a way that if you're not holding onto the correct chain in the previous room, there's no way to avoid getting hit.
Cool.
Again, with my concept of this game not respecting the player.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, this one, if I remember correctly, the side route to the bonus item in this one, you just have to climb up and go back down. Yeah, this is a side route that takes you to the item in this stage.
Mm.
But it's... Yeah, I guess I am glad I did this early. If I did this game later on in the event, I would have been like, this is too much of a slog.
Yeah. It's lucky for me, too, because not a lot of people did this one. Oh my gosh, the damage on that spike.
There we go. First usage of the healing item, or the healing spell.
Is that up an attack to cast that?
Yep, same as every sub-weapon input. But yeah, it's just a full heal for 20 hearts.
Oh, that's the dagger. For a second I was like, yes, Simon Belmont's famous sword, but then I got it.
Yeah. Well, Haunted Castle, but...
Yeah. I like that game. I'm not ready to give up on that game.
Oh no, Haunted Castle's awesome, and it doesn't overstay its welcome. I'm probably gonna go back and I want to watch the version M playthrough here and see if I can't glean anything. I did do a little bit of like discovery work in version M, but I'm so inconsistent on the Medusa boss that it's like hit or miss if I even beat stage 1.
Oh yeah, I hate when a reset point is like that early. It usually frustrates me too much. Actually, the run that we're doing, it's gonna be kind of late. You're probably gonna be out trick or treating, unfortunately, but it's gonna be on version M.
Oh, there's always the VOD.
Yep.
But yeah, at some point in this game, I think I just stopped caring about damage.
Yeah.
This stage is unfortunately like the most... Nothing too much exciting to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
The next stage at least has some interesting features to it.
Some eye-popping features. Sorry, that's an inside joke for someone who I don't think is here. Pardon me.
Well, with Castlevania, especially the Game Boy games, it still works.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's not the... I just remember on this screen that the 1-up's hidden to the left side.
Literally all of chat. Most of chat.
Oh, but then having to wait for these slow-moving gears on top of everything else.
Yeah. Oh my god. I thought they would have, like, conveyor belt mechanics. You know what I mean?
Thank
I was
goodness,
like,
no.
oh, that's going to be annoying. Like, I thought you were going to have to tap left over and over again to climb. That's a rare showing of mercy. I feel like I wouldn't... Oh, that was not on purpose, right?
Yep. So, interesting thing is I accidentally used burning. I think someone was commenting that they think it's like 1 frame input, and I managed to like accidentally get it twice in this run.
Cool. Yeah, is it A plus B?
Yeah, it's just mashing A and B together.
Mm-hmm. There's a game that I speedrun that no one else does because it's a really frustrating speed game. Where to cast magic, you hit A and B at the same time. It's Son 2. You're probably familiar with it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's similarly way easier to trigger magic by mistake in that game than you would think. Because it has the same quirk where it's like sometimes you just can't get it to work.
Yeah, I'll say with this stage and activating burning early, I'm lucky. This is the easiest boss in the game.
Oh, cool.
And it's death of all bosses.
It always sucks when they make death a joke. It's kind of cool in Symphony of the Night, but like...
Yeah, and it's tough because if I had to say for completion, like what's the easiest Castlevania game in this event, it's definitely this game. But I wouldn't recommend this game as like their first Castlevania.
Yeah, I could see that.
Okay, so watch this pattern.
Have I seen
He's
the
gonna
whole
get
pattern
you.
now?
Yeah, you've seen the whole pattern at this point.
Cool.
He spawns like just a random sickle, and he just jumps back and forth.
All right.
When I was doing this run and I accidentally got the burning, I was like, oh, well, now what do I do? And then I remembered, oh, wait, this is death, isn't it? Okay, I got this.
Which stage are we even on? Is this 4?
This is 4.
Oh, they put death on stage 3? That's
Well,
gutsy.
This game crams in the bosses because they're all like plot bosses after this.
Wait, so who was the stage 1 boss?
Good question.
Yeah, like literally
I honestly
just
can't
saw
remember. I can't remember. I know Chaos Dragon is stage 2, Death is stage 3, and then we get 2 plot bosses that I won't spoil for people who don't know.
it. Sure. The bat.
Okay, so this is actually one of the most dangerous things in the game. those moving chains.
I've heard about this.
I did lose a run to trying to grab one and missing entirely.
Do you know what causes it to miss? Like, does it need to be straight up and not diagonal or something?
Yeah, it's got to, more or less, or the hitbox of it is really finicky. Because in most of the adventure, or most of the Game Boy games, I guess you could call them all the adventure games, you automatically grab onto chains and ropes.
Right.
But those, I think you specifically have to press over and up, or you have to make sure that you cross over them enough.
Like you're trying to jump through them, I see. This song is all over the place. This is a Castlevania game?
Yeah, like I said, like the first song and the final boss song are probably like the best tracks, and then everything else is kind of unfocused twiddlings.
Yeah.
There's...
burning.
Now, this one's a little bit more dangerous with this boss, but I'll talk more about that when we get there. But here we have a sub-boss, Medusa. Ready to see this strategy?
I think I can figure this one out. Yeah, if I were to come up with an attack for Medusa to use, it would definitely be a sword. I can't think of anything else that she's known for.
But did you see the Medusa head fly off at the end of the battle? It's Medusa Origins. That's where all the Medusa heads come from.
Cool.
This was at the time the first Castlevania game chronologically.
So wait, when does it take place?
During Dracula's like first incarnation.
Uh-huh.
And Sonia here is supposed to be like pretty much the first Belmont.
Cool. And then she got banished.
Yeah, I actually read up on that because I always thought there was a quote at some point. Okay, this was the one that I fell off of and just went right into the spikes.
I've seen
not
people
instant death.
post screenshots of that.
But yeah, I was looking for that Iga quote about a woman can't be a Belmont, but I wasn't able to find it again. All I saw was he tried to make like a chronological order to all the games, even if that meant removing a few games.
Right.
Oh, here, just real quick, tactic for this one. I know people said they had problems with it. Perfect place for the time stop.
Makes sense.
Time stop, drop down, and get rid of that armor before you drop off the rope.
Does he just bump you into the spikes over and over again if you don't?
Yeah, it's a tricky little encounter.
Yeah,
but yeah,
I've heard that about supposedly Iga saying there can't be a woman Belmont, which is that. I mean, obviously, I don't know the guy personally. That sounds sort of out of character. You know what I mean?
Well,
Based
if you
on
look at
him as,
later
like, a
stuff like
public
Shinoa and Bloodstained,
right? So
he came about on the female protagonist at least.
Yeah. If it was him, it's not him anymore. I hate this game. I can just tell by watching it.
Yeah,
of course the bat respawns.
The last spell that we got actually does like minimal damage to every enemy on the screen and is really low cost. Oh yeah, every one of these candles are colored like the trap candles. They will spawn a slime or a bat if you break them.
Cool. Hey PK Tom, morning.
What was I saying about Iga stuff?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, but when I was reviewing, so all it said was like this game was removed from the chronology. It was made non-canon. But what was also removed at the time was Circle of the Moon was made non-canon. The first Game Boy Advance game. That was the first Game Boy Advance one.
Yeah, did Iga work on that one?
I don't think. Oh yeah, so I dropped through the thin floors there. It took me like 2 playthroughs before I realized you can actually just drop through thin floors like that.
Yeah. I was surprised when I saw it happen.
It helps for movement in a few areas. Yeah, it was... Yeah, Ozzy Dahaka, that's... I think I got stuck in that same spot, and that's where I realized, oh wait, I can drop through the floor, otherwise I'll be soft-locked. I gotta admit, the ground worms, when I first saw one of those pop up, for some reason it just made me cackle.
Yeah, it is
It's
such
like
a
the animation of it and the way it's drawn.
Yeah.
Like,
I love how like it attacks and then it just doesn't animate for like a second and a half.
yeah, it just stays there.
Graboids, yeah.
Oh yeah, but besides Circle of the Moon, apparently all the N64 Castlevania games were made non-canon as well.
Ah, that makes sense. I was really hoping to get around to those this year too.
Yeah, that means skeletons on motorcycles are non-canon.
That's cowardly.
I don't know. I don't have a hang-up on everything having to fit in a perfect chronology. I remember
same.
friends in high school and early internet who were trying to... Oh, yeah, hold on here. Unfortunately, I do skip over the plot stuff, but this is Alucard.
Yeah, it looked like him.
But he has a... basically what he does is based off of where you stand.
Mm-hmm.
And if you stand about like this positioning, he always just throws 2 fireballs at you that you can
Cool.
jump over. So when I used my burning earlier in this stage, I was just like, I think I could pull this off.
This is what it feels like to queue up for silver in Street Fighter 6. You know, just wait a second, I can anti-air. They always jump. Dung.
Yeah, but unfortunately, this does mean for the people that are in the know about some of the funny text in this game, I do skip it, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, it's a 53-minute long run, so for our purposes, it's actually really good that you skipped it, because this is going to be a long marathon.
I honestly forget what the next spell I just got was. It might be the one that it shoots out a wave from your whip that already shoots out fireballs.
Cool.
Or 1 heart.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, the hitboxes on those spikes. On the other hand, I don't think it would be a adventure or a Game Boy Castlevania without bad hitboxes on spikes.
Sure. At least it didn't instant kill you.
Yeah, that's the saving grace. But I don't know. I think intentional design choices were made just by the fact that they give you the heals. So, or maybe they made the game first, realized some stuff sucked, and then rebalanced it to get around the sucky things, not to remove the sucky things.
Uh-huh.
Like giving you the heal so early, and then they removed most of the meat after you have the heal.
Right. Hey, Gotetsu, how's it going?
But one thing, unfortunately, because I skipped over the talk with Alucard, the portraits in this game is probably the best sprite art of the game. The art of this game is best described as very anime.
Mm-hmm.
Which, at the time that I found this, I thought that was awesome. I think I screen capped some of the Sonya sprites.
Cool.
And had it as a background for a short time when I wasn't running my Hellsing background.
Cool. Yeah, I would have marked out for the look of this game in 1997. I'm alright, Gotetsu. We're replaying Deathless runs of every single Classicvania, even Legends. Which, like, I've seen bits and pieces of this before, but this is going to be my first time, like, watching the game all the way through.
It's an endurance just to watch it. I was torn. The way that my schedule went today, I could either have done very early or very late.
Mm-hmm.
And I just thought that, best to get Legends out of the way early, Because if we do it while it's later, people are going to peace out or fall asleep.
We have to put all the exciting games in the back. I don't know who Mercury's team is, Rojo.
They did that Castlevania reboot, and they did Metroid, the most recent Metroid games.
Oh, shoot, Dread or whatever?
Dread and Samus Returns.
I see.
Oh, here we got another mini boss. Let's see how tricky he is. Oh, I actually got
Oh my
hit
god,
there
I saw somebody fight this guy. Like, he just, like, if you don't do this, he just, like, jumps on top of you over and over again and you die.
Oh yeah, trying to figure out how to do this fight. In one of my earlier runs, I actually did manage to just jump over him in that short window without getting hit, but...
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like I haven't heard good things about the Lords of Shadow games. That's okay. They tried.
Yeah, I bought both of the Metroids and played through them as they came out, and I enjoyed... Well, I beat them.
Uh-huh.
And I think they're perfectly cromulent games, but they're not what I want in a Metroid, unfortunately.
I see.
And in Dread, I was especially like I was doing the CV3 thing where I hated it the most while I was learning the game, but then when I was done with it, I'm like, okay, let's play it again. Movement in Metroid Dread was probably the best part of it. It just felt so satisfying.
Mm.
But yeah, this is another side route to get the hidden item. At least
What
this
is
one
this
wasn't too
thing
far off.
supposed to be?
A flower of some kind, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Oh no, I wanted the extra meat for this stage. But
It seems like a common favorite, Hannah.
Yeah, I'd say it's the definition of divisive. The people that like it really like it, and the people that don't like it really bounced off of it.
All right. I'm gonna ask you, do you think I would like it based on this? My favorite Metroid game is Metroid 1 on the NES. Do you think I would like Dread or no? Oh, this is the trap candle you have to hit to go to the bonus room?
So there's a 1-up that you have to hit while falling, and then you have to hit that candle and fall down here, and you get taken to a whole new stage.
Aha.
I'm okay with being wrong, but I don't think you would like Dread.
I did kind of get that impression.
But that's me trying to figure out why you like Metroid.
Yeah.
And I just don't think there's enough of that kind of like fun aha moments and discoveries of like semi-exploits or weirdness in Dread. It's a tighter game.
Many games are tighter than Metroid 1. I love it, but
Mid-air jumping. Learning that you can shoot rapidly by tapping a direction, and then the morph falling off of a platform, and then neutral jumping twice to get a mid-air jump just revitalized the game for me.
Yeah. I didn't like it until I replayed it as an adult when I did find those things, so... Well, when I was really little, I thought it was awesome because anytime I was playing the Nintendo, that was awesome. You know what I mean? Hey, Bees.
I like the music scape way back when.
Yeah. The music's great.
But I had no clue where I was going.
What's up?
I had no clue where I was going in the original
this
Metroid
level?
as a kid.
Oh, I see.
Oh, no, yeah.
I'm very unique in that Super Metroid is my favorite. Yeah, you don't hear that one too much, Lesbian Donkey Kong, but there are some people who like Super Metroid.
So here's a forced trap room, if you wanted to see what they were like. Think of the Medusa heads from Castlevania 4, but completely not threatening.
Cool. This is another Nomen objective binary.
Yeah, I just didn't have an avatar handy, so I grabbed this ancient... some of the file names that this avatar was saved under was BBS icon.
Wow, cool.
To tell you how old it is. But I just wanted something that was like actually created by me and not just like me cropping another image.
Sure.
And then the talking animation was done in 10 minutes this morning. But yeah, this game is just very straight. The level design in this game also kind of hurts it. Everything is very straightforward and nondescript. All the stages look the same.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, we got the boomerang. Too bad we can't use it.
Yeah. She needs to read that secret scroll that Simon Belmont found that also told him how to swing the whip in 8 directions. Did you know that that's the explanation in the... I didn't know this until Ozzy Dahaka was streaming Castlevania 4, but the US manual says that Simon Belmont found a secret scroll that taught him the secret of it's swinging the whip in 8 directions. Like he just never thought to do that before.
If that was actually like inspired by Worlds of Power, like the novelizations of Nintendo games.
You'd think it could be?
I don't know if that comes up in that, but that'd be hilarious if it was. Kind of like how they rolled some of the story beats from Blaster Master into later Blaster Master games.
Oh, right. Was that all from Worlds of Power stuff?
Some of them were. Like, I don't think Sophia Third for the vehicle had been canonized at that point.
Right, yeah, because it's supposed to be like the planet Sophia 3, right? Like how there's the planet Yavin 4 in Star Wars and stuff.
Yeah, they just have that one sprite of it saying Sophia 3 on it. And
yeah, and they were like,
the Worlds of Power writers took that as the name of the vehicle.
Yeah, yeah. I really like the mermen in this. They just hop around. They're having a good time.
Oh, we got someone in chat. Okay, so the Simon Belmont Arena scroll was not in Worlds of Power.
Okay.
According to chat.
I feel like I had like the Ninja Gaiden one. Was it Ninja Gaiden 2 maybe?
I think it was the first one.
The one that was dedicated to the ninja and everyone's dad.
Yeah, because I remember when Ninja Gaiden 2 came out, like the cutscenes like really resonated with me. I thought they were so awesome.
Yeah.
And then when like what's his name? Ashtar shows up halfway and just like
and he's
starts stabbing.
Yeah.
Okay, so this guy
yes,
is a nightmare if you don't use burning. Basically, you have to like stand on the edge of the platform and jump when he swings his axe.
Oh, that sounds
or hop
awful.
down and hop. No, you have to hop down, wait for him to swing the axe, hop back up to get him to swing it again, and it does massive damage.
Mm-hmm.
Or you burning stand there and whip him in like 10 seconds.
Yeah.
But yeah, then this takes you back to stage 5 at the checkpoint right before you activated the hidden stage.
Mm-hmm.
You get to do it all again. I'm going to do an extra loop here because I'm going to collect the 1-up again just because I can. Putting me at a nice even 9 1-ups for the whole run. Or for 9 lives.
Uh-huh, yeah, yeah.
I think when I originally played this game and save stated through it, I didn't know burning mode was even a thing.
These like speckled bricks kind of remind me of like Easter eggs or something. I think because I just watched Critters 2.
Yeah, I see in chat a lot of people didn't use burning mode. They either didn't know it or they just didn't use it because it trivialized stuff too much. Oh yeah, and then the power you get for beating stage 6 is you erase everything on the screen.
Cool.
Not damage, just it's gone. Everything but bosses.
Hey, P and you.
But anyways, yeah, a lot of people are talking about they didn't know about burning mode. And I was trying to race through some of my early Deathless clears to begin with. When I started this event, I was just like, I'm going to beat every game. I'm not much of a Deathless person. I'm a very deathful person. No hit, no deaths. That's not my kind of play. I prefer to like manage a limited supply of stuff, whether it be health or lives. But then I started playing a lot of them, and it found that it was more in my experience range to try to go for Deathless.
Mm-hmm.
And then I got to the harder games, but those were at least the harder games were fun ones. I enjoyed getting back to Chronicles, and Adventure Rebirth, and even Castlevania 4. I know I'm hating going for Deathless in it, but I'm actually enjoying every time I play through it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really think that game was designed with like single sitting challenge runs in mind, you know. It can be a little frustrating if you play it that way, but like it was an early Super Nintendo game, you know, they were definitely worried about making sure kids' parents got their money's worth. So even though I'm not a huge fan of the game myself, like I do recognize that, like, it's a little bit like, have you seen when speedrunners like play a game that is just miserable to speedrun and they get really mad at the game?
Mm-hmm.
But like you're doing something that the designers really weren't attempting to accommodate, you know? I cannot believe this bat.
I'm surprised I haven't done a screen clear or switched to like the one hit, everything on the screen.
Yeah, I was waiting for it, but
I think I was actually just holding on to health just to make absolutely sure I don't mess up at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I'm 40 minutes in. I don't want to do something silly.
Yeah. The knights just stinger you. Yeah, there's another Devil May Cry similarity. Clearly Capcom ripped this off.
Yeah, it's just, this room is just the same setup over and over again until you get bored and start doing the screen clear. Yep. We're getting near the end though. That's the good news.
I don't know. I'm kind of digging this. Like I can tell it sucks watching it, but I do like a lot of games that suck. So
I wouldn't discourage someone from playing it once. I wouldn't make it your first game. Play some other Castlevanias, get a frame of reference, and then try this one.
The big thing that I can't get over is it feels like the stages are just so long.
And you're so slow.
Yeah.
That, like I said, burning making you move at double speed is just a slap in the face because you know the game could handle it, and it would make it so much better. Okay, so this boss, he teleports, throws fireballs that absorb your whip shots, and can be hard to get around. So basically the big thing to keep in mind is that he kind of like chooses the side that he's going to launch the fireballs out of. So if you like lure him to that side and jump to the other one, you can do this with taking a lot less hits than I'm doing.
I see.
I'm just planning on healing through it all.
Yeah.
See, this is why women can't be Belmonts, because if they all had that healing skill, Dracula wouldn't stand a chance.
Yeah. Well.
Well.
Oh my god. I've seen screenshots of this, but seeing it in the context of the game, this is the goofiest boss I've ever seen.
And they try to make it so cool with the music. So he comes out in a fixed pattern, and what I'm doing is I'm saving burning mode to like kind of... Actually, that might have been an accidental activation. Because I was waiting for him to get to the lower left where I can just stand and whip him a lot. And it's kind of hard to kill him with just burning mode, but it definitely makes the fight shorter. I think I saw someone playing this who actually died to time over. Oh, here we go.
Oh no!
I left that on screen for a reason, at least.
What? Cool. This has a little bit of that like comedy game appeal, I think, that Haunted Castle and Dracula X do.
Yeah, and then there's the story writing to it too is kind of awful. If I actually went through the Alucard and Sonya discussion, it's kind of, I don't know, it has like this slight misogynistic undertone to it.
Oh,
and she's doing well for a woman.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah,
It's
single-handedly.
totally
by
not
a
what
young-
Alucard's like at all in the other ones.
Well, they also kind of imply that they had a love affair, and possibly her kid might be from Alucard.
Huh.
Well, I guess the true ending does say a little bit later, so if Alucard went back to sleep after the destruction of Castlevania in this, then that wouldn't line up.
Mm-hmm.
But they at least had, it is at least implied that they were an item, at least.
Uh-huh.
But this
Well,
is
that
the
was
normal
awesome.
ending that you get at this point.
Thank you
get
for
the Samus hair down.
Thank you for taking one for the team and
Oh yeah, you
playing
don't even
this
get a
game.
score in this game. You get that hit score, which is how many things you killed.
Cool. Oh my god, so you could take all the trap rooms and like maximize your score?
Yeah, we can cut this off early for time if you want to. The next screens after this are the good ending, quote unquote, if you get all 6 of the items.
We don't have to cut it here. Yaga's doesn't seem to be here anyway, so. Oh, she's here.
Yeah.
She's in general chat.
Of all the games in the event, I don't think I'm going to be returning to this one anytime soon.
Yeah. I'm gonna get my Deathless run of it because I haven't actually done the whole series Deathless. That was my goal this year. And then running the event ended up being so time consuming that like it wasn't realistic. Hey Yaga, do you want me to just pull you into chat now? Her avatar is really out of scale with everyone else's. I'm sorry, that one's kind of on me.
Oh, but I'm just a little opa.
Well, all right. Yaga, I'm pulling you in now. Hey there.
Yep, looks like it. Yes, there we go. Okay.
You're lost in the pumpkin patch. Oh my god. Whose child would care?
It's still pretty funny, yeah.
Yeah, this is the
This
ending
is
you get if you
good.
get all the 6 items. Implying that you collected them for the future Belmonts to use against Dracula.
But Sonia couldn't figure out how to use them herself. Like, you're supposed to throw this thing or what?
I don't know. I saw her magic. I'd rather have the things that just destroys everything on the screen or heals yourself.
Was
Over, like, triple
child
holy water.
capitalized there? Hang on. Is there a hotkey for like going back 2 seconds? I guess not. Goodness. Well, thank you for playing that. Noman did get Deathless runs of like most of the games, everything but Castlevania 4. So
I'm still gonna run it to the time limit in trying to get Castlevania 4 tonight.
yeah, that would be cool. You could join Kenster and Nep and Rachel. I think of the gold card players.
Yeah, I was trying to explain it to my daughter what was going on. I mean, she doesn't really care enough about video games.
Yeah.
But when I explained, it's like, yeah, there's like only 2 or 3 other people that have golds and all this stuff. And she's like, well, how many people have only 1 silver? Like, you're the only person that has only 1 silver, right? I'm like, okay.
Same thing.
They're really mermaid
But yeah.
silvers in the hall.
Thanks for having me, and
Mhm.
congratulations on a great event.
Yeah, thank you so much for participating, Noman. See you next year.
Okay, so we've got the little avatar and the big avatar.
Yep. I need to run to the restroom. Are you okay with me just starting your run and then I'll come
Yeah,
back?
sure, I can start.
All right, cool. All right. Without further ado, this is a Deathless run of expert mode, which is much harder than normal. So just keep that in mind. All right, Yaga, I'll be back.
Yeah. No, I've never actually played normal mode. So again, not qualified to say the difference, but no. Also, I'm playing as Eric. He's a bit stronger than John here. Although the difference, they're pretty similar. No Dracula's Castle cutscene. I was in a hurry. Stage 1 of this game is kind of hardcore. It has 2 meats in it. Other than that, it would actually be pretty hard. So as you can see, you really should move in this one. We've had several slow games. Now this is the really fast one. There we go. So I'm going out of my way to hit every candle. You'll see why soon. Reduced heads, we're about to see something important. Peeping eyes. Yeah, so Eric can stab his spear upwards. That's very helpful. That's something you can do John can't. John can whip upwards in the air. Can't whip upwards on the ground. Eric's the opposite. Eric really got the better end of the bargain. That's your Mescos. The Ecos are in their normal mode. They just get killed. In this game, there's a heavy attack. You hold down the attack button, and it kills close to 1 hit. That's really important to know.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, there you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi.
I was just talking about like the core mechanics of this game. They're like really good. I think this is the best like game engine of all the Castlevanias. It contends with Rhonda of like best presentation. Although I have some complaints about the level design, or like maybe more like the boss design.
I could see that.
Yeah. So I just got this powered up spear. Like the adventure, you're going to lose that if you ever take a single hit. You have to whip 20 candles or something like that to get it back.
Yeah.
It just does more damage. It's like 50% more. It doesn't have more reach. So it's not as important as the whip power up in the adventure. So I kind of just, that boss is actually kind of nasty. I killed it really fast because I got the flame spear. I've taken,
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I've taken the damage from skipping it.
Yeah. There was meat in there, but you have a full life bar. Who cares? I have done a Deathless run with Eric, but it's been a long time. When I play this, I always use John. I feel like he might be a little easier in some ways because he does more damage, which really matters for boss fights. So like,
does John deal more damage?
Yes. So in the speedrun, the Eric speedrun is faster than the John one, but it's like Eric is like minutes ahead, and then John almost catches up during the boss fights because there are so many at the end of the game. But you know, it's hard to argue with what he can do to some of the platforming. God, you've only played expert mode, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you have no idea. Those bats are so much faster in this. It's like light speed compared to normal mode.
Yeah, I played this for the first time last year for the last Classic Video Challenge.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I felt like I had to play it extra mode for some reason. I mean, I got the 160, so that was probably the right choice.
Yeah.
Okay, so there, Eric can do that super jump thing. That's a million billion iframes. I didn't think I abused it that much in this run, though.
Yeah, that's something that I think is not intuitive if you like haven't played the game. Is like, oh, yeah, the super jump is good for jumping high, but also you're just invincible for like, is it the whole thing or what?
It's like a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, no, man, some of Eric's boss strats are much easier. They're just slower, like, that's all.
I think there's like a few cases where John has an advantage, like against the gargoyle thing in Stage 3, but yeah.
Yeah. That's a pretty easy fight with John. Air quotes easy.
Bone Dragon, this thing like that. I know, just wiggles.
Yeah. All the fun stuff you can do with the super powerful CPU of the Genesis. I always get hit on this boss. Because of course I'm up in its face trying to whip it over and over again.
Okay, there we go. My internet lost my stream connection for there.
Okay, yeah, I kind of wondered.
Yeah, if you watch my streams, you know this happens all the time, unfortunately.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it actually happened during one of your Twitch streams, I think, that I was watching the other day.
Oh.
I hate this guy.
Yeah,
hey,
really
Ori
bad.
Planet, thank you for the raid. How are you? We're watching Deathless runs of
this time I
every
kinda got
single
my
game.
ass
Sorry,
kicked.
what?
Can't really see it though.
What
My
can't you
streams
see?
No, my streams are buffering.
Oh, I see. I wonder if you need to disconnect from voice and reconnect.
Okay, yeah, I've paused the Twitch stream.
Yeah.
I want the.
You just fought Armor Battler, I can tell you that. You didn't get got by that guy. This Minotaur that she just killed is probably the Classicvania MVP. Like, I have seen so many people get knocked into the first pit in this stage by the first Minotaur. Or it might be the second Minotaur. No, man. What were you up to, Ori Planet? You know what? She might not be able to reconnect to the on-stream channel. Yeah. It took me a second to figure out, oh, I have to move you back into the on-stream channel. I guess that's one drawback to doing it this way. Can you see the stream now? I think her internet might still be acting up. You finished Faith. That's like some kind of horror game, isn't it? Chris, I like Bloodlines a lot, personally. Pause the video. We have a really long marathon, Zelnu. And I think these internet outages are usually kind of short. If we get to the more like exciting parts of the run, and she's still not back, I might give it a second. There's an N64 remake of it. Yeah, expert mode is much harder. Oh, I wonder if she does the thing. Nah. I don't know if she doesn't know it or what. This first guy, if you use the axe item crash as soon as it spawns, it backs up off the right side of the screen and despawns. So you only have to fight this second guy. You there?
Yeah, should be good now.
Okay. You know what? I'm going to give you special permission to just connect directly to this channel. That way, if your internet drops again, you don't have to wait for me to notice.
To start messing with the router or something, but no.
All right.
Okay, so it looks like we just skipped the most interesting room in stage 2.
Yeah, sorry.
I didn't see it. Yeah, there's lots of extra ghosts there. It's pretty fun.
Did you do you know about the mini boss despawn in this level? I noticed you didn't do it.
No, I don't.
The axe that you get before the the two like armor guys.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
If you use the axe item crash as soon as the first one spawns, it despawns. It like backs up anytime you throw a sub weapon. And when you use the axe item crash, it just like books it to the right side of the screen and leaves. So you only have to fight the second one.
Well, that one's very easy anyway, so...
Yeah,
I guess it's a
it doesn't
speedrun
matter.
speedrun.
It's a speedrun thing.
Yeah, have we talked about bone pillars in this game? Because this screen has a lot of them.
Yeah. What do you like the
They're
bone
like-
pillars in this game?
Yeah, they like shoot really fast, and your spear kind of Like I'm doing, yeah, that's like the correct strat, but oh no, yeah, see there, it's like quite difficult to cast their fireball before it hits you.
I feel like those are like the hardest bone pillars, maybe. The deceptive thing is the fireball.
Attack is less active frames unless you do the heavy attack and then it has like a long recovery or something.
Yeah. I think the fireball like spawns like it's sort of a disjointed spot too. Like it's a little further away from their mouth or something.
This level is like me coming out right ahead, so it's not that bad.
Yeah.
So you see I'm actually super scared of the bone pillars now.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, see.
They're gonna die.
Yeah, you have a fair bit of health in this game. Like 20 enemies don't do that much damage. But the levels are long, and after this one, they have no meat or they don't have like useful meat.
Mm-hmm. That was really good timing on the super spear.
So this mostly is like a Castlevania where you die because you take too many hits, not from like instant death traps. Yeah, see, I'm not messing around with these ones now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that super sub weapon costs 8 hearts. You lose it if you get hit. It's very useful in a few points. This is one of the games where you can carry all your gems from level to level. So you have a billion of them in a Deathless run. Yeah, you can just run to the stairs. Don't need to fight the scraps at all, really, but if you try to fight them with your spear, you'll definitely get hit.
Yeah.
So here, you can just poke. This guy's gonna drop rocks randomly, but that's a safe spot all the way to the left.
If he ever drops the rocks.
Yeah, it feels like the real danger is actually just walking into him when you're trying to hit him.
Yes.
To rush with John, because you have to jump to hit him.
Yep.
You have to be very
I've lost the
careful.
super
Only
whip on
neutral
this
jumps,
guy
yeah.
so many times. Thank you, Ori Planet. You have a good one.
And yeah, eventually he doesn't have much health, thankfully. Like once his weak points in range.
Yeah. I really love this animation.
Oh yeah, the bosses look really good.
What do you think, Terminator 2 reference? That's always been my guess.
Oh yeah, very plausible.
Good pose.
Oh yeah, that's the best pose you can get, I think. So here we have a really interesting enemy. It's these harpies. Okay, I took care of that one really easily. These guys are like actually really dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeah, they will rush you down. They're like hard to hit. This is the case where like John has an advantage because you can whip upwards in the air, and if they're flying way at the top of the screen, he's better hitting them there, I guess.
Oh, you got the decapitation.
Yeah, the head cut off one. I don't know why that happens, but
it's completely random.
I
I'm friends with the world record holder at this game, and so I've watched all of his GDQ runs, and he always goes, "It really sucks when you pop these things' heads off because it lags the game so much." And then the first time I did it, there were like no lag frames at all. I was like, "What?" But I think it's different if you're speedrunning because you aren't killing anything, so.
Yeah, have more of them on screen. That makes sense.
I usually get hit by that guy.
Mm-hmm.
The Minotaur with the
it's one of those
pillar.
enemies you have to poke from the tip of your attack range.
Yeah.
So you really don't want to walk forwards. You can kill the peeping eye by aggroing the bone pillar. If you do aggro, you kind of have to like run up the stairs without fighting the peeping eye.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, more harpies. This is one of those rod splits where John and Eric have to go through different rooms. Eric can super jump up this room, John can't. John can swing on ceilings, Eric can't.
Oh, really? So did you get there with John and go, I guess the game's just over? Oh my god.
This is like a really good place to just use the super jump a bunch of times.
Mm-hmm. There's no meat in this level, right?
There's none whatsoever.
I remember this was like one of the more frustrating parts when I was learning this Deathless. It didn't take like too terribly long, but
Okay,
I had a couple of runs that just died here because I took too much damage.
It's like other Bone Dragons, it doesn't really try to hit you. You kind of have to jump into it to get in. This is a really boring scroller. You just keep going up and then these heads spawn too low to hit you.
Mm-hmm.
It does look cool.
Yeah. Have you ever fallen through the platforms here?
None that I remember.
Supposedly it can happen, but it's never happened to me. Oh, hey, thanks, Poison Bats. Yeah, he had one of the earliest runs. Because, you know, we had to fit his schedule and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to get the one up?
I think I did.
Yeah, there it is. That's a one up, guys, if you didn't know. Now you do.
Yeah, that's the one up in stage 2 in the room with the rising water. That one's actually hard to get.
Mm-hmm.
I think every stage is a one up. These mummies have like janky hitboxes, but in like a way that really favors the player. You just don't get hit when it seems like you should.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I feel like I almost always get hit by that bat. That second one I don't think is in normal mode.
A few of these, yeah, you can get tagged. Here, this room that's kind of scary looking, but yeah, I think I dealt with it really like smoothly this time.
Mm-hmm.
So these wound guards, they like to fly all the way around the screen before rushing at you. They're like fairly predictable. You kind of just have to like stay towards the forward screen edge, and the pattern's very manageable. And here you
it dropped the
jump into them
boomerang.
over and over. And here the game takes away your super stop weapon if you have it. I didn't sound like who cares.
Yeah, and hello.
Yes, she's even a vampire hunter.
Oh, huh, I guess she is. It was meant to be. I love this boss. This is like one of the coolest bosses.
It looks super cool. It always does the same attacks in the exact same way every time you fight it. So it's kind of like, I don't think it's like a good boss, but you know, it's a cool gimmick.
Yeah, Zelnu, this game's equivalent to what's stage 4 of Castlevania 4.
So you see here, I start trying to hit it with the axe, and I get for my my hubris. But stick with the the main weapon, and it's easier.
Yeah.
It's easier to hit this guy with the John. Yes, it's attacking the air, but it doesn't make a big difference.
Yeah, I do think this boss is easier with John. Which is funny, because jumping feels really unsafe, but it feels like usually when you get hit, it like doesn't knock you toward the pit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really understand how it works.
Okay, so
Write that password down, guys. You could skip to this stage.
So here, these skeletons in the background are going to throw bones at me. I'm going to really haul ass to the right as fast as possible so I don't get in trouble like this. But,
yeah.
you know, not the best luck. I didn't get hit, so...
Yeah, this level is pretty annoying. I feel like it's kind of rare that this is the one that kills my Deathless runs.
I lost him here, I think.
You know, you do play Eric. John might have an easier time, but also you play Expert.
No,
Expert has... There's this one room in particular that I don't know if you've seen it in normal, but it's much easier than what you're going to have to do.
Yeah. So there's meat in this room. It's like too early in the level to be useful. But I guess it's like nice if you got hit by all the skeletons outside.
Mm-hmm. Do they act different, Altazimuth? Are they faster or something?
Like ball and chain guys?
Yeah. I thought they were the same, but
Yeah, as far as I know.
I have much more experience watching Expert than playing it, so...
This is like a common place to get fall down. That gap between the conveyor belts, you can totally fall there. So somehow that guy survives, but he just one hit from death.
When I played this for the marathon, that was my first death. I just ran into that guy.
Okay. Here we have to jump past these giant pistons that don't act like actually compressing anything. I don't know what they're... You know, it's a bit of a weird design, but... It's also not very hard to jump past if you like understand what the cycle is here.
Mm-hmm.
That one's really fast, but it can actually kill you. These heads are like not very dangerous in this game.
Mm-hmm.
These gold skeletons, they're like slower and they die in one hit. I don't know why they're gold.
I always expect them to get back up because at the end of their death animation, they like take forever to despawn. Mm-hmm. I'm like, is this game's equivalent to the red skeleton? And then it doesn't happen.
Well, yeah, they had to dodge that with his head. Yeah, these are like the whip skeletons from Castlevania 3, but I don't know, they can make them pretty dangerous in this one.
Fine by me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll see the dangerous stuff in this level pretty soon. I'm attacking Nachi skeleton. Okay, here's the spooky room.
Yeah.
It's full of ghosts. You have to jump on these.
There's like
yeah
fewer ghosts here in normal.
platforms.
If I recall, this room is substantially harder in Expert.
Yeah, so I was very glad to get here with the fireball explosion thingy.
Mm-hmm.
This is another boss that always does the same moves in the same order every time you fight it. So you kind of just memorize the pattern. Spinny, stretchy, ground pound, spinny, ground pound, stretchy, yeah. Killed it even before I ran out of stuff I remembered, yeah. Okay, these things do like 15 damage. It's not instant kill, but you know, might as well be.
Is it really not an instant kill? I had no idea.
I think so, yeah.
Have you ever seen what their hitboxes look like?
No, it's like really small, right?
Yeah.
It's just a few points on the edge of the axe. Yeah.
They're just placed such that you can't walk through it if you don't really know what you're doing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is the one that you actually have to like try to avoid.
We're replaying videos, Elfie Face, so these are all going to be deathless, I can guarantee it.
Okay, so here's the room that everyone's scared of, but I've gotten here with full power still, so we're good. Just gonna explode all these guys with the big explosions.
Do you know the difference between expert and normal for this room?
Yeah, there's bats here in expert.
Yeah, there are no bats in normal.
Yeah, the bats aren't really that dangerous, but no.
I wouldn't want to deal with them.
Oh, you see me doing the downward stack in this one. Hitting bats as they pass by you is really the only thing it's good for. So if you don't have this super weapon, you can hit all the ball and chain guys with a boomerang. It's like kind of a tricky setup for the last one, but you can do it.
Yeah, it's pretty slow. That's usually what I do because it's kind of rare that I get here with the super weapon.
Here. These enemies are weird and they only appear here. I don't know what the deal is. Okay, boss time. So this guy's not totally static, but he chooses what attack to do based on his remaining health. So he's mostly pretty predictable.
That makes sense. That's a neat strat. I always like jump over him and go across the middle, which can backfire.
Yeah. So I didn't quite remember everything. But overall, this was actually an extremely clean stage 4 on that one hit. No, it's a very welcome change after I almost died in the previous 2 stages.
Good boss fight. Whoa.
Oh yeah, it is actually a pretty cool looking boss.
How are we on time? I think we're still ahead of schedule. Yeah.
So like 20 minutes ahead or something.
Nice.
Okay, we're at Versailles now. No tourists. It's kind of surprising, but no. These roses, they don't damage you, but they reverse your controls. They forgot to put anything else dangerous around them, so it's like really non-threatening.
Yeah. I like to tank it and just do the backwards controls. Yeah, like you're doing.
Don't really need to turn back there. That's a silly trap. I see you the first time, but just remember it's there. Okay, we're coming up on a nastier part.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to kill this really fast-moving vine enemy with our boomerang from over here while we're in this bathtub with the red skeletons, and it worked out. Slow down. Yeah, okay, so these things like throw coconut bombs at you, and they also move really fast. Very hard
I
to
hate
hit
these
them
things.
with your main weapon, yeah. It does give you the boomerang here, though.
Yeah, I understand, Elfie Fade. They are still open, but yeah, I myself tapped out before I did all the runs I wanted to do because I'm just too worn out.
Falling chandeliers, and this is also the first time you see axe armors. They're basically the same thing as Castlevania 1 axe armors, but your character is stronger.
Yeah, the way I put it, Dr. Jordan, was it's until bedtime. So, like, if their sleep schedule is such that they usually go to bed at like 6 a.m. Like, I'm not going to be like, well, it doesn't count if they submit a run at technically 4 a.m. on the 1st of November. The cards themselves won't get exported until about a week later.
Something very funny is about to happen.
Did you get the despawn?
I was trying. I don't think I actually got it, but I'm trying to like despawn the guy to the left, or get him to spawn early, or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Did he actually despawn? Oh, no, he didn't.
I guess that there's no time limit.
Mm-hmm.
You finally gave up. This thing that she's fighting does a shit ton of damage, and it has a lot of
and
HP.
it tries to like pincer you with the next armor that spawns from behind.
Yeah.
Some kind of weird stuff happens if you like walk back and forth though. So this unit's like really scary. At least when you first see it. Something I should mention is that this is one of the 2 games that put using a sub-weapon on its own button. The other is Castlevania 4, so you can use sub-weapons while crouching. So this is another case where John and Eric have to go different ways.
The Eric path here is kind of maybe a little plain. I don't know. Like, how would you put it?
Yeah, John has like a more interesting room. This one, you kind of just take out all these guys with your super jump. I know they can't really hit you unless you jump into them. At the end, there's like a tougher setup, but you just sort of run into the door to the next room.
Mm-hmm.
That's the room where harpies drop flea men. You're kind of close to the harpies, and it's easy to jump into them. But
The flea men look so weird in this.
Yeah, their behavior is a bit weird. In the end, it's kind of like not that dangerous though. They're a bit less aggressive than a lot of Castlevanias.
Mm-hmm. I just meant like visually. They have like crab claws or something.
Yeah. You can see the basic strategy is pretty similar, but you can also just like run away from a flea man behind you and it won't catch up.
Yeah.
So this room is like really nasty with John. With Eric, you shouldn't really get hit ever, but I did. John has to go up the moving staircase, much harder than going down. Although John gets meat here. Eric doesn't. This mid boss doesn't hit you if you don't get close to it until it jumps, and then you have to get close to it. And that's the whole fight.
Did you know there's a bug with this boss where if you kill it while it has an attack active, it hits the whole screen?
Like on the same frame?
Yep.
No, I never got that one.
It sucks on expert mode because it's a big hit.
As you can see, I'm playing pretty safe with these bow guys, but no, works out. This hammer guy, I'm sure he does a billion damage, but also he has no range.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen anyone get hit by him. I'll load this up later and get hit by him just to see how much damage he does.
Okay, we're about to get into a silly trap. This guy, he comes running real fast. If you don't know he's there, you'll definitely get hit. This guy, if you don't know the crouch, you'll definitely get hit. This mid-boss, you'll definitely get hit if you don't find a safe spot.
This is much easier with Eric. I've actually heard a lot of people say that this boss is easier on expert mode as well, because the projectiles travel faster and there aren't as many of them. Yes, any Stardust, I know what you mean.
Yeah, so you can see what I'm doing. I'm actually doing this spinny spear flip move. You like press backwards after your attack comes out. I think this is the only use I found for it.
I don't think so, Elfie Face. Some of the music got like remixed, but that's not the same as like reusing the asset. Yeah. Yeah, 4 sets of 2 is way harder than 3 sets of 2, or yeah, 3 sets of 3.
Okay, So we're about to fight Moth Princess?
What do you mean? It's Princess of Moss.
That's an interesting theory, but
It's what the credits say.
So it's going to start out in her human form, and you just sort of poke her. So this is another fight where it's great to be able to attack upwards.
This is a really fun fight. You know what I've heard? I've heard that if you used an RF switch to connect your Genesis to your TV, you like cannot see the like fairy dust that she drops. It's just not visible. These projectiles here.
Yeah. And they're destructible, so you just sort of stab upwards over and over and like pretty much keeps you safe. And then you interrupt the charge by hitting her. That was kind of close, but I had lots of the spare this time.
Nice.
There we go.
What is this thing in the background? It's like a giant dead Venus flytrap or something, right?
It's like a chrysalis, I guess.
Oh yeah,
You know,
no,
the boss
that makes way
already
more
has a
sense given
chrysalis. Yeah.
the moth.
Before transforming into a moth, but no.
Yeah.
It's like disguised somehow.
All right, chat. You don't have to dogpile me. I can admit when I'm wrong.
So stage 4 and stage 5 are really clean. So stage 6. Okay, get my power up back and then I immediately lose it.
Yeah. I see you've been reading my strat book. Hey, Slabs.
So this room has the stage is full of these gimmicks. So here, this like middle band of the screen is offset. And it makes it look really visually confusing, but this room is like really easy, if not for the trick. So it's
Yeah,
not that bad.
the actual like geometry is really simplistic.
Yeah, so it's just a matter of hitting these Medusa heads when you can't, like, and it's hard to tell where they are. There's a one up here, I didn't bother getting it, I think. Yeah, I'm already past it.
Yeah.
So you see me waiting for Medusa heads a bunch of times and it didn't quite work out. Oh, but I get one with the downward stab.
Yeah, Shmup Dog Joe.
Okay, yeah. So I lost 2 runs to this room. I was kind of scared at this point, but we'll see.
I hate this room.
So you go, you wait, then you go some more.
Yeah.
It's not like that hard to execute, but like it's visually confusing. So it turns out you're gonna have to just memorize it rather than reacting to what you see. Unless you're really good at parsing upside down platforming. So you have these guys behind you. You don't have much time to react if they come from the front. You have a lot of time to react if they come from behind. So you just look in front of you first.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, so now there's like 9 bosses in a row.
Yeah.
Or 8, no, it's 9, yeah. So 3 of them are refights. The other's going to make us refight all the other stage 2, 3, and 4 bosses. They have like half health though. So of course, you would never ever get hit here. Of course, these are really easy fights.
Gee, I wonder why you say that.
This one's like legitimately really easy though, because like the half health that tracks everywhere with the boss's face changes.
Mm-hmm.
2 hits and he's done. Boop. Boop, and yeah, let's still fight. So, one of these cards hasn't beaten it. If you're playing on anything but the expert mode and the US version. But, no meat for me.
The refights are pretty weakened, though, Alfie Faye.
Yeah, they have half health.
It's funny how they do it on the Golem one, because they just make the first hit you deal do, like, massive damage. It watches life bar when he finally gets hit in the head.
I feel like the intermediate segments also have less health, though.
Could be, yeah, could be.
So naturally I get hit here. Yeah.
You were, like, just outside the safe spot.
Mm-hmm.
That big hit right at the start.
Yep. It's not even with the fire spear.
Oh, Mega Man heals you after all the boss refights, though. Unless you mean Mega Man 1. That one's a pain.
Yeah, I almost got a Deathless run in Mega Man 1.
I love that game. I've done a number
to-
of Deathless runs of it.
Mhm.
There's the place
I
I
did,
usually
like, a
die in
real-
that game is really stupid. I'll tell you after the fight.
Yeah, I did like a real Heatman strat.
Oh yeah, you need one.
Mhm. So this is another fight that gets really weird because the boss chooses attacks based on your on its health. So you're gonna get through the patterns really fast and it has half health. So naturally, this attack I get hit by it again. Down to 8 health.
Thank
6
you,
bosses to
Asifra
go. No healing. Ooh, what will happen? How did this run get into the Deathless Marathon? That's kind of, you kind of already know what's going to happen, but yeah. I mean, I was really sweating at the time. Okay, but you can get a hit here on death right at the start of the fight. So you're kind of like streaming death attacks and you jump over him.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the pattern where you can hit him.
He
3 hits in the
squawks
cycle is
like a
actually really
bird.
good.
He squawks like a bird when you hit him. I never noticed that.
This is another case where maybe you can use the super jump in a useful way. Seems like I didn't, though. So it looks like I got hit, but Death was already dying, so it didn't do any damage.
He has like no HP, which is good because he'd be really hard if he were like, if he had, say, as much HP as Medusa.
Well, I mean, they knew you could hit Medusa over and over at point blank, so...
Yeah, but you can't do that to death. Like,
So here we
Kenster,
have
I
two,
swear.
like, really stupid boss fights. Medusa can't hit you if you just crouch in front of her. Well, she can't hit you with this one, but
Yeah, that thing can hit.
this one, it has no range.
Yeah. Come back here.
So yeah, it actually has 1,000,000 hit points, but she dies pretty fast because you don't really have to stop hitting her. Now you have the worst part of the game.
I like this fight.
So, Countess Bartley teleports as far the side of the screen that you're further from, and then she starts charging up her magic. And you just sort of walk up and hit her with the tip of your spear, and that's the entire fight.
Mm-hmm.
It takes a few hits, is the thing.
Yeah. This actually is based on how much damage you do.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, you have to do more
Yeah, if you
cycles
skip
if
some
you have the
cycles, you
super
drop
spear.
the fire spear, yeah.
Yeah, which is stupid. But she also has a weird property where, like, sub-weapons do reduce damage to every boss but her.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the axe is how you do the most damage to her. You just hit her with it on the last hit of the cycle. The way she's timing this is pretty tight. If you're late on these, she will still fire a fireball that you have to duck, but it isn't happening, so.
Yeah, I don't think the time is that bad. We still have to do this 2 more times. Yeah, that's about how you feel when you do this.
Yeah. Odd that I'm yawning during this boss fight. Oh yeah, Eric's attack is faster, so the timing's probably not as strict as it is with John.
Is it? That would be like a really big advantage for Eric, but
Yeah, John's super whip is also much slower than his normal whip, which is annoying.
Okay. So, so usually you hear the song for like 10 seconds, but I'm going to farm the super weapon.
Hell yeah.
No one to skip ahead in the video.
We don't. I don't want to skip. I want to hear this. I do this too. If I don't have the super weapon before Dracula, it's like, what do I care? I'm not speedrunning.
I was really scared of falling off the stairs, I think.
There is, yeah, I've lost her around that way. You know, stage 611? That's my birthday. June 11th. Just thought you'd like to know.
Happy birthday.
Yeah. Every time you go up the stairs, I get a little dopamine hit. Because when I see those numbers really close together, I'm like, that's my birthday. You can do this thing that she's doing in like most of these games, by the way.
Yeah.
Like go up and down stairs to
I think you can
respawn
also do this in a
candles.
lot of rooms in this game. It's just like really tedious.
Thank you for Ryan. These the stairs are like
There we go.
surprisingly finicky in this.
Oh.
It's not as bad as some of them, but there's a reason that she's being kind of cautious.
Okay, so track 1. He's like super easy. One of the easiest track ones ever. He just sort of gives up, doesn't try to hit you. If you hit him, probably gonna cycle. And the teleport takes forever, so you don't have to react to anything. And if you have the flame spear, it doesn't even take many hits to kill him.
Kenster, you can't put messages like that on bits. I have to be able to get mad at you but if there's money attached to it.
And Dracula's already dead. A bit faster than some of those previous boss fights. And it's going to turn into a wizard. This guy,
I forget her last name already. It's like Swentez or something.
yeah, Jolta.
Her name almost ended up being on the wheel. I was like, wait, that's a villain. What am I doing?
So, yeah, so sometimes she does like flying kicks into you, and that's the most dangerous things you can do. I was surprised she died so fast because usually I got hit by her and lost my flame spear.
Mm-hmm.
So Eric's power of stabbing a spear up and to the right, but to become very useful.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. So this boss fight, it's actually less predictable. Dracula can just like stay up high and go over your spear sometimes.
Oh,
Yeah.
like it almost happened there, right? If you attacked a little sooner.
Yeah, that actually did happen. But then you switch patterns. Now you can hit him twice per cycle, so it goes by pretty fast.
Yeah, I love this part of the fight. You just whoop his ass.
And on the third part, it's also very easy.
I don't really know what their plan was. Like, so when you hit him, he fires projectiles away from you. Like,
Kind of a victory lap, yeah. He's just sort of, exploding at that point. You can't fight back.
yeah.
Yeah, so that's damageless Dracula. No problem.
Everything after what's
After
it
the
was
refights,
deathless,
yeah,
right?
it was damageless.
Yeah, after refights.
Mhm.
Oh. GG.
Mhm.
I've never done expert. I'm gonna do it someday.
You haven't? Oh.
I haven't bothered.
Yeah.
I played this game like 4 times.
Mhm. So you can see clearly that Eric is blonde. He doesn't wear pants. If you look at like the concept art, he's like super pretty.
Mhm.
Then portrait room, he's like an old man. I don't know.
Yeah, that's
What
sad.
happens.
Hey, thanks, Caspian.
Also, he's like a ghost. He's trapped in the castle. His daughters are like mind controlled by Dracula. I felt
Yeah,
bad ending
yeah.
for this guy.
I don't think I've ever seen this ending before. Like I've watched people like speedrun the game with this guy. I think it's on GDQ, and they just like cut away from the credits immediately. Oh, well, speaking of cutting away from the credits, I guess that's that. I wonder if Decade is here. I think he might not. Yeah, there you are. Newer DCD, are you here? We're running a bit ahead of schedule. He is. DCD, I'm gonna pull you into voice chat, okay? All right. Yaga, thank you for your run.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
I hope you had fun.
Yeah, it's no problem.
All right, have a good
Okay,
one.
yeah. Good luck, DC.
Hey there, how's it going?
Hello.
Guys, can I get some feedback on the volume balance? Can you hear Decade okay? Thanks for the shout out, mods.
Thank you very much.
Say something. Okay, yeah. All right, sounds good. So most of these runs, we didn't have game audio. We didn't have mic audio. It was just the game. And I was like, be sure to check your audio settings if you're going for a Deathless run. But Decade got surprised. Still a little quiet. Okay, I'm going to boost you 20%. Decade got surprised by a Deathless run when he was just trying to do a 1cc. And then like rated guess what?
I had never done a 1cc before, much less a Deathless. And then suddenly I just Deathless Rondo. And I was like,
yeah,
well,
you just
now.
skipped it. So this was one of the most popular Deathless runs. Castlevania 1 had the most, but I'm pretty sure this was second place. Almost everybody used Maria, though, which you did not. I'm going to go ahead and mute the audio. And we can like just listen to the Rondo soundtrack during this. If that's all right.
I love the Rondo soundtrack, so
Yeah.
sign me up.
I think you won't be able to hear it. Currently, neither can chat, though. Just a moment.
I just love my boy Richter, so...
Yeah. So, I'm pretty sure you kind of popped off at the end of the run. So, I'm going to... I'm going to unmute the video, if you don't mind, like, toward the end of it. And we can just not commentate over the last boss fight.
I mean, if you guys find that fun, let's do it.
Yeah, we can have Past Decade do it. Can you guys hear him okay over the music, or do I need to turn it down more? Yeah, the avatar likeness is spot on. This is really advanced rigging you have here.
Yeah, I was just.
When did you when did you draw this Richter U? By the way,
between Sunday and yesterday.
Yeah. I kind of thought so.
That's kind of what I was doing. Yeah.
Yeah, you were like, I'm trying to get something worked out.
Yeah, I mean, I had to do something, you know. Can't show up to the gala just dressed up in a black shirt or something.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the other thing. Good point. Good point.
Well, yeah. This here, right here, the prologue. Not really much to say about it. It's kind of brain dead. Nothing really happens. Now, this is where the real Rondo begins.
Yep.
And yeah. And what do I have to say about it? Not much really. The first two stages I played entirely by feel. This is a game that I've played, like more than 10 years since I started playing it. But I never really gave it that much of a actual attempt until now, and I'm just really, really happy that I managed to get this far in on it. I never imagined that Deathless was something I could do, much less. I mean, I never thought of doing 1cc, and now Deathless is oh wow, yeah.
Yeah, you know, I always believe people can do it, but I never like to go, oh yeah, it's not that hard. You got this, because sometimes that that sets expectations that stress people out.
I mean, it's not easy. You're gonna see several times during this run that it was freaking dire. I was just at the edge of dying, but I still just clutch it out 4 or 5 times.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, but you know what? Sometimes that's part of the fun, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
That's why I popped off so hard. I was like, man, I just snatched victory from the jaws of defeat so many times.
Yeah, I really like that feeling. Actually, that's part of why I'm personally not a big fan of going for damageless runs. And it's because there's no concept of recovering from a mistake in a damageless run, right? If you take damage, the run's over. Whereas with this, there are moments of tension where you're like, oh, I'm probably dead, but maybe not.
Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, as I said, I've never tried a damageless run. First time doing a deathless run. But yeah, I can imagine that just having that tension. I mean, the tension was great. I was at the edge of my seat. At certain points, it just felt like my heart was beating a mile a minute, and I just really enjoyed it.
I love this enemy. I wish they would bring these back. They're probably in the Sotten somewhere, but
trying to think, but I don't think I really remember them.
Right? If they're in Symphony, they're somewhere really weird that I'm not thinking of. But I haven't played half of the Igavanias.
My first exposure to Rondo was thanks to Dracula X Chronicles. I find that to be such a really good compilation, even though you have to play the Rondo remake first before you can actually play Rondo.
Yeah.
It really is the way I discovered this game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember being really excited for that because I had somehow heard of Rondo as a teenager on the internet. But I never had a chance to play it.
Yeah, I remember that a lot of people back in the day, Rondo was some sort of holy grail that everybody wanted to play, but nobody could.
Mm-hmm. I think it even took it a second to get dumped. This is what a friend of mine was saying, was that the day that Rondo got dumped or ripped or whatever, everyone was they dropped everything to play it.
Was there any problems with the I don't remember the name of the hue card that you need to play games like Rondo. Like this arcade. I don't remember exactly.
Oh yeah, I don't remember which one you need. You need like the super CD-ROM card, or a better one. Yeah, but you know what happens if you
need a special one.
You know what happens if you play it without the card in, right? Yeah.
The little Easter egg where I think Richter is made like out of balls.
Yep.
You can play like a little bit of the first stage. Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah, it's like the like a Genesis boss or something.
Yeah, it looks like kind of Vector Man-ish.
We should have counted that as a Deathless run.
That would have been amazing.
That's weird. How did all 82 entrants get Rondo Deathless? Oh, okay.
Yeah, that just reminds me though. I can imagine that, like, getting to actually play Rondo took like a really long time, because I mean, I've told you the story of my first time like trying to like stream this game like 12 years ago.
Yeah.
And how I was using an emulator that wasn't rendering transparencies right.
Yeah.
So yeah, I can imagine that it took like a really, really good long time to actually get Rondo in a playable state. Speaking of emulation, like I'm pretty sure people can tell, but I was playing this off a PC Engine Mini because it's what I had on hand. I was like, you know what, might as well.
Oh yeah. Right, that's what I thought. You just like made this little overlay.
Like
I get it now.
No, it's part of the M2 emulation.
Mm-hmm.
I really, really like M2's work in general, even though it's not 100% all the time. But I still really respect it.
Yeah. Like, you have to figure with these mini consoles, they're probably doing the absolute best they can. I'm pretty sure these are like relatively weak. What are they called? System on a chips or whatever.
Yeah.
So the fact that they have so many games on them, and most of them really do run at acceptable levels of input delay. I hate this freaking part.
Oh yeah, was always doing this part perfectly, and then come this run. This run is the one where I start doing so many mistakes, and I still is the one that I get the Deathless in.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I was saying. Like 4 or 5 times, I just clutch it like at the last possible moment.
Yeah,
I don't know. It was pretty dramatic anime. I don't even know what to say.
Whoa, my god, that screen shake there always kind of throws me off.
Yeah, in general, stage 1 and 2, I don't really have anything in mind. It's at stage 3 that I'm like, oh yeah, it's time to actually start strategizing.
Yeah, I kind of feel like stage 2 is tough. It's partly that I'm impatient, but I've watched a lot of people play this game for the first time, and like, it's pretty common to see people chain die on this stage, especially to the boss. And then they're like, oh my god, I don't know if I can beat this game. And the rest of the game isn't that much harder than that, so.
Stage 2, I mean, the stage 2 boss, I feel is pretty challenging. So I decided that, hey, my resources right now, let's look at my resources. I have a lot of hearts. So I just cheesed the boss here. You're
Cool.
about to see that. I was like, you know what? I'd rather not risk it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Okay, boss time. You know, something that really threw me off, since I was also trying to play Castlevania Chronicles and whatnot, it was like, oh yeah, right, like, rooms before the bosses are not standard.
Yeah. I think it's actually like because it's a CD game, so the background music is streamed from the CD, but changing audio tracks like isn't instant. So part of the function of this room is the background music just for that room is a chip tune. It's done using the PC Engine's sound chip, and then the boss fight itself is that like orchestral song.
Really cool.
I'm kind of not a big fan of the boss fight song.
This is where I start cheesing. I'm just, you know what? Screw it. Item crash for days.
This item crash actually does decent damage to him. Like, I used to try to just cheese him with Hydro Storm, and like it doesn't do enough damage. especially when you consider how many hearts it costs. It's like 25 or something.
I think Grand Cross is 15, right?
Yeah, and it does more damage than Hydrostorm. You know, if you played Symphony of the Night first, it's definitely easy to get the impression that Hydrostorm is like super game breaking, and like, it's good in that game. It's not terrible in this one, but
yeah, I got lucky in the sense that since as I said, I was originally exposed to Rondo through the Dracula X Chronicles. Yeah, I played Rondo and then I went straight into Symphony, which I think is this experience most people don't have.
Mm-hmm.
But I really appreciate being able to play it like that.
Yeah, it is the order that I would recommend someone play those games in now, but realistically, not a lot of people are out there who haven't already played Symphony.
Yeah.
If they haven't, they probably just don't have any interest, you know?
Yeah, it's true.
Have you ever seen the Super Nintendo game that uses these sprites?
You mean Dracula X?
Yeah. These spear guards take an extra hit in that, and there are so many of them.
My first exposure to Richter Belmont was Dracula X. I have this vivid memory of going into a friend's house, and he had set up an emulator, old early 2000s emulator, and he was at the last stage of Dracula X, and I see all the death pits, and I'm like, oh, so this is Castlevania. I'm not sure I want to play Castlevania.
That was just your canonical idea of Castlevania from that point on.
Yeah, the Dracula X pit room, Dracula pit room. That was my canonical idea of what Castlevania constituted.
Cool.
Yeah, I've tried to play Dracula X because, hey, I just love Richter and I love Rondo. And every time I've tried to play it, I'm like, man, I could be playing Rondo right now.
Yeah, it's an acquired taste at best.
Yeah, I should still try it anyway, just for the funny.
Yeah, if you're not aware, Greedra, there was this Super Famicom game called Dracula XX. They just called it Dracula X in the US. It uses Rondo sprites, but like it's really not a remake of Rondo. It's just a different game. And the last boss fight is just fought over like 10 instant death pits. It's really silly.
So right here is the most important part in the run for me, I think. This is where I get the power of God and anime on my side.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
The Bible is super broken in this game.
It's extremely broken. It's like when I started actually using the Bible, I was like, why haven't I been using this all my life?
We're taking this path, huh?
Yeah.
Did you intend to do that?
I had prepared to be able to take this path just fine in case I fell, but also I was intending to go upstairs. But then when I was thinking and doing the path, I was like, this might be safer because you know how on the top path there's this guy that just like steals your up weapon. So I'm like,
yeah.
You know what? Maybe this is better. So it wasn't intentional, but you know what? Sometimes those happy little accidents happen, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh yeah, if I was actually trying to do another Deathless, I would probably take this path intentionally next time.
Yeah, doesn't this lead to the frog level instead of the dungeon level?
I think you can do it, but I just took like the upper path.
It is the upper path. You have to, it's like the weighted platform, right?
Yeah. Okay. Something really nice here. I don't know what I was doing with my movement there, but something I like about this route is there's so much meat. There's like an abnormal amount of meat in this stage.
This room grosses me out so much because there's like moths swarming the lamps, and if you break the lamp, they swarm you. And so you're just like covered in bugs by the end of it.
I think they were just trying to show off with that, right? Like oh yeah, look at all these cool effects we can do on the PC Engine CD.
Like,
Well, they were right.
Iga definitely has like a real sense for like attention to detail too. Symphony of the Night is like that too, where there are just so many little touches that, you know, sell the game world without really, you know, enhancing the gameplay in any way.
I really appreciate those little touches. It's always the little things, isn't it?
Yeah. Like, I don't know. This game is so great.
I just love this game. I fell in love so hard with it.
Hi, Ren.
And just from the fact that I had played the 3D version of this game and I immediately just took a shine to this. It's like it was love at first sight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Richter is an extremely DCD core character. It was the fact that you got a Deathless run with Richter that I was like, he has to be the Rondo runner now. Because
the moment you said like you said something like I associate characters like Richter with Decade, I was like, that's probably one of the nicest thing anybody has ever told me in my life. I don't think I'm ever gonna downplay that. I told all my friends. Yeah.
It's true though.
And well, look at me. I'm all dressed up, trying to carry on that Richter Belmont spirit.
Yeah.
Just hope that in 2 or 3 years I don't get brainwashed and suddenly I become a boss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's okay. I wear glasses, so you'll be fine.
I'll be fine. Yeah. Minotaur is. I really like the fact that he has so much knockback, so you can just play aggressively against him.
Oh,
like, I
nice
almost
dodge.
get him damageless. I almost get him damageless, but right here, since the platforms fall, I was like, whoop.
Yeah, this one's pretty hard.
Yeah, I couldn't dodge at that point, but it's fine. It was a fun fight. So it's a boss that I just enjoy fighting.
Yeah, I think the boss fights in this game are one of its many strengths. So
yeah, the boss fights are so well designed.
This doesn't matter for Decade, but if you beat a boss without taking a hit and you have a full life bar at the end of it, so you have to have not gotten beaten up too badly in the stage, then you get a 1-up for it. That's why, or because of that, the bosses have like desperation attacks after you kill them. They can't kill you with one exception. They can leave you with 1 HP though. So if you were wondering like what is up with all these bosses having this cheap, like impossible to avoid attack at the end of the fight, that's what it is. It's one last challenge before you get your 1-up for perfecting them.
I actually learned that from you. I didn't know that. Like, in all my years of playing Rondo, it was only when I heard you mention that at a certain point that I learned, like, oh yeah, that can't kill you, huh?
I taught myself a lesson about that in a very silly way. I'll talk about it when we get there.
This stage in particular is, well, it's pretty fun to play, but there's like several routes. I just decided to take the one that I felt was like the easiest.
Mm-hmm. I avoid this stage when I can.
Gonna try that. Yeah, I think I know why you avoid the stages as much as you can, but we'll talk about that when we get there, aren't we?
Mm-hmm. Well, if you're thinking the boss fight, the same boss is actually at the end of the stage that I like to take.
Oh, then no, then that's not the case.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, the boss here, the hitbox of his jousting lands just drives me crazy.
It's awful. Hey, Flutz, how's it going?
Hey, my boy. Bam, just grab the crucifix there and just keep on moving.
There's I know where it is. It's like to the right of this room, isn't it, Noman?
Bring a lance to a web fight. Yeah, I think that's pretty effective.
This room is much harder than he's making it look, by the way. These jumps are obnoxiously precise.
I had to pause here for a reason. I don't remember why.
Sure.
Let's check on something real quick. Okay, we're back. Yeah, the jumps are like somewhat precise, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. The movement of Rondo just the invisible shaft story. I think that's we've already alluded to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Flutz was there. Flutz was there like 12 years ago, and he saw it happen.
That's cool.
Yeah, just the general movement of Rondo just feels so right to me.
Yeah.
Like, it was.
That's one thing that's awkward about Dracula X, I think. The movement in that game is really slow. Your jump is really fast and floaty, though. It's a strange combination.
You'll probably try it next year.
Nah, you don't have to do that. Only if you want to.
Part of me was like, maybe I should, but you know what? Maybe I shouldn't.
Just do the 3 Richter games and then call it a day.
Yeah, like that's it. That's my life.
This overlay that you used to stream, did you make this or what?
Oh yeah, I just whipped it up real quick because I've just been practicing right so far, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna just whip up something real simple for it. So
that's
was
cool.
It, really. Hopefully in the near future I'll have something a little more fancy.
Oh yeah, that's a Castlevania joke. You didn't even know it. Whipped it up. Oh, I gotta restart the music. There.
I'm just gonna pretend I intended that to be a pun.
Yeah.
Oh.
These things are so annoying.
Yeah. I like playing with patience, so I was just like...
Did you know there's some meat to the left?
I did not.
Yeah.
That's why I did not grab it. I just went ahead. Since, I mean, there's meat in the boss room, if I recall correctly, right? So it was like, oh yeah, I'm going to get a full heal beforehand, so it's fine.
Yeah.
I was actually checking for meat there. Like, I don't remember exactly why I was checking for meat. I was like, hey, I'm going to get meat in just a moment.
Mm-hmm.
I think I wasn't sure because, as I said, a lot of it.
It's a strange place for it because there's meat right here, but there's a reason for it. There's a branching path that extends the length of the level just a little bit. So
I should try doing the other route, the other stages, because I haven't done them in years.
Yeah, they're awesome. One thing about this game, like I usually find that in games with branching paths, like one of the paths sucks, but just everything in Rondo is good. All right, is this the hardest boss fight, do you think?
I think it might be. Like
it's
in a
up
vacuum,
there.
if we could just consider a single boss fight the toughest one, I'd say it is because his jousting lance hitbox
because of that,
like right there. Yeah, right there. Like you think that when he whips back, you're not gonna get hit by that, but you get hit by it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's these platforms that are so awkward at certain points, like right there, I was just trying to dodge. Yeah.
Look at these moves, dude.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this anime bullshit. I was just like, I don't want to die. I was like, oh yeah, save me, God, save me, Bible. Yeah, I was there, like, just
that's funny.
Like we were this close. Yeah.
I was running this video while I was like testing some stuff, but I wasn't watching it. I was just listening to it, and I heard you pop off like big time during the Doulahan fight, and only now do I understand why.
Yeah, it was really close. As I said, I clutched like 4 or 5 times this playthrough. That's why I was like, yeah, let's go.
This level's so annoying. It's just this first room. I keep
but
keep getting hit into pits in this first room.
Yeah, it's like I just took it slow, and that really helped me a lot, especially with the Bible, since just covering pretty much the entire screen with that. But otherwise, yeah, it is pretty annoying at certain points.
Mm-hmm.
Like being pretty liberal with my sub-weapon use, but also at the same time I was thinking about that pretty much the last section of this stage where you really need to be using sub-weapons a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, back to the mention of the Bible being so incredibly broken.
Are you gonna instant kill this thing?
No, but I'm pretty much gonna trivialize it. Like I pretty much took out everything. I don't think it can hit it, but it can take care of the other weapons.
Yeah.
I think I get hit here. No, I don't.
You definitely don't get hit by the next mini boss.
Yeah.
Oh, you almost soft locked the game here. Do you know about this? They kind of screwed it up. So the skeletons walk away from you, right? And if you start the fight in just the right way and you don't kill them fast enough, they can walk off the left side of the screen, but the scrolling locks and the door won't unlock until you kill all of the skeletons.
Oh boy,
it sucks. It's
in another timeline that was the end of my Deathless run.
Glad this is the timeline we live in.
Yeah, me too. Also, yeah, I definitely don't get hit by this boss. For those that don't know, if it touches you, that's an instant death.
It looks like
So
Johnny's
really
instant kill in Guilty
you.
Gear.
Yeah, it does. Takes forever too.
Is Decade too quiet still, by the way? I asked
am I
halfway
good, guys?
through the run. Okay, sounding good to me. That's good. Discord audio balancing
thanks.
is so tricky.
Yeah, it really can be, huh? And here is everybody's favorite section of this stage: the freaking fleamen on hippogriffs or whatever.
Huh? Yeah, I guess those aren't harpies. They're just birds of some kind. I never really looked at them.
Harpies are like...
Right, of course. The
harpies
harpies are different in this game.
Are like ladies, right? Like ladybirds.
Yep.
So I would get those mixed up because the national bird from where I'm from is actually called the harpy eagle. So.
Oh, really?
It's like it's like a really big, majestic bird. I actually really like it, but it's like freaking huge.
I'm gonna Google
like
this.
A couple of them. Yeah, they're like cool.
Harpy eagle, you said?
Yeah, literally just call that.
That is pretty sick. It's huge.
Yeah, those things are freaking huge. They're awesome. They're also like protected species, I think. There's not very many of them.
Well, hopefully
I think.
Hopefully they bounce back.
Thankfully, I did know about this wall meat.
Yeah.
Or rather, floor meat.
Yeah.
You guys were talking earlier about how in some games death is a joke. Unfortunately, I think in this one, he's not the worst, but he's not like easy either.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty like well-balanced death fight. He's like really hard in some of them.
This
one is like
pathing for his, yeah.
You know, like I feel like this is what they were going for with the death fights in the earlier games. But in practice, it's just like he's way too hard in those games, so you have to do some kind of strat that's not obvious and trivializes him, you know? Yeah. In this, like, you really can dodge the sides most of the time.
I found that the most reliable way to do that was just, like, try to stand on the platforms for as long as possible in order to, like, throw off his pathing. And then when the sides were coming towards you, you would just, like, jump off.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to do most of the time, and I think it mostly works.
Yeah, I don't really know how like his pathing works in this. This is one of my favorite games, but I honestly haven't played it that much for whatever reason. Like I say that I probably played it like 100 times, but I've played some of these Castlevania games way more than 100, you know. There's a really mean trick in this boss fight that you won't see the way Decade's playing. If you use the that was close. If you use the cross on him, the game gives you a cross right before the fight, and if you use it on him, he blocks it and then fires like unavoidable homing projectiles.
That's so freaking evil.
It's so mean.
Yeah, for those that don't know, if Death hits you like at a certain point, he will just push you off the stage and basically get you a Virtua Fighter ring out, and that's all she wrote.
It looks really funny too.
Yeah, it looks really funny. And now for everybody's favorite stage, the boss rush. So when we were saying that, hey, Dullahan is like the toughest boss in a vacuum, but I think like the toughest boss fight would be this because it's a marathon. So
yeah.
And I did not know I thought like I couldn't go there and get a Bible, but you know what? I already have the Bible on me, so it's okay. It's fine.
Yeah.
Jeff,
I think the summoning circle here looks like it says Texas like that. That's what I see. Anyway, what were you saying?
Oh, well, nothing really. Just I did not mess up at that point. I think I messed up with this run of the giant bat. I'm not sure. Well, the giant bat mostly is pretty easy to deal with if you just have patience. The other bosses, aside from Frank, not so much.
Yeah. I really hate the Medusa fight. This is so easy to get hit by the 3-ring attack.
Yeah, the 3 chakrams or whatever. They're like, I thought that maybe using the Bible at a certain spacing would take care of that.
It does. It's really precise.
Yeah, it's really precise. Yeah, now I can't unsee the text boost, honestly.
Yeah.
I did find though that for Medusa, just you want to go as aggressive as possible since she has that knockback. Yeah, I'm gonna get hit there because that's just how the Medusa fight is.
Yeah, one hit is totally fine.
Yeah, just you try your very best to just be as aggressive as possible there and kill her as fast as you can. The mummy, you want to be similarly aggressive and just hit them really, really, really fast.
Yeah.
When they spawn.
The problem is the bandage phase. I'm excited to see how you deal with it. Yeah.
Yeah, I did not. My spacing was a little messed up there, so I got hit, but it worked out in the end. I still got hit, but
that sucked. That last hit, that was not fair.
Yeah. Then Frankenstein is just a grappler. He got those 360s.
Are there grapplers in Smash? That's kind of what Bowser is, right?
Good question. I don't.
You don't know anything about Smash?
So long. It's like I wanted to play Ultimate because
is that a safe spot against the wall?
Oh, against like his, the rock,
the falling rocks,
debris that comes from the ceiling. Yeah. If you just like hug the complete left, it's completely safe.
All right.
And I got hit by the projectiles one too many times there.
Yeah, I mean that'll happen.
I'm just glad. I think it didn't grab me throughout that. I'm not sure.
Hey, thanks for the raid, DigiShell. How are you?
Hello, DigiShell.
We're doing a marathon of all the... Sorry, I should say one Deathless run for every game of the Classicvania challenge. So we're up to Rondo of Blood. Tell me about this shaft fight.
This shaft fight or the shaft fight?
This one. Either one.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks for the follow.
And this one, the only thing I really found out is like, oh yeah, my Bible can hit the fire orbs. And I can just backflip through these. Yeah.
Yeah.
I still am not 100% sure of how to deal with the electricity orbs. I feel like I got super lucky in this particular run with it. Because I feel like there was
what
a point
happened there?
right there. I should have gotten hit. I should have gotten hit, right?
What?
And right there, I should have gotten hit. I don't know. I have no idea.
I feel like the Bible projectile like saved you somehow. That's cool.
I think I'm gonna have to lab that.
Hey, thank you, Digi. What was going on in the DigiShell stream? So this desperation attack can kill you. Because Shaft isn't exactly dead yet. I'm pretty sure that's the reasoning. I discovered that because I was like, I'm going to get hit by the desperation attacks deliberately because it's funny. And I lost a Deathless run to that. So.
Hey. Okay.
Oh, that's cool.
This
I have to see how you do this part.
Okay, so how do I do it? Terribly. I'm just gonna spoil it right there. So
have you seen my stupid strat that I do here?
No, I haven't. My strat here was just like, oh yeah, the axe kills them in one hit, and I had practiced this like that day several times and done it perfectly. Mm-hmm. And then when the real run came, I just messed it up completely.
You're doing fine so far.
Yeah, like at the start it was fine, but then I just start. I think this is where it begins. Yeah, this is where it begins. I have so many memories of this bridge. Yeah, this is where I'm like, no, get away from me, please.
Yeah.
Like just looking at it, I'm having more flashbacks.
The life of a Richter player. Have you seen what Maria does here?
I think I remember like she just like slides or something.
Yep. You just do her slide and she outruns all the enemies.
I was really sweating bullets here because as you can see, I'm like one touch from death.
Yeah.
So I was like, I really want that wall meat on the next screen.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think this is a good moment to tell everybody about that little story of mine.
Oh, yeah,
I
go
have
for it.
seen this stage so many times. This was like 12, 13 years ago, back in the days where livestream.com was still a thing, and we used Flash Media Encoder in order to stream. I was part of a certain site, and sometimes we would stream things. I had just discovered Rondo thanks to Dracula X Chronicles, and I was like, wow, this game rocks. I want to share it with everybody. So I get a PC Engine emulator that does not handle transparencies right. So I do all the game until here, and then the boss of this stage, you're going to see, is very reliable on transparencies. Just hold on to that.
Do you do the backflips here, or do you do the room honest?
I think I do it honestly.
There's a replacement Bible here. That's sick.
Oh yeah, you didn't know about the replacement Bible. Like, yeah, that's like the best part. Like, oh yeah, I'm gonna replace my Bible with an axe earlier in the stage, and then I'm just gonna get the other Bible.
Hell yeah.
Hello, Happy Toaster. Yeah, I do this room honest, and that means I just take forever to do it.
Yeah. I mean, if it works, it works.
Yeah, that's the important part.
Yes, there's this whole gear puzzle here. And I don't know if they did this on purpose, but you can backflip against the left wall and skip the whole thing. The timing's kind of precise.
Should still try it sometime.
This part.
Other players' Richter run, and seeing their movement was insane, and I was like, man, I want to learn to move like that someday.
Mm-hmm.
I just love these guys. It's just freaking playing footsies.
Yeah, I find this part a little nerve-wracking. Yeah, the thing happened to you.
Yeah, I hate those guys though. Like, they're a pain.
The were-skeletons or whatever.
Yeah.
You didn't get the meat. Are you gonna go back for it?
Yeah, that was deliberate. That was deliberate, but also I think at that point I should have gotten it. Now that I think about it again, I don't remember if I take it now or I take it later. I think I probably take it now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm moving all the
Yeah,
way
thank
back
you,
here.
DigiShell. Have a good night.
But in general, I was like, oh yeah, let's just go for the. I usually leave that meat there and then go back for it when I'm like, oh yeah, this is a good moment. So yeah, I just go ahead and grab it at this particular juncture.
Yeah, I usually clear out the bottom first and then go back up after it.
Yeah, that's more or less my thought process at that moment in time. Like, might as well grab it when it actually like heals half of my bar. But I was already past half of the bar, so I don't really know what I was thinking at that moment. But I
sure. You know, old habits die hard.
Also, I'm just gonna say I'm so glad for Rondo's making sure that you can pick up your your sub weapon later, because
it's a nice feature.
It's the nicest feature. Like playing other Castlevania games, I'm like, oh, I just grabbed a knife. It's replacing my cross because I forgot that specific candlestick had a freaking cross.
Oh, you're going for the one up?
I grabbed it anyway because, as you said, old habits die hard.
Yep. I always grab it too.
I was like, might as well grab it. Because at this point, I was like, yeah, I'm close to doing the Deathless, but it's not sure, so might as well secure the 1cc.
Mm-hmm. I hate this section with Richter because you have to deal with two were skeletons.
Yeah,
or is it just one? I forget.
I think it's just one, honestly. But still, one were skeleton is one were skeleton too many. There is another were skeleton I killed earlier that was downstairs. Yeah, but that one I managed to get him without taking any damage, so that was not really much of a problem. Yeah, the lucky one up. Yeah, we're basically near the end now.
Nice. Should we unmute the game and listen to your commentary?
If you want. I thought you yeah, if you want. Let's do it.
It's pretty. I did hear this part. It's pretty fun. So I'm going to turn off the music. We're going to listen to Past Decade. Realize that this might be the Deathless run.
Okay. I'm not at full health. I wish I was. Now, I'm really going to focus on this fight.
Is this loud enough, guys?
I did it earlier today, and I was like on the money with him. So let's hope that carries over.
This guy was invisible when Decade streamed this.
Oh yeah,
forever ago.
That's the whole thing. That's my whole gimmick. Invisible Shaft is like my arch nemesis. I want to reenact that battle someday. Okay. I was actually going to try to do it, but I didn't get the time to do it this year. Maybe next year. There has to be an emulator out there that lets me turn off transparencies.
Yeah, I feel like he's just flickering off and on real fast. So I wonder if like I don't know what was going on there. Yeah. This boss is going to be so awesome and it's just not there.
Whoa, that should have hit me. Ooh, I got hit.
Oof. That was cool.
As I said, just one more hit. Some people would say it's sloppy, but I'd say it's dramatic.
It was dramatic.
Now, it's time for the victory lap. I was like, I was just trying to psych myself up. I was just like, holy smokes, is this going to be my first Deathless and my first 1cc? That's all I have to do.
I wonder what strat you use on this guy. There's a few different ones.
My heart is beating really fast right now. As I was saying, my heart was beating really fast.
Yeah. I stopped watching here off stream because I was like, I just want to see this live on stream.
Yeah,
so.
I will take the cross. She's not a Fujo, she says. I was just bothering my big sister on chat.
Nice. Classic Castlevania 1 style.
Yeah. Sorry if I get quiet. Yeah, right now I'm also being really quiet. I don't know. I just have this brain space where whenever I hear this song, I'm like, oh yeah, it's go time.
Yeah, it's time to focus.
Yeah, even when I'm not actually playing. I don't know why I'm focusing so hard. Yeah, so as you can see, my strat for it was just, let's take it slow.
Yeah,
Okay.
why risk it, you know?
Especially considering that I was that close to, you know, that achievement, so. Yeah, hit. Oh no, I got distracted by. Yeah. Oh, it doesn't matter. Yeah, my big sis like, oh, he big, and I'm like, oh, yeah. I was hoping to, you know, if you thought he was big, now he's big.
This phase is cool.
Yeah. You can just slap him silly, and that's it. Okay.
It is kind of tough to get underneath him when he jumps, though.
Yeah, it's like really easy to get nicked by his legs. So I was like, you know what? If that happens, I'm just gonna do this.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna do this.
Good call.
Yeah. It's over.
Nice.
Let's go.
Your mic cut out.
That's it. Deathless. Yeah, it's something I really. Something I noticed is that
did it. We actually did it. I did not
the
know
veins in my neck actually.
Me, but I did it.
Cool.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I was really happy, as you can tell.
Let's go. I hope I'm not disturbing the neighbors. I just hope I'm not
doing my
Your
best.
poor neighbors.
Okay,
I was doing my best Luke Street Fighter impression.
I'm just gonna let the cutscene run, and then we're gonna raid. Because I had nothing else prepared for tonight. I didn't think I was gonna just do it like that.
Yeah.
But I did.
You rated me. I remember this night.
Yeah, I think I rated Soy, and you were collabing with them.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah.
I'm better than I think I am sometimes. Huh?
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Also, yeah. This is the pose that I reference in order to make this little PNG.
Yeah, I see that.
But
that was something.
Yeah. The problem is that when I got my reference picture, it was flipped.
Yeah.
And as you can see, my glove is on the wrong wrong hand.
Yeah, it's true.
Let's just call it artistic liberty.
Yeah, yeah.
Just try not to pop off that much.
Interpretive license.
Yeah. You know, just not to get Konami's lawyers on me or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think I could skip it even if I wanted.
I feel like I
do
gotta order
think,
food
however,
at some point.
My first 1cc and my first Deathless.
Yeah, you definitely should eat something. Yeah, something I think this is the first time I just clear a Japanese version of Rondo in the sense that. Oh yeah.
What now?
Yeah, I think this is the first time I clear like the Japanese version because all the versions I played had like the English voice acting or whatever.
Mm-hmm. I really want to see this ending screen on a CRT.
Oh.
These pixels are pretty blocky. I bet they would look really smooth on like composite.
It can really make your thumb go sore.
This this horse is so crappy looking. I never noticed it myself, but like everybody points it out in chat.
It really helps. It helps a lot, honestly.
I can't believe we're running ahead of schedule. That like never happens. You know that?
Yeah. No, I know organizing things is hell.
Invisible shaft challenge again.
Did you see the big mistake I made with the schedule? So.
Oh yeah.
We've had like a private Discord channel for the people who are going to be co-commentating, and I was like, all right guys, here's the schedule, it's going to be pretty tight, sorry about that. And Professor Hammerrad was like, you scheduled 2.5 hours for my Castlevania 4 run, which isn't even an hour and a half long. Did you do that on purpose? And I was like, oh no. So like at the last minute, I had to message everybody and be like, guys, your run is like a full hour earlier. Is that okay? Oops.
It was great.
Well,
Yep.
you did a great job. I am always really pleased to see runs like this where someone is going in with like modest expectations and then they completely blow themselves away. I'm glad you were just as happy to pull that off as I was to see it.
Pop the top. I'm sorry. I just have to point that out every single time I see it. Yeah, you
gotta point out pop the top Wada. Yeah. Oh, have fun.
Right.
Have fun, Professor.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. That's the end.
Thank you very much for dropping by, and see you on the next game that I do for Classic
thanks.
Challenge, probably. I don't think I'm going to stream anything but Castlevania this month.
Nice.
Yeah, next month it's going to be different.
Oh,
nice.
Thank you very
Good job
much for having me.
Thank you so much for coming on.
Oh,
and congratulations on your run.
Thank you. Now, yeah, everybody. Also, bye, chat. I guess. Yeah. I don't know how to sign off. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. It's always awkward. Go follow Decade if you haven't. All right, guys. I'm going to pull Sarzak in. Thank you so much, Decade.
Thank you so much to you, Dot. See you around.
See you. Sarzak, if you jump into general chat, I'll be able to pull you into the on-stream chat from there. Oh. What should I order for food, guys? We're going to see something in this Sarzak run that I've never seen before. I'm not like the biggest fan of Dracula X, so I've never bothered to get the good ending, and in fact, I've never even watched it. So I'm about to for the first time. Hi there. How are you?
Hey Dot, how are you?
Pretty good. Chat, it looks like Sarzak might be a little quiet. Can I get some verification on that before I go adjusting the volume?
Do I need to turn things up? Hello?
Yeah, either turn it up on your end, or if you're maxed out, I can turn it up on my end too. So
Okay,
however
make
it
an
works.
Adjustment real quick. It's probably me.
Okay.
Okay, is that better?
It's better for me. What do you think, chat? Better?
How about now? Do I sound okay?
I bet that's perfect. If I had to guess.
Okay,
awesome, cool.
Awesome.
So you got a ton of Deathless runs, right? Do you remember?
I did. I got 9, and I think it was whenever I did my Deathless Dracula X where I was like, no, I'm not doing all of these Deathless.
Yeah. Yeah, you have a lot of fun with this one.
I did. I had a lot of fun with this, and Dracula X is a game I have like a really complicated past with. This is a game that I like a lot, and also just want it to go away at times.
Mm-hmm. You know, I'm glad you like it because it can be a little hard to to get people to play this game who like really have any kind of love for it. So.
Well, I think my love for this like comes from like nostalgia. Like I have really fond memories of playing this the first time. I have like really fond memories of whenever I bought my copy when I worked at a Funko Land ages ago.
You worked at a Funko Land?
I worked at a Funko Land, and believe it or not, Dracula X was my first employee purchase.
Wow. You can see the future.
Yeah, it was like, oh wow, they have Dracula X. This is like day 2 of like employment. The store had just opened, and I go to the manager. I'm like, you said something about employee discounts, and I'm like waving Dracula X at him. And he's like, that's terrible. And I'm like, I know, I want it.
How much did you pay? Do you remember?
I think it was around $45-50.
Wow, even back then.
This is the very, very end of the 90s. Like we were opening a few days before Christmas '99. And that was pretty pricey for an SNES game back then.
Yeah.
Or like an out of print one. Now Dracula X goes for like stupid money.
Yeah. So now that we've been talking for a little, the Battle of 1999 revealed at last. Now that we've been talking for a little bit, chat, is the game audio too loud? Or is everything cool? It's fine on my end, but... Okay, good. Yeah, so this is the game that Decade and I were talking about a little bit, that like people call it like a watered down Rondo. I think it's better if you think of it as a completely different game that happens to reuse some of Rondo's assets.
Oh, absolutely.
It's not that similar. It does have
I like to think of this as like Castlevania 4. You know, it's Richter's Quest. It echoes like, you know, the original game in a lot of ways, but in a lot of ways it's also its own thing completely.
Yeah. So, one thing that it does have in common with Rondo is there are branching paths, and I always take the bad ending path. I've never seen the best ending path, which is what Sarzak is showing us today.
Oh goodness, so you're gonna.
I'm actually
love
pretty excited.
Maria, then.
Yeah, I've never seen her.
Oh goodness. Okay, this will be fun. So there's this guy right here. I love this guy. It's classic Cerberus, and yet he sounds like a cat.
Yeah.
What was Konami thinking here?
I think they thought, well, there's only so much space for audio samples on the cartridge. Plus, we have this cat sample from Chronicles anyway.
I do appreciate that they like made like an original boss for this. Like this isn't just like some reused Rondo sprite, but still at the same time, it just another sound file would have been good.
Yeah. It's pretty tough for a stage 1 boss, I think.
When did you first play this, Dot? Did you play this back in the SNES days, or did you come to it later?
Oh, I came to it in adulthood, yeah. The first time I ever beat it was the year before last, I think.
Oh wow, okay. See, I came to this anywhere between a few months to like a year after Symphony of the Night came out. Like this game was completely under my radar when it came out. I did not know about it, and then Symphony comes out, and I'm like, who is Richter Belmont? Who is this guy? Like, why is he fighting Dracula at the beginning of this game? Who is this guy? So I don't remember if like, because we had internet access then, but it was like AOL access, so you know the information you could get is like really limited. But somehow I found out like about Dracula X being like the Richter game at the point. And the city that I lived in at the time was like a city of about 100,000 people. And there was a bunch of video rental stores and a bunch of retailers. And I tried to find a copy, and I could only find like one rental place that had like a single copy. So I rented it because I wanted to play it because I've always loved Castlevania. And when I got to Final Dracula, let's just say I was not prepared for that room.
Yeah.
And the thing is, like you've said before about this game, like if you know how to do that fight, it's pretty easy. But if you go in there not knowing the fight at all, not knowing what to expect, it's it's kind of shocking to just see the terrain.
Yeah. Like, is this a joke? Is there like a hidden camera somewhere? It's funny. Your story of discovering this game is like kind of how I discovered Bloodlines, because it pops up like a Rondo of Blood like stage title card at the beginning of Symphony of the Night.
Right.
But it's the name of the first stage where you fight Dracula is in fact Bloodlines. So I like went to Toys R Us after I'd played Symphony, and they had Bloodlines in the bargain bin, and I was like, oh, this is that Castlevania Bloodlines game that they reference in Symphony of the Night, which it's not, of course, but that's why I picked it up. And I hated it at the time. But I came back to it later and I was like, oh, this is like one of the best games I've ever played. Yeah, I knew that.
Oh yeah. I didn't care for Bloodlines at first either. Like when I was like a preteen or early teen, I don't remember exactly. My parents got a divorce, and my mom realized that the best way to get me to go over to her place was to have like a video game console. So she bought like a Sega Genesis and some games, and she knew I liked Castlevania because I used to take my NES to my grandmother's house over the summers to play Castlevania.
Nice.
And it did the job. It got me over there a couple times, but I did not like Bloodlines at all at first. But
yeah,
I think it's probably like the second best 16-bit Vania after Rondo.
Yeah, I like it a lot. When like in college wasn't like going so well, so I kind of got in my head like maybe I should just like try to release an indie video game. Like obviously it's not going to be a financial success, but it might be more fulfilling, you know. So I got into, I would call it aspiring indie development. It's not like I ever released anything. Do you find this boss like surprisingly hard? I guess not, because you're putting on a show here.
Well, yes, I do find this guy surprisingly hard. When I was practicing this game, it had been about 2 years since I played this game last, so I was really rusty with this, and I died on this guy a lot until I kind of like rediscovered like what you're supposed to do, how you're supposed to position yourself, and I mean the axe trivializes so many bosses in the game to begin with, but I died a lot on this guy. In kind of like prepping for the no death run. I think a lot of people like they get to this guy and this is like the first real like wall for them in the game is the Bat boss. Which is deceiving because the Bat boss in almost every other Castlevania is like a trivial boss.
Yeah, not in this one. So, like I was saying, I really wanted to get into indie game development when I was in college. And that was when I replayed Bloodlines like as an adult. And for some reason, like, you know, I don't really feel this strongly about game design now. But when I wanted to be a game designer, like I had stuff I really liked and really didn't like, you know? And Bloodlines was just like the perfect video game for me at that point. Like I was like, this is exactly what I want my action platformer to be like. That was when I really got into Bloodlines.
What are like some of the main things that you like about Bloodlines?
So, you know, this, of course, right? Like the most annoying part of learning any Castlevania is that painful phase where you're like, all right, which candles do I not want to hit? Because if you hit the wrong candle, then you get a sub weapon you don't want. It kind of screws everything up.
Yep.
But Bloodlines very subtly indicates which candles have sub weapons in them. I remember being really impressed with that, which sounds kind of silly in hindsight, but you know.
No, it's certainly like having replayed it recently. It's great because you can, if you have a bad sub weapon, you're like, oh my god, am I going to get the one I need for this encounter?
Yeah. I also, you know, there's a little bit of nuance to like the movesets, like how Eric can attack diagonally when he's standing, but not when he's jumping, and John's the opposite, and they both have like that heavy attack where you hold down the button. I was really into that too. These days I think it's great. It's just I kind of think all of these games are great. Maybe not this one so much, but I don't hate it either.
When I think of this game, I think of the word mediocre. Like, it's like if you want a hamburger, right, and you go to McDonald's, you're getting something that gets the job done. It's not the best hamburger. It's a hamburger, right? You can't complain about it too much, right? That's kind of what this is. It's serviceable. It's fine in a lot of ways. In some ways, it's not. The Spear Knights are terrible. But it's not Castlevania the Adventure.
Yeah. So you're saying this game is a McDouble?
Basically, yeah. It's the cheap way to just satisfy that classic Vania urge. There's better ways to do it, but it gets the job done. So this part up here that I'm coming to in the game, this frustrated me so many times. Dealing with the fishmen, not a problem, but as I jump from this platform up here, there's an invisible block. You probably saw Richter like delayed there a moment. Every time I hit that delayed that little block, I thought I was going to plummet to my death.
Yep. I know the feeling. For some reason, I redid my Deathless run of this for this year. I was still thinking, I'm going to do all these games Deathless this year. And Dracula X was one I did bother to do.
Oh my goodness, Ramses, that is like the perfect description. It's the
Little Caesars of Castlevania.
But coming up right here, this is where you have to start doing stuff to get the good ending. And this part, I had to reset my run because I wanted the good ending for my Deathless run. I hate the idea of Annette becoming Carmilla and then you having to kill her. I don't like that. I know it's a fictional character, but it bothers me.
Sure.
But you cannot get knocked into the pit. Like, if you get knocked into any of these pits, you don't die. You go to the alternate level, and you're not going to be able to get the key item that will allow you to free Maria and Annette. And you've got to be very careful with these Medusa heads. But one really important thing to remember about this game is that if you are crouching, if something hits you, you will not get knocked back. So that's why I'm crouching a lot here, just in case if the Medusa heads get through, like, I won't go flying into a pit.
I was going to ask when you were crouching on the moving platform, but then I was like, well, obviously, yes, that's why you're crouching.
Yeah. But thankfully, there is no timer in this game, and this is not a game I ever desired to speedrun. So I see very close there. That was almost a reset.
There is a catch, which is that you have to be crouching and not crouch attacking. If you get hit out of a crouching whip, you will get knocked back.
While crouching?
Huh?
Oh, you can't attack while crouching to get knocked back, or?
Yeah, if you're crouch attacking when you get hit, you will get knocked back.
Oh, okay.
I learned that one in a way that killed me on Dracula. So oops.
No.
Literally the worst time to find that out, but that's fine. What's in that last candle? Was that a sub-weapon?
I think so. It doesn't really matter because we're about to get the key, which is going to replace our sub-weapon, and it's kind of useless, except you can really kind of like cheese it in this fight.
Yeah.
With the what is it? The item crush, I think they're called.
Yeah, item crash. I know this trick.
So Dullahan here, I do not think he is as bad as he is in Rondo of Blood, where I do agree with you. I think he's the hardest boss in Rondo.
Yeah.
But you have to be very defensive here. You can't just like go all out on this guy. You have to wait to see what he's going to do and then respond to that, because if you just try to zerg him, you're gonna die.
Mm-hmm. Nice. He doesn't have a desperation attack, huh? Yes, so what Sarzak just did is the item crash. which is a super move that costs a bunch of hearts. Although, does it even have a cost if you use the key?
Does he
No,
what?
I think it's free, right?
Yeah, it's free. It's free. It doesn't cost any hearts.
You're invincible during the item crash animation. So you could use that with the key to go through stuff.
Now, is this a level, if you're doing the bad route, if you had fallen and had to fight not Shaft, do you still have to go through this level, or?
Nope. I've never seen this level before in my life.
Okay.
I was scrubbing through your video to make sure that it that it had everything, and I saw this level and I went, oh, right, I've never seen this.
Okay. See, we're actually not going to have a boss fight in the level, because once we rescue Maria, we come to sort of a junction where there's another locked door, or there's a path to the left. This is great right here. Just look how I'm abusing this key item rush. The key is so awesome right now. I wish I could keep it. But if you continue on, and if you don't take the alternate route to go to Annette, you have to fight the Minotaur in this level.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen the Minotaur in this game.
But yeah, every time there's a skeleton above me, we're going to use the key.
Do you ever speedrun or anything like that?
I've done one speed run just for the hell of it, and you're gonna laugh when I tell you what it was.
What?
Castlevania Legends.
Nice. Cool.
I just wanted. I don't know why I don't particularly like Castlevania Legends. I mean, it's better than the adventure. I don't know why. I just told myself, hey, why don't you try to speedrun Castlevania Legends? I did that over the summer. I was really bored. But that's the only speedrun I've like really tried.
What? Can that thing not hit you if it's in hit stun?
Yeah, that happens several times.
Really?
So you want to jump down and just immediately start wailing on him. So when he charges you, he'll go through you without damaging you.
And that's way better than what I do. I do like a backflip thing.
Yeah. There's one later. It's in stage 5, I think. I do the back flip for that because he comes out a little too quick, and the backflip is the quickest way to avoid getting hit, as opposed to like trying to damage him. But that guy right there, I find it's better to just wail on him and just let him go through you.
Wild.
All right, so we're about to get Maria, and
I can't wait.
They've changed her sprite up for reasons I don't understand.
Cool.
So this part's actually a little nerve-wracking because you have to get across the screen here. Maria's behind that door. You've got all these little ghost guys coming by. I had a lot of problems with this, but right here I just went through it. Thank you for saving me, Richter. Our princess is in another castle.
Oh my god, I love the...
I don't know why they changed her up there.
It's such a subtle change. Like if you're gonna change her, like why not go all out, you know?
Yeah.
There's so many ghosts. What on earth?
All right, so oh wait, we're not there yet. This is a bunch of red skeletons and fleamen in this area, but this is like the last stretch of the level before we can exit to the alt stage.
Yeah, like what they did with her in X Chronicles. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what they were trying to do with the character designs in that game. I guess they were like going for more of a steampunk like feel.
Yeah, it does have that look. I'm not like super wild about X Chronicles. I don't regret getting my Deathless run of it, but I don't think I'll go back to it.
It's okay. I like the extra content. There's a couple extra bosses, and the third phase Dracula is a lot of fun. But I mean, it's not the real Rondo, you know. It's a neat like curiosity. So right here, if you continue to the left, you're going to fight the Minotaur. But if you still have the key, this door will take you to the alt level where Annette is.
Aha. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen stage 5 Prime or whatever.
It has some really, really stressful sections in it. There's this one part where the screen is scrolling upwards and there's spikes on the ceiling, and it's I get anxiety every time I do that this section that's coming up. But I will say this level does look nice. One of the things I will say about Dracula X is some of the level backgrounds are really nice looking, and I think this is one of them.
Yeah, this is like an actual good level. I'm kind of shocked.
Yeah. It's a shame it's an alt level.
Yeah. I don't agree with that hitbox. I don't think that guy did hit you.
Yeah. I'm about to lose control right here. I'm going to take a bunch of unnecessary hits. But thankfully I'm able to like recover from it, because I totally forgot that there was this this dragon, and then ooh.
Yikes. I don't know about that mermaid strategy. Could use some work. What's he thinking? Yeah, the music's good in this.
Oh yeah. Now this section isn't too bad. You just need to move a little quickly here to get on these platforms and everything. But the next section right after this, oh my god, I do not enjoy this section.
Oh, cool. That's what I wanted to see.
Yes. And you have to jump from the higher platform. You can't jump from the lower one. You will not make it.
Good. Oh my god. They do not make you fight a bone dragon at the end of this.
Yes, they do.
What a bunch of crap.
Do. And he almost gets me. And then I just start wailing on him with axes, and it works out. But what's nice about like doing this, like rescuing Maria and Annette, is that when you get both of them, they refill your health completely. So that's really nice. So poor Annette has apparently been hidden under the sea.
How is she breathing down here? Whatever.
There she is. We've saved Annette. So since we saved Annette, that's going to change the boss of the next level. We won't have to fight Carmilla. Instead, we get to fight Death. And the Death fight here looks exactly like it does in Rondo, but I think it's a lot harder in this game.
Interesting. Is Carmilla the thing that I fought in my run? Like, is it like a skull with like stupid Spirit Halloween googly eyes?
Yeah, that's Carmilla.
I see. You ever seen Creepshow?
Oh god, a long time ago, yeah.
I watched it last night. Neo Zero just quoted it.
How does it hold up?
Oh, I still love it, but you know, given my taste in movies, that doesn't necessarily mean much.
So at the end of this level, we're going to have to fight another reused Rondo boss. You can probably guess which one it is by the level design.
Oh, sure. It's the alternate stage 1 boss.
Yeah.
Yeah. The birds have like a messed up palette. Have you noticed this? There's just like stray like flesh tone pixels. Like that can't be right. They can't have done that on purpose.
Well, I mean, didn't the guy that made this game also make Castlevania Legends?
He sure did.
What else has he made? Or was Castlevania Legends the last thing he ever made?
It might have been such a big hit that he just retired, but I don't know. It looks weird. They messed up its face. I love this strat.
Yeah, so this is the best thing to do. Just stay here. You'll hit it. It has a lot less hit points than you do. Whenever it like comes up to like do a big attack, you just item crush.
Cool. What a strat. Hey, thank you, Cinematic Sith.
But yeah, at this point, what I'm trying to do, like, I could probably kill the boss a lot quicker if I was using, like, sub-weapons and stuff. But I want to conserve as many hearts as possible for death, because in Death's second phase, the best way to just deal with it is to time your item crushes, like, perfectly. Otherwise, Death gets out of control real quickly.
Yeah, the axe item crash is one of the cheaper ones, right?
Oh, yeah. It's the best sub-weapon in the game, I think.
Oh, yeah. It's my pick for sure.
Now he's got a little desperation attack here, so he's gonna be a little cheeky.
Oh.
Oh, now this level, oh goodness. This is where I really feel like the game has like worn out its welcome with the spearmen.
Yeah. You know, it's funny, the best ending path, I think it has more enemy variety. Like, I feel like the best ending path just should be the game.
Yeah.
You know? I hate this stupid climb.
Yeah, this part's kind of just tedious, and again, what I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to conserve as many sub weapons as possible, but like there's just places where you have to use them, or you're gonna take damage from the crows and the dragon skulls and everything. But I completely did not like remember this level whenever I came back to this game. So like in the next section with the platforms that are moving, I thought I needed to like move all the way across to the right, and no, you just move up.
That's such a stupid trick.
Yeah, it's just like, wow. They knew what they were doing with this. They're just like, we don't care. We just want to finish this game at this point.
So there's this whole path to the right. You do get meat for taking it, but you just do this and you move on to the next screen. I feel like it's like about a 50-50 rate. Like some people, the first time they play this, go, wait, is the exit just here? And they instantly figure it out. And some people like do the whole thing.
Yeah.
I hate this Spear Knight. When it walks away from you, it's so annoying.
This part's awful. These Spear Knights are just put in positions to where if you don't know the layout, you're going to get hit by these guys.
From off screen. It's not like there's any predicting it.
Yeah.
Just you get hit and it's like, oh, I guess there was a Spear Knight there. Okay.
Yeah. Don't ever try dealing with the second and third ones. Just ignore them. Just jump on the platforms, jump on the stairs. Just don't worry about them. You'll take more damage trying to deal with them.
I hate the ghost here.
Yep. This part sucks as well.
This one, yeah. Nice.
Coming up is that other axe armor. This guy I'm going to do the backflip on.
Yeah, I do the same thing. Password, that's true.
Now, there is a meat coming up right here. I think it's so important to grab this, especially if you have to fight death. I don't remember the Carmilla fight that well in this game. Is she particularly difficult or not really?
She's relatively easy, but I grabbed the dagger before her because you really do want to use item crashes for invincibility.
Okay. What is nice is that they do give you this one up here, so if you die, you just can keep getting it and getting it and getting it.
Let's not make them do that level again.
Okay, so this looks like the Rondo of Death fight, but it's... I don't know. I find that because Richter moves a lot slower here, it's just harder to deal with. Plus,
you have less room to maneuver also.
Yeah, and when Death hits you, like in this phase anyway, he like slows down. You like slow down, like you have like a status effect on your.
I'm sorry, Death has a hitbox in this?
Yeah.
You know he doesn't in Rondo, right? His body can't hit you in phase 1.
All right, now phase 2. This is where you're gonna spam item crushes. He's gonna come down and you just whack him, and then when he does his little spinny thing, item crush as soon as he gets to you.
This looks awesome. This is such a cool strat.
I do lose control out of him for a little bit, so you're gonna notice I just start spamming it without any timing because I just want him to die. But I definitely think he's a lot harder than Dracula in this.
Yeah, I would agree with that. That actually looked like a hard boss fight.
I died so many times practicing that fight.
Carmilla's harder than Dracula too, but not by too much.
I kind of want to go back and do the boss fights that I didn't do for this Deathless. Like I know there's like a necromancer like shaft fight, like it's shaft but not shaft, I guess.
Yeah.
I think there's the Minotaur and the werewolf are alternate bosses that I didn't fight in this playthrough.
The werewolf sucks. The werewolf might be harder than Carmilla.
Oh, would you say it's harder than the werewolf in Rondo?
Yes.
Oh shit! Oh wow.
It's really similar. What were you doing there?
So this
just
is
showing
me
off?
just testing to see if I can farm hearts or not.
I
It was
see.
me just getting a little worried about how little hearts I have left, because I'm gonna go axe heavy on Dracula, and I'm a little worried about the 19 hearts I have right now. It works out in the end, but at this point I'm like, do hearts drop from these guys? They
Jackie
don't.
Wags, Yaga found pretty reliable safe strat for the Chronicles werewolf. It's time consuming though, and the time limit of the level does matter, but it's still probably easier than the Chronicles werewolf, even knowing that there's a safe strat for it.
Oh wow!
But
yeah. Now the candle that's all the way in the upper right hand corner above this dragon, that has a meat. So if you've taken damage at this point, if you have something like the axe, you can get some meat after killing this guy.
I do think I remember that being neat, now that you mention it. I feel like this is like sort of Castlevania Legends style level design here.
Yeah, especially the part that's coming up with the platforms and the Spear Knights. See, right there, I need to jump down immediately and go after that guy, which is why I reset the thing. I still got hit, but...
Sure. What were the other games you did, Deathless?
Oh, all 3 Game Boy games. Rondo of Blood, Dracula X Chronicles, this, Castlevania 1, what else did I do Deathless? Is that it? I had 9 Deathless games.
I guess I could just pull up the spreadsheet.
Yeah, it all starts to bleed in my mind. So many vampires.
Yeah, I can relate to that. All right. You have Castlevania 1, 4, right. That was the one we were forgetting.
4. How could I forget that one?
Yeah. Then all 3 of the Game Boy games. This game, Rondo, X Chronicles, Adventure Rebirth, I guess.
Yeah, that's right. Adventure Rebirth. I love that game. I bought that on my Wii back in the day, and I still have like a legit copy on my Wii.
I transferred mine to my Wii U.
What's that?
I transferred mine to my Wii U.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I wish they would do like a Rebirth collection, with the Contra.
Oh, with like the Contra and stuff. It's just like a Gradius. Did I imagine that?
No, there's a Gradius and a Contra Rebirth, and the crazy thing is they were all done by M2. And like M2 has been doing these collections for Konami, so it seems like a no-brainer to me to like do like a Rebirth collection.
Yeah.
But it's Konami.
Wow, you don't pick up the invincibility potion, huh?
What's that?
That candle up there, you didn't grab it.
No, I'm terrible at grabbing that. If I try to grab that, I'm going to go to the ground, so I just kind of ignore it.
Yeah, me too.
It's just
my
like,
Deathless run of this that
trouble.
I just got, I like lose like 4 minutes redoing that room because I kept falling.
Yeah.
Guys, watch this boss fight if you're not familiar. This is the silliest thing I've ever seen.
This is just such a horribly designed room. Every time I see this, I just want to know what kind of sadist came up with this.
Yeah, this is really something.
So my strat is to stay in the middle platform and just duck, and then hit Dracula with Axis whenever he's on the platforms that I can see from the lower platform.
I think this is actually pretty much what they do in the speed run, even. Right down to like, if he doesn't teleport into range, they just go, oh well.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, that's the giant fireballs he just shot at me. That's the only time you'll really get hit with this strat if you're just patient.
Yeah. And it's only if he does that specific attack from one of the locations.
Right. But I remember the first time I got to this, I had no idea this fight was coming. There was no YouTube. There was no. I don't remember this being in a Nintendo Power or anything.
Yeah, I didn't hear about it.
I remember just pausing it when I saw this room and just thinking to myself, this isn't like the fight at Symphony of the Night at the beginning with Richter fights Strike. What is this? This is terrible. And I think I kept the game like 2 days late because I just kept it on this fight until I could get through it.
Cool.
But at this point in the game, I want him to be on the left of me whenever I bring him into phase 2. I do not want him on the right. All right, there's Demon Drac in his thong.
Oh, so you wait here, so if you do get knocked back, there's no pit behind you.
Right.
Brilliant. I do a much dumber, like, brute force strategy.
Yeah, and I'm just going to let him come to me and then spam him with Axis, and then it's done. But yeah, now that he's in range of the Axis, it's over.
Yeah, Nep, I bet we did the same thing. What a run.
I'm
really
always
feel
worried about like falling into a pit right here.
Yeah, I've never done that, but I know I will one of these days.
Oh my goodness, this art.
That's something. I've never seen the good ending. Is that the only difference?
There's going to be a shot with Maria and Annette.
Okay,
Maria
yeah.
looks silly.
Oh.
But that's the good ending of Dracula X. I hope none of you ever have to go through it.
This looks so much better than the bad ending path. Honestly.
What happens in the bad ending? It's been so long since I've done that.
I mean, it's just the levels are worse, honestly. There's less enemy variety. The boss you fight instead of Death is really silly looking.
Okay, okay.
It's Carmilla, but she like has Shaft's attacks, and they're harder to avoid because of course they are.
Oh, how weird! Is Shaft's like first phase Shaft and Rondo?
Yeah. So like she shoots out her eyeballs and they act like Shaft's orbs. It's really silly.
Yeah, that sounds like a thing. But yeah, this game like what another Noman said about Castlevania Legends earlier on. There's other Castlevanias you should play. Like if you only play one or two classic Vanias, don't play this one.
Yeah.
Play Castlevania 3, play Rondo of Blood.
Well, this was a great run. There were a few games that I almost asked you to do instead. Which
ones were you thinking about?
I was thinking about 4 for one thing, because there weren't that many options for 4.
Right.
That was, I think, the least common Deathless run. They were all really well executed is the thing. So it's like, no matter what, whichever run I picked of yours, like we were leaving a really good run on the table, so to speak. But
well, I'm actually glad that you picked this one, because like this is I don't know, this is kind of a game that it's really easy to dislike for really valid reasons. But I think like checking out like some of the alt paths and some of the other level designs kind of makes it worth a little bit more worth playing at some point, you know?
Yeah. Well, that was awesome.
Well, thank you.
I'm so glad that this worked out, that you were available to co-commentate.
Oh, totally. Thank you for having me. Like I was already planning to like watch the stream and everything tonight. I even put like a large bucket of candy outside for the trick-or-treaters with a sign that says take one. You know they're not taking one, but that's okay. I don't want them to bother me. But yeah, Dot, thank you so much for this event. This has been a lot of fun. A lot of Castlevania this month, but it's been a pretty amazing event. I've enjoyed it a lot.
Yeah, I'm glad you did. This was the outcome I was hoping for. Was a lot of people playing these and also discovering other Castlevania players who are better than I am. So, hey, thank you, Sneaker Nets. So yeah, same time next year, I guess.
Oh yeah, totally.
You can do this wonderful game Damage List or something.
No, thank you.
Does that sound like a good time?
No, thank you. No. I'd rather not play video games.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, just take the month off video games instead.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I guess we should move on to Kenster's run. Another one of the really really skilled Castlevania players. But thank you for your time. I happy Halloween. I hope you enjoy the rest of your night.
Oh yeah, totally. And yeah, I'm going to be watching the rest of the stream tonight. So thank you, Dot. It was awesome.
Thank you. I have to change so few words in the in the overlay here. I had to add Chronicles, change best to true, and change Sarzak to the Kenster. All right, speaking of Kenster, I've got to pull you in here.
Wow, that's me.
That's you.
It is.
that goofy avatar. That's like one of my favorites.
Do you know where this is from?
You mentioned it once.
It's from an old Brawl in the Family strip. It's the am I coming through on mic here? It's from an old Brawl in the Family strip with it's the Majora Moon, but with a goofy face.
Can I get a read on the volume balance here? It seems like Kenster's mic is.
How is it? It doesn't. Let me.
Sounding
it's because
good?
I'm
Okay,
looking
good.
at the Twitch stream, which is out of sync. That's why.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm confused.
Hi, Lofky. How are you? Hang on. Let me load up your run. Before we start it, since we are like 16 minutes ahead of schedule or something. Is it 16 or is it 26? It's a while.
It's like 25. Yeah.
25. Yeah. Okay. I have to order some food real quick.
Alrighty.
Where did I put your run? I found it. Hello?
It's one of these runs.
There we go.
Hey, oh god, I get right into it, don't I?
Yeah, you're not wasting any time.
I Akudin Dracula just get up out of my chair for this one.
Yeah. All right, just a moment. So, do you want, while I'm ordering food, do you want to tell everybody how many Deathless runs you got?
I did about 14.
About 14, yeah.
About 14 runs, you know. Just a couple. I started this month thinking, oh yeah, I'll play some Castlevania. I'm excited. Dot's doing Castlevania stuff. Yeah, I'll play some. And about halfway through Rondo, I was like, oh, I guess I'm just doing all of these now. Okay. I started Draculax. I'm like, I have to be done with this forever. And then the same thing happened for Adventure and Legends.
Mm-hmm. So, remind me, like, the order you did.
Let's see. So CV1.
Kurosami, thank you. I got spooked by that notification. I'm sorry.
Let's see. Castlevania 1. I did both CV3s then. Because I hadn't even 1CC'd Castlevania 3 or a Japanese version before, so... Mm-hmm. And then once I did, I was like, oh, I can just do this Deathless.
Yeah.
And I did Rondo in this, because you do Rondo, and then, spoiler alert, this is just Rondo. It is a pitch-perfect remake of Rondo, except it's 30 FPS, and there's maybe, like, 3 things that are just kind of weird and wonky with it.
Yeah.
What was the other? I have the playlist.
Oh, yeah.
In order. Come on here. Let's see. So then I did Adventure, and that's when my doom was sealed. I did the 2 Game Boy games, Adventure and then Belmont's Revenge. And Belmont's Revenge is actually very good.
Yeah, oh, that game's great.
Yeah. Oh, it's wonderful. Then Draculax, then Adventure Rebirth, then Legends, and then I got around to Haunted Castle, which was a fun one.
I love Haunted Castle.
It's the perfect 20 minutes of just silly garbage.
Yeah.
And then, of course, I finally got around to Bloodlines, filling in that Morris name.
Yep.
And then I got Chronicles in 4.
Yeah. So, I'm curious, what were like the hardest ones for you?
Hardest ones, 4 is up there definitely, just because it's so long.
Yeah.
It lasts forever, and everything in that second half, you just kind of die. It's, oh, whoops! I jumped onto that platform wrong and hit the spikes that it was attached to. Guess I'm dead. Agudin took like a few days of grinding just because that was where I began, and that's also kind of a long game.
Yeah, oh, it's long. Didn't you do the US Castlevania 3 like very quickly after?
Very quickly afterwards. Like the day after, I was like, oh, cool, I know Akudin now. Let's boot up CV3, and it just happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I think I'm ready to unpause.
Alrighty.
Are we good to start the run?
I'm good to start. I'm staring at this.
This is a pretty fast one, which...
It is.
It's kind of a shame how, like, some runners only get to come up on stage for a short time because they went too fast. They did too good a job.
I just got that speedrunner blood in me.
Yeah. Do you
if you go
speedrun?
faster, you make less mistakes just because you have less time to make mistakes. So,
do you speedrun?
Casually a little bit here. I like to play with leaderboards and Sonic games and all that.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. Now it's always fun to see good times. I could have Guardian Knuckled this ghost here, but I just couldn't get the input out, I guess.
I am not good at the Guardian Knuckle in this game.
I'm really good at it in Symphony, apparently, because I'm always doing that up quarter circle forward for Alucards, but...
Oh, for Wing Smash or whatever?
Yeah. Wing Smash and also the teleport fireballs as if you're Drac himself.
Like Hellfire or whatever. Yeah. So
I like to get all these hearts. I like Dragon in this game quite a bit.
Oh yeah.
Dragon is fantastic. It's a green dragon.
I thank you for skipping those cutscenes.
I do.
They add up
every
to so
time.
much time.
It's
Surfer, thank you. How are you? Nice Guardian Knuckle. Right? Am I right? So, this character is in the original Rondo too.
Yeah.
Decade played Richter because of course he did. So this way you do still get to see Maria.
I never used to play as Maria, but this year I picked her up and I was like, oh, this feels... I feel like I'm on top of the fucking world playing as Maria right here.
Yeah, she's
She has
so
a
fun.
double jump. All the movement. She's schmoovin'.
Yeah, this is a PSP game, Atchinson. This is the right aspect ratio and everything.
The widescreen, it's a bit funny sometimes, though.
It is, yeah. Yeah, Rachel, I had that experience with the PSP component cables. I know what you're talking about. Isn't that
just
sound
don't get
effect
hit
they
like
use
I
in
did
Doom
there.
or something?
What was that?
Don't they use this sound effect in Doom, the one with the Jedi Knights leap at you?
Yes. There's a couple of stock sound effects that are very noticeably used in Doom.
Like that one's used for like the Icon of Sin firing the
Yeah.
deals or something, right? Yeah.
There's a Pinky Demon grunt somewhere in here. I remember when I was rewatching this last night.
Cool.
Oh, you mean this gray skybox? This boat. I don't like the boatman in either version of this game. It feels
the boat
weird.
is so much harder in this version.
I have bad luck with both of them. On one of my Rondo attempts, I literally just fell through out of nowhere. I just got dumped off. Like, I guess the ferryman was like, yeah, I can just get this kid off. I mean, you're going to 3-dash? Nope, you're going in the ocean. Oh, I love them blurry trees.
Yeah. These are like the trees outside of Sen's Fortress. Don't tell me you don't play Dark Souls either.
I played Dark Souls.
Okay.
Who's not?
You didn't react, and I was like,
Yeah.
oh my god.
No, I didn't react, but I was thinking like, yeah, they are in the skybox back there.
So-
I'm usually too busy jumping into the darkness at Sin's Fortress.
Uh-huh.
I messed up this man. You get to do this dude so fast in this version just because he comes down in a cutscene that you can skip.
Yeah.
And I missed my dragon.
Thank you, Bill. Have a good one. Yeah, the like level geometry around Sen's Fortress is messed up. So it only ever loads the like low quality distant view model.
So there's
That's
just a
why
bunch
it
of
looks so
blurry
weird.
trees right up against there.
Yep.
It's wonderful. These dudes
Oh,
are
this
raging
guy's like a
demon at
zombie
you.
in this.
No, that dude's always there. He was in Rondo.
No, but he's a zombie in this.
Oh. Was he? Were they not technically zombie-like in their
Well,
sprites?
they didn't have green skin. I mean, they probably
Yeah.
were zombies, but nice, you avoided it. If you fall on that spike ball, it deals 0 damage.
Yeah. I'm well aware of how much damage that does when I fall onto it. That is why I knew to double jump. Also, I'm glad they managed to get this dude translates well to 3D, I think.
Yeah, this guy looks
They keep
awesome.
his charm. Also, they added a middle platform to this room in this version because widescreen.
Oh, right.
Yep.
Are you gonna slide? Nah.
Ooh, no, for some reason I slide a lot less in this run. Also, Tantrum Slide feels weird in Dracula X Chronicles compared to the original.
Yeah, I did notice that actually.
If you keep hitting it in original Rondo, it feels smooth. Meanwhile, you're gonna hear the scrape sound effect.
Yeah, Maria
in
feels
this stage.
significantly worse in this game. Some of her animations are mutually exclusive with walking when they weren't in the original. Using the Cardinals, for example. It's probably every sub-weapon.
You can kind of get around that by jumping and then cardinaling. You still have that air control while that, but
Richter is like a little more responsive to in this one. So
you can just backflip whenever. It kind of shocked me when I first I can just double tap A forever.
Yeah.
And there's no timing. So
look at the tantrum. It looks so bad in this one.
It's wonderful. Whoa. Also, they changed some of the geometry here to prevent you from just rolling across.
Yeah, now you have to jump twice.
Yeah. It didn't work, but I also really love all the Fleemen dying at once there.
Yeah.
Sound effect made me chuckle every time. Dolahan, this is Dolahan, that's his name, right?
Yeah, this guy sucks.
Yeah, this guy sucks. The spikes he does are slower in this version, so you have to sit around and wait for them, basically.
Yeah.
Also, he has 1 billion health. You have to sit here
I
and
don't
wait.
like this attack in this version.
No, when I was watching DCD's Rondo run, I was like, oh my god, he does that so fast in the original.
Yeah. For some reason, they thought it was necessary to buff this dude.
Yeah.
Who was already the hardest boss in the game.
Also, he puts his leg a little more forward, which I learned apparently you still can duck under Lance when he lunges, but
it doesn't look like you can.
Every time I tried, I just got hit.
Yeah.
Oh, you have the audio track with my mic on.
Oh, do I?
I think I heard my own voice somewhere in there.
Yeah, I did too.
I don't know. Don't worry, I don't know audio balancing, so you can't even hear back there.
Yeah, they were password. It wouldn't kill you. It can knock you down to 1 HP.
Just dragon.
Yeah.
When in doubt, just dragon.
For a second, I thought you said women doubt, just dragon.
Women doubt. I don't know. Last time I brought up just dragon, you did doubt me.
I did. Yeah, that's true.
Oh, it uses so many hearts. It's 5 hearts.
I know
so
that this is a really good
pickups in this
sub-weapon.
game.
It's just, I don't have enough of a plan to use it. You know what I mean?
My plan is I smash the up and the attack button, and then the big dragon comes out and kills all my enemies.
But what if you ran out of hearts?
Like, I have 68 hearts up there. When will I ever run out of hearts in this game? They give you so many. It's wonderful.
Yeah. I definitely... Sorry.
You go.
I definitely prefer the red birds and Rondo to in this game. So I think in this one I would just use the dragon. All right, what were you saying?
Yeah, so, well, first, this man just dragon. I'm not dealing with this painting. I had a death to that guy, and I don't like it. So, yeah, one of the things that make me prefer Agaden to Castlevania 3 is sub-weapons. You just don't get the cool ones ever. And I like using them, so...
Yeah. Oh, gosh, sorry. Are these bigger? They are.
They kind of fly back and forth between the foreground and background a little bit.
Yeah, I see.
I still love the image of a flea man riding a bird.
Yeah.
It's a good one. Also, level design is slightly different here, and it's weird. I missed the one gunman up there and the door.
Yep. I wonder what the deal is with that. Like, if they put the door in and they were like, what is with this door? Like, this is just in the middle of nowhere.
It's the door that, like, Fez flips the boat around so you can have the death fight on the mast, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, so death strat. Use dragon. He dies in 6 dragons.
That's 30 hearts.
30 hearts for a boss kill is a good deal.
Yeah.
I think that's
like
a
2
great
item
deal.
crashes.
Also, he transitions a bit earlier in this. It's at 50% in this one, while it's like a third health in the original Rondo.
Yeah.
I also very much... I fell victim quite a bit to, oh, he poked me and now Marie is flying off the boat.
Yeah. Well, that was a fun run.
If I had foresight, I would have done 5-dash and had actually Deathless.
Yeah, true.
But I'd
true.
also have to learn another new boss fight.
Yeah, true. I hear it's like hard as hell.
I took a look into it, and it felt a bit harder than basically anything else in the game, really, so... Mostly just because it has, like, 3 entire phases, practically, and you keep climbing a room. It's neat.
Mm-hmm.
So I much prefer the summoning circle happening in-game instead of cutting to a cutscene.
Yeah. This gets old.
Yeah. Also, you can position yourself better for the bat, which I guess it doesn't matter because bat's dead already, but...
Yeah, but...
Hey, more hearts!
It looks so weird how she has like a real snake tail instead of like a bunch
treasure
of orbs.
Yeah.
Yeah. She never did the 3-ring move.
No, because I murdered her.
She died too fast. This is wrong, I think. Don't you have to duck to go? What is this strat?
Just go for it. I just jump up it. I'm so sick of getting hit by bricks that I'm just go for it. I jump over him. I'm so sick of those things smushing me.
Cool.
Every time. Aggressive.
Did this guy feel slower to you than the PC Engine one?
I think so.
I think it's just the grab move that's slower. That.
Yeah, because he has that big wind up on it. In a PC Engine, he just runs up and fucking Zangief you.
Yeah.
Oh,
nice pause.
I'm trying to skip cutscenes.
Yeah.
And then Shaft just kind of dies to Dragon. He does have his third orb move, but for whatever reason, his cycle is different. So he does fire, lightning, then a
yeah,
weird spinny thing. which is weird. I don't know. He's already dead.
Yeah, if you just kill him instantly, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. That's why I got that speedrunner blood. How do you not die? You just kill them first. At Bridge as Maria is still the classic strat, but I don't know what it is because every time I have ever gone across this bridge, there is always a bat in front of me for some reason.
Yeah, you do have to be on the lookout for that. Even in the PC Engine one, that can happen.
Yeah. No, I lost a run to that in the PC Engine version.
Okay,
I crashed into a bat and I was like, oh, wait, what?
Goodness. Why does she slide like that? Have you seen what it looks like in the 2D one? It doesn't look like that.
Also, these harpies, they're very dangerous. They changed this bit in the clock tower. You have to jump on this thing.
Yeah.
Twice. It's bizarre. I don't know. Just let me go down. They also, well, nope, that's next room.
Yeah.
But they also changed
Quail,
how to rescue
I know
Annette. Yeah, so this room is raised. You come in from the bottom screen here instead of the top.
Yeah.
So they can add in the magical CD mechanism. I don't know when records were invented, but Dracula was ahead of the curve having them all over his fucking castle in 1792.
Yep. Hey, X-17.
Don't worry, I got him right before I fell, so.
What a hit.
The meat is on the other wall.
Why is your health so low? You like barely got hit. I guess it's Maria.
It's Maria. She takes 3 hits. It's glass cannon, you know? All the enemies no longer take 8 hits. They only take 3. And so do you. I should probably just roll away from those dudes instead of jumping away.
Yeah, I mean, the way the hitbox is shaped, it is really safe to jump back.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't hit too high, but...
Mm-hmm. I'm glad they keep the, just dragging it. They keep the were-skeleton reflection back there.
Yeah.
That is a good touch. And the classic just jump on the pendulum.
Yeah, did you know you don't
I wonder
even
if
need the
Richter has enough
pendulum?
height to backflip onto that.
I don't think he does. Did you know you don't even have to wait for the pendulum?
You can just go right for it.
You can just jump over the pit. Yeah, I watched someone do that recently. I was like, oh. There's meat in this room. You didn't care, huh?
No, I never found the meat in this room.
It's weird. It's in the top right corner.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like a breakable tile, but it totally is.
I saw someone get that meat like the other day just now.
So if you weren't getting the true ending, if you weren't getting the true ending, you wouldn't fight Shaft's ghost here. You would instead fight Annette, as Succubus or something.
Yeah. She has some cool moves.
Yeah, she's
I
a cool
enjoy
boss
being
fight.
able to just say who up Ghost and they Shaft every time I see them walk into this room, so.
True, yeah. I really felt those Misguardian knuckles. I understand. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's at the end of a really tough stage, so.
So, let me tell you about how I did not actually know you got a third Drac phase when I first did my little run of, oh, I'm gonna rescue the maidens on my way here, you know, for fun. So I had a run where I rescued all the maidens in one go, got here, and was like, oh yeah, free Drac. Because Marie can just double jump over things, keep the damage on. And then I died to a third Drac phase that didn't exist before, so...
Yeah.
Classic Cookie Monster.
Oh yeah, this does a Doom noise, doesn't it? At some point.
This is where he does.
I think it's like the imp wake up sound or something. Ah, Zombie Man wake up.
That was it. Yeah. This is cool little animation. This is a pretty sick final phase, though.
This is good, yeah.
And then he opens with this fucking move where he just decides, okay, Blood Rose Storm.
So if you're not under him, you just get
If you're not under him, you take a hit.
That's pretty funny. This does look like a Kirby villain.
Oh, it totally is. Yeah.
Oh, that's a cool attack.
It is. I do a bit of clowning on him. Normally, your first run of this fight, you're just gonna get smacked by everything, because he just kind of does stuff. So you just gotta learn the fight, but it's a fun fight to execute. Especially when you jump into big puddles of blood.
The best part.
What?
Oh, I could see that. GG. You left the credits in, right? In the final cutscene. Did I imagine that?
I'm pretty sure well, let's see.
Yeah.
I think I might have pressed start just to see what happens and then skipped a lot of stuff.
Oh, could be.
But
completely impossible.
Impossible.
Completely.
Eaten by a little girl? That's a very good line.
It is.
Child, it's power.
So I learned that they actually did record 2 separate versions of all the voice actor lines. So all the lines you hear in Rondo are different recordings, and I learned that because in the Rondo translation they have on this UMD here. Yeah, and I press start.
Okay, that's fine.
Just fuck
We
it.
get the idea.
Yeah, Castle Falls. Who cares? when Maria goes, I don't understand what that means in Rondo, and it is a very funny one.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the Dracula X Chronicles.
Yeah, that was awesome. That was a good run.
Yeah.
So for those who don't know, Kenster beat all of these games deathless, all 14 of them.
Yeah.
Which, when you do that, it's like, oh, only 3 people did this one deathless. Okay. And you have to do Dracula X Chronicles instead of like CV3 or something. So, you know, no good deed goes unpunished, I guess. That was awesome. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for putting this entire thing together. Hey.
Yeah, you're welcome. I'm glad you had fun.
It was a grand swell time.
We'll have to do this again next year.
Yeah.
Sarduce, we're way ahead of schedule. Is this too early for you, or are you good to go, or what?
Sarduce may be in general ready for us.
Oh,
I'll pass the torch on to them.
Yeah, do you know the story with their run? Because if not, I don't want to say.
I don't know. I'm excited to see this run.
All right, cool. All right, you can unmute.
Hey there.
Hey there. We're gonna need a volume check, of course.
Okay. How does my voice sound in comparison to dot levels?
Yeah.
I imagine I need to be turned up a little bit, maybe.
Probably, yeah, just because that's how SM57s are.
Yeah.
All right, let me load this up, and we're gonna want to mute the audio for yours, since you didn't get
I talked
you didn't
all
get
the hell over
isolated
it.
game audio. A slight boost. I got about a decibel and a half of headroom here. So I'm just gonna put on, I guess, the Castlevania 3 soundtrack. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, that works.
It's a little weird for you because you're not going to be able to hear it because of how Discord audio capture works. So sorry about that.
Oh yeah, don't worry about it.
You're gonna be like just sitting here in eerie silence watching this Dracula 3 run you did only a few days ago, right? I'm pretty sure.
I think it was like 5 or 6 days ago, yeah.
Yeah, 5 or 6. That's what I remember. All right, so no time like the present. I guess let's unpause this and get started.
Yeah, let's do it.
Did Mods already shout Sarduce out? Let me try. Yeah, there we go.
Nice, thank you.
So, if you want to see the adventures of Fucko, which I forgot that was what you named Trevor.
I forgot too. That's his name in the original Japanese version.
Yeah. Hey, thank you, Kenster.
Also, hi everybody. This is my run somehow. I actually did this.
Yeah.
I was telling Dot, I haven't even 1cc'd this before this run.
Right.
So it turns
either
out
this
the last...
or the Japanese version, right?
Yeah. I'd been practicing both, but it turns out through the last month, I just kind of absorbed this game by watching untold hours of people stream it and suffering. I took note of your suffering and I absorbed it, and I guess it made me powerful.
All right, Castlevania 3.
Yeah, this was totally unexpected. So like the day I decided to do it, I was feeling this game. I was like, okay, I'll do one run through of the Japanese version, see how much I've learned. Didn't learn much. The 1cc died at level 9, and I thought, you know what, that's pretty far. I might as well try the US version just for fun. It can't be that much harder, right? The 1cc ended at level 6. And that took me like 4 credits to finally finish the game then. And then I started up the stream with the intention of 1cc'ing Bloodlines and CV3. I did 1cc Bloodlines and I 1cc'd and Deathless cleared this. I don't know how it happened.
Just out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's unexplainable. One of those gamer mysteries.
Is the music at a good volume, guys? Oh, the link to this run? Actually, it is highlighted on...
Yeah,
oh, you don't hear music? Hang on.
I have the link to a YouTube archive. Give me just a second.
Yeah, so the in-game audio is actually muted. The idea was if you were going for a Deathless run, there were instructions for how to record just the game audio without your microphone. Unfortunately, Sarduce and newer DCD both got caught off guard by Deathless runs they were not expecting, so they weren't set up for it.
Yeah, I didn't expect this shit to happen.
I'm just muting the video instead and listening to the soundtrack. It's close enough. Sorry, my attention is sort of divided because I'm looking at apparently I have a food order right outside my door. Do you mind if I duck out for a second and
go eat that chicken sandwich?
You can keep chat entertained.
Yeah, sure.
All right, I'll be right back, guys.
I don't think she's eaten all day. She puts in so much work for us, you know? Anyway, this fucking game. What do I say about it? It's Castlevania, but 3. Shit, I'm no good at this. I love dot level Mogu. It's one of my favorites. There it is. What was this? Thursday last week? So I told the story about how I wasn't expecting the Deathless clear. And you'll see that borne out in this run, which is very, very tense. Not so much in the first few levels, but a few levels in, I start to get pretty sloppy. And some of the bosses, I'm like one hit away from death. There's people in chat having heart attacks on my behalf, which I appreciate, but it's not necessary. What was the most stressful part of this run? I would say level 9, which is definitely my weak point. And when I got there without dying, I was like, oh god. Because when you die in a 1cc run, you're like, okay, we got the death out of the way. Now we can actually just have fun with the damn game. I started stressing like halfway through, and then when I got to level 9, it was just like, ugh, I gotta do this. All that's left is to do it. A lot of good runs today. Glad to hear from the big luminaries of the Classicvania challenge this year. Kinster somehow getting every single gold medal. How the hell? Noman almost doing that, except for the evil CV4. That can be your revenge run for next year, I suppose. CV4, I knew I wasn't going to get Deathless in. I did a 1cc, and that's about the best you can hope for from me. Oh yeah, Nip and Rachel, everybody. Oh, there's Time Gal up there. You can see my alerts. Right now in the original VOD, Time Gal is saying, "We who?" I'm rooting for Noman too. It's just CV4, you know? The whole game takes like 1,000,000 years to finish, and then you die at the final jump before Dracula. That actually happened in my 1cc. I failed to jump back from the bonus area. That was one of like 3. That was one of like 3 deaths.
So my food's here. Are you cool with me eating? It'll probably be 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah, go ahead. Get some food.
I'm excited to see you tackle the owl room. I've seen a lot of people get beaten up here, but like I feel like it's pretty simple if you're not trying to go fast.
It is,
you
yeah.
just wait.
It's just if one of them gets past you, it will return. That shit's gonna haunt you.
Yeah, Faxborn, they actually did. Before I eat, though, remind me what your like experience level is with the Castlevanias. Like you play more like arcade games and Ghouls and Ghosts and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, I've done deathless clears of all the Ghosts and Goblins trilogy. So arcade Ghosts and Goblins, Ghouls and Ghosts, and Super Nintendo Super Ghouls and Ghosts.
Yeah.
Castlevania, I'm pretty good at 1. I can do a deathless clear pretty reliably. Haunted Castle, it takes me a few runs to relearn what I forget from year to year, but eventually I can pull that off. And this year I was aiming for first time 1cc's of Rondo, Bloodlines, and this. And I hit all 3.
Yeah, hell yeah. All right, cool. Now I really am going to eat, but I just wanted to ask before I forgot.
Okay, enjoy chicken.
Thanks. It was a burger. I forgot that I ordered a burger because I never do that. So
nice.
when someone
Halloween
asked,
burger.
what did you eat? Or what did you order? I just assumed it was a chicken sandwich. And then I was thinking about it later. It's like, no, it's not. I just lied for no reason.
It's like that, but with beef.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, eat up. This run, I think it's almost getting to the part where I don't, I have to turn my brain on. Yeah, this is the final level. It's just kind of a gimme once you've played this game a lot. Oh yeah, starting from this point, you'll see me pause briefly to try and get a grasp on the situation and try to remember what I've seen from all the streams. Often it doesn't come to me and I just kind of wing it. I don't suggest that. I just got very lucky at many points. Yeah, delicious burger. They should have burgers in this game. Actually, they got the wall meat. That's something I really appreciate about Castlevania. It's very whimsical. The idea of finding meat in the walls. They very easily could have made it like a med kit or something. Instead, there's all this different food you find around the castle. I think that's something Castlevania does that's really in its favor. It balances seriousness with goofy. A lot of good horror movies do that too. Like fucking Creepshow, that was a good movie. In case you've missed it, Dot's been showing a lot of horror movies in her Discord. I'm catching up. Have you heard of this movie called Halloween? Turns out pretty good. Why is nobody talking about this? What's together? Did I miss out on what that was? Oh, yeah, the Mad Balls boss. I know what you're talking about, that guy. We could finally link the Mad Balls and Castlevania universes. Didn't you freaking put on part of Gross Jokes during last night's watch party? Sorry, I'm just thinking about Mad Balls now. I gotta get back in the Castlevania mood. So this guy's funny. Playing some of the Japanese version, his movements are very much simplified. He won't go to the extreme edges of the screen. And in fact, when you go down to the lower step, he won't even aggro or notice you in the Japanese version. While in this one, he'll take notice and double back sometimes. Yeah, and don't forget the tainted meat. If you don't know what that is, don't worry about it. I've decided I really like Rondo. I always have, but doing the 1cc with Maria just felt very refreshing, I guess. after just bashing my head against all the other Castlevanias, just having a character that's completely overpowered and fun to blow through the game with. Oh, welcome back from trick-or-treating. I gotta say, Professor Jr. really stole the show earlier. They were funnier than I could ever hope to be. You just watch, that kid's gonna Deathless clear Haunted Castle next year. Yeah, sweep the whole card. Alright, this is where the brain gets turned on, and this is where I start making mistakes, because I start to think, and I start to overthink. And the pirate ship is not a good place to do that. I don't know where all of Sypha's weapons are located. I know to just get the fire because it's there, and then I know where Ball Lightning is later in the game. Everything else is just like a mystery. There's... Again, do not watch this video for strats. A lot of this is just winging it and it happening to work out. You see, I'm still in that habit of whipping every candle. You don't need to whip every candle. Don't do it. I do find the holy water is pretty nice in this part, though. Yeah, the extra knives in the US version. I think later on, who is it? Eltriok is going to show off Akumajo Densetsu, the Japanese version of this. And you'll see a lot of key differences. They swapped out a lot of the items with literally less useful sub-weapons. They did that very purposefully. One of the more devious things I noticed is, I didn't notice this until I played the two games literally back to back, but the bone pillars, they fire faster in the US version. Not just by a little bit either. It's enough to really throw you off. And then the axe armors you'll see later, they throw out their axes much more often. The difficulty, yeah, the changes they made here are a lot more subtle than I'm used to in games that jack up the difficulty kind of arbitrarily. It sneaks up on you. I heard that says born to whip candles. That's me. Yeah, I will whip every candle when I have a triple holy water. What if there's a really cool present in there? It was really fun watching people play this game for the first time this year as part of the challenge and go in completely blind, like not even watch any streams of it. They didn't watch Dot's expert level how-to playthrough video. So they went into it, and literally, like several people I saw this happen to, they took the Alucard route, which is a really interesting way to experience this game for the first time, but also I think everyone who did that ended up hating it. Watch a Lobat, God bless their heart, took the Alucard route, Trevor only. Can you imagine? Picture that. You know all those parts that have really slow falling blocks, and you can speed through them with Alucard because it's the Alucard route? Yeah, sounds pretty Lobat. The person who did first ever run of ActRaiser 2 on hard mode, yeah, that's a Lobat. They are a hero. Those ActRaiser 2 streams were fun. I gotta play that soon. That game was not meant for mere mortal human beings. I forget what I do at the end of this level. Is this one of the levels where I end up melting the bosses, or do I have a lot of trouble for no reason? When did I pick up the knife? Why did I do that? I think something dropped it, maybe?
It was in a candle.
Oh, yeah.
I was actually shocked because I never opened that candle. I forgot it was in there.
I can't resist those candles. They're right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, wasn't it like a US PR guy who talked to Quintet and they were like, yeah, just make it all action. ActRaiser 2. Even though it's still called ActRaiser, which implies the presence of both, whatever. I'm getting off on one of my nerd rants. This isn't my stream.
No, preach. I want to hear it. I want to hear it.
Fuck that guy. I actually don't feel strongly about it. I think ActRaiser 2, as it turned out, is still really cool. It's just maybe it would have been cooler with the sim parts as well. That's just one gamer's opinion. So this run somehow came together, but if you want to see sloppy, you got to see my 1cc of Castlevania Bloodlines, which went about how I expected this to go. All the bad luck I experienced in that run is bad luck I would have otherwise experienced in this one. So many deaths. I think I only had like one life in reserve, one hit away from dying on Dracula. And that's another one of these games that did the whole US version is harder thing. I didn't actually realize that until I just happened to play the Mega Drive version, Vampire Killer, just as, for variety. I didn't much like Bloodlines until I did that playthrough, and I thought, you know what, that was pretty well balanced, a nice challenge throughout. I gotta grudgingly respect that. And then I did some research, and like the US version literally they stepped up one difficulty level across regions, so like easy in the US version is normal in Japan, and normal is hard. So our version is just harder for no real reason. Same with Rocket Knight. Oh yeah, I gotta use the fire because I don't have the dang holy water. Yeah, Rocket Knight is great because they call one difficulty level the children's difficulty. When really it's like normal. Oh, look at that. One hit away from death. Not in a great position to face the Cyclops. Haven't gotten a good look at this guy. Except for his abs, which El Triac pointed out.
See, this is one of my favorite games. It is a little silly that they made you fight the worst boss in the game, like 3 times.
Yeah.
On this route. Yeah, Dot's here. I've been here. I went to go eat.
It occurs to me, maybe I should watch your restream of this instead of the Twitch archive. I'm probably a few seconds behind.
Oh, yeah, you're behind.
Yeah, let me actually do that.
Burger was fine.
Good. All right, now I'm watching in real time.
Yeah. No, I didn't. I do love that Hell's Vector when that's done. Like, in general, I probably eat, like, a maximum of 4 burgers a year. I'm just not a burger person.
That's not enough burgers. You need more than that.
I guess, yeah.
I was told you need at least a dozen a month to live. Not sure where I read that.
It makes sense we're talking about burgers because you have the McDonald's.
Oh yeah, the pails. I love those things.
Yeah, thank you, pails. I was like, what's the term for when it's like a bucket, but it's not?
That sounds like 8 hours of streaming.
Yeah.
You forget the other word for bucket.
It's not 8 hours. We're really far ahead of schedule.
This has gone really well. Everyone's taken up their time slot well and hasn't gone over.
Yeah. So anyone watching this who wasn't part of the planning cannot possibly appreciate how like poorly planned this was. Like I was still asking people, hey, would you be interested in having a run restreamed? Yesterday. So everything
she asked
came
me
together.
yesterday.
Yeah, everything came together as late as possible, basically. And it was incredibly lucky that throughout like work days and like taking the kids trick-or-treating and everything, everyone had a time slot that worked for them, and no 2 people were like, yeah, I can only do this time, and and it happened to overlap with someone else. So
yeah, that's awesome. That really worked out.
I really lucked out there.
How do you find the time to be a parent and also Deathless clear Super Castlevania 4? That's what I want to know.
That's how I feel, yeah. I think he said that he did play it like as a kid.
Okay,
so he wasn't like starting from zero, but still.
That might be one I chase after next year if I really feel like driving myself insane.
I felt pretty happy with it the one time I did it. Do you remember back when Quebs was doing all the like Castlevania Deathless runs?
I think so, yeah.
Like years ago at this point.
Mm-hmm.
That was when I did. Oh, you knew to switch to Sypha here to get the ice spell, huh?
Yeah, I remembered bits and pieces from your video.
This ice spell is incredibly good.
Yeah, it's good here and in that part with all the fishmen in the river.
You told work you're cutting out early. Yeah, true. But still.
Anything to get it done, you know it's important. Yeah, Sypha's spells are surprisingly cheap in terms of heart usage.
It's pretty funny that you know the strat for how to use sub-weapons on stairs and everything.
Mm-hmm.
So, to use a sub-weapon, you have to hit up and attack at the same time, which is kind of a problem on stairs because you have effectively like tile-based movement on those. So if you don't hit up and attack on the exact same frame, you'll walk up instead, which is always really dangerous.
Mm-hmm. So what you do is you just hold B, and then from there you also hold up.
Yeah, for some reason, if you hold the attack button on the stairs, it goes on turbo. It's not like that elsewhere in the game, but when you are on stairs specifically, you can hold attack and she'll just swing the stick over and over and over again.
Mm-hmm. Pretty nice.
You do that, you start holding up, and you will miss with one attack and then use a sub-weapon, and that way you'll never accidentally walk up. Yeah, sorry, Ozzy.
It's very helpful, yeah. It's something this game does that is not at all obvious at first. Oh, I think I just completely shit the bed at this part. This is
Well,
great.
this part's impossible.
It's possible
These
to get
parts
these
are
things
so much harder in the US version.
Yeah, and they could get on cycles that are just about impossible to dodge. And sometimes they despawn randomly. I think that if there's 5 fireballs on screen, no more can be fired.
Yeah, that's it. Nice.
It's extremely jank strat.
If it works, it's a strat.
It's true. If I can get away with it. How does Sypha play? I like her the best. The other characters are pretty good too, but her moveset is the most capable of getting through this game's what it throws at you.
Yeah, she platforms just like Trevor does. So, is Trevor in this? Yeah. So she doesn't have like a bigger jump like, help me out, Grant, or the ability to fly like Alucard or anything like that. But she has her own system of sub weapons. She has 3. There's this ice spell, which Danny is demonstrating is like the most broken thing in the world.
I don't have a good weapon for this boss. You're going to see an interesting Frank fight.
Yeah.
Usually you just melt this guy with holy water, or I think the fire works well for Sypha.
And her basic attack has advantages over the whip, even though it does less damage. And she has a fireball spell, which has slightly more range than the whip and does a lot of damage. And a ball lightning spell, which we're going to see some of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, that saves a run.
I bet. It's a good spell.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes when the balls actually, track what you want them to track.
I swear the tracking is better in the US version than the Japanese one.
I think it might be, yeah. By the end of the run, not to spoil anything, I'm begging the game to track what I want it to track. I'm like, please, please, ball lightning, just act how I want you to.
I can already picture it. I'm pretty sure I already know what happens.
This part makes me nervous. Having the ice really helps, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have to me, the safest approach here.
Mm-hmm.
So the chatters will get to see it. Like, you have these mermen that swim through the water. And they're just like little shadows, and then they pop up, right?
Yeah.
So they do spawn on a timer. So every time you kill one, you have time to jump forward exactly twice, and then you stop.
I see. So the spawning works like ghouls and ghosts, then. That's something that happens with a lot of enemies in there.
That makes sense.
You're just balancing a bunch of respawn timers in your head as you play.
Mm-hmm.
I want to teach you how to play that. Let's do that.
Yeah, we should do that.
Yeah.
Also, it occurred to me I still owe the world a Fire Rock playthrough.
Yeah, that too.
So Danny and I did a little collab. It wasn't really, like a cutthroat competitive thing, but we were both really close to beating Super Ghouls and Ghosts Deathless, like both loops of it. So we were like, we should just go on stream and play this at the same time. And then whoever pulls it off first gets to pick a game for the other one to play. And Danny got it. And so I have to play Fire Rock for the Famicom Disk System, which, if you aren't familiar with it, I would encourage you to look it up because it is a really silly game.
It's an amazing game, a Mark Flint classic.
Yeah. I did the same thing with Eltriok, and he also beat me, but we actually got our Deathless runs on the same run. His just started before mine.
That was awesome. Yeah, ours was like 5 grueling hours later. I somehow managed to pull off the Deathless run.
Yeah, I think we were both beginning to think like maybe we should just not.
Yeah, how about we quit and never think about this again?
Let's see if you remember where the meat is above the door.
I think I do.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You always want to check above the doors in this game.
Mm-hmm. I was getting mad watching the Game Boy Castlevania Legends earlier.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, this isn't a terrible game, but boy, they didn't try very hard.
I actually think it would be a pretty good game if the levels were short. Like,
yeah, they go on forever. I get a knife here. That's a good start.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Do you get the axe on the next screen? Do you know?
I think I go with, I forget. I think I switched Sypha's weapon. Look at
I
this
know
shit,
why
yeah.
this is happening, but it's still really fun to watch.
Yeah, you keep waiting for an opening. Like you're trying to merge onto the damn freeway.
We will hear that song eventually.
Too much fish.
That was the
I
right
agree.
call, because there's holy water again at the beginning of the next stage. Did you know that, or were you like, damn it, when you picked it up?
I remembered the holy water at the beginning of the next stage.
I see.
Actually, what I said was, I think this is holy water, and it was.
Yeah. Oh, you're doing this fight for real.
Yeah, I know you're supposed to just stand on the rightmost block, but...
You're not supposed to. You can.
I'm going off like 40% remembered knowledge from your walkthrough video. Some of it stuck.
Yeah, for those who don't know, I'm pretty consistent at beating this game Deathless. So I made a video guide about how to do that. Which like 1 or 2 people used as they were learning it.
It helps. I watched you do it in real life too. That's what did it. I just needed that to... All I needed to do was visit, and I was like, I see.
Just do all that.
Mm-hmm. This is the part where I start to feel a little nervous, realizing it's currently deathless.
Kenster.
It's a nightly viewing.
You know, I did that with Empire Strikes Back when I was a kid.
Yeah.
For a while, I could recite 100% of the Empire Strikes Back from memory.
Cool.
Like the first line to the last line, probably with like single-digit mistakes. Favorite Dark Souls weapon? Maybe Gravelord's sword. If I had to pick one.
Oh yeah, Gravelord sword. I got a Picen's Fortress. I'm sorry, I'm a faker. I haven't beaten that.
That's fine. Did I like Empire Strikes Back? Yeah, at the time. I think I still like it now. I don't know. You know, the big thing about it, Sappho, is unlike a Black Knight weapon, you don't need to get lucky to get it. You just have to run to it.
So would you use the freeze magic for this segment? Or am I doing an actual strat?
I use the freeze magic here. That's an actual strat.
Okay.
That was awesome. Hey, did you know holy water does double damage in this version?
It does?
Yeah, I actually didn't know this. I knew that like some bosses would die way faster to holy water in the US version than the Japanese one. Was it Atchinson that figured it out? It was somebody like in the Discord thread. Yeah.
Damn, nice.
Dragon King Great Axe is cool.
I'm just blatantly using CV1 strats here.
It works.
I think if you're good at CV1, you can make a good headways into this.
Yeah.
Even though it's way, way, way tougher.
Yeah.
A lot of the same strategies still apply.
It's like playing the game over music right now. I should have. Usually when I put on a like video game soundtrack playlist, I take out all the like 3-second songs, but I forgot. Yeah, like I knew the first boss died faster. I just never really thought about why. Don't get that candle. Oh my god, that was like a horror movie.
I almost did. I was walking towards it. Please learn these games before you attempt 1CCs or Deathless clears. Don't be like this. It doesn't have to be like this. Yeah, if you need a knife, this game's got you covered.
Hey, thank you, Shrum. So far, so good. We're playing back a selection of the 129 Deathless runs that everybody achieved over the course of this challenge.
The Classic Vania challenge fucking popped off this year. Holy
shit.
shit.
Did you know it was 129?
There's so many.
I don't think we even had I don't think we even had like 80 runs last year, let alone Deathless.
I was complaining to Dot earlier that there were more people streaming Castlevania concurrently than I could reasonably watch. It was unbelievable.
Like every day.
Something like 4 or 5 different people, all of whom I would consider must-watches if they were playing Castlevania, would do that nightly.
Yeah.
So that's how I absorbed a lot of this game.
Yeah, I feel like that must be a 2-pixel window on that jump. Because if it was 1 pixel, I would miss it more often than I do.
I'm pausing here to consider my strategy.
Yeah.
Because this part can really screw you over if you don't act in a specific way.
Yeah.
You want to scroll that guy off the screen, kill the bird, and make it so you don't have to fight the skeletons and the birds at the same time.
Wow, the game really just said...
Yeah, that shocked me,
really
but also I realized in the next room is the weapon I really want.
Yeah.
So at first I was like, oh, that's okay.
That was funny.
Yeah,
this is the ball lightning.
Remember that candle.
The cross.
That is the most important candle in the game, as far as I'm concerned. You can carry this shit all the way through to the end if you do Deathless. Yeah, orb.
Orb.
We have orb. Hoip. Remember that?
Yeah, I do remember Hoip. Do you know about Hype Dog? It's a BlazBlue thing.
I don't think I do.
There's I think it's like Tao Kaka's stage or something. One of the like urban stages in BlazBlue. Like one of the alleyways or something. There's a dog in the background that just goes arf, arf, arf. But if you look at it, it's really weird looking. Because it's like some kind of science fiction almost dog, you know what I mean?
Dog adjacent.
There's a breakable brick that has a big heart in it.
What? Yeah, I was hurting for hearts at this point.
Yeah, it's the raised platform on the left. The left block there is breakable.
Okay. Yeah, you could tell I was looking for hearts there. Just didn't find it. This guy again way easier in the Japanese version.
Yeah. He's more annoying because he like won't chase you down. Have you noticed that? Like if you're up here, he like hides on the other side of the screen, I think to give you an opportunity to safely, get back down.
If you're at
Where's
eye level,
the in-game audio? So most of the runners recorded their in-game audio separately so that I could replay it without their voice. Danny got a Deathless run that they were not expecting.
Yeah,
so they just weren't set up for that.
Didn't think in a million years. We know the dog's name now.
Well, I think that's a joke because Kokonoi is the name of a playable character.
You and your freaking BlazBlue jokes. Excuse me, BlazBlue?
Yeah, it's BlazBlue.
Yeah.
I was never like big into BlazBlue, but I do remember Hype Dog.
I know the Debit Dog.
Oh yeah, everyone knows the Debit Dog. That's why I was surprised Vox didn't know anything about it.
I was there when the Debit Dog made his debut.
That's nice, Sappho. Are you gonna get this knife in the third candle? Nope. You knew.
Did I?
Well, no, you didn't, I guess, but I thought you did. Yeah, the debit dog. It's when you make a shadow puppet dog with your hand and you put your debit card in there at the drive-thru.
Yeah. And then you say, Vox, I'm the debit dog.
Yeah. Ruh, ruh, ruh.
And Vox is like, okay.
You guys can't possibly imagine what it's like to hang out with me.
Yeah, it's awful.
It's the worst.
History in the making, exactly. I was like the Forrest Gump of that week's dot memes. I was there for Debit Dog. I was there for Billy and Bobby, the wacky duo on vacation.
Oh my god, that movie is rancid.
Which I've shown to like 30 people now.
Cool.
Once with a local friend and then with a watch party full of like 30 people. So it now has a bigger audience than it ever had.
Billy and Bobby, the wacky duo on vacation. So
yeah, it's a bootleg Ernest fan film starring one of the minor characters from the Ernest series.
Yes.
That was lost media because it was being sold from some guy's house and he passed away.
Is that what happened? I couldn't... Like, I heard that he either passed away or had health problems. Did we actually verify that?
Oh, I don't actually know for sure.
Hopefully he's still all right. Yeah, Ozzy, I bet they were. That movie is bad. It's like 43 minutes long and there are only 3 sequences.
Yeah.
So
everybody I've shown it to has just been completely shocked when the movie just ends after the 3rd scene.
Yeah.
No kind of resolution or plot or anything. Highly recommended.
Yeah, like you feel like, okay, this movie's finally getting started. No, you just watched the last scene. It's over.
Yeah, the 10-minute sandwich making montage. They just let anyone make a movie. It's great.
They'll keep you laughing. Forgot password. It is called Billy and Bobby, the wacky duo on vacation.
Mm-hmm. You can watch it for free on YouTube.
It's not good. It's got some humor that I would say like sort of borders on transphobic, like, you know what I mean? It's a little hard to say that that's even what he was going for.
It's too, for me, it's too clumsy to be really like mean intentioned, but yeah, you may not like it.
But it is worth knowing. Is it as bad as a Breen film? It is much worse. Like, don't get me wrong, Neil Breen, I'm not a fan. I don't think he's very good at making movies. But Billy and Bobby is so bad.
Yeah, we have a new
Did you
low bar.
respawn that thing?
I did.
I didn't even know that was possible there.
I was mad about it too.
Little do you know, there's holy water right above your head.
Don't I?
Yeah, Sappho, that's how I felt about it. Like, well, at least it wasn't it longer.
Yeah, it ends when it needed to end. Actually, no, it needed to end like 5 minutes in.
Yeah.
Here is a really important part as far as sub-weapons go. You get the holy water in the room previous, and I think here you can get ball lightning again, because that's a cross. Yeah.
Yeah, Load Runner, I could see that, actually.
That's what I was thinking,
the difference
because
is Jim Varney was good.
Yeah, he had a charisma that allowed him to pull it off.
Yeah. Oh, you shotgun blasted that poor man.
Yeah, I practiced that part a few times, and that was the most consistent strat I found.
Yeah.
You don't want to get hung up on that bridge.
Check this strat out. This is so cool.
Yeah, check it out. It's not going to work.
Oh, whoops. It's still a cool strat.
Because all the sites moved in on me in like a completely disadvantageous way. It was awesome.
You want to move in at a certain timing that makes that safe.
And this is where I start cheesing the ball lightning. Occasionally it can just like get lost and go around the screen and not hit anything, but you can get another shot by switching characters and switching back. Yeah, Death was ready. He ain't having none of this.
Yeah, he wasn't that ready. Look at him. Yeah, I actually, there's a couple of the Ernest movies I like actually genuinely like. It's really just Ernest Scared Stupid.
It was pretty good.
It's definitely not like great. You know what I mean? Like,
that would have been awesome if I saw it as a kid.
Yeah. Yeah, Goes to Jail. Yeah, you're right. So there are two that I like.
Here's where I start to freak out a little bit. I say something like, whoever designed this level should have served jail time. I stick by that.
Yeah, this level gets pretty intense.
This throws everything at you. It throws in the freaking flea men.
This is one of the sections where it's like, did they really mean to make it this hard? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. There's the toughest stair climb in the game. There's a really rough auto-scrolling sequence. Oh yeah, I get tempted by this, but I know it's going to disappear. And you cannot let these fuckers touch the ground. Oh my god. I've seen so many people let one go, and then suddenly there's 5 of them.
Yeah, it spirals out of control.
Just take
that
it
makes
slow.
sense, Sappho. Yeah, I think the flea men just spawn faster, Rachel.
They don't give you a break.
No.
What is this, the freaking last level of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde?
Oh my god, that was awesome. Guys, I beat Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde recently.
Yeah, that ruled. Got the true ending on your first ever run through.
Yeah, first time I'd played it, I think.
Here's where I pause and I'm like, okay, we got spikes coming up. Then we have the worst vertically scrolling sequence. I might have been trying to temper everyone's expectations by being like, okay, I'm going to die here. Don't be too disappointed. But really, I'm just talking to myself because I'll get a little sad too.
Yeah.
Jekyll and Hyde tried to do a lot. It is very ambitious in its own way, but it was not prepared to pull off that what it tried to do. I almost hit that candle.
Yeah, you were like, wait, I think that's an axe, right?
Yeah, I realized on the frame I was going to hit it. Yeah.
The miniature video game nerd. You guys are so funny. You guys are so funny. I put on all this work to organizing this event.
It took AVGN 20 years to beat that game. It took you like 2 hours.
You know.
This part.
I mean, I
worst.
basically play video games for a living, right?
That's true.
He just makes movies. This is way harder than video games.
True. It's like video game entertainment, like how wrestling is sports entertainment.
Yeah.
I hate this room so much. I have never gotten used to how these guys fly. And here you absolutely need to duck.
If you had not ducked there, you were frames away from going in the pit.
There's a part where one of these guys almost hits me, like coming up very soon. It may be this guy. Yeah, look at that. I very sharply exhaled into the microphone when I did that. Forgetting all my years of streamer training.
You got training?
Well, unofficially. I went to a gamer community college.
Okay.
You'd think I'd be used to the whole sign movement thing with the Medusa heads, but those guys, they do something a little different. Maybe if I had a few more runs in on this, I'd have a better grasp of it.
Gamer education degree.
That's how you do it. You don't go to no fancy gamer college.
I like this person like waltzing into chat, having no idea what's going on, going, oh, hey, this game's hard. Yeah, I haven't died yet.
It's pretty tough. It's way up there. Probably top 5 toughest in the whole competition. CV4 Deathless is tougher than this.
I think so.
This part is stressful. I'm pretty sure I'm prepared for everything here, but also my health is really low. And if anything goes wrong, you just go right off the bottom of the screen. I'm so convinced that this is going to be a 1cc that I'd literally go for the 1-up here. There's no reason to. I'm just so convinced that I have to preserve the 1cc that I go for it anyway.
Now they're going to know where the 1-up is, so it's useful.
Yeah, there you go.
It's up there. That's a good emote, Critic.
Oh yeah, that's good.
That's the hardest one he made. If you can do that, you can do any of these. Just beating the game is not so bad, but the game is really long and has a lot of instant death traps, so...
Mm-hmm.
That's a really good dance for this song especially.
Thank you. I'm a big fan of that guy. Love his work. Here I place my entire faith in the the ball lightning.
And it doesn't
No,
okay.
For once it actually works perfectly and does
Good.
everything I want it to do. Everything comes together magically.
Nice. That bird got owned.
It actually did a 180 and hit the bird.
What's funny is you missed a big heart there.
Yeah, I start realizing I'm low on hearts here and start praying for a big one. But I think there's one up on the top level.
Yeah, is it this candle to the left?
It's the next one?
That's the cross you see. So God forbid this
okay.
game replace the ball lightning with a big heart if you already have it.
Here I'm just like, birds, please do not interact. Leave me alone. And if you're Sypha and you get here with the ball lightning, you can just win, which is pretty nice.
This is a really funny looking strat if you haven't seen it.
This feels really good after the rest of the game.
If you try to fight this boss legit, it's like fighting Agent Smith. You stand your ground, you will die.
Pretty much. It's also that wacky thing you can do by switching characters to trick it into not attacking you.
Wacky? You know what else is wacky? Billy and Bobby, the wacky duo.
You're right. They're wacky. Look at me inch forward, afraid of every single step I take. Did not expect to get this far Deathless. This stage I was pretty well prepared for because as a kid, the only way I could beat this was by using a password. And
so you have a lot of experience with like the very end of the game?
Yes, especially because it sends you back so far after you continue. You play this part over and over again. So the previous level was the one I was really worried about. Still, I try a strat here that I'm not fully familiar with, and it still
Is it
somehow
going to
works.
the left?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I didn't want to deal with the gear.
Nice. Danny and Dottie,
the wacky don't even. All right, let's go to Wisconsin. I got a movie to film with you.
Yeah.
Here, I was kind of hoping the ball lightning would take out that thing, but it didn't.
Yeah,
it's
the
fine.
way it did before. I think the bat made that happen. Like all the orbs started targeting the bat, which caused them to just to converge on the. Oh, help me out here, the bone pillar.
Yeah. Here in the commentary, I say, guys, I'm pretty sure this is going to be a 1cc. Afraid of calling this too soon, but I think we got a 1cc. Because even now, I know that the fucking pendulum room is coming up. God, I spawned another freaking red skeleton. I'm getting mad on my own past self's behalf.
Should we switch to your real-time commentary?
Oh, you want
to?
to?
What I mean?
Yeah, go ahead.
Might be fun. Yeah, all right. Let's kill the music and unmute the video.
The axe in it. I have to take the holy water. Okay. Oh yeah, I despawned the axe in the previous room, so I won't have that to fight Dracula with. I think you can beat
Cool,
Form
great.
1 with Holy Water. I'm just gonna use Ball Lightning anyway.
Can you guys hear? I can
There's two
turn the video
Dannys.
up if you can't.
Bad luck. That's a shitty bat to get.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ball Lightning should be fine. I'm just thinking, do not jump off into the pit. Do not fall off those stairs. Or...
This is really good, too.
Stick with the plan.
Yeah. I like sticking with the plan. That actually does work,
In fact,
though.
we're going to get a little bit more ammo. I think it's better for the first form, right? Alright, good news. From this point on, you cannot die by falling in a bottomless pit.
That's not true.
No, wait, that's wrong. The third form of Dracula. See, I corrected myself. So quick to backseat.
True.
This works out pretty well. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it really doesn't.
Yeah, the fireball is like so good for this first form.
I'm just gonna, you know.
Are you assuming you're gonna get hit? Oh no, that's smart.
Yeah, I'm cheesing it.
That's not cheesing it. That's just fighting smart.
I had to cheese it a little bit. Hey, Magombo.
I love
right
cheese.
At the end of CV3.
True.
This fight's like nothing. And then I'm sweating the entire time for the final form. Yeah, Dracula's puke form. Not really mentioned in the book for some reason. Alright, so...
Okay.
What have y'all been doing? How was your Thursday afternoon and evening? I spent it playing a little bit of this. I played a couple of credits of this for practice. Look at that. Oh, God.
I think it is the same in the US version.
This is
the Japanese
agonizing.
version.
Fuck's sake. Okay. You're like seconds away from the Deathless clear, and the Ball Lightning
like
is just...
the
last boss in Ghouls and Ghosts, huh? It's doing whatever. And I'm taking hits here. There's bottomless pits forming underneath me. Nothing wants to work correctly. Oh, Ball Lightning, would you please act in my favor? I don't know why I went with the British spelling.
Yeah, with the British spelling. We were thinking the same thing.
Oh, God. How do you make it not do that?
You were standing too close to the right edge of the screen.
Oh, okay.
By the way, when you do this in the Japanese version, it's easier to use the left side of the screen.
Oh,
the right side's easier in the US version.
Is that?
I want to hear the pop off.
Did I just bypass 1cc-ing this and do the Deathless clear? Who needs a 1cc? Deathless, baby.
Oh.
That's about the biggest pop-off you're going to get out of me.
Well, sure.
I was happy, though. I couldn't believe that shit.
This time last year, I would have never thought this was possible. I thought only after months of work would I get the 1cc. I knew a few deaths would be in there, but... Oh, yeah. Once we got to level 8, and especially level 9, I was like, oh shit, I have to actually think about this. Ouch!
Thanks,
Thank you,
Noman.
for the 100 bits.
You get a double
I only
tank.
have 12 more gold seals to catch up to you. Dracula is dead, and all the spirits are asleep. Deathless! I'm gonna die so many times in Bloodlines, and I don't care, because I got CV3
And I did.
Deathless.
Yeah, who cares?
It's real. Y'all saw it. I'm streaming, right? Okay, the evidence suggests that I am actually streaming.
Oh, this game rules. I love CV3.
It's so good.
Loop 2, someday. Someday. Probably not soon. I'm doing US Bloodlines, like this one, the one that they've ruined a little bit to make it more difficult. Oh, Swordfish, I'm never doing this again. I'm never playing this game ever again. I'm retiring. I quit. Oh, I guess I quit then. Gonna dedicate the rest of my streaming days to learning how to Deathless clear Super Castlevania.
I guess
4.
I should turn the video down a little bit so we're not fighting with
yeah.
Fighting with past Danny.
You'll testify for me? Well, thank you.
Oh, that was a good run.
I cannot believe that happened. There were so many times when I had one hit away from dying. I went into bosses with no health, had bad weapons, picked up a couple of knives. Chronicles is one that
I'm glad I got to see this one. I feel like there were probably a lot of really exciting moments in the challenge that I just didn't get to see because there were 129 Deathless runs.
Yeah, true.
And like 378 runs, period, you know, so
that's so many.
Some of those
runs.
1cc's and normal runs had to have had exciting stuff too. Fucko.
Thank you, Fucko. That's his name now.
Yep.
Thank you.
To me, this was sort of like this year's answer to Rachel's Deathless Castlevania 4 last year. Do you remember that one?
And this where the meat got stuck in the floor.
Yeah.
Among other things.
She just really turned it on at the very end.
Mm-hmm. That super intense final battle. This has been great, this whole event, because there's so many super intense moments that get captured, and you get to see people's real selves. Usually they're going, or sometimes fuck.
Yeah.
There's lots of dudes. This has been a lovely event. Thank you for putting it on. I really enjoyed watching people do the runs, and thank you for inviting me on. And
thank you so much for being a part of it.
Yeah, you're welcome. Anytime. Thank you, everybody, for the you did it.
So, I guess we can get Greffery in here.
I did not see that coming.
Let me pull him in here.
I am speechless. Yeah, sounds good.
All right, good job on CV3.
Thank you.
Greffery, how are you?
Hello.
Oh, there you are.
All right, I'll see y'all later. Did you know you could do this?
See you.
It's great if you want to take damage.
Say some words, Greffery, so we can get some perspective on how well the audio levels are balanced.
I was mentioning earlier how great it is that you got the name Tepish.
Oh, you actually do seem a little quiet.
So you're rad Tepish.
You probably turned me down because I'm just naturally loud.
No, I think something was up with my connection. It sounded like weird and distorted and stuff. All right, let me load up your run. Go. This was actually one of the first Deathless runs this year.
Was it?
It was on October 8th. Audio track. Oh, right. This is just the game audio, right?
Yeah, just game audio.
All right. Castlevania 2, Belmont's Revenge by Greffery.
So
hey, thank you, Sappho. I'm glad to hear that. So that's where you can follow if you want to see Greffery, who's an excellent. I just noticed your avatar. That's good.
Is it working?
Yes.
Good. Excellent.
An excellent Link to the Past player and like RPG speedrunner occasionally and everything, in addition to being sort of the challenge's Belmont's Revenge ambassador. I didn't hit save on this. There we go. This game is great. For a Game Boy game. The last boss fights are hard. You will see when Gref gets there, although he'll make them look much easier than they are. All right, so without further ado, I guess let's just unpause this, huh?
Let's do this.
Hell yeah.
So, in the process of hijacking some Halloween candy from upstairs, I went digging around, and I found the manual for this game, and I love everything about it.
You got to tell me about it.
Well, there's the last 2 pages are the most important parts. Outside the fact that we're going to Crystal Castle at the start, and the only reason I go here first is because I can mash start and just go into it right away. And by the second room, you are fully powered up. You are set to go for the rest of the game in it. But yeah, no, the last 2 pages are just names of monsters and names of the first 4 bosses, and they're all
Cool.
fantastic. I'll talk about them later, though.
Okay. So this is the American version of Belmont's Revenge, where the 2 sub-weapons you have access to. Is it just me, or is there like no audio?
It's a quiet.
I just had it super quiet. I'm sorry, I messed up. You have holy water and the axe in this version. In the Japanese version, you have holy water and the cross, and that's a pretty significant difference.
In both of them, you have an axe or you have the cross. We do not talk about the holy water in this game because it is bad. There's maybe 1 room I can think of in the entire game where holy water is actually potentially useful. That's as far as I'm willing to give it. But yeah, no, this game, it plays like a Castlevania game. It has Castlevania in the name. It has a lot of fun things, except there's a slight deviation. It's really a reskinned Mega Man game because you have the 4 starter stages you have to go through as the Robot Masters. That's how you learn the game, and then it leads into Dracula's castle or Wily stage. And there's sliding in this game, but only on ropes. This is where they first start showing up, and we're about to see it here in this stage because this stage it teaches you that you have to do it. Otherwise, you're guaranteed taking damage in these sets of 3 rooms, or you're gonna die. So in here, I just actually book it because you can take the D-boost and you can go the rest of the way, and you'll be fine.
Hell yeah!
That axe to the eyeball right there. Mm-hmm. It was just one of those things that I was like, I wonder if I could do this. And apparently you can. And this run actually has a lot of things. I was just trying to test new things, such as against Jumpy Boy here. I was trying to figure out if there's a faster way to hit him with oh no, maybe not this time, but a later one. I tried to throw an axe to try to make it go faster, but no dice there. Oh, the guy that was on the ceiling that we killed, apparently its name is Punaguchi.
Okay.
That's on the back of the manual, and they are the worst enemy in this entire game. Every boss pales in comparison to it.
Is it the debit dog thing?
Kind of, sort of, yeah. Yeah, totally debit dog thing. Next to then there's these jellyfish as well that they look innocuous, except if they touch you, they will steal all of your hearts. Not some of them, all of them.
I didn't know it was all of them.
Oh, it's all of them. You get 0 there. And that room actually has a meat in the top right corner there. Actually, that's kind of a fun thing about this game. When you have the level 3 whip and using the fireball doesn't pass through destroyable bricks. So you can use it to scout out for blocks you can destroy.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. So this is the first boss. What are you called? Dark Side, apparently. This is actually one that I figured out a strategy for like during this run or the run before it, where if you hide in the left corner, the lightning can't touch you. And the crystal always spawns in proximity to you as well. So it's always in whip range, so 3 cycles and it's done. And unfortunately for everybody, the orb flies away. You don't get to catch it in this game.
At least you can still pose.
Yes. I was actually trying to go for the double whammy of the axe and the fireball at the same time, but no, not that time. And we gotta wait out this really, really long score tally after every stage.
They really didn't want you running out of time, huh?
Nope. For what I gathered, if you die in a stage, you actually get less time. They give you, I guess, a proportional amount they think to finish the game. But if you go from start to finish without dying, then yeah, you're there for a while waiting.
Trapdoor-shaped whip.
So now we're in, actually these guys dropping from the floor, they're actually kind of neat. If you actually kill them within a few frames of them landing, you can actually kill them with anything. They'll die from 1 hit from anything. Otherwise it takes 2 hits. But in the Rock Castle, it's definitely, as you can see, a bit of an Egyptian theme here, but it has 2 shticks going for it. One being the boss, and the trickery involved with before that boss. And the other part is the candles actually do something in this stage because they actually light up 2 rooms. So if you destroy them, you're not going to have a good time. The frogs here are absolutely fantastic because they just show up at nice places all the time and just want to try to play. Also, I think this is also the stage that you actually showed me something last year that I had no idea existed for this game.
Oh, yeah.
We'll see it here hopefully soon.
Yeah, I think I just like was mashing and found it, right?
Yeah, and I just remember in chat, like, wait, what? What's going on here?
Yeah, you were the only person to do this Deathless last year, I think, right?
I think so.
And this year, a few people did.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's awesome that other people have been picking up this game. I played this a lot as a kid, but I never beat it as a kid. This room's awesome. You just hold left and you win. Boom, right there. There it is.
Yep.
Cheat wall is cheat. Sorry, I'm just also kind of jamming out to the music as well at the same time because this soundtrack is so good. This is one of the dark rooms right here.
Chat, can you hear the music, by the way? I boosted the video a lot for you guys. You know, show a little appreciation.
Except this bat right here is the hero and is impossible to take out. Like, the bats are the worst enemy in this game, hands down. Once they get on you, they just stick to you.
Sounds like something a Puniguchi would say.
No,
you don't hate me. You hate the bats.
Oh, wait till we talk about the boss for this one. This one has a really good name. I guess for me, it's just kind of one of those games that you've kind of seen it all for the most part right here. It's just a question of what little things come up in the stages right now. Because it's a lot of left and right and just sliding down some ropes at the end of the... Oh, these guys are wonderful. Because they always catch somebody at first. And one thing I've noticed for a lot of people when they were playing this game is actually they didn't realize you can just crouch there to actually keep whipping away.
Seen that, yeah. Do you remember if I knew to crouch? It's been a whole year. I don't remember anything about my Belmont's Revenge playthrough.
Yeah, I couldn't say as well. Oh, is this the magical guy I was trying to do something? Aha,
Yeah,
I tried.
didn't work.
Like, okay. Didn't work that time.
Tetsu, thanks.
Oh, this is the trickery. When you're falling down here, there are 4 candles, 3 that are together, and the third one has a holy water, and I am mad at this point because I need axe for this. Yeah, actually, yeah, you can see the chat there, and
yeah, so there I am.
I just like, Dad, I found out what's in the third one, and I don't like it. But because of no axe, this turned into a bit of a problem when it goes into jumpy mode form here, because I almost died. Off it goes. Oh, what was that one called? That was Iron Doll.
Iron Doll.
I'm learning these names live right now.
Yeah, it's like one of the only things holy water is okay for. Is if you screw up and put out the lights.
Oh, right, yeah, because it does count as a light source. Oh, Plant Castle, here we go. So this is another one that I guess
I would love to see this like in a color game. Like this is a really cool looking level.
From what I gathered, the Game Boy Color version actually looks really neat, and I actually want to try that next year because I want to play with the cross.
Oh yeah.
But I don't know if I can give up the axe because the axe is just that good in this game.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I think I remember actually whipping that candle because I just couldn't remember what was in it at all. But this bat was trying to get at me. Holy water, do not touch this candle. Well, I had a holy water, so it didn't matter at this stage here. But I guess similar to the first Game Boy game, eyeballs explode and they take out bridges, and that's what this level's here to teach you about as well.
Mm-hmm. Pretty novel of them to structure the game in a way where you like have a chance to learn about things before just instantly getting hit by them.
Yeah, who would have thought that? Especially when they put spikes above it as well, so no jumping allowed.
Yeah.
That was trying. There we go. It's actually kind of interesting how many of the items you can find in this game that like wall meat and 1-ups, they're actually just a lot of times just chilling above doors. So I just had a habit. I just whip every single door just to see if there's anything there, even though I know where they all are. It's just a fun habit to get into, I guess. Oh, other MVPs are those skeletons on ropes.
Yeah, I hate those things.
All those things are. That's actually another funny part about the manual. Wait, hold on. Here we go. There's a getting started section, and it has a picture, an illustration of one of those little jackasses there. Oh, and there's the backup axe. There we go.
Back on track.
Yeah, now we're back on happy again.
You can't get sub-weapon multipliers in this, can you?
No, you cannot. What you got is what you got. It's actually been kind of interesting talking with people about this game as well, because I guess when I started playing this last year for the first event of this, I'm guessing a lot of what I played in my childhood actually stuck with me, because it didn't take me that long to get wound back up again to play this game again, even after like 30 years, because it came out in 91.
Ooh.
Yeah, I was a little sad there. But
don't want to think too hard about how long ago that was.
Yeah, but it was really interesting and to watch other people as well playing for the first time and learning as well, because I guess I just lost what the concept of playing this game new was. So I really was very curious of what people thought about it. It's been very interesting seeing what people thought of it and how they handle things, such as the last 3 bosses of this game.
Yeah. The big difficulty spike there.
Yeah, even though this is not an easy game by any stretch of the imagination, and it does look easy from what's been happening so far, the first 4 levels are a very graceful way of just teaching you things, what to expect, and then they throw them all in at the end just to mess with you.
Yeah.
And I only realized from watching others that I could just ignore the spiders and just jump across there, but I just never do.
Yeah, I don't think I ignored them either.
One thing that's weird about this game is whenever you're jumping on ropes from a horizontal sense in a horizontal stage like this, you actually start creeping the camera, the character closer to the edge that you're going. Mm-hmm. So sometimes I actually do a little bit of a wiggle to reset the camera again.
Yeah. So that you're not too close to the scrolling boundary.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes I've noticed it's fairly useful to do. So, boss number 3, where are you? Cumulo and Nimbler.
Okay.
I like Nimbler. That one's my favorite now.
Yeah.
But this is a really technical fight, because if you fall off the rails, it takes a long time to get back on track again. But this one I think I actually do pretty well overall. Yeah.
I seem to remember you weren't pleased with your Fumulo and Nimbler fight, whatever the hell, from the previous run, and then you did this one. And you're like, that one I'll take.
Yeah. No. The first one I did was definitely not that great. I was not too content with it. But no, that's the end of it. As long as you keep the fireballs in check and you just use your axe and whips, that actually falls apart pretty quick.
Yeah. Nep found that out.
I think I remember hearing... I think I was actually there for that at one point there. Because I think you were just goofing around and... Whoops.
Don't let the boss fall on you.
Yep. No, bosses are still deadly. And then the real jams, Cloud Castle.
Yeah.
Not much to say about this first room, because it's just some birds chilling out. But,
minding their own business.
Exactly. However, this stage introduces the one mechanic that's probably the most obnoxious out of all of them, or at least for stage design, and that's the motorized ropes.
Oh yeah.
It's and part of it is actually, that's another part of this game it doesn't teach you outright, but you have to infer it pretty quickly. that a lot of times if you see something that's a rope and you question if it's safe to jump onto it, you never jump onto that rope because it's meant to kill you.
Uh-huh.
And in almost every case, it will do that. And because either there's spikes nearby or like here, if you jumped to go get that candle, no, you're taking damage or you fall to your death. One of the two.
Great.
Like this game's out to get you in in very non-obvious ways.
Yeah, I feel like I remember the hitboxes being pretty unforgiving in this. Like
Yeah,
it's
no.
much easier to get hit by those fireballs than you would think, which is funny because that's true in Adventure also.
Yeah, and these ones go a lot slower, thankfully, but that's not enough to save you. But if it matters, that candle right there actually does have a whip upgrade if you need it, because you do get checkpointed at the start of this room there, but you have to jump and then whip immediately to have a chance to get it. Otherwise, it's falling to the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is an example right there that if you try to jump on the rope, you get hit by the spikes, or if you do jump onto it, you actually get chewed up by the motor thing above it, the engine, and then you die there because those things do about half your health per tick.
Yeah, I feel like that happened to me.
Yeah, no, they're absolutely rude. And then here it's a lot of waiting for the rope to go down so you can jump to the next one. Oh, this guy was a huge friend and shot its first shot down, so it just went into the void. Oh, this room's annoying to me.
Yeah, I've seen that one hit everybody who's played this game at least once.
Let's see, what's coming up next here? Is this... Oh, Jumpy Boy. Is this round 2 of trying to figure out a faster kill? Yep.
Yeah, you got hit for it that time.
Yep.
If I recall, Nep's playthrough this was really fast. She had some really wacky like damage boost strat against the second boss, or the one that you do second. I don't know when she did it. And it was awesome. You like get all the way to the left side of the arena before the fight even starts.
Okay. Oh, so you start behind the boss.
Mm-hmm. And I think you like fight it from the rope or something.
Maybe. That could be an idea.
You take damage, but it dies really fast.
That's actually one thing I've noticed from a few people.
Sorry, go on. What were you saying?
No, like, even little things like watching the Dracula fight, because I do it very conservatively. I will not deny that at all.
Mm-hmm.
But even watching Voxandra, just for one position on fighting Dracula, and I looked like, wait, you could just chill there and just get like 6 damage in. Why am I not doing that? So actually, even just watching others and how they tackled a lot of the bosses in this game, I actually learned or considered new things, and it is awesome. It added more things to play with in this game.
Yeah, I always pick up a few new things. You know, well, I should say both of the years that we did this, I picked up new things about Castlevania games that I played the same way, you know, 100 times over the years. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. So this is Angel Mummy.
Of course.
Yeah. I'll say another part that's actually interesting about this is the fireball does about the same damage as the lowest grade whip, but for some reason against bosses it always takes off 1 pip, I think.
Oh, interesting.
Or at least that's what I noticed. So for this one, you can just stand on that lower platform, and odds are you can just throw fireballs and hit that lower head without too much hassle. So it actually gets a lot of the work done that way. Goodbye, Orb. All right, well, that's all the manual can give me now, so I'm throwing that away. Because we're done with the castle stages. Now we're going to the castle.
The castle is hard.
Yeah, this is...
The bosses are especially.
Yeah, I would say all 3 bosses are definitely not intuitive in how you would have to tackle them. And
yeah,
it's very rare to be able to go in and actually handle them the first time. Let's see what happens. Is there anything good that happens in this stage? Oh, that was it. I remember now. This castle has a false path, and if you take that false path, it goes into a loop. And
oh yeah,
Oh, this is where they also introduce. Oh no! This is more important. Manuel, get back here. One enemy name that we're going to see very shortly. It's the boomerang enemies. And this is actually a run where I was trying to figure out, is there a way to kill them quicker? And I found that the axe hitting early on actually is quick enough to take them out. Those enemies are called Zeldo.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, of course, apparently. Change a vowel and it's perfectly fine.
Yep.
But yeah, I was trying to figure out new ways. And apparently if you can get an axe in as they're coming in onto the screen and then start whipping them, you can't use a fireball to do damage. You can actually take them out before they throw the boomerang. But there's very few rooms where that is actually applicable. And actually, I think that room we just went through, that was it.
Thank you, Kenster.
Exactly. Zelda known Densetsu. And this is where they start like throwing out those the wall spikes that come out on a more regular basis. They really like using them here. This candle's also a backup axe as well in case it's needed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this one's actually pretty nice because it's just boom boom quick jumps to get through. Oh yeah, no, this is a problem room, as everyone can see right now, because our friend up there is just having a day at the moment. But this is again highlighting how good the axe is in this game, because it solves a lot of problems, since a lot of the rooms have a pretty high vertical component, which is kind of rare, I would say, for Castlevania games. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think they really started playing with that in 3 and kind of backed off from it because those sections are really hard.
Yeah, there is brutal. It's absolutely brutal. Oh, there's one hit.
Yeah.
Oh, there's 2 hits.
That attack will downgrade your whip if it hits you.
And thankfully, those are the only 2 that I got hit by. But at this point, I realized, nope, I have no fireball. I need to not participate with anything anymore. I'm just booking it. And these big bats are actually kind of interesting, because if you whip them, they actually split into 2 bats. But if you use an axe, they just die.
Huh.
So it's actually, again, the power of the axe prevails once again to fix problems.
Yeah. A little bit like those devils in that Zelda game.
Yeah. This is the room here, actually. If you go up, it starts the looping process of the things here, because you go into the room that's after this one, then to this one, then you get back to that room again where you start. So always go down the rope. When in doubt, go down. Otherwise, you're going to be very, very sad.
Watching someone who was playing that and this and ended up caught in the loop.
Yep.
And you were like, oh, I think this is a loop.
So here's Sneaky Meat.
That is good to know.
That is a very important meat to know about. Like, you can play through a lot, like the first 4 stages, and you take some damage and you'll probably be okay. And there's usually meat in fairly obvious places. But this stage, you want full health for this boss now, because this is the dragon. And for those who know, you know, and if you don't know, you're about to find out. It is a fixed pattern boss. It will come in and out of those tunnels in the floor and ceiling in the exact same way every single time. However, if you're playing it normally, you will get trapped and you will be forced to take damage. So a lot of times you want to be sticking to the right side of the screen and being just ahead. Not at all times like right here, because you'll run into the boss by accident. But yeah, no, this is the long and short of it right here. Is just trying to control your positioning and just make sure you're to the right as much as possible. This I always take a hit on. I will take this deboost every time, because it's already at 1 health left, so I'm not too worried about it. And that's the dragon boss. This is the spot where a lot of people hit a little bit of a wall and figure out what's going on. At least, thankfully, when you're coming to the boss, you do get 1-up whip upgrade, and the fireball is, I find, not that useful so you don't really lose out on anything. But the loss of the
Yeah.
axe is huge.
Mm-hmm.
Because in this final actual stage, you get your sub weapons backwards. Because the room you need the axe in, you have a holy water, and the room that you may have wanted, you wanted nothing, is where you have the axe, and it shows up after. But yeah, this one is just platforming all the way. It's almost always platforming. There's very rarely ground that will save you if you fall.
This is kind of a weird, like, final level song, I think. It's a good song.
Yeah, I agree. It doesn't quite fit for what you would expect to be the final stage music. What we have leading up to Dracula, though, would have been amazing if they elaborated on it. Worst room in the game. These two jerks will get you almost every time unless you're ready for them. Is this then Boomerang? Yeah, Boomerang. Yeah, the candle that's at the top there, that is your replacement axe if you had a death at the beginning part of the stage.
I see. God, 2 hits. Look at your life bar.
Yeah, no, those boomerangs do 3 damage each. And this is the tricky spike masher, because you actually don't want to destroy this one, because if you do destroy it, it falls too low and you can't jump up and reach the rope. So you have to reset the room and go back again. Yeah, no, we're just taking our time, because if those spikes touch me, I'm dead right now.
Mm-hmm.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5, wait, and 6. And you can just walk off.
I like that strat.
Yeah, that cleaned it up a lot more once I realized, hey, you can actually count and check your swing on the last whip to actually kill it at a good time. This room's pretty nasty as well because of the boomerang. It's actually really neat because if you jump here and then jump really quick, it doesn't look like you can make it. You can make both jumps really quickly.
Ah, that's cool.
Which is worse because you can do the same thing in this room and kind of go jump with that candle for a whip upgrade. You will land on the platform again, but you have to be kind of gunning right from frame 1.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, second worst room of the game. This is the one that, again, will teach you if you jump, you're going to hit the little motorized bit above you and you will take a lot of damage. But this one will, you'll learn very quickly to how to move around it. You can get through it at a pretty quick clip without having to worry too much. If need be as well, there is an axe in the top right corner of this room. So if you need an axe, you can go up there and go grab that real quick. Yeah, there's a candle for it. Oh, I was not brave for this one at all. I did not want to try to make that leap. But yeah, Isve, I agree. It's a room when you have it, like an idea how you want to tackle it. God, I'm so close to dead.
God.
It's scary me.
You barely got hit. Everything does so much damage at the end.
I think I've just been hit by a boomerang guy 3 times, and that's 3 damage each, and you have 12 health, so... Don't jump. Don't jump. There you go. This is a good room as well. If you keep climbing that rope, there is a secret up there. And there is more health and stuff up there. And the brick, there's the 4 bricks on the center there at the top. Mm-hmm. The far right one is a 1-up, I think.
Huh.
Good luck trying to get it, though, without it falling into the pits. But at least this room, this one's the final stage room of the entire game, and thankfully you can kind of take it at your own pace and you should be okay. So, and there is meat at the end above the doorway leading up into the boss. Oh, boomerang guy, no, please no. Throw high, thank you. These spiders are devilish. I haven't fully tested it out, but if you accidentally kill them early, so you can't jump on there, there's no way to reset them due to the nature of the layout of this stage.
cool.
Unless without dying. You have to just huck yourself into a pit. And that candle's a trap up there as well. You would think, oh, I'll just axe it. No, that axe will kill that spider. I have done it. Okay, Nepa collaborates what I'm saying, so that's good.
Yeah.
Well, there's the last two spiders, and who are our last two enemies? Our two friends that like to steal our whips. And I am not babying this so hard. Here we go. Second last boss. This one is kind of fun because you can actually manipulate a fair bit of it. And a lot of it's going to, like the crosses that Soleil throws, if you hug the inside of those two blocks in the center of the screen, whichever side you are respectively, that will leave you enough of a gap to guarantee get out each time. But if you're anywhere to the right, they'll just drop right on top of you. You got nowhere to go. Or if you're up high, they'll just come and get you. And each time I'm trying to work my way to the outside and try to get Soleil to jump upwards on the platform, because that's where I want him to go.
Yeah, this is a little bit like fighting the doppelganger in Chronicles.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, because example here, because if he goes high, so he went low, you stay on the upper platform. Otherwise, if you just book it, you will get hit by the crosses every time.
I like this song a lot.
Okay, yep, went high, so I just run away. And having fireballs helps a lot, because each time I think I land a hit. Actually, no, it looks like it only does half a tick. Never mind, I may have misspoken earlier. But, whew. So there is a bit of a way to AI manipulate it, but it's a lot of times relying on a coin toss, whether he jumps onto the platform above you or jumps down below. If he jumps below, you have to quickly jump onto the outside platform and get out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Dracula. So people thought Dragon, yep, nope, that's a tricky boss fight. I had to learn some things. You get to Soleil and it's like, yep, nope, that's a tricky fight to do. No one's ready for Dracula. This is absurd, this fight, and what it is.
The first time
and for
you
those,
get here, you will lose.
For those who don't know, you're about to see why very quickly. I'm just going to let it say what it will for itself. All I can say is good luck. That's the fight. Is good luck dodging those orbs. So, and these are all very set places I am standing to avoid. And the whole idea is to just throw one whip out and get into the safe spot, go to the next spot where I can get an attack in, then get to the next safe spot, repeat over and over and over again. These positions are all static. And it goes in a cycle. So once you know what the cycle is, you know exactly what Dracula is going to do every single time. Oh, and this one's always so tight.
Yeah, that one is tough.
Yeah, it's a quick one. This one I like though, the neutral jump here. I just like that one. It's just fun to do.
It looks cool.
There's probably a better way to do it. This is the spot right here where it appears in the bottom left side. If you just kind of stand on the left platform, you just keep whipping away a whole bunch and get a whole bunch of damage in.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And we are done here.
I love his silly looking skull.
Yeah, it's so good. But that is Belmont's Revenge in a nutshell. A game that runs at a reasonable frame rate the entire time, and I honestly think is a really fun game.
Yeah, this game's awesome. I'm gonna do it Deathless. I just couldn't do it by the end of October. There was no way.
You're so busy doing everything for this event, and as others have said, and I will echo what they say as well, thank you for putting on this event, because this has been really fun. It got me to play a game I hadn't touched in about 30 years last year and actually beat it and get to the point to be able to beat it Deathless as well.
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad you had fun with it.
Oh, yeah. And it got me to play Rondo of Blood as well this year.
Rondo's so good.
Ah, yes, it is so good. I really enjoy that game.
It's better when your disk drive isn't like randomly dying on you.
Oh,
So, what was it like? Your disc was going into like a power saving mode or something, so it had to like wake it up.
Yeah, I have an external hard drive that has all my games from my Mister on it, and by the time I get to Death in Rondo, when it tries to cycle some of the music, a lot of times the drive will go into a power saving mode, and for a good 5 or 6 seconds, the Mister is waking up the hard drive to access the music to load up. During that time, it just accepts whatever my last input is, and I got zero control. I can't do anything until it actually loads the music again properly.
Yeah. So if you were holding right when it started loading the song, it just like keeps holding right, which is bad because there's a pit over there.
And that happened once. I went right off the edge. Maria needed a bath that day, apparently.
Rotomola, are you around? We were ahead almost the entire duration of the Belmont's Revenge run, by the way. We're wrapping up 10 minutes after we thought you were going to start.
Yeah, that is true. No, we're going at a pretty good clip here.
Oh my god, you'll see what's next, Super Hime-chan. This is a crazy run that's coming up. Greffery, thank you so much.
I know. Thanks for having me on here.
I'll see you again soon. I'll gladly lose to you at the Zelda randomizer again.
Don't worry. Bad things usually come at the third one for me, so I should be out at that point. But have a good night.
Yeah, have a good one. Roto, can you jump in general voice chat so I can pull you into the on-stream chat? It's not Zelnu. That one would have been cool too, but... All right. Let me pull you in here. Hello, Roto. I think your mic might be muted, possibly. Hey, thanks for the shout out. We're about to witness, you'll see. Yeah, that was a funny avatar. Haunted Castle version M. That version M is extremely important. Haunted Castle is an arcade game. And Konami...
I can hear you.
Hey there.
Hello.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Chat, can I get a volume check?
Should
seems
I
like
count?
Roto might be a little quiet, but I don't know.
Hello. Can everyone hear me?
A little low? Okay, let me give you... I'll boost you by 20% for starters.
20%, let's go.
Yeah.
All right. I thought I wasn't going to make it today because I told you over DM I had this movie trope of a sudden stomach bug before going on stage.
Oh my god, I am so sorry.
Yeah, but I'm better now.
Nice, good.
Now. I think I just had some bad chicken or something. What I suspect is that someone must have found some chicken in the wall before putting it on the market.
Yeah.
And you can't do that because it expires after 5 seconds.
Yeah. Okay, so Haunted Castle is an arcade game, and Konami's arcade games back in these days, I think they tended to swing pretty wildly in difficulty from version to version.
Correct. I did this game last year. I did this game last year, just sort of scouting it, not knowing how it was gonna go. And I was pleasantly surprised that you could approach it in a conventional way and solve it that way. Not that it was easy or anything.
Yeah. So this game is kind of notorious. If you guys haven't seen it before, I think it's really entertaining to watch because it is so silly.
I have it on good authority that this game is rigged.
Yeah, true. I heard something about that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I'm doing version M, which means that it's pretty notorious for reasons that enemies do half your damage, but half your health and damage, but it's also kind of a misconception because most of the enemies that do that are condensed in like the first stage only, and then it sort of gets a lot more reasonable by the second and third stages.
Guess who has the volume way too high? Me. All right.
Oh, I can't even hear the game right now.
Oh, really? Are you
Oh, now I can hear it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had it muted.
I
didn't check my setup before going on.
Sure. All right, chat is the game audible? I love this stupid game. Make it a little louder. Okay.
This might be my second favorite Castlevania game.
What's your favorite?
My Vampire Killer MSX.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I thought about including that, but it's like pretty maze-like and sort of exploratory. Like it's not like Simon's Quest.
It's not super exploratory. It is linear in a way. You just have to like, find the white key and get to the exit. That's all.
Right.
Some of the screens do loop on themselves.
Right.
But
yeah.
it's a very interestingly structured game that I kind of wanted to submit last year if this one didn't work out. So anyways, those zombies in this game do half your health and damage. So do the skeletons, and so do the statues falling over. What do you think about the fire at the bottom? How much damage do you think that does?
2 points.
Actually, 1.
1.
But the flame pillars do half your health and damage, as do these guys.
Oh, of course.
So don't get hit by them. The stage 1 is actually pretty routine. I think most people who play this game can figure that out.
Yeah.
I think the key
you
to
do
this
the
game,
double bomb glitch here.
Yes. I kind of suspect that those 2 skeletons that drop those bombs are the same skeleton. And also, and the reason the game also does that is because it checks to see whether you have a sub-weapon at all before dropping another sub-weapon. So that's why you end up with 2 bombs here.
Yeah.
If I can, I'd actually do get them.
So that's a big deal because you get, 5 hearts when you get a sub-weapon?
Correct.
Goodness. Thank you, Anonymous Gifter.
Also,
enjoy your emotes, guys.
Heart economy is so important in this game. Actually, before I get into that, I have a fun little tidbit about this boss.
Sure.
You can, even though Medusa is like that tall, you can jump over her and not take any damage. Not that it helps you in any way.
Really?
Yeah. It's just a stupid little trick there.
That's funny.
Oh, I did that one hitless. I think I like whip the first snake she shoots out, and that's what allows me to like jump over the next set, because if you try to jump over the first one, you usually end up jumping into a bat first.
Yeah, I saw you do that, and I was like, I'm so stupid. I don't know why I didn't think of that.
Oh, don't say that about yourself.
Sure.
This is a difficult game to figure out.
It's not always super intuitive.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah. I think I see a lot of people just YOLO this part, just pick up all the power-ups that drop. That reminds me. I learned an interesting part about an interesting thing about the differences between playing this game over the Mister and over MAME. So how in other Castlevania games you can crouch and turn around. You can do that in this game, but if you play it on MAME, if you try to change direction, it forces you to stand up and walk first.
Oh, I heard about that actually. I think it was like, it might have been Danny that was talking about it.
Really? I actually watched Danny's playthrough as well. I actually learned a few tricks from them that I incorporated into this run. One was about the swarm bats with the large heart dropping that'll come later on during this level. And another one was about skipping the harpies in level 3 when you enter the portal. I didn't know about that at all.
Yeah, I used that for my run too. My run was on version K, which is much easier than what Roto's playing here, to be clear.
You kind of have to like use the timer to your advantage here because you get a lot of time for these levels, so you can sort of take it slow. But you also have to like remember that there's almost always like respawning bats or fleamen or those floating skulls in level 5. So like before you deal with an obstacle, you probably want to wait for a bat to like fly by before you tackle it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because they tend to sneak up on you a lot. I think I used a stopwatch here on these Mudmen, but it's possible to just like walk forward and jump over them. And it looks really cool when you do it, but I didn't want to take the risk here this time.
That's cool.
Yeah. I've been knocked off of these pillars here before. That's why I'm waiting for these bats. You just
How
jump
much damage
forward
do
and
the bats do?
only 2 damage.
Yeah, okay, so
In fact,
similar to-
the differences between version K and version M. In version M, on average, pretty much every enemy does at least double damage, with one obscure exception, which I'll get into later. I was actually experimenting.
I'll have to think about that.
Oh,
Sorry, what were you saying?
Sorry, I just had a different thought since I saw these skeletons come on screen. I'm actually waiting for them to spawn because they have a bad habit of like joining the boss fight that's like right in front of me right now.
Yeah.
So I just wait for them both to appear on screen, then make sure they're like knocked down at the same time. That way they won't bother me. I was experimenting with this game shortly before I went on just now, and I wanted to see if I could beat this boss without using the stopwatch, and it turns out the only part of this boss that hurts you is its head.
Oh,
if you
really?
If you just wait for it to come down, you can jump right over it, just like live inside its body, quite literally.
That's cool.
It only goes down in 10 hits too, so it's not like super risky or anything. Anyway, stage 3, oh boy. You're gonna see that I do the boss of this stage without the stopwatch, which is like a choice you can either make. You can either go through the stage with the stopwatch, but if you do that, you're gonna be avoiding a lot of sub-weapons and you're not gonna pick up as many hearts for the later parts of the game. I wait right here for the Fleaman. I think another Fleaman's gonna jump me from behind. I think I've changed my strategy so that I wait for the second Fleaman before going.
Yeah, that Fleaman has gotten me so many times.
Yeah, it's annoying. So I walk back here because I know there's a ghost coming that drops 5 hearts. You kind of want to walk between the middle of those 2 plain pillars, not these gold ones here, and then walk back to the gold one. Wait for the ghost to appear from behind.
I can't believe you killed a Fleaman with 2 crouching attacks. That is much harder than you would think.
Oh yeah, that's something you never want to do unless you have to or anything.
Waiting out the Fleaman. Yeah, so what Roto is doing here is, I would say it's fair, I think it's fair to call this an expert strategy. So most people would not switch from the stopwatch to the crosshair. The stopwatch is really good in this game. It's definitely the strongest showing the sub-weapons had.
The cross can be pretty good too at times. I use it here to just pick up a whole bunch of hearts at the table, which is basically where the branching choice comes from.
Right,
Either you
and
keep
like
the
that's the
stopwatch
thing.
here, or
The other sub-weapons are also really good, so it's not as big a deal as you might think to switch. Now, why you would want to switch is because you get 5 hearts every time you pick up a sub-weapon, and your healing after you finish a level is it costs hearts. So if you finish a level with like 2 HP and 0 hearts, you'll start the next level with 2 HP.
Correct. That's why hearts are important.
Belmont's iconic sword.
Man, I played this game a very, very long time ago, and I didn't remember any of it when I was scouting it to make a video of it. And I do remember the sword. I wonder why they never brought that back. I guess the whip is just too iconic.
Yeah, the sword's awesome. It's also funny that they like repurposed the whip swing animation.
I
So
hate
it
this
looks like
boss
he's like
coming up.
flicking the sword.
So every time you hit this boss, he kind of jumps into the air, unless he's too close to you. So if he lands like...
Is that what it is?
Yeah, if he lands too close to you, he just sort of goes into a berserk mode and, you know, just like lives inside you until you die or manage to get far enough away from him.
Wow, you have 46 hearts?
I know. You don't even really need this many hearts by this time. You don't actually need the stopwatch for this level either. It doesn't help that much, but also there's like not that many hearts that drop from this level. I can't believe I just missed that. These mummies are so horrible.
Yeah.
They just... You can't hit them until they fully come out of their coffins, but once they're active, they fire at you right away, and the projectile is like a tile in front of them. So you really have to back up as soon as they're triggered. Plus, you're dealing with bats the entire time. They do like I think 4 damage if they hit you.
Good lord, the mummies or the bats?
The mummies. The bats only do 2 damage.
Okay, that's like for the whole game.
Yeah, and version K they only do 1.
Yeah, that seems like a pretty significant difference because of the bridge at the end of the game.
I'm playing this level so cautiously. I've seen people like YOLO this, and you know it's pretty much the most awesome thing ever. That's generally how I play in general. I said generally twice.
That's okay.
Yeah, I'm just a cautious person whenever I play games. Not the most stylish thing ever, but you know it gets the job done.
There is something to be said for not like throwing caution to the wind and embarrassing yourself.
Yeah,
I know this because I do that all the time.
I love this bridge right here. This is the troll bridge. This gets like every new player because they get impatient. And what happens if you start trying to cross that bridge before the tiles fully rise, they stop about halfway through, and then they're just not high enough for you to make the last jump over there, so you fall into the water. That's like the troll room from Star Tropics.
Yeah. God, I love Star Tropics.
Oh, mine too. It's like one of my favorite NES games.
Yeah, it's so good.
What else
Actually, the reason I played Star Tropics, I was hanging out with, I think Sarah Lene and you in VR chat. I might have just been hanging out with Sarah. I was like, what game should I play?
I think that was me.
I bet Roto would like to see you play Star Tropics. So I was like, okay. And I did.
I might have been the one that suggested that. I was there in VR chat.
Yeah. It's a great game. You know, you have to know what you're getting yourself into. I have never seen anyone have 74 hearts in this, by the way.
Well, I played this game a lot, and I know like where most of the hearts are, and just generally how not to get hit.
You're making version M look easy, and I know that's a trick. I know it's not.
Well, I think it's like what I said before. It's generally the attrition of the respawning enemies that tend to get a lot of people. Also, I both love and hate this boss. What I'm doing right here is I'm swinging at the wall, and it seems to like mess with his AI a little bit. He doesn't throw his rocks as often when I do that. I'm not having much luck this time, though.
Did
look
you
at
just
that.
hit him?
Yep. That can happen if you're aiming at the right wall like that. This boss is fun because I've seen some people like try to get really close to the edge there, and there's like some kind of force field there where if you get too close, it just knocks you off. I don't know why.
I've seen that. It happened to Danny, actually.
Mm-hmm. So remember how I talked about how like everything in this game does double damage compared to version K? That's not true with these rocks. They actually do half damage. Only 1 compared to 2 in version K.
Really?
Yep.
That's nice. These things hit me all the time.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm surprised I actually got the no-hit there.
Yeah, that is harder than Roto just made it look.
There is a really rude floating skull that ambushes you right here. Sometimes it comes from behind.
I hate that skull.
Yeah, you definitely want to like wait for them before advancing into a more difficult area. So there's a crow up here. It's the one directly above me right now that drops the stopwatch. Believe it or not, that's actually the third stopwatch in the game. Guess where the first one is? The second one is the one that people usually pick up in level 2, like going up the stairs. The first one actually drops from a bat. Oh, hello, Fry. I didn't know you were in here. Fry's my cat. During the part with the boulders in stage 2, like right before you drop down to where the water is, there is a bat that spawns if you wait for it before dropping down. And if you let it get close, you can whip it and get a stopwatch from it. But it drops in a place that's not really too useful because it's just the water rapids down there, and you basically just get another one right away anyway. I'm surprised I didn't go for the crow that drops the 5 heart there. I guess I just had enough carts at this point.
Yeah.
You got to be really careful about this mummy and the skeleton at the top of the stairs here because they still do half your health and damage.
Cool.
Yeah. The run I did just before this one, I lost because I picked up a cross, but it wasn't from this skeleton. It came from an enemy below this platform here. And I shouldn't have lost it because it turns out the cross is actually a fairly viable sub-weapon to use for the last level as well as the stopwatch. You can jump and use it to hit the bats down.
Are you waiting for it? Yeah.
Yeah. He
this
has
boss
a very
is rough.
He has a very long hitbox. I actually tried to beat him with the with just the sword shortly before the stream, and if you look, there's a safe spot directly in front of the skeleton on the right, where the bricks will never hit there. So you can kind of just use hit and run tactics from there.
Interesting.
Yep. So here's the notorious Bat Bridge. It's important to know that there are 2 large hearts that you can pick up from here, and they drop from the 5th and the 10th bats.
So was that the 3rd you just hit?
I don't know because I think I used the stopwatch already, so I lost count.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
so
was the 4th, I guess.
That's the 5th one. So after you pick up the 5th heart, there is like a short lull in bats that spawn. So you don't want to use your stopwatch right there. You kind of have to use the timer as a marker for this stage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So like after the 5th heart, stop using your stopwatch for a little while. At around 4 minutes and 10 seconds, there's 1 bat, and then you can stop using your stopwatch for about 25 seconds or so, because there's like absolutely nothing here for that amount of time. Once the bats start back up again, there's 1 more large heart that you can pick up, and then that's when you can just use your stopwatch like every 4 seconds or so.
God.
If
you can safely kill 9 of them, right?
Not 9 bats exactly. And actually, if you do this part perfectly, like if you pick up the first 4 plus the 5 hearts that drop, you can do this starting with 0 hearts.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
So once you see the tower, you can stop using stop using your stopwatch. The Dracula fight is coming up, and you don't actually need the stopwatch for this fight.
Yeah,
even
I
if you're
learned
low on
that.
health. Some people think you have to take a mandatory hit from Dracula because he starts in the middle like this, but here's a fun trick. It turns out that as he's transforming into bats, he loses his collision box until he starts moving.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So as long as you have either a stopwatch or a cross, you're good to get across the Bat Bridge and kill Dracula. He's not that difficult at all.
Yeah.
He just kind of floats around and just stay out of his way. Just poke him until he catches on fire.
I love this second form.
I love it too. I don't know how they felt this would be an intimidating boss at all. He just kind of deflates like a parade balloon when you kill him.
Yeah.
And that's GG.
GG.
I love
that game
this
is
game.
way harder than it looked just now, by the way.
Yeah,
it's not,
there is very
there's
little
an element
margin
of
for error.
exaggeration, right? Don't you think, to this game's difficulty? Like, it's kind of legendary for being impossible. I feel like that's maybe people just not knowing how the game works. Do you feel like that's fair to say?
I think that's fair. I think it's also just stage one just having this ridiculous damage in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that is it for Haunted Castle. We are way ahead. Rachel Retro, are you here? Yeah, okay, that's something about this game, Captain, that I really appreciate. It really doesn't wear out its welcome. I can put up with some really silly stuff in a game if it's short. So, all right, so I guess we're going to move on to Rachel's run. Roto, thank you so much for sharing Haunted Castle with us.
It's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure. That was actually a lot to get in there because the game goes by so fast.
Yeah. I kept talking over you too. That's just like hard mode. Look how much damage the fire did.
Yep, that's the demonstration. Also,
Nice.
in the loop, there's just like a lot more respawning bats. I kind of just play out the credit, and I think I die at Medusa.
Okay, yeah, we can watch that then. So this isn't the only impressive run that Roto did this year. You also did a no sub-weapons Deathless run of Castlevania 1, right?
That is true. That is true. I kind of had like a vendetta with the death fight because it felt like the rest of the game was doable with just a whip. So
yeah,
I thought that like, okay, there has to be like a developer intended strategy for doing the death fight without any sub weapon.
And what did you find?
I found that the size that death spawns always spawn in like a static position. So if you jump before death lands, the size spawn in like very favorable position that you can like whip the one that appears immediately in front of you, and the one that spawn above you kind of just like converge, but they take a long time to like reach your position, so you can like bait them out.
Huh.
Yeah.
All right. Well, congratulations. I guess we'll get Rachel in here. And we'll have to do this again next year.
Yep.
All right. Have a good one. Hey there, Rachel. How are you?
Hello.
Can you hear me? Yep.
Cool.
Let me grab your run. Okay, is it this one labeled Chronicles Stupid Deathless?
Yeah, that'll be it. Also, just like a quick disclaimer going in. I slept for like 2 hours, and then I had like a weird nightmare about being trapped in David Lynch's like nightmare mansion, and I couldn't fall asleep again after that. So I'll do my best here.
Yeah, I'm pretty out of it too.
But I will do my best. Also, is there a Discord video feed I can watch this?
Yeah, there should be.
Watch stream. There it is.
Yeah.
There we go.
All right.
I
Can I get volume feedback on the game and on us?
I might be a little quiet, but
I think the game is
I
a little loud.
A little bit. So I actually wanted to run the X68000 version of this, but the Mr. Core is still like really messed up. If you game over at any point, the game over menu text is like permanently stuck on the screen. And I think there's like other graphical issues aside from that. It's kind of unfortunate. Because there's like some weird gameplay differences in the original that makes me think that this like wasn't a straight code port, like they just remade this from scratch. Like the very first boss, the pattern of the bats is different.
Hey, thank you, Nocturne. How are you? Yeah, there are some quirks to the our game's good now. Good. There are some quirks to the PlayStation version that are a little strange, I guess.
One thing
about. Sorry, go on.
The one thing about this port that drives me bonkers is the reduced vertical screen space, because the X68000 has a higher vertical resolution than the PlayStation. So they had to like overlay it on the screen with that transparent bar there, and it's they like to hide bats up there.
Yeah.
So.
It actually really sucks having the HUD over that part of the screen for a few of the climbing sections, especially.
Yeah, I liked as many gripes as I had with Adventure Rebirth. I like that they let you reposition the HUD in that game. I just like shoved it up as high as I could while still being able to see the stats.
Okay, speaking of repositioning stuff, did you know that like you can change the position of the screen in the options here? It's like imperceptible. It's for dealing with overscan problems, I think.
Maybe.
So you can like bump the screen up, let's say like 5 pixels, and it allows a quick kill on the boss of stage 3 that's otherwise not possible. Yeah, so
okay. I'm still learning
that
things.
Sounds awesome, Nocturne.
What's up, Nocturne? How you doing? So I'm sorry I like don't have a lot of commentary on this run so far, I guess.
Oh, that's totally okay. Some people came with like notes prepared, and then others we were just kind of talking the whole time.
So like I should say, like, through the entirety of this challenge, like the month of October, we were dealing with moving from our house to an apartment. So I was squeezing runs in like wherever I could, and I was doing a lot of these at like freaking 2, 3 in the morning. I think one of my runs I finished at like 5:30. So I am like so tired, and I don't remember a lot of stuff about a lot of these runs.
Yeah,
but,
I understand.
I still managed to crank out 14 gold somehow. I'm really, really proud of that.
Yeah. Rachel is one of, I think, 3 players, unless Noman's done it while the stream's been going.
I haven't seen anything, but I have faith.
Yeah. So it's you, Kenster, and Sailor Nep who got Deathless runs of every single game.
I gotta say, like, everybody has just been doing like amazing in this challenge. Like, it's been so cool to watch people like that haven't played these games before getting Deathless runs, like sometimes on like their first try. It's
yeah.
And even people that like had to like grind for their one like red seal, like even that is just incredible to watch, you know. It's great.
Yeah, these games are by no means easy.
Yeah,
obviously.
Absolutely.
Oh, I didn't update the title. You're not Rotomola, and this is not Haunted Castle. Do you agree with my assessment that arrange mode doesn't really make this game much easier?
It's I'm not fully aware of all the differences between original and arrange. Like you take less. Do you take less damage in this mode? I forget.
Yep, it's 1 pip less. So like stuff that does 5 damage to you at the end does 4. I'm pretty sure is how it works.
Yeah, I would say like the lack of knockback is maybe like the biggest thing for me. I fucking hate Castlevania knockback so much. I'm so bad at dealing with it. And that was like one of the big things that kept me from getting a gold original mode run in, because I can't deal with it.
Sure.
But yeah, it's not a huge difficulty change, honestly.
Yeah, I was saying for example's sake, Yaga, I'm aware.
I gotta say I prefer the original music to the remixes. Like they're okay, but I don't know, they're just not really my jam.
Yeah, I don't like these songs. The original songs are good.
But yeah, my so when I play these games, I typically like take a lot of hits. I tend to be really bad at like dodging stuff, so I'm like, oh, I think I'll just try carrying laurels all the way to the end of the game. You know, I can just refill my health whenever I want to. It's not really a good idea.
Yeah, I feel like people have been like kind of 50-50 split on that. I didn't use the laurels when I did my Deathless run last year. And Yaga didn't use them when she did hers this year. But I think Noman also used the laurels, and I feel like Rotomoa did.
And part of the...
You go for the triple axe, huh?
Yeah. Is there something better I should be getting there?
Oh, doesn't really matter. I was expecting to see the laurels, I guess.
Oh, does he drop laurels?
Yep, it's in his like third set of items.
I didn't even notice, I guess.
Yeah, there are laurels coming up, so.
Yeah, there's that one area you can get them in the swamp area, but I actually get them early from an enemy drop. We'll see. I think in the next level. But yeah, like
this section is one of the only places where I feel like arrange mode is significantly easier. Because if you get hit here in original mode, you are usually going to die because you get knocked back.
Yeah, and like
water.
I'm not even attempting to like whip these guys because I don't want that delay of having to wait for the whip to come out. I just jump over the fireballs.
Yeah, that's a good plan. I use the stopwatch there because it causes the mermen to stop moving. And the screen is scrolling up like mega fast, so they just go off screen. You never have to deal with them. It costs a ton of hearts, though.
Yeah, the knockback on this boss is just like the worst. You can just kind of face tank this guy otherwise in this mode. I love that boss death noise, like shattering glass and screaming.
It's so good. Let me get a bottle of water real quick.
Yeah, sure. So how's it going, chat? How y'all doing? Hope y'all are more awake than I am right now.
I have water.
Ah.
I really made that
Halloween.
sound like I was going halfway across the room, but nope.
There's something I was going to say about that last stage and I forgot.
Well, that's okay. There's a really common, like, dump of the discs for this, like for the Sharp X68000 version, that there's something up with the damage values. Like, you start taking the 4 damage, which I think is the max, in stage 2. It's really strange.
I think the version I have on my Mister, it's the hard drive install, and I think that one has the increased damage. I thought the hacked one was the one where everything only does 1 damage.
There is also a hack where everything only does 1 damage.
Okay, I'll have to check which version I actually have then. Yeah, I did notice that.
Hey,
there's the laurels. I don't know if it happens in the Mister, but on real hardware, those little water blobs like actually cause the PlayStation to lag a little bit here. It's kind of funny.
Oh yeah, yeah, I remember that. Shoot, what was I gonna say? Yeah, this Wicked Child. The version in original mode I think is a lot better because it's like a New Jack Swing song.
Yeah,
it sounds awesome.
Yeah, like I said, I'm kind of whatever on a lot of these remixes. I actually a friend of mine back in like probably like right after the game came out actually sent me an MP3 on ICQ of the Wicked Child, Thrashheart in the Cave.
Which is
remix. I didn't actually know it was from this game, and I thought it was pretty good.
Yeah.
Just on its own.
God, I wish I'd gotten this game when it came out.
I think I bought it like brand new. I'm pretty sure. I know I got it from like Electronics Boutique when they still existed.
Yeah, my eyes kind of bugged out. I don't know if my tracker caught it. when Rachel said ICQ. I was like, oh my god, right. I forgot about that thing.
Do they still exist? Does ICQ still exist?
I'm looking it up. I have to know.
I got an email from LiveJournal about my upcoming anniversary. I'm like, my account still exists? Oh, okay.
What? What? I guess it still exists.
Time to go sign in and see if any of my friends are still on there.
Well, according to Quora, it is now owned by a Russian company, which is suspected of spying on users. So maybe don't sign in. It's probably not necessary.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's just paranoia, but hate to find out the hard way.
So I think I managed to do a thing and like avoid spawn. I fucking hate Fleaman. I managed to avoid spawning those last two there. Also, I'm always griping about my D-pads and my controllers. I got a couple of unintentional Laurel uses during this run, but everything turned out okay, but like I think there's one, I don't even know how it happened. I don't think I hit the attack button, but like I was walking off an edge and I heard the noise and like, okay, that's weird. It's impossible to find a good controller nowadays, I swear.
It sucks. D-pads are like Greek fire. They're a lost art.
Yeah.
What controller do you use? Right?
I use a DualShock 4 with my Mister because it's the most consistent. Like I don't care for the weird D-pad shape, but it feels a lot better than any of my other controllers. My 8-bit Do Pro 2 was okay until it like started freezing up. I don't know if I'm gonna buy another one of those.
Oh yeah, I have a Pro 2. I don't really hate it. It does have the same accidental diagonal issues. I have an SN30, and that thing, you're gonna get diagonals. It's just gonna happen.
So which Simon design do you prefer, the pink hair or the original?
I honestly, the original. I mean, obviously, I can appreciate this kind of design, but the original Simon is a classic.
It's so weird that they chose to like change it in the first place. Because like,
yeah,
I think the rest of the
Kojima Ayami had done a lot to like yassify the look of Castlevania by this point. They probably figured people would appreciate seeing it.
I really, really like this version of Bloody Tears. It might be my favorite.
I don't think I have a favorite. I don't need to hear Bloody Tears anymore. I've heard it enough.
Yeah, I totally get it. But like of all the versions, I think this one's my favorite. Yeah, I think otherwise the graphics are like unchanged in this port, aside from like they added a little halo around the candles you can kind of see.
The Dracula sprite is different in
Right, yeah.
Even in original mode, there's something inaccurate about the doppelganger. Do you know about this?
The only thing I know about that stage is like I think they had to change the mirror effect because like they couldn't get the same effect working on the PlayStation as on the X68000.
Sure.
I don't know anything about the boss sprite though.
Yeah, the boss, his whip is a snake in the X68000 one. And in this version, it's a whip, even in original mode.
No, I hate that. Just that jump.
That's a painful fall.
But yeah, again, I want to do another run of this with like an actual sub-weapon and see if like, knowing that I don't have the laurels, maybe I play like a little less sloppy in some areas. Because it really does change like how you play this, knowing, oh, I can just refill my health whenever I want to. Hee hee hoo hoo.
Are you going to the secret room? Hell yeah.
Yeah.
You guys, you gotta do this secret room.
There's like a meat up in the upper left. You have to jump and smack it and grab it before it disappears. But I got laurels. I don't need meat.
Yep. I can just chew on this twig.
God, this game looks so good. This statue is like incredible.
Yeah.
I'm so jealous of Duke Donuts. He has like an actual X68000 computer, and I'm like, I want one of those.
Yeah, I want one too.
It's probably a huge pain in the ass to actually, run, but...
Yes, I've heard that. I've heard maintenance and just running the things are pretty annoying.
Yeah, here's what I was talking about. Like, you can't see those
I've
bats.
been hit by that bat so many times.
There's like candles hidden up there and stuff.
Yeah.
Also, I think I go back for the multiplier here, even though it doesn't like do anything. It's worth some points.
Oh, someone asked forever ago. It might have been Atchinson. What games were after this? Let me check. Adventure Rebirth, Akumajo Densetsu, and the original Castlevania. Oh, you know there are Bloody Tears fans in the chat. Come on.
Can you jump on top of these crushers? Or no?
No, don't try.
Okay.
They'll hurt you.
I'm so nervous going through this part. I always feel like I'm going to clip my head and just instantly die.
Are they instant death? I don't remember.
The crushers might be. I know the blades above are not. I'm going to take a hit here in a second because I hate this part. It's so hard to dodge. It's hard to tell when their hitbox appears.
Yes.
So I'm like, close enough.
Not in this one. Yeah, that was kind of what I thought, but it's been a while since I've gotten hit, so... It sounds like Rachel's never been hit by the crushers, or she would have known. These two
I probably
skeletons are
have
the
at some point in the
absolute
past.
worst.
Also, sorry if I'm like stomping all over you. I think there's like a little bit of an audio delay.
Yeah, that's fine. You're the star of the show here anyway, so I'm the one who's stepping on you.
So like normally I have a good strat for this guy when I have like holy water, but here I just kind of I don't know what to do.
Yeah, there's
one.
Sorry, go on.
One problem with how I play these games is like as soon as like one little thing goes wrong, like I take a wrong hit or get knocked off a platform I'm supposed to be on, like things start to fall apart. Sometimes I'm kind of bad at like improvising and like, oh shoot, I've been knocked out of my normal way I do this. Like, how do I recover?
Yeah. Guys, make note of where that meat was. It's really helpful. So that stained glass knight, you can actually get him to fall down the shaft, and then you don't have to deal with him at all.
Ah, okay.
Whoa, those were sick
not
moves.
Know how to deal with this boss without
it's tough
an actual weapon. Just hits you from like halfway across the screen. It's like, what am I supposed to do?
Yeah.
Not get up right in her face, I suppose, but.
Yeah, is triple cross good on her? I know the speedrun uses holy water on her and on the werewolf because there's a damage stacking bug.
Huh. Yeah, I think I normally get here with holy water.
What you do is
snake
you throw
wrapped around the
holy
cross
water,
is so cool.
and then you whip so that they both hit at the same time right as the boss fight starts. And you do extra damage. And you can do that every time she leaves hit stun.
Keep that in mind.
Something that, if you've never played this, like you probably noticed, but it's difficult. You might not have figured it out. Bosses have a lot of post-hit invincibility. It's like they'll let you hit them like 3 or 4 times, and then they're invincible for like a few seconds. So they're more difficult than some Castlevania bosses.
Oh god, this stage.
You want to tell me about your favorite level?
Yeah. I don't have much to say about this level.
Yeah.
It's got peeping eyes. The peeping eyes in this game, I think, are like my least favorite. I don't know what it is, but they're just like so good at tracking you in this game.
Yeah, it rules. Do you like this game?
Also, do I like this game?
Yeah.
It's not my favorite, but I appreciate it for what it is.
What's your favorite? Is it 4?
Of the whole series, I mean, Symphony of the Night is my, number 1 absolute top favorite. But of the classic Vanias, it's a tie between 4 and Bloodlines. Like, I was really iffy on Bloodlines for a long time. I don't know why exactly, but once I like played it a few more times and realized, oh, this game is like really snappy. It's more of like an arcade kind of pace compared to Super Castlevania 4. So it's like I enjoy both games. Depending on what mood I'm in, I guess. Like, oh, do I want something slower paced, more cinematic, I guess you'd call it? I'll play Castlevania 4. If I want just a quick, it's over in half an hour kind of experience, I'll play Bloodlines. Maybe not half an hour, but you know.
Yeah, Bloodlines is awesome. I mean, those are both good picks.
And
not that I think there's a bad pick. If someone were to say Legends, I'd be like, are you telling the truth? Like, I'm not judging. I'm just skeptical.
Man,
do you get past
Legends
this without getting hit?
Legends made me so friggin' salty.
Yeah.
God.
Nice.
Yeah, I think
so hard.
I'm amazed I got through that without taking a hit right there. But anyway, I think Bloodlines is like the first game I actually did Deathless, I want to say. So, but yeah, that I throw that game on when I just like want to cool off and just play something I know really well. It's like, Bloodlines time, yeah.
Yeah, that's why I play 1 and 3. I'd kind of like to get there with Bloodlines as well.
I'm wondering if there's any other games I should attempt Deathless like I did Castlevania 1. That was that was not easy.
Wait, what was special about Castlevania 1?
Oh, that Castlevania 1's the only one I've done damageless. Sorry.
Damageless. Sorry, I thought you said Deathless.
I probably did.
Okay. Well.
No. Yeah, that's the only one I did that one damageless last year for the challenge. I want to say. But yeah. Castlevania 1 is a lot of fun to try and do damageless low because it's mostly just like a matter of memorization.
Yeah.
And getting into a nice rhythm.
It's too bad you can't do damage boosts that way. That's one thing I don't like about damageless runs is like, but what if I'm taking damage to save time? Isn't that different?
Yeah, I felt that urge to get hit by the Medusa head and get knocked up onto that platform in level 2 and whatnot.
Yeah, I like this whole level. I mean, it can go to hell and I hate it, but...
Thematically, this level's okay. I can't stand everything else about it.
For the sake of variety, if nothing else, I really like levels like this that are just all, wow, that was a good jump. They're just all like mean traps. Like, I actually like stage 8 quite a bit in Castlevania 4 as well, the one with the Vegas bridge. And like, that's most people's most hated level in the game, so...
Yeah, I think in general, that's my least favorite level of the game. It's maybe not the hardest, it's just it's everything about it. I don't know.
It's certainly the most annoying one to die on. It's like, I got hit once, go to hell.
Yeah. So I think I'm actually did pretty okay in this fight. Like, if I didn't have the laurels, I probably would have survived, which is like surprising. I'm so bad at dodging this stuff normally. I want to say I take like 2 hits maybe.
You go over to the right side right now, and then you don't even bother trying to hit her during this first phase. You just wait for her to tear down the clock face.
And this
maybe
boss,
it's once the 5th one gets cleared on the right side. I don't know.
Does this boss
there's some pattern to it?
Does this boss guard against certain sub weapons?
Here's what I think. When it's in neutral stance, if you attack, it'll dodge. And if you don't, that dodge isn't like invincible or anything, but if you don't hit it, it'll then like pick up part of the clock face and throw it at you. And so when you attack with sub weapons, like that provokes that dodge.
Whoop. So silly looking.
So like if you're just throwing sub weapons all the time, like she goes berserk and tears the clock face down really fast.
Anyway, I think that might be the cleanest werewolf fight like I ever had. So
yeah, it was good.
And I always think there's one fewer levels in this game than there actually are. Like I always forget that this next stage exists entirely.
Is this the one with the doppelganger? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
And the hall of dolls.
Wait, no. It's the next stage I always forget exists.
Yeah, the one that's
dungeon
just,
stage.
Yeah, it's just like Castlevania 1 Stage 5.
Yeah, this game is like, it's always longer than I remember it being. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I had too many issues with this stage. It's like, there's the bridge that I almost died on. I lost a run to the bridge a few times for sure.
Yeah, the bridge can actually be a little harder on arrange mode, I'm pretty sure. Because often the knockback will send you in the direction you were already walking. So getting hit by the Medusa heads, I think, tends to be more dangerous on average.
I see. Also, I think
I'm not an arrange mode expert. I could be wrong about what I just said.
I think if you walk to the right there, it will spawn a money bag on the platform above. I don't actually know how to get that before it, like, despawns.
Yeah, I have no idea. The bridge
I want to
is
find all the
deterministic.
secrets in this game.
Link's Winters found a consistent strat for the bridge that I think required 2 stopwatch uses last year. But there wasn't a lot of stopwatching among the Chronicles players this year.
I think I take 2 hits here. We'll see.
This bridge was the biggest barrier to a Deathless run for me, Ozzy.
It's like the world's slowest collapsing bridge, but it's just so dangerous.
Yeah. I did play it on original mode, so that's part of it.
I think surprisingly I took like 1 hit in this area. This part normally like kind of generates me. There's a doll I like misjudged its trajectory. But if you're how does it work if you just stay on the stairs like they can't move or something?
Yeah,
they won't
the dolls
dodge.
won't move if you're standing still on stairs. So there are some useful manipulations that are based on that.
Also,
yeah,
I didn't
like you
know.
just did it there, actually.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know until this year that the balloons actually hurt you too. I just thought they were a silly like visual effect. No.
Yeah.
You know, there's meat over in that left wall there. I didn't bother going for that.
Yeah, I mean, if I had laurels, I wouldn't go for it either.
I haven't been paying attention. How much is it? 10 hearts per laurels use?
Does anybody know?
I thought it was 8, but I think it is 10.
Ooh.
Yes, freaking doll.
10, okay.
But yeah, like, by the end of the game, like, I spend so long grinding for hearts to use the laurels that I start running out of time. So that's one of the dangers of having this instead of a sub-weapon.
Yeah, I mean, this is basically a whip-only playthrough if you do this, and it is powerful to be able to heal a shitload, but I feel like it might be misleading to say it makes the game easier. I don't know. Like, if your goal is to very consistently beat it Deathless, I'm not sure that this is the way. Because you get so much utility from having real weapons.
Yeah, there's
the
so many
triple
parts.
cross is really good in this, so sorry, go on.
No, I was just gonna say, yeah, like there's so many parts in this where I'm just like, I really freaking wish I had a triple cross right now.
Yeah.
You can just melt some enemies with that. So the doppelganger fight, I totally forgot my strat for it. It like there's a kind of pattern you can get it. Oh yeah, there's meat there. You can kind of sort of lock it into a pattern, and I had a lot of trouble like getting it there. But this boss is such a pain.
I think this boss is a reference to Conan the Destroyer. Not the Barbarian. Whatever the second Conan movie was, Conqueror, Destroyer, something like that.
I never saw any of those.
You know, the first one's good. The second one has a pretty bad reputation. I thought it was awesome, but I have no standards. And even I thought it kind of sucked.
So yeah, normally what I do here, I get him like, he jumps around that platform. Can I get him in a loop here and like whip him in the air? But you mess up and he like goes to the other side of the screen. And
yeah.
I think sometimes he'll just break out of that loop no matter what. But yeah, again, if I didn't have the laurels, I probably would have played a lot more.
Basically.
If I didn't have the laurels, I would have been probably a lot more careful here.
Mm-hmm.
And dead.
That would hurt so bad.
I think all those individual glass shards in the X68000 version like reflect the level. They just couldn't do that here.
That's cool.
Yeah. This part is so neat. Just like technically speaking. But yeah, I wonder if they just like copied, Simon's new sprites here and didn't realize that, oh, he's supposed to have a snake and not a whip.
Yeah, but even in original mode, he doesn't have the snakes, so.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's weird. I wonder if they just like lost the source code or something and they just kind of had to eyeball it.
I could see that.
But yeah, this is the level that every time I get to it, it's like, oh right, I gotta play through this level. I forgot.
Yeah.
There's a lot of really nasty traps in this stage.
Yeah.
I hate that skeleton walking around up top there. I can't hit him. I don't have a sub-weapon like an axe or something, so just kind of gotta dodge his bones.
I feel like this thing coming up costs 1 colorless mana and 2 black or something. You know what I mean?
The what now?
You don't play Magic the Gathering?
I don't.
Okay, that's good. Save your money.
All right. My roommates did. My ex-roommates, but they get to talking about the game like over dinner, and it's always like tapping lands and stuff, and I'm just like, what are you talking about? But I probably sound the same when I'm talking about, like video games I really enjoy.
Yeah.
So.
It's been funny. Sorry. What were you...
Isn't there... Do you like whip this guy and like make him walk faster or something? I forget.
Yeah, a couple times. You can actually kill it too.
I think I ended up running really short on time in this level, and that's one of the things that I probably would have changed there.
Hey, DS.
Hello.
It's been funny, like, learning Yu-Gi-Oh! And suddenly when people are talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! I was like, oh my god, I understand this. Like when you take a language for a while and you, like, are watching the news in that language and you're like, oh, hang on. I know these words. That means Michael Jackson just died.
Every now and then I can pick out a word in Russian when people are talking, because I took Russian in high school, but the only thing I remember is like how to read, like sound out the words. I don't remember what most of them actually mean though.
Yeah.
Also, that guy's hiding up there behind the status bar.
Yeah. Been hit by that dude before. How many runs are left? 2 after this.
What games are left anyway? I forgot.
Akumajo Densetsu and Castlevania 1.
Ah, saving the best for last.
Yeah. That one's going to be by Zoiteki.
Jump roping bones here are just funny.
Yeah, this game is so scary.
Yeah.
Yes, Adventure Rebirth.
Anyway, this part right here is where I
thought
get
we
an
already
accidental...
did Adventure Rebirth. I'm sorry.
See, right there, I don't know, like, I don't think I whipped. I don't know why it used the laurels, because I had nothing to whip at there. It's very weird. Are any of these blades instant kill? I don't remember.
I don't think so.
I am amazed I didn't get hit by that right there.
That was awesome. I never would have thought to do that.
It's one of the things that just kind of happens spur of the moment. It's like, okay, that just happened.
Nep. Oh.
Also, watch this guy right here. I didn't know you can get like a quick kill on these guys. Is it just like right there? If you just whip him low, that insta kills him.
You hit him in the toe.
Huh. Yeah, that's something new I learned this run.
It's possible to set up other quick kills on those, but that's the only one I ever
skeletons
really figured
here.
out.
If I had my cross, I'd just like take them all out at once.
Honestly, the fact that you got through that without like luring the red skeletons all over the arena is pretty impressive.
Yeah, again, I was probably playing a little too dangerously. I don't even bother fighting this guy. I just run.
Yeah, I don't bother. I lure him all the way to the other side first, but I don't have the laurels.
So what the hell are these horrible little Cupid doll things that like throw blood spinners at you?
They're homunculi, pretty sure.
This might be the creepiest stage in the game, honestly.
What's creepy is when these red skeletons crowd the stairs up here. It's really annoying. I can't wait to like actually see Death. When you fight him with triple cross, he just doesn't do anything.
I don't remember how my Death fight went. I guess we'll find out soon.
Yeah.
So, this part is reminding me of the same level in Castlevania 1. I told this story in chat probably a few times before when you've been playing Castlevania, but back when I was in elementary school, I traded a kid on the playground my copy of A Boy and His Blob for his copy of Castlevania, and I felt like so bad about it.
Yeah.
But like he came back to me like a day or two later, and he just looked so like dejected. I don't know. He didn't seem very happy, and he was like, "Hey, I'm like stuck at the beginning of the game. What do you do to like go anywhere?" And I had to show him like, "Oh, you have to like use the jelly bean that punches a hole in the floor to drop into the caverns." He's like, I'm drawing out this little map for him, and but he ultimately got the last laugh because it turned out his cartridge was PRG0 and the game kept crashing on me. So
cool.
Oh well, I still have that cartridge to this day.
Yeah, I haven't gotten rid of a lot of my old games. I like lost a handful of them, but
I never sell anything. Probably that's probably like a very bad thing. But like I have all my stuff from childhood.
I sold my PS2 shit.
Mm.
But it was like Maximo 2 and stuff. I don't like Maximo 2. You know?
I haven't finished Maximo yet. So he gets me stuck in one more vortex here. Which is like whatever. But like watch what happens like at the end of this fight. I kill him and then he get hit by his scythe. Still has a hitbox. Good game. Very, very good game.
That was my version of the song.
Last stage, huh?
Is
I think
it?
we're at the end.
This game's short. That's for like a 2-hour long game.
How long does this run? Like it's like 50 minutes, right?
Yeah, it's not super long. Yeah, 50 minutes. 51:29, but I assume that includes the credits.
What was my longest run? I don't remember. So I didn't record Super Castlevania 4. It must have been... I don't know. Adventure was the shortest one I recorded.
How long was that?
I would pull up my files right now, but I don't want to mess anything up. I'll tell you later, I guess. Yeah, you've really got to book it through this stage. You don't really have a lot of time to just dilly-dally here. I didn't realize that until too late, but it worked out.
I have
in the
run
end, I guess.
really low on time on Dracula because I was farming up the multipliers at the end of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was farming hearts for the laurels. I think I got to Dracula's chamber with very few hearts.
I think the big thing is, and this is one drawback to the laurels, you can use the cross and the whip to stack damage on those like really tanky knights, and it speeds the stage up a lot. Like
shot in the face, ow.
A lot of the time you're losing here is spent just going whap, whap, whap against enemies that take 8 hits.
One of the most satisfying things in a Castlevania is when you like throw a cross and like it hovers in the air at the end of its arc and just like does multiple hits. Oh.
It's such a mean setup.
Yeah. They really want me to have that knife. Also, that room over to the right there, you can like kneel in front of the cross and get a 1-up if you take that route. Yeah, guy's got some reach.
I've never fought that guy without the cross before. I knew he could attack, but I've never seen it hit. Here's everyone's favorite room.
Yeah, like, you can't damage these guys until they, like, actually attack you, right? Because they guard, yeah.
This room's cool once you get it down.
Yeah, I think at some point I'm like, you know what? I don't want to deal with this. I just walk to the end. Just get it over with. And there's the Bat Bridge.
Yeah.
So you told me that this game like has a few frames of coyote time that don't exist in like original mode.
Yeah, only arrange mode has it.
The jumps here definitely seemed easier in arrange mode, and I wasn't sure what the deal was. And then there was that weird one of my unsuccessful runs. I like got hit into the pit and then I jumped at the bottom of the pit. I'm like, what the hell?
I've seen people do that before, yeah.
It's weird.
Coyote time is when you have like you know how when Wile E. Coyote like walks off a cliff in a cartoon, he can still jump? Or he's still walking until he realizes. Nice. That jump is really hard. Coyote time is that in a platformer. So like after you walk off of a platform for a couple frames, you can still jump.
Speaking of, the boy and his blob actually has literal coyote time, bring things full circle. You like run towards the platform and stop, and he like skids and just floats in midair, and he looks down and is like, oh god. So yeah, she just jumped off the screen. She's gone, I guess.
She quit. Drax not paying her enough.
Oh, I hate those fireballs so much. This whole final gauntlet here is just kind of stinky.
Yeah, these maids are rough. These are not easy enemy. There's one in this next room that like starts out aggroed and throwing homing projectiles. It's the first one. I don't know how you avoid getting hit by her.
Yeah.
I assume you can hit the projectile out of the air or something.
Yeah, probably. Hello.
Well, yeah, I mean,
All right.
I use the stopwatch, but...
Yeah, I'm gonna go back and forth a few times, and I think I build myself up to like 60 hearts, 50 or 60. Oh, they redid the moon in the background there for this mode, didn't they? It's like a 3D
that
model or
looks weird.
something.
Which one is this one? This is Castlevania Chronicles, Hime, which is a PlayStation port of a Sharp X68000 game. So Rachel is playing the Arrange mode, which is new to the PlayStation version. It has some extra... it's like slightly more forgiving. I really don't think that it's much easier than original mode.
Yeah, like I said earlier, the lack of knockback was the big thing for me.
Yeah.
So. Rachel, look at your time. You're running low.
We're watching a horror movie where the characters are like, we should split up. We're like, no.
So I think I have some better strategies now after having gone through this and like watched some other people play this game, but I did not know how to deal with Dracula's fireballs. This is one reason I wanted to get here with the laurels. But I think I have some better ideas of how to deal with this guy now. My timing is just like so
they
off
totally
here.
nerfed this dude in a range. In the original mode, he looks like a Joker.
So yeah, I have 5 more uses of the laurels, and I'm gonna go through all of them.
Cool.
Yeah.
So what I do here is that thing you just did. That's consistent.
Yeah, again, my timing was like, this is like, I think it was like 3 in the morning by the time I got to this point.
While
I
you're
was
in
just
the
like,
middle of
so, yeah. And he starts throwing 5. I couldn't deal with that. It feels like you should have enough time, but no, not really.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah.
Timer's ticking down for all of this.
Yeah, and then while you're waiting for the final orb to appear, just... Oh, I hate this boss so much.
That
But man,
those options are in the PlayStation version as well. DS.
Pay attention to the last hit on this dude. Oh, there goes the timer.
Fries are up.
Like, I'm already nervous enough. You got to start playing this low time alarm. Come on. Anyway, there's my last health refill. So yeah, watch what happens at the end of this. It's this is nuts.
I love that swipe. He's like a cat.
Oh god. Bonk.
He takes damage when he lands on you.
I didn't know that this game did that. I'm like, oh, wait, no, I won. Okay.
I think maybe it only does that to Dracula. I'm not sure.
That's funny. But yeah, like, I keep having these clutch runs. I have like 1 HP left. I think last year's Super Castlevania 4, I had literally 1 HP left.
Yeah.
But it counts. It's a gold.
Yep. This is one of the least common ones.
Yeah. But yeah, this event was a lot of fun. I'm so glad. Even with the move and everything, I was able to knock these all out. And thank you very much for
I can't believe you beat 14 games deathless through a move. To be honest,
I make a lot of very poor life choices. But like, I don't know. It probably helped that our move ended up getting delayed by 2 weeks because they're like, the apartment's not ready yet. Sorry. And thankfully our landlords were understanding and gave us some more time. But yeah.
You deep shot.
Thank you for the congrats, everyone. But thank you so much for putting this event on. I know you've put like a lot of work into this, probably a lot of sleepless nights. And
yeah, I complained about it more than I should have, but it was a lot of work.
But like, it's amazing just how much this event has grown since the last year, the first one you did.
Do you think we even had 30 players last year?
I don't know.
I don't think so. We had 82, 83, something like that this year.
That's, God, so many runs. I do think the decision this year to just, because like last year it was just getting golds on, or medals on games you hadn't played before, right?
Yeah.
Or hadn't gotten that particular medal yet. I think just opening it up this year and just being like, yeah, just get, whatever medals and whatever games you want. Doesn't matter if you played them before. I think that was cool.
Yeah, it was the right call for sure.
Yeah,
For one thing, that is such a like honor system thing. You know, like what's to stop someone from just playing a game that they've beaten Deathless 100 times and just saying they didn't do that? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Kaz. Happy Halloween. You have a good night. Sailor Nep, are you around?
I wonder if X has ordered dinner yet. I'm so hungry. Anyway,
right,
yeah.
I think this is called Castlevania The Adventure Rebirth, maybe?
Oh, I'm excited to see this one. I hate this game so much.
Yeah. Well, you'll get to watch Nep. I'm sure beat this game's ass. So thanks everybody for watching Rachel's run here.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Did we ever shout you out? I'm actually not sure we did. Hang on.
Hey, you don't gotta do that.
Yeah, apparently we did because it's saying I can't. So I'm gonna shout out Sailor Nep instead.
All right.
You enjoy dinner.
Yeah, talk to you later.
Yeah. All right, I gotta pull Nep in here. Where are you, Nep? Get in general chat, Nep. Then I'll pull you to on-stream chat, Nep. There we go. All right, you're in the channel. What's happening? Oh, this is a really short run, huh? How many runs are left? There are 2 more after this. You know your mic's muted, right, Nep?
Oh, there we are. Force of habit.
Yeah, I understand. All right, so I guess we should just jump right into this, right? Nep, like Rachel and Kenster, has beaten every game in this challenge. Oh, you did not! No way, Lily! Right at the buzzer. Cool. Sorry, Lily Hops just beat CV1 Deathless. That game is hard.
It is.
Sick. All right, well, we should celebrate by watching Castlevania The Adventure Rebirth. All right, looks like the game audio is a little low. All right, are you watching it on the deal, the Discord?
Yes, I'm doing it properly.
Okay.
So
can you hear it all right?
Yes, sounds good. Or I suppose you're asking the audience, aren't you?
No, I was asking you.
Okay. I guess. So for one thing, everyone will notice this is a reuse of the first level music from Castlevania Bloodlines. Right now, I'm just mostly ignoring the candles because there's not a whole lot that I need to prepare for in this level, and this isn't one of those games where your hearts carry over level to level. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to rush to the next screen from here, pretty much getting the bare minimum of stuff, bare minimum amount of fighting. Delicious Smiles asking if I like the game. Yes, I do quite a bit. Before this challenge started, it was one of my favorites. Went way down the list, but that said, it's just because I gained a great appreciation for the other games. So for the level 1 route, they're split paths in most of the levels. I stick to a pretty plain path through most of the run, but for level 1, I do grab that key because by unlocking the door, I'll be able to take a much shorter route through the level. Which I'm not trying to speedrun, but shorter routes generally make less danger, and in this case, that's true. So with that, I have already come to the first mini-boss. There's not much to say about this. It's a very straightforward fight.
Wow, this looks pretty tough, Nep. You got hit once, that's something.
Yeah. Not too worried about the hits as long as I'm not going to die, which for this level, there's a pretty firm plan, so I'm not sweating these little bits of damage here and there. Later in the game, there are lots of things that could go wrong. I feel like they don't, but that's because this is the recording of the time they didn't go wrong.
Yeah, it is wild being able to move and like pivot in midair with a Belmont like this.
Yeah, absolutely. There is the classic controls option that is not on by default, but I feel like the game is very much designed around being able to move the way they designed it here, so I stuck to it.
It really feels like the last boss is designed around having the axe in the game too, which you lose the axe if you're on classic controls,
So that's the funny thing, is I do stick to the axe for the majority of this run, but I actually do ditch the axe for the final two bosses.
Oh, I'm excited to see that. The conventional strat is axe.
Yeah.
But I love this thing's stupid laser beam effects.
Yeah, it's very good. That boss makes me think of those high bounce balls that they would sell, and you just drop them and they bounce right in the air.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are always fun to play with as a kid. I do have to say, given how the adventure originally was, even though this game may not be the best, I think it is a big improvement and gives Christopher Belmont's first adventure a big up in terms of quality.
Yeah.
Additionally, I still have to give this game a somewhat high rating, mostly because I think that the third phase of Dracula is really cool and one of the better Dracula fights overall.
Yeah. Hey, Flame Chocobo, thanks for the raid. How are you? You're coming in toward the end of like an all-night-long marathon of Deathless runs of Castlevania. This is Sailor Nep's Deathless run of Castlevania The Adventure Rebirth.
So in terms of how much practice time happened for this run, in terms of like, I want to say maybe it took me about 2 hours to practice, and then between 2 and 3 hours to actually get the Deathless run from live attempts, which I feel that was a little fast, but for me, I feel it was kind of because it was in the later parts of the runs that I did this year. At that point, I already had Chronicles and 4 and 3 under my belt, so
yeah.
I kind of feel I was able to apply a lot of what I learned in those games. By the way, if you're looking in the upper left, just don't for a moment. I have no idea why that kept showing up. I couldn't do anything about it. But it won't happen again.
Sure.
So this elevator is kind of interesting because you have these enemies that pop in. It's not too threatening because it's still relatively early in the game. But then after this, there's going to be another elevator, and it's not threatening at all, which is confusing to me.
Hey, Altriok, thank you for the raid. What were you up to? Did it scare you? Plenty spooked. I want to replay Amnesia. The last time... You really ran into that flea man there, huh?
I sure did. I kind of don't know what was going through my head at that time.
I've been there.
I think I probably was just like, that elevator with nothing. I must have zoned out or something. So here, I am going to take some damage, but that's because my strat of this boss was don't worry about it and just bully the boss.
Yeah.
By the way, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't this reuse of the music from Haunted Castle?
Yep. This is the last boss song from Haunted Castle.
They must have wanted someone to get to hear more than 4 seconds of it.
Yeah. That was me. I was his voice actor. How'd I do?
I think you did excellent.
Thank you.
I have to say, it seems like poor strategy if you're a boss fight in a video game to go from being tough and say, now for my second form, and turn weaker.
Yeah. Take that.
So Stage 3 is where the game starts to get considerably tougher. And we also finally get reuse of music from Adventure proper.
Oh, yeah. Do you know who the
Or actually,
composer
no,
is
I
for
think this is from Belmont's Revenge. I'm sorry.
It might be, yeah. Do you know who this composer is?
I don't, actually.
Namiki Manabu. He did, I think he's still working, like, in, like, arcade gaming. So he did a lot of music for, like, cave shoot-'em-ups. If you've heard, like, the Dodonpachi Daiojo soundtrack, that was his work. He also did some Trauma Center music.
Oh, Trauma Center.
Do you know the meme where, like, Squidward's in it and he, like, looks, like, real, like, sexy or, like, angry or something? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I'm afraid I haven't the faintest idea.
It's like a video clip of Squidward, and there's just a song playing that's like dun 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 dun. Does that not ring a bell?
Sad to say.
You know,
Don't know.
You're missing out. It's awesome. But anyway, he did that song. Handsome Squidward. I think that might be it.
Interesting. I'll have to look into that on my own time.
Yeah.
Trauma Center music, though, there was so much remarkable music in that series, and it was always good for some of the things that game would put you through. At least you get to hear good sounds.
Mm-hmm. I bet you I can't play Trauma Center because, like, heartbeat sounds really gross me out. Like,
oh yeah, that's
I feel like I'm
understandable.
going to pass out. So.
So up to here, you'll see I have lost quite a bit of health, but up until that hit just now, all the damage I was taking was intentional.
Mm-hmm.
I was just letting things be breezy because I felt like I could afford it.
Mm-hmm.
I had to pump the brakes a little bit here because of that unintentional damage, but it's still fine. I'm not, like, feeling bad or anything.
Mm-hmm. God, this level's so cool.
Yeah, I feel like this really is where they captured the spirit of the Game Boy games the best, with all the various, like, traps and stuff, only executed in a way that feels very exciting. It feels like almost thematically like a less punishing version of the Stage 8 in Castlevania 4.
Yeah. Oh, this is a neat strat.
Yeah,
Just
this
can't
boss
hit you if
goes
you do
down.
that, huh?
Goes down so quickly if you just do that. It actually has a whole other attack that it'll, like, come off the wall and go in a sine wave across the floor, but it didn't live long enough to get off. Because I am at low health, I do play it a little bit safe here, and it's totally justified. But we're about to get back to happy time now that that meat has been found.
That was me when Grubhub showed up earlier.
Oh yeah, that's... During a long stream, nothing feels better than getting that food.
Yeah.
I made myself curry the other night, and I had leftovers from that earlier, and it was very good.
Curry's so good.
Uh-huh. It took me forever to figure out how to get past that obstacle damage. It's very strange to look at.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't talked much yet about the Fire Whip mechanic. Instead of it being a permanent upgrade that can be lost under conditions, it's just a timed upgrade. And so it just wears off whether you use it or not. That's what that green
that's
meter
kind of a
under the
shame.
life bar.
Does that jump as hard as it looks?
Not really. But then again, I kind of have a strat for this boss, so I'm like, well, as long as I don't die, it's fine. And I don't think that would have quite killed me. So as you can see, as long as you show up to this boss with the axe, it's incredibly fast and trivial. Otherwise, this is probably one of the harder bosses in the game. Because it can hover out of range indefinitely, and it has all these different attack patterns, but I wasn't putting up with that. The whip has burning mode. I like that.
Yeah, Noman.
Yeah, I imagine this would have been a completely different experience if I was playing without ability to have the axe here. So this
I like
level
this song
one
a lot. What is this song from?
You know, when I was rewatching this last night to kind of have a sense of what I wanted to talk about, I got hung up on that too. I couldn't place it.
Really? We just played Chronicle. Oh, it's the menu. It's a menu theme from Chronicles. That's right. Or it might be as it's loading the game, I think is what it is. Yeah.
Well, how about that? That's a really creative use of the theme because it fits this level pretty well, I would say.
Yeah.
The bouncing bow dragons in this, they look so friendly to me. Like they just want to say hi.
Yeah.
I just imagine them having like a really high-pitched, shrill voice. And
I was
being
kind of
very
imagining
cute.
the Budweiser was commercials. Remember those?
Oh yeah, I can see that. So this room, strategically, the main thing I'm going for is just ensuring that I hit each of those thrower skeletons with an axe, because otherwise they can really control your position a lot and be a problem. So I'm willing to fall a little bit here. This isn't one of those vertical screens that leaves a death pit in your wake. So it's quite okay to just be aggressive with that.
Are all the vertical sections like that in this game?
I want to say so. If there's one that doesn't work that way, I have yet to experience it. So one of the key features of this level that I'm coming into is a maze. First screen, I stall very briefly after landing so that the first eyeball rolls over to the right. And then I follow this path. I move past that torch so that the key doesn't get in my way. And then I go to this screen where you're supposed to turn back and be intimidated by this and go through the maze. Instead, I just fight my way through, and that lets me bypass the maze entirely. The reason that I do this is because there are actually some pretty dangerous enemy sets throughout.
Yeah. Doesn't it have like the boomerang guys from
Yes, I believe so.
Nice.
This room, as long as you don't need extra hearts, you can just hold that peeper won't reach you.
Cool. I don't remember this boss at all.
Yeah, first it'll kind of behave through this pattern. It'll go through it one cycle. Once the boss gets to low health, you'll start to see those purple floor things happening at a much higher rate. And that's pretty stressful, which is why I wanted to focus on just getting the damage out as fast as possible.
Yeah.
So I'm seeing talk about the alternate route from Rachel in chat, and I experimented with the alternate route. I was just like, I'll just deal with the maze and mini boss. I found that the rats kept slipping through my fingers and being a problem.
Oh, there's rats on the alternate path, huh?
Quite a few.
That sounds like a reward.
Yeah, it's a definitely a nicer use of the rat mechanic compared to Adventure, where they're just a very slow boss.
Mm-hmm.
So here, I had a setup for avoiding damage in this room, and then I didn't do it at all. It just goes to show, you can have a plan, but sometimes just those little things get out of control.
It's so silly that these enemies don't animate.
Right?
It's just this PNG with like an effect around it.
It gives them kind of a Deshare Zone feel.
Yeah.
Like they seem like they're about to tell me I should quit my job or something.
Yeah.
That hit was not intentional, but I wasn't stressing it because of that meat that's right there.
Mm-hmm.
That's a level 4 boss.
Ha! This dude owns.
Yeah. This boss is cool and also has a lot of health.
Yeah, I think in hard mode, like all the bosses have way more health.
Yeah.
Wasn't this one of the
is
ones that
not-
you said was like pretty annoying in hard mode, Noman?
Oh yeah, when the boss is dying, I'll have something interesting to talk about in my experiences with this.
Its ground punches are twice as fast.
So I had a run where the boss was dying on the extreme right of the screen and I walked left and the boss wasn't on the screen when it died, and so the game said, okay, no orb.
So you just didn't get to win.
Yeah, I just lost the run. Nothing I could have done. So this run, I play, as you know, Dot, a lot of A Link to the Past randomizer. I kind of think of this as being equivalent to the GT Gauntlet, of just this long slog where you have to keep it together.
Mm-hmm.
This level is very punishing. And so a lot of my mental energy was spent trying to keep it for this.
We're gonna
I
hear
remember
the original
the-
version of this song soon. I think the next run is Akuden by Eltriak.
Yeah, that's right. I gotta say, of all of them, I think I came out of this liking the Castlevania 3 soundtrack the best.
Yeah, it's so good. Do you have a preference for Japanese versus American?
After grinding them a lot, I have to say the Japanese one kind of sounds wrong to me in a lot of spots.
Interesting.
In particular, when you get to stage 8, Vampire Killer just kind of sounds strange in that version.
Yeah.
So I'll stick with the US version.
Yeah, I like the US version's soundtrack more, which people tell me I'm crazy for. Which I am, but I don't think that my Castlevania soundtrack preferences are why.
I gotta say, when it comes to this challenge in general, I had a lot of fun learning to do all the Deathless runs, and it's kind of inspired me to want to take that approach to more games as someone who comes from more of a speedrunning background. Because, I mean, anyone who knows me knows that the first thing you gotta know about me is I had the world record speedrun on Austin Powers for Game Boy Color.
I knew exactly where you were going with that.
I'm not gonna lie, I spent over like 20 hours grinding that game, and then afterwards I always just feel like, why did I do that?
You mastered it.
I did. So, one of the things about Medusa heads here that you'll see is that they can just spawn out of the same side of the screen that you're on, and that is incredibly frightening in this long, unforgiving level. In the previous screen, there's a stopwatch, and I experimented with using that for this room because of that trap with the needle, because that hits very hard. And I learned the stopwatch affects everything except the needle.
Cool.
I was like, you are such a terrible sub-weapon in this game.
Are you gonna do a bunch of Deathless runs for Revenge of Shinovember?
Oh, is that what's up next?
Yeah, of course. If I did another like community challenge this month, I would go nuts. There's no Revenge of Shinovember, but
okay,
Revenge of
that's a
Shinobi
relief.
is awesome. So,
well, you know what? Maybe I'll pop up a Shinobi game somewhere in the next month and see where it takes me.
yeah, good idea.
It is a lot of fun, and there's a sense of satisfaction from learning a game. Like, everything I'm doing in this level is a result of all the times the level didn't go well.
I was saying to Rad that sometimes to me, it feels like learning a challenge run is really just a process of slowly teaching yourself all the mistakes you can make.
Yes, I 100% agree with that. In particular for me, Castlevania 4, I feel like I now understand everything that can and will kill you in that game. You'll see, I talked about...
buffering. You're doing it to look for a Medusa head, right?
Uh-huh. Since the Medusa heads aren't going to play fair in this game, I'm not playing fair either. So, I want to say it's this screen. This skeleton decides to just be the best skeleton I have ever seen. I tried kiting it, and then I realized, nope, that's not going to work. It's too fast. I'm going to jump. So,
sorry, go on.
There's one fun thing here. You can actually drop down there into where the PI is, and that would look like you'd be stuck because there's no way to get out, but actually the game will just push you through the wall if you try.
Oh.
So you won't soft lock there. So if anyone's playing this game and you want Christopher Belmont to steal that Peeping Eye's apartment, you can. Yeah, I can see that, Conrad, and this game does have a very solid look to it. Most of my aesthetic complaints with this game are the fact that they seem to have, like, found an old CD of stock sound effects from, like, Prodigy internet services. Just mainly the squishing noises from the bug enemies in level 2.
You know what this needs? This needs click and play noises. It should go, uh-oh, when you close it and stuff.
Oh, there you go. I like that. So I called this door the axe door, so I won't forget to do that.
Uh-huh.
I also jump up there because it triggers that peeper spawn. Otherwise, it'll attack you while you're on the stairs. I also wait there so that I line up with the pendulum. And then that has me lined up for the rest. I intentionally dropped down there because the little ghost spawns are random, and they can be unpleasantly surprising, so I wanted a chance to react.
Mm-hmm.
I was so sure I died there.
Oh, is there just a pit down there? I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
It is Castlevania.
It also looks like you would have to jump over the center of these gears, but you can just walk across.
Ladders or staircases, Rad? Stairs, okay. Yeah, I understand.
So I've been watching this marathon all day, and I have really enjoyed seeing all the different approaches and strategies different people take. It really just excites me how open this game can be to different approaches.
Mm-hmm.
Because I have a tendency, once I feel I found a strat, I like to just want to stick to it.
Yeah,
So
I'm the same way. I do the same thing the same way every time.
So this is where not being in a speed run is nice, because I'm like, I didn't like how that eyeball was shaken down, so I just decided I'm gonna wait. By the way, this is the hardest level in the game, and I got all the way to death without taking a hit. So I was ecstatic. I was like, even if the run dies here, I'm happy.
Yeah. How hard's this boss?
I'd say it's proportional to how much health you have. The sickles strangely work in a way where they're not as threatening as you'd expect, because they don't do full damage like the enemies in the level.
Mm-hmm.
And all the other attacks Death does are telegraphed pretty fairly. Like you see, I took a sickle hitter and only took 2 damage, not 4.
Yeah.
Which, it's not too bad when you're at full health. Speaking of telegraphs, yeah, that red line is your one warning. And then here, I'm like, I'm not worried about getting hit. You're almost dead. It's always
Sorry.
Okay.
What were you saying?
Oh, I was just gonna say, throwing those crosses at the end made me think of how people will do cool patterns in Castlevania 4 before catching an orb.
Yeah. I always go for those and I like really screw it up.
By the way, there's kind of a strange design thing going on here. You'll notice they gave me a flame whip, which isn't gonna last until the Dracula fight. And then here, have another flame whip.
As ever, the ally of worthless humans.
That's the worst thing in any game ever. You
It
should
really
not have a
is.
voice line there.
Or if you do, at least have one that makes sense.
Right, that would make sense for him to say to Alucard. Why on earth is he saying that to Simon Belmont, who is human? It's definitely like a quote of a line from Symphony of the Night. It's paraphrased.
Yeah, it might even be the voice clip.
Yeah, I don't know, because I don't think Satan Dracula says it, even the PSP version. I think it's something that Death says.
Oh yeah, that sounds like that might be right.
You are ever the ally of humans, or something like that.
That's a good impression.
Yeah.
I really feel like you're about to take all my good equipment and leave me hobbling through the castle.
What does it look like, Yaga?
So this phase, very repetitive, so I don't have much to say here. I'm just trying to make sure I don't carelessly throw away more health.
Up to 3 hits per cycle, I see.
So phase 2 always starts each cycle by doing that flame breath, jumps away from you twice while dropping those things, and then will jump over you.
Mm-hmm.
So that's phase 2, just repeating that over and over. But the angles at which the shots come down, you do have to react to them. So that's the real challenge. Then phase 3 has 2 parts. You have to knock like the lower jaw off of the Dracula form that spawns, and then you can only do damage by hitting it in the eyes. And in order to reach up there, you can either use the axe subweapon, or you can hit it repeatedly in the lower part to get platforms to spawn, at which point you'll be able to jump up and reach. So I learned this fight with the cross, and I want to say I spent about 20 minutes practicing this phase alone, and I always felt like it was very touch and go. And then in this real run, I happened to get the best RNG I have ever seen, because those lightning orbs, they mostly seem to spawn on the same side as me, which is a real problem. And then that just didn't happen. And so I was able to just DPS all I want.
Cool.
I realized what was happening, and I was like, well, now I can relax.
Owned.
It felt kind of silly, because I was prepared for a long, drawn-out fight there, and then it just wasn't necessary.
Cool.
Good luck was all that was.
Oh, that was awesome.
Thank you. I had so much fun with this challenge in general.
You must have. You beat every game deathless.
I did, and now I'm like, well, now what next am I going to take on? I'm kind of interested in trying to get a deathless on Bloodstained Curse of the Moon.
Yeah, that could be cool.
Yeah.
What was like the hardest of these? What do you think the easiest was?
The easiest. That's actually a really tough question. Strangely, it might have been Haunted Castle just because it's so short.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But that's only in terms of like how long the grind felt. That's a really tough question. I would have to think about it a lot.
Yeah,
the hardest, though, the hardest would have been Super Castlevania 4.
Yeah.
Especially in terms of effort between scouting each level individually and then streamed attempts. It was about a total of 15 hours, with about 12 of that being streaming hours, not all in one session.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that game was rough. So, I'm glad to hear you say the same thing. I was starting to think I was going nuts, but
yeah, no, not at all.
Thanks for the raid. What were you up to?
Easiest.
Base escape. Is that the witch from Zero Ranger? I think it is. Yeah, because it's all orange, so. Oh, more Dare to Dream. That's cool. Yeah, thank you, Decade. You have a good night. Congratulations on your Rondo run, Decade. Player style is now available in options. All right, Eltriok, are you ready to come in?
Well, I'll take a moment to just say thanks so much for having me and letting me be a part of this, and I'll look forward to it again for next year. And congratulations to everybody on all the runs you did.
Yeah, thank you. Everyone who even tried deserves a pat on the back for sure.
100%.
Thank you so much, Nep, for participating in this.
Of course, it was a joy.
This time next year. All right, Eltriok is ready. Let me move you in here. Hello, Eltriok.
Hello.
Hey, have a good night, Nocturne. Aren't you glad that we're running ahead of schedule instead of behind schedule?
Yes. Oh, what is this PNG I have?
Oh, is this like a super old one?
Yeah.
What if we use your real model?
Yeah, I was gonna ask if I could join your VTube studio, whatever.
All right, add. What's your? I have you as a Steam friend, right?
Yes.
Oh, I figured out what your username is. Yeah. I'll DM you the password in just a second here.
Okay.
I just have to find you, which is easier said than done. I've been a lot of DMs going around today, so.
Yeah, no worries. I can DM you. Oh, nope, you got me.
You could have guessed that password.
I probably could have, yeah. Knowing what I know about VTube Studio, I probably could have.
You're going to be like massive when you port in too. It's going to be good.
Did it work? Oh, there we go. All right. I should be. Oh, there you are.
Way down in the corner, right?
Uh-huh.
I don't see you yet. I assume I'm just taking a while to download your model.
Oh, that could be, yeah.
Yeah, there you are. Yeah, you're huge. Look at this. I've said it before, but this model is
God.
This model is so cool. Hello, I'm not rotating me. I'm rotating Eltriac. Stop rotating me, VTube Studio. This is how we're gonna do our commentary. Okay. So.
Yeah. That's fine. Just lay me down like underneath the video.
I can't fix this rotation. Oh my god. Okay, I think you're right side up now. We could just do the whole run like this, I guess.
Okay, yeah, that works too. Just put me in front, yeah.
Yeah. Hang on. Yeah, that looks right. Let me look at the layout. Are you cool with covering up this much of the game with your VOD?
That's fine with me.
Cover up the VOD with your bod.
The VOD bod.
Can you tell I've been doing this all night?
I can. I was gonna ask how you're doing.
Not too bad.
Okay, good.
I'm sure as soon as I cut stream, I'm gonna feel it. You know what I mean?
You're just gonna pass out immediately.
All right. I think I DM'd you the timestamp where the successful run starts. Right? It's like 2:15.
You
2:18:56.
Yep, there it is.
That's close enough.
I need to look at your thing. Your stream. There we go.
All right, audio track 6. So we should be good to go.
Okay.
So yeah, let's kick this off. This is the end of a not successful attempt.
Yes,
this
I
is
wonder
so
if...
funny.
Okay.
Having your avatar right in front of your avatar.
Yeah. I died right at that jump. And I was like, I need to do it successfully and then I can reset.
This is you retweeting your own posts.
Yeah.
Who's that handsome fellow? I sure do agree with everything he has to say.
Yeah, me giving a medal to myself.
Yeah. Oh. So, you hadn't done this Deathless before, had you?
So, funny enough, I had not played this version of the game at all before this month.
Yeah. What about the US one?
US one I've beaten with continues a couple of times.
Yeah.
So I've never done it once UC. I've never beaten a Deathless.
How's the audio, guys, now that the run's underway?
Well, it sounds great to me, so...
Good. Aces. Good.
So my first attempt... Well, I guess I should say the Friday before this, I wanted to do a 1cc of this game. And I think you were here for that. I got to the waterfall room in the second to last level. And I took my first death there to like a really flub jump. And then I beat it without dying again, I think. So I was like, after that, I was like, well, now I have to beat a Deathless.
Did you ever play DDR?
Briefly, yeah.
Were you around when they called getting a single great on a song getting a black flag?
No.
I assume it's like, is it like a take no prisoners thing? Like what? It must be, right?
Black flag. It sounds like pirate lingo or something.
Right.
Like actual like pirates. Huh. No, I haven't heard that.
Well, anyway,
that's really
you
that
got
was
a
my
black flag on
on
Castlevania 3.
Yeah, so after that I was like, well, now I have to do a Deathless because I took one death in a really silly place. So this was my attempt. How long is this video? Like 3.5 hours or something?
Yeah. This run starts at 2 hours and 19 minutes, basically.
Yeah, so that sounds about right. So I had done a few attempts before getting to the real one. My first attempt, I died at death. So that was like trying to get back there was a little bit of a struggle, but
yeah,
there's some. I don't think it's this run, but the bridge of blocks that like falls. I managed to like jump to safety on that one.
I saw that. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think I died like right afterwards, but it's like at least I had that.
Nice selfie, Faye. I'll put you on the checklist. Any new cards are gonna have to be made in early November, just because I'm kind of running on fumes here. But you will get a card made. All right, you said Rondo.
Nice, congratulations.
I love Rondo so much.
Yeah, me too. I think it is my favorite.
I don't know if I can pick a favorite Castlevania. It might be 3 these days.
Yeah.
I used to be sort of a 3 hater because the game takes so long to get going. Like those first 4 levels, if you played the game enough, like they're really, I don't want to say trivial, but it's close, you know?
Yeah.
And it's like, I feel like I have to play like 14 minutes of game before I get to actually play the game. Yeah, of course, 3 US, that's how I am.
That's how I felt playing this, honestly. It was like, okay, once I get to the ghost ship, then I can actually start like paying attention.
Yeah.
But before that, it feels like, I kind of turn my brain off a little bit.
Hey, thank you, Stedius. How are you? This game really has like a wonderful like look and sound and everything.
Yeah. Yeah, I spent a lot of I think my 1cc attempt just like marveling at like the fog effects in this stage and stuff. Like there's a lot of really cool like graphical effects that they pulled off on the Famicom.
Yeah, the coloring almost reminds me of like a Silver Age comic. I say coloring, the color palettes.
Yeah.
You know, the inking.
Yeah.
The lettering. All these comic things that definitely apply to Nintendo games.
Yeah, all the dot coloring they did.
Yeah, the not Bechdel dots. What are they? Bechdel is the 2 women are talking about.
Yeah.
Not a man. Bendel? Wendell? I don't know.
Yeah, the typesetting is incredible.
Yeah. No, there's it's not dithering. Ben Day. I feel like you're trolling me. I don't feel like that's right. There's a term for it.
Yeah, this effect
Screen
right
tone
here.
is what it's called in manga for sure.
I think this effect looks so cool.
This is a,
Go
this
for
is a
it.
graphic design thing. It is Ben Day.
Okay. Car Odin got it. A point to Car Odin.
Yeah.
Now your stamp card is all weird. It's got an odd number on it.
You know, Car was one of the people that beat every single game.
Really? Oh my god. It's tempting. I had a lot of other things going on. I'm happy to have my like, what was it, 7 Deathless clears.
That's a lot.
It is a lot.
I think that's like the same as me, or I feel like maybe I have 9 or something.
Okay. Yeah, there's a couple where I started playing them, like Adventure and Legends. I started playing and I was like, I can't do this.
Yeah. I spent a lot of time trying to do a Deathless run of Castlevania 4, which I shouldn't have bothered But I was worried no one else was going to do it, and like I was going to be the
yeah.
only option for the marathon.
Yeah.
But like I've I've beaten a Deathless before, so I kind of don't feel like I have anything to prove, you know?
Yeah, for sure. I did a 1cc of 4, and I think the first death I took was level 9.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like the gold platforms that crumble, and you get to the end of it, and there's like one single skeleton who just walks into you and knocks you into the pit. That's how I died. That was my first death, and I was like, well.
Yeah, I lost my last Deathless attempt there, actually.
Oh my god.
Like to that exact thing.
Yeah. That skeleton sucks. I mean, he's got like a million medals. He's a general now in Dracula's army, but he sucks. I hate him. I have been watching some people play Castlevania 3 after getting the Deathless here, and not realizing how much they changed about the US version.
Yeah, it's way different.
Like, this guy can just walk through the platforms for whatever reason.
Because he's a Cyclops and he's really strong.
Okay. Yeah. That makes sense. Obviously.
You know, that combined with the holy water doing double damage, there's a really cool quick kill you can only do in the US version.
Oh, really?
You get him to run to the left, and you smash 3 holy water bottles on the platform that the meat's in. And the flames hit him in the eye. Yeah, it kills him really fast.
That's cool.
Yeah, not the Vegas Bridge, Ramses. There's an edge guard skeleton in the treasury level.
Yeah, the level
really
right after
easy
that.
to get hit by.
Yeah. And then I died like 3 times to Slogra, so it wouldn't have been Deathless anyway. But to that point, I was like starting to get nervous. Like, I beat level 8 without dying, so now it's time to start sweating.
Mm-hmm.
And then that one skeleton knocked me into a pit.
Well, I'm not sweating anymore. I'm just kind of sad.
Yeah, exactly. Because Castlevania 4 is like, I don't want to reset this and try again, because that's another like hour and a half from my life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't remember how long my successful Deathless run was. It was pretty long, though.
Yeah, it's a long game. Yeah, I think this Deathless, I feel like didn't take me that long to get, honestly.
It didn't feel like it.
I think my longest was Castlevania Chronicles. That one took me a while of like practicing on my own before like feeling comfortable enough to actually do it. But this one I ended up liking quite a lot. I played Castlevania 3 all the way through for the first time like Thanksgiving like 2 years ago or something. And I had like rented it as a kid and gotten to like, you know, level 2 or something and never got further than that. But I didn't really play it like much after that, so it was fun to like play this version especially, because this feels a lot more fair.
Is this your preferred version?
I would have to play Castlevania 3 again. I had plans of like, oh, I should play Castlevania 3 and just try to get 1cc of it. Not really like remembering the differences. So I don't know how well that would have gone, but I ended up like not having enough time for it anyway. So
yeah,
I'll have to replay it again sometime. It is also funny how different the playthroughs feel, because I feel like when I was playing Castlevania 3, I didn't use Sypha that much. I think because it was so much harder to find the lightning orb spell.
Yeah.
And this one, I feel like I never like change away from her once I get her.
Yeah. You know, part of learning to love Castlevania 3 is learning to love her fireball spell, honestly.
Yeah.
It's
her
really
fireball
good.
spell is really good.
Yeah. It would be a little disappointing if you were coming from this game, I think.
Yeah.
I'm doing all right, DS. I've been streaming all day. This ghost activates later in the Japanese version. Did you notice that?
Oh yeah, it activated a weird time because like there was one time I went all the way to the left and then it like appeared and I was like, where did this come from?
You know why that didn't instant kill her? Atchison figured out that holy water does double damage in the US version.
Oh, weird.
Yep. It's easy not to notice that because a lot of the enemies you use holy water on also have more HP.
Right.
Sypha's melee attack is so good.
Yeah, it's very nice to just like get up in a bone tower's face and just bonk it to death.
Yeah.
There is one complaint I have about this game, which is that once I get past this stage, I kind of forget like what each individual stage is, you know?
What do you mean?
Like I get to the one after this, I'm like, I don't remember what's actually in this stage until I actually like get to the individual like blocks. I'm like, oh right, this sucks. Like
yeah.
I almost pick up that fireball spell on accident.
Hey Akira, thank you for the raid. How are you?
Hello.
You're coming in toward the end of an all night long marathon. Hey, thanks for the shout out mods of Deathless runs of the classic Castlevanias, like the stage based ones. There are 14 games on this list. This is game number 13.
Yeah. This is my run in case me being in front of myself was not a clear indicator.
Yeah, we should really put a PNG of you over the run to make it clearer whose run this is.
Yeah. You should, where it says
I should change my
Eltriok.
username to Eltriok2, actually, to make it clearer whose run this is.
Where it says like by Eltriok, you should draw an arrow pointing to Eltriok.
Yeah,
in the
that's a good
background
idea.
and another arrow pointing to me in the foreground.
Nice. What were you up to, Akira?
That is very satisfying, just immediately deleting the mummies.
Yeah. It's even faster in the US one.
Yeah, I can imagine if the holy water does double damage.
Have you ever watched The Mummy, like the 30s one?
Not the 30s one. I thought you meant like
I did not dig it.
I thought you meant like the Brendan Fraser one.
No, I've seen that one too, actually.
Yeah, I like that one.
I wasn't into it when I saw it, but that was when it was brand new.
Mm-hmm.
Have I ever mentioned that when I was a kid, I was like kind of a precocious little shit. So like, I wasn't going to like movies unless they were like artsy or something, you know?
Oh, okay. It actually took me a while to see the Brendan Fraser Mummy because my mom went to the theaters to see it, and I didn't want to go because I thought it was going to be scary.
Yeah.
So I was like, no, I'm not going. And then like a few years later, I watched it and I was like, oh, no, this is actually not scary at all.
Yeah, it's like an action movie, basically.
Yeah.
I think I actually remember sort of dreading it. I went and saw it with a cousin of mine.
Mm-hmm.
And I think she was always a little braver about horror stuff than I was. It's funny because all I watch is horror movies these days.
Yeah.
But back then, you've heard my Trick and Treat. Huh. I feel like maybe I've heard of that. So you liked it?
Oh, cool.
Anyway, you've heard the story of how I scared myself with Resident Evil 2, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So, like, being able to handle horror is like a relatively recent development.
Mm-hmm.
It was in adulthood, anyway.
Yeah. I feel that. I tell you, Did I tell you about the Leprechaun movie that scared me as a kid?
I really hope it was the space one.
No, it was this shitty movie called Leapin' Leprechauns.
Oh, it's not like the Leprechaun series even?
No, it was a kid's movie. It was made in like the 90s, and it's about this guy who like goes to Ireland and he's trying to build a theme park like on this like ancestral land. So the leprechauns get mad and like play pranks on him basically.
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of the movie, like the Grim Reaper shows up and is gonna like claim his soul, and it like scared the shit out of me as a kid. I like could not sleep that night.
Oh, that's good. Do you remember the Are You Afraid of the Dark about leprechauns?
No, I didn't really watch that series for similar reasons of like it's gonna be too scary.
Yeah, I watched it, but it would always like kind of I'd have to like build up my courage a little bit first.
Mm-hmm.
The opening sequence, Are You Afraid of the Dark? OP1, you know, was like honestly pretty unnerving if you were, you know, not even 10 years old.
Oh yeah. I honestly the Goosebumps TV series, like that opening kind of like was a little unnerving too.
I never watched the Goosebumps TV series. I forget if like I was slightly too old for it or thought I was.
I think I only saw a couple episodes.
Like, we maybe didn't get the channel it was on.
Oh yeah.
I don't know.
I usually take the ice spell when you get to the fuzzies at like the bottom of this tower.
Mm-hmm.
But for whatever reason, I was like, you know what? I don't need it. I'm just gonna stick with ball lightning.
Yeah.
And it ended up serving me pretty well. So.
Yeah, the ice spell is definitely the safest, but sometimes it feels like excessive.
I think I tried to cast ball lightning there and I walked up the stairs instead. That's why I got hit.
I don't think you had any behavior to apologize for. I didn't notice anything, so you got away with it.
Oh, I think Elfie means in my chat.
Oh, your chat.
I think she's reading.
Oh yeah, I can see that. That's funny.
I think I was talking about the Castlevania series, and I was like, yeah, I only watched the first season. I got to see like Trevor and Alucard be flirty with each other, and then I was like, I'm good. That's all I needed.
I got what I needed out of this.
Yes.
I got to the line, "Your work makes him puke," and I was like, I'm done. I'm out.
Yeah. God, the dialogue in that was so bad. Oh yeah, so I actually went back and watched that scene in Leapin' Leprechauns like fairly recently, like a couple weeks ago, and it's so bad. Like the Grim Reaper is he's basically wearing like a Spirit Halloween mask.
Yes.
And they've got like a
Should I watch it?
No. Probably not. They've got the flashing lights. What are they called? I can't think of it. But they've got like he's like backlit by it. And it looks so goofy. And they have him like kind of like hovering forwards to like confront the dad. And then
like a strobe light?
Yeah, like a strobe light.
Okay, yeah.
And then the leprechauns like convince the Grim Reaper to leave. And instead of like having a different shot, it's the same shot of him approaching, but he's floating backwards at double speed. It looks so dumb.
You are selling me on this movie. You realize that, right?
I can't stop you from watching it.
Yeah.
I just think...
I've seen Madball's gross jokes like 4 times. So in adulthood, in childhood, probably 120. That is YTP editing, yeah.
It is, yes. This part, I really messed up. I think when I was trying to get a 1cc, I got to the bottom of the stairs at the beginning of this room, right as the bone pillar was firing at me. hit me onto the platform behind me, and I was so like flabbergasted at what had happened. I just like walked off the edge.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ball lightning just does so much work.
Yeah. I want to
just
say it's
watching
actually a
this.
little better in the Japanese version too.
Oh,
So like
okay.
the damage is the same,
Mhm.
but I think like if you like get right up in a big enemy's face and use the ball lightning, holy crap, that was nice.
Yeah. that was terrifying just to watch.
I think all 3 of the orbs hit in the Japanese version, but like not in the US version.
Oh, interesting.
Why Sypha? She's just the easiest character. I don't know if that's why Altriok played her, but that's why I play her.
Yeah, that's the
She's
route I'm
just
most
super
familiar
strong.
with. And yeah, she's very strong. This fight is really funny in this version of the game.
Yeah, you just immediately burn the thing down.
Mm-hmm. Then you walk to the other end and do it again. And that's the whole fight.
I'm taking notes.
And it's nice because they have the fireball spell like right before the fight.
Yeah. And then there's a holy water right after, so you can swap back to ice.
Mm-hmm.
I always switch to fire for this fight.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get a bottle of water. Hang on.
Oh,
This
yeah,
only
yeah,
takes me
go
like
for
10
it.
seconds, but I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Keep chat company.
Yeah. Hey, Chad, how's it going? Did you mini yourself or did someone activate that? I guess you must have minied yourself. Anyway. Hi, chat. Yeah, I have most experience with Sypha's route. After beating Castlevania 3 the first time, I was like, I want to try Alucard's route. And so I went through and got to the Bone Dragon boss and spent like 5 or 6 continues. And I was like, you know what? I don't need to explore Alucard's route. I think I'm good. And just turned off the game. And I haven't tried Grant's route at all. So I think that's what I want to do next is try out Grant's route. Because I've heard he is pretty cool in this version of the game, at least. So yeah, everyone who tries the Alucard route does this. Alucard himself seems really cool to play as, but his route is rude. His route is rude. This part is really annoying. I have gotten that glitch like twice now, where you freeze the harpy and she drops 2 flea men. I don't know what makes that happen, but I continue to get it. I think I was looking for meat there, and I got hit instead, so didn't find meat. Noman, I love trivializing platforming, so I will check out Alucard at some point. But yeah, this is the ice spell being very nice, because you can just, it stops projectiles, it stops enemies, it reduces everything to 1 hit. It is so nice to have, but the ball lightning is just better in this version, in my opinion. I think it can be argued, because this is an NES game and they are tracking projectiles, so it can happen that they track like a platform or something that can't actually be hit instead of the thing you want it to hit, which can be really annoying and frustrating. Grant Dynasty, the one and only Grant Dynasty or Dynasty, whichever you'd like. Hello, Charlie Tuft. I'm commenting my Akumajo Densetsu run while Dot is getting water. That's true. Sypha has many powerful spells. You are correct, Gamma Chris. Only 3 flea men can be dropped. So if a harpy tries to drop a third, I think it just keeps dropping. Oh, okay. Interesting.
Have you ever died on that jump?
Yes.
Yeah.
Welcome back. Absolutely, I have. I think that's the hardest jump in the game.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it feels almost pixel perfect.
I think it might be like a 2-pixel window or something. I'm basing that on the fact that like I have a pretty high success rate with it.
Yeah.
If it was literally pixel perfect, I think I would miss it way more often. So
Yeah, that's fair. Having ice here is very nice because you can destroy the red skeletons permanently.
Yeah. You're speaking my language. I love the ice spell. I use it constantly.
Mm-hmm. And I pick up the ball lightning right here, so I can get it back. Eltrack, what do you think of Eltrack's hair? I think it is glamorous and wonderful, and I want to head pat it. It looks so soft and nice. I think I went looking for... I guess I just wanted a heart. Yeah, I'm guessing... Oh.
I think these guys are harder
on
in the Japanese version.
Yeah, I think... I can't tell if this fight they have more health, but I'm assuming that must be the case.
Yeah, I really don't know. I really don't know that much about the Japanese version of this, for one thing.
The mummies are kind of the hardest part of this fight.
Oh, yeah.
Because this guy can, just kind of manipulate like the other Cyclops fights. And then the red demon is really easy.
Yeah, he's actually harder in the Japanese version. He moves faster, and I think his hitbox is a little bigger, too.
Ah, interesting. I do love his animation of like coming out of the coffin because he looks really like crammed in there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I actually ran out of hearts at the end here.
I always wondered if that like fake out explosion after you killed his boss was where they got the idea like we should give the bosses desperation attacks in some of these.
Oh yeah,
probably
that
not.
Makes sense.
But...
Yeah. I'm sure it's something that like Iga saw. And he's like, oh, that should hurt you. Yeah. I pick up the dagger here. And I was like, no. But then I thought about it. And I was like, actually, I don't actually use the holy water for anything after this point. So I guess it doesn't really matter.
Hey, Vandra, how are you? Thanks for the raid.
Hey, welcome.
You're coming in on game 13 of a 14-game Deathless run marathon. What were you up to, Zandra? Hey there, Kyaline. Thanks for the shout out.
Okay, so we're heading to the death fight now. So I'm starting to get nervous again. Because I'm like, oh god, this is where I died last time.
Oh, I've heard good things about Slay the Princess. I'll give it a try maybe when I'm on vacation. Hey, thank you, Anonymous Gifter.
Nice.
Enjoy your emotes. Do those platforms flip if you jump on them? Do you know? I've never done
it. I think they do. Yeah, I never have either, but I'm pretty sure they do. No, I fight death completely as Sypha and just use ball lightning.
I wouldn't use holy water on death in this version. The quick kill has never worked for me, and when I found out holy water does half damage in this one, it's like, well, that explains that.
Oh yeah.
It's much easier to kill him with holy water in the US version. Whoa. That's such a good emote. I know who drew that.
That looks familiar.
Yeah, Noman. There's a reason for it. I definitely think it's fine to just burn him down with ball lightning in this one.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fine in any version, but
we'll see how this fight goes. It's a little.
This ball lightning. Do you know my meme I want to make? Have you ever seen those memes that are like, never ask a woman her age, a man how much he makes, etc.? I want to do one that's never ask a woman her age, a man how much money he makes, or a homing weapon in an 8-bit game where the closest enemy is. I think it'd be a real hit.
I like it. I'd retweet that. That's the seal of quality right there.
Oh, interesting, Atchinson.
Oh, yeah. Huh. So, weirdly, this bridge feels a lot easier than the first time they do this.
Yeah, it is.
You just
There's
jump
a
over
trick,
this guy.
though. You know how there are all those candles in the air?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know you like lose a few frames of movement every time you jump or land from a jump?
Oh.
If
no,
you
I
jump
didn't.
to get all the candles, you and you take out the guard, you die.
Huh. Interesting. So I have some issues here. I just keep throwing like orbs where he's not, and I take a few hits, which when you're Sypha means a lot.
Yeah.
And I've never figured out how to dodge this guy correctly.
Oh, is he
So
about
I was-
to hit you? Yeah, it kind of looks like
Yeah,
it.
I was like, nah, he's gonna hit me. I better switch to Ralph so I can actually tank it.
Yeah, Sypha would have been fine too, but you would have had 1
Yeah.
HP.
Yeah.
Which could be psychologically important, right?
See, the ball lightning was actually smart there. It like crossed over to the
Not
side where
that
Death
one, though.
actually was. Yeah, that one was just doing whatever.
That one was like, I found a platform. It's right here. Look, I'll circle it on your screen. You see it?
I'll point it down on your mini map.
Hey, Alfie Faye.
Welcome back. But yeah, now that we got past this part, or that part with Death Stage, I was like, okay. Now it's the other part I died at, the waterfall room, that I need to not screw up.
I find the climb really nerve-wracking in this version of the game because the timing is completely different. But the US one, I think, is like objectively harder, but, you know, if you're not familiar with the game...
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh, there's a stopwatch.
You don't go for the dot level method of jumping over an enemy after you kill it just in case it drops something. I see.
I do in Castlevania 1.
Yeah. Well, you don't
But
lose
here-
frames for jumping in Castlevania 1, for one thing.
Yeah, and this one I was like, it doesn't really matter too much.
His sub-weapon doesn't matter too much, I guess, right?
Yeah, it just matters what Sypha's is. Also, is it just me or are the hitboxes on these spikes like really messed up?
They're messed up. I think they
Okay.
might be even more messed up in the Japanese version. I saw a clip of Vox
yeah.
dying to one, and it made no sense. Like,
Yeah.
it was
I've-
so far above her.
Yeah, I've hit my head on the first ones you run into in like stage 2, like several times, and I was like, how did that happen? But that would make sense. Oh, I was like, I'm not gonna get hit. I'm not gonna get hit, and then like one
Yeah.
step away from screen transition, I got hit.
Yo, that's cool, Alfie.
Oh, nice. I'm always like, where's the meat here? There is no,
Yeah, not
there's
yet.
no meat here.
Oh, I saw G-Pool in your chat, and I was like, oh, hi, G-Pool, and I looked over, and he wasn't there, and I was like, oh, I'm looking at the wrong chat again. Yeah, everyone say hi, G-Pool.
Hi, G-Pool.
Oh my god, he's in chat. I'm like embarrassing this man for no reason. Well, you know, sometimes you're the bad friend instead of the good friend, and I'm just demonstrating that, that's all.
You know, it happens. It happens to us all.
Oh, the sad thing is, even if you clip this, it doesn't really like work because chat is completely covered up by the Halloween decorations. Which, by the way, do you like my Halloween decorations?
I love them. I love the little ghost that fades in every few seconds.
Yeah.
But it told a friend happy birthday when it wasn't their birthday.
Yeah, imagine doing that.
Yeah, who would do such a thing? Okay, here's the meat.
I should have, no, man, that was a missed opportunity. I should have stuttered on the word ghost. A ghost?
Ghost? I almost got hit by that bat for my troubles of getting the meat.
G-Pool's just a friend of mine.
Yeah, you were there, Plombo.
Okay, never mind.
This is the hardest room in the game, in my opinion.
Yeah. To me, the climb is harder, but I also have a ton of Castlevania 3 practice.
Mm-hmm.
There was a time when I thought this was the hardest room. Now I only think it's like the second or third hardest. So, not much of a downgrade there.
Yeah, there are just so many things you can do here to screw yourself over.
Yeah.
Like, oops, I scrolled to the right too much, so now the birds are back. Or I jumped when I was on the bottom level, now I'm being harassed by more birds. Or I missed that jump there and fall back down, have to do the whole thing over again. Luckily, it doesn't really matter taking a few hits here because this boss is really easy if you know what to do.
Both Castlevania 3 runs this event.
Did this.
Yep.
Nice.
Do you know about the other one?
Other what?
The other Castlevania 3 run. Are you familiar with the circumstances?
Oh, with Danny's? Yeah.
Yeah. They just loaded it up expecting to maybe get a 1cc and skip straight to a Deathless run, and it's like, okay, well, I'll take
incredible.
That. Hey, you start this level with 0 hearts in the Japanese
version. Yeah, you sure do.
Not in the US version. You start with 5 in that one.
I definitely tried to ball lightning as soon as I came to the stage. It's like, right, I can't do that.
Yep.
It's a good strat. I did that last year. I was trying to get a Bloodlines 1cc and I got Deathless on accident.
Mm-hmm.
That is a nice feeling.
I remember that. I remember editing out the audio and editing in the soundtrack. That was like,
oh yeah,
way more work than was necessary. I don't know why I did that. I can't wait to see what your strat for the big gear is. Danny did one I've been like meaning to do, but the one you're doing like always works for me.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to try the Danny one because I think if you figure it out, it should be even better.
Oh,
the blocks on the leftmost side crumble, so you can just stand on them and wait, and you'll fall down to the ladder.
Gotcha.
But if you do it too early, then you do die. So.
Right. I swap back to Trevor here. because I'm going to take the damage boost.
Yeah. Yeah, DS, this is a long game. Even speedruns are like around a half hour or so.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and this song is like 10 seconds long, it feels like, and just loops endlessly.
At least in the Japanese version. So this isn't relevant for this run.
Mhm.
But when you get to Dracula, there's a checkpoint at the beginning of the Dracula arena.
Right.
It's not there in the US version. So
Right.
if you die to Dracula, you respawn in this room, and you hear this stupid song again.
Yeah. Which actually, considering there's no axe or anything in Dracula's room, I guess it's kind of a blessing to start here.
Yes.
But it is still very frustrating. I have seen this room like more times than I can count. Like the first time I tried to beat Castlevania 3.
Yeah. Oh, you're not doing the axe strat, are you?
No.
I feel like I can picture how the last boss fight's gonna go then.
Yup. Probably.
Sure is nice not having bats in this room.
Oh my god, tell me about it. That last jump I thought I was gonna miss to the third pendulum.
It always that always sucks when they sync up that way.
Mm-hmm.
You a fireman?
Nah.
Oh, you can't get fire here anyway. For the same reason you can't get the axe.
Oh yeah.
Not for the same reason. You can't get fire here because there's a knife in the
Similar
US one, and
reasons,
it's
yeah,
across
yeah.
here. Yeah. The base reason, which is that they really messed with the US version, is
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
he just wakes up. He's ready to fight.
Yeah, he's in your face immediately. I was like, these orbs are not doing anything, so I'm just gonna bonk him to death.
Thank you, Kyle. You have a good night.
Have a good night.
This I don't know, this boss fight's so cool.
Yeah.
This is one of the most significant difficulty changes in the Japanese or the US version, I think.
Mm-hmm.
His like normal shots do 2 damage in phase 1. They do, 4 in the US version.
Mm-hmm.
This really doesn't feel like a boss fight that was balanced around you dying in 4 hits, but
Yeah. And his lasers are like a lot longer in the US version,
Yes.
right? Yeah.
yeah. The way the angle works, though, I actually find them easier to dodge on the right side in that version. And the
Mhm.
Japanese version, the left side is like completely free. Not completely. You could fall in a pit, but
Yeah. Yeah,
it's the
use them-
second time tonight that we've watched these orbs go, hey, I found this platform.
I found this platform. Can I do damage to this? No? Well, I'm going to keep trying.
Yeah, maybe this time. Yeah, Danny started doing the same thing, like, fuck it. And switching back and forth to try again.
Yeah, because you
Yeah,
basically
DS,
have
it
to
reminds
wait.
me of it too.
You basically have to wait for the platforms to go in front of his face to actually deal damage to him. It's like, okay, they did their damage, time to swap out. Swap back. Maybe? Nope. Missed his face by pixels there.
Come on. Oh, there we go.
Other one
nah.
gonna hit? Nope. All right, one more try.
Come on.
No, what? They didn't even try. They're just like, I don't feel like tracking anything.
Come on.
Oh,
there we go.
There it is. There it is.
Oh. GG.
Thank you.
So you'd never done this Deathless before, right?
No, this is my first time.
Nice.
Yeah, October was the first month I even played Akamatsu Densetsu.
Right, yeah, you mentioned that. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little tired.
No, it's fine. I totally understand.
All right, you wanna introduce yourself to chat?
Hey, I'm Eltriok. And behind me is Eltriok.
Yeah.
But yeah, this was a lot of fun. Thank you for putting this on, Dot.
Yeah, thank you for participating.
Yeah,
and also for agreeing to do this run on, I think, kind of short notice. Didn't I get in touch with you yesterday or something?
You'd mentioned it like a while ago, so
okay,
it was in my brain. Yeah, through this I beat this game Deathless. I discovered the majesty that was Haunted Castle.
Yeah,
beat that one Deathless. So yeah, this was a lot of fun, and it was nice to go back to games I have beaten Deathless before, like Rondo and Bloodlines, and do that again.
Yeah,
Castlevania, it's a good series. Hot take, but I think it's true. I stand by it.
They really, it takes a while for them to start putting out stinkers. I mean, obviously there's Adventure, but
yes,
it's a Game Boy game. Like, feels more like a spin-off to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, DS. DS beat Rondo for this, actually.
Nice.
If I'm not mistaken.
Congratulations. Rondo's so good. Yeah, that's the thing about this challenge. Like, I know you've said this before, but like beating any Castlevania, with continues, that is an achievement in itself.
Yeah.
Like, these are not easy games.
Yeah.
Even Rondo, which I think is like the easiest Castlevania, is not an easy game.
Yeah. The thing about Rondo is like, it's like the early levels are harder than you might think,
Yeah, yeah.
I've seen so many people get owned by level 2, and I just want to be like, it doesn't get much harder than this. Like, don't worry.
Yeah,
like,
the stream where I got Rondo Deathless, I died on level 2.
Yeah, okay.
And I was like, okay, well, that just happens. Sometimes get comboed by zombies.
Yeah, it is more scuffed for sure, Plombo. Eltriok. Do you know what name Danny put in?
Oh, it was like Fucko or something.
It was Fucko.
Oh, that's so good.
Oh. It's supposed to be Fernandez DS, but they guessed and they didn't quite get it right.
Guessed wrong. I like Belnadis better than Velnumdis, but it's still incorrect.
How far into the loop did you get?
Oh, not very far.
Yeah.
I was like, all right, loop 2, let's go. And it's like, they put enemies in this room? Why?
Yeah. The Japanese loop doesn't have the skulls though. The skulls are like the most messed up enemy I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
They're like a holy diver enemy. I don't know what they're doing in this game.
Odd.
I don't remember seeing Fucko on the wheel. Yeah, next year. All right, so we're already at the 14th and final run of the night.
Hell yeah.
Did you have anything you wanted to say before you signed off or
No, just thank you. I had a lot of fun. Play Castlevania. They're good games.
All right, I'm trying to invite Zoiteki in here. Just a moment. Oh, I think I have to actually like.
Do I have to leave?
Yeah, I have to actually like kick you out to invite Zoiteki. That's weird.
Okay, I left.
All right. Well, it was great having you here.
Thank you. Yeah, I had a lot of fun.
You got a lot of stuff done this month, I feel. Like you only did a couple of Classic Vania streams, right? You had all kinds of other stuff you were doing.
Yeah. I did 7 Deathless runs, 1cc, and 1 I beat it.
Yeah.
So, yeah. 9 out of 14, not bad.
Yeah. I can't wait to see like Zoiteki being completely out of scale with me when they port in here.
Hell yeah. All right. have a good night.
Have a good
rest
night.
of your stream.
Have a good night, Jack.
Oh my God! Actually, this is pretty close. How did you do that?
This is patented Zoeteki technology.
Of like setting up beforehand. Did my internet just die? Whose internet died? Okay. Zoeteki's internet died. Give them a second. They might be back. Your internet, I'm sorry, Western style guy. Zoe injured. Yeah, I wonder if their computer crashed or something. That's also possible. I love the loading emote. No. It is definitely not Twitch. Like their connection to Discord died as well. So it's a good emote. Well, let's listen to some music while we wait. My Rafflecopter goes Zoe, 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 Zoe. Zwa, zwa, zwa. Yeah, advanced stealth technology. Yeah, that's a good new emote. Dude, I'm gonna like just put on some Castlevania music while we wait. Yeah, all right, Castlevania 3, that's fine. We haven't heard this music 100 times yet today. Internet literally cut out just as we started talking. Do you want to try to power cycle the relevant equipment? I can tell they're typing on their phone because they were trying to say internet literally cut out. And it says internet literacy cut out just as we started talking. Yeah, we are, is it 2 hours? It's an hour for sure. Which, oh my God, there was a version of this schedule where we thought Zoeteki was going to have to go on stream at like 3 in the morning. So that would have been bad. It was so silly. I just accidentally added an extra hour to the schedule for Castlevania 4. Like, it was going to be like a Lord of the Rings movie length. Oh yeah, I'm hanging in there. Nice. I've eaten in tacos before. Nice. That's one thing. I wish I'd gotten a second meal. I got one meal today. 2 if you count breakfast, which it is a meal. So sure, that counts. Oh my God. According to Zoeteki, this is an outage for like an hour or two. You can't get on voice chat over mobile data, can you? But like, don't use VTube Studio. Phoning this one. I mean, it might work. True, Lily. It really is. The timing was like unbelievably bad. Ah, that's cool, Hutski. Yeah, it had to happen to someone. Right, yes. So the problem with this is they might not be able to watch the video stream over Discord. We're ahead of schedule. Frankly, I'm fine to just sit here and see. So I'm not sweating it yet. To set the scene a little bit, Zoiteki actually had never beaten a classic Castlevania before. And they played Rondo and loved it. Got a Deathless run of Rondo and loved it. And so I did a collab with them where I taught them how to beat Castlevania 1. And they beat it Deathless. We can talk about Critters 2. I don't know. Yeah, you are watching silently, thinking about Critters 2. You hate to at me. Did you get your Castlevania 4? Nice. So that makes Noman the fourth player to beat every game in the challenge Deathless. Hats off to you. Yeah, Critters 2 is awesome. Well, I haven't heard from Zoiteki about oh, here we go. They're on mobile now. So I don't know if they're going to connect to voice chat or what. I know frightening gamers, yeah. Yeah, I like once you beat Castlevania 4 Deathless, it is like I can just do any of these now. So I feel like I should. Yeah, it's not as hard as you think, Elfie Faye. It helps that the game is very short. And once you understand how the HP refills work, that helps quite a bit. You don't get like a life refill after completing a level in that game. You get like HP back after completing a level, but it costs hearts. So, okay, yeah, Dracula X. I did feel like Dracula X was one of the easiest Deathless runs personally. It's funny because beating it for the first time is not easy. And I do kind of feel like beating it like with the good ending, that looks like such a pain in the ass compared to the bad ending. Although it's good, so like the bad ending is the worst stuff in the game. Sorry, I'm stretching. That's just the truth about me. I stretch. Yeah, yeah, not like a huge leap, sure. I really think last year we may have not even had 30 players. We had 80. With Lily Hops, it should be 82. I've been saying 82 all day because I was like, I know Lily is gonna get her Deathless run today, so. If I may, Lily Hops, like, I feel like going for Castlevania 1 as your first Deathless run is pretty ambitious. I'm happy you pulled it off. Because, you know, someone might be inclined to start with something a little easier and then work their way up to it, but not you. Automate whatever you do next year. Yeah, it's 82 players total. It with Lily hops and Nomen, we're at 131 Deathless runs. I haven't heard from Zoiteki yet. I don't know if maybe they're just kind of frustrated by the timing of this. I would understand, frankly. So it sucks to do this. There are a lot of people here who have done Castlevania 1 Deathless. If Zoiteki can't jump in on voice chat, I could get someone else to co-commentate Zoiteki's Deathless run. It's better than nothing. Yeah, internet outages sucks so much. You were the 82nd Elfie Faye. The 81st, sorry. The 81st. Because I think you got your run done like a few minutes before Lily. Although maybe you didn't and I just put you in this sheet first. I don't know. I didn't pay much attention to the order, frankly, so... Yeah, okay, they're typing at me now, so we'll see. Yeah, it's 83 in total. Yeah, I mean, if you try them, Azuma Hatsuki, I think the big thing is, like, it's important not to get discouraged, like, when you take deaths in this. Hang on, I'll screenshot. I can think of who you might be missing, but... no, it's 82 total, sorry. A really good Zoiteki impersonator. I would really... I don't think that works. Okay, I could solo commentate their Deathless run. Or I could get a co-commentator to bounce off of. Why don't I do a solo run? Here's why. The part of the story of Zoiteki's Deathless run is yeah, you'll join the voice call if you can. Yeah, sure. We had that collab on their channel where I was just kind of sitting there coaching them as they played. And so that was why I wanted to use their Castlevania 1 run specifically. Meaning, I actually feel pretty equipped to solo commentate this. It's too bad they couldn't be here for it, but I mean, what can you do about an internet outage, frankly? So let me update the text above the video feed. I've never known whether I should capitalize Zoiteki or not. Well, there's always next year, Rob. So, let me pause the music, load up Castlevania. Look at that model. Zoiteki's model is so freaking cool. So I think this was... Yeah, thank you, Gotetsu. You have a good one. I think this was an off-stream run. How's the volume? So, for those who, like, aren't... Yeah, they really did. I think it was, like, 3 hours or so to beat the game on stream. And then a little quiet. Okay, I can bring it up a little bit. And then it was only a few days after that they got their Deathless run. So to give you a little background information, Zoiteki is has some RPG speedrun experience, and I believe some world records even. They're also quite good at Link to the Past, which I think is sort of how we started talking, you know, because they were watching me play Link to the Past, and it's like, oh, I know this game too. So, I think going in, I don't want to put words in their mouth. They were like maybe a little nervous about these games because they're pretty punishing, you know, and like obviously being a super high level RPG player like doesn't totally prepare you for like action games. It cuts the other way too. When I watch like really high level JRPG speedruns, I'm like, I could never ever do that. But so then they picked it up and they took to it quite well, honestly. Because, you know, some of the people who participated in this, they basically did nothing but Castlevania all month. Zoiteki is one of the people who was balancing it with like normal stream content, which included, you know, horror games and all this other stuff. And in addition to this Deathless run, they got a Deathless run on Rondo of Blood. That was the first one they did. Yeah, yeah, that's the dot level special. It really helps to know that strat for the loop, so that you don't have to build your holy water back up on the loop. The conventional thing to do on the bat there is to use axes to swat it out of the air. And you also have the option of like, you can whip it to death. If you whip it the very same frame that it hits you, you instant kill it. Which it sounds harder than it is, but it's still not an easy strat. But after you beat this game, it loops. And the second playthrough is substantially harder. So it helps to know how to beat the early game stuff with holy water, even if you don't need it, strictly speaking, so that you never have to recollect it. Yeah, Patchouli. Oh yeah, they did the setup. So the fastest way to do that damage boost is what they just did. You swing the whip once. You're not even trying to hit the Medusa head. You just need to stall a little bit to line up so that you dodge the first two Medusa heads and boost through the floor. There's another damage boost coming up, but I don't know if they do it. It involves 2 jumps under this bone pillar. Yeah, there it is. And then the funny thing is, if an enemy's getting burned by holy water, like, it can't hurt you. You could just walk through it. So it's like kind of a dangerous looking strat, but it's actually quite safe. Can't fight, too busy burning. Yeah, exactly. I don't think Zoe knows this. I didn't see anyone do this. If you hold the attack buttons after you collect the orb, after beating a boss, they like go on turbo. So like if you hold A and B, you're just constantly jumping and swinging your whip as fast as possible. You do this. You understand. That's so important. You do a Kirby dance, yeah. This level is why I never bothered learning the speedrun. I think speedrun routes through this level are really hard. Because there are a lot of enemies here that like give you a few different patterns that all require completely different responses. And there are a lot of pits, so it's easy to take more damage than you intended to. Zoe did the Lily Hop strat. Lily found that. If you walk to the left edge of that platform, the skeleton just goes wee, and then you don't have to deal with it anymore. I will say the speedrun is like miserable now, because they found all kinds of time saves that are like really, really hard. Yeah, I do that too, Alfie Faye. So it's one of those like Mario 1 style runs where like you can assume you'll get like yeah, I might have showed them that because of Lily Hops. Anyway. So like, you know, if you play this game for like 5 hours, you might get one run like even close to the end of the game. It's like Mario 1 now. That's the fate of so many speed games, is they get ridiculously optimized and then it's sort of a grind. I assume we're gonna see the campfire strat here. Nice! Oh, those moves. Yep. Kumbaya. Yeah, password, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I think so, but I can try another just in case. Yeah. I already shouted them out. This part right here, I feel like for... Hey, thank you, Axemet. How's it going? I feel like if you're like a completely new Castlevania player, like this is the part where you're going to run into problems. There are so many ways to die here. Not all of them are obvious. These enemy patterns are like, they're little details that are hard to remember. Yeah, I know the one, Altazimuth. Yeah, this is... See, Zoe is an Oni after my own heart. Like, this is one of the most dangerous parts of the game, not just because these guys will hit you if you let them get out of control, but because you have to kill tons of them, which means a lot of chances to get a random axe drop. So I personally can't react to the sub-weapon drops. They happen kind of late into the death animation. So it's easy to kill an enemy and go, oh, okay, it didn't drop anything, and you keep walking and then it drops something. So what I do is I jump over the spot where the flea men died. And that's what Zoe was doing. So if they'd gotten a drop they couldn't have reacted to, the run still would have been alive. I saw a lot of people have to throw away promising Castlevania 1 runs over that exact thing. This bone pillar, or bone dragon, is like one of the most annoying enemies in the game. I just damage boost through it. Nice. There are boss fights in this game, by the way, if you've never seen it. The Holy Water stun locks bosses. It works on almost all of them, so that's what they're doing here. Yeah, the creature is, I think, the second hardest boss fight in the game. He might be easier than Dracula, but he's top 3. Once you like learn this game, this level really feels like a breather. There are no death pits, and the risk of like being forced to take an accidental or a random sub-weapon drop is pretty low. So I can play this song on the guitar. This is the easiest kind of two-handed tapping. Wow. Completely damageless through here. They didn't even need the meat. Yeah, you can actually max out your score counter here. Lily, it takes like a couple hours. It's not worth doing, but sometimes I want to do it because I have like a problem with my brain where I really like Castlevania, and so I'm like, well, I've never gotten the highest possible score. Don't get this candle. There's an axe in there. You just wait after you kill it to be sure it didn't drop anything. I love how this level looks. What is this, like, alchemy lab, like, look from? Someone was saying it's Bride of Frankenstein. Is that, like, the whole look, or just, like, those enemies that were in Chronicles, or what? Yeah, Nep, exactly. This is way easier than that, though. So what you do is, if for some reason you want to max out your score in Castlevania 1, there's a cross. Zoe just walked by the candle that has it. So you pick that up. And you throw it at these candles and these red skeletons here over and over again. And you get points like super, super fast. Fast enough that you gain lives faster than you'll lose them to time running out. Yeah, Lily, I find the process of learning Deathless runs like really fun, personally. And you didn't start with an easy one. Yeah, it really is. At least you started with Castlevania 1 and not like Revenge of Shinobi or something. The strap for the hall. It's what Zoe just did. You wait. You either kill the first Medusa head, you wait for it to go under your feet, or there's like... Did you see that little wink? Did you see that little wink? Hang on. Hang on. Back this up. First of all, I timed it perfectly. Yeah, their mic's muted. I want to know what they said when they winked here. Yeah, it's like not that hard. But like if you've never done any action platformer Deathless before, I would not start with Revenge of Shinobi. Yeah. Yeah, why wouldn't it? This jump right here, it is so easy to do this a little too late and just jump right into the pit. But far and away the hardest part of doing a Deathless run here is actually just killing Dracula. Dracula's pretty hard. This fight looks easy if you're watching it. You don't have very long to react to where he's teleporting. And the patterns are like sort of fixed, but there's a little bit of unpredictability to it. When I was watching Zoe do this, I figured out some stuff that I always knew intuitively, but I never would have put into words. It does help a little bit. So what's going on here is Dracula teleports around the room, and if he teleports on top of you, it is very important that you walk in the direction that he is facing. If you try to go behind him, it's much more likely that you'll take damage. So you'll see that when he teleports right on top of Zoe here, they just walk in the direction he's facing. The thing that I figured out is when he teleports to that location, you can always safely just walk right all the way to the edge of the screen and you'll never get hit. So like, you kind of want to see him teleport over there. Yeah, this pattern is actually fixed, so... Whew. I love Sotten, Axomet. So if they get hit one more time, the Deathless run is over. This is the thing about this. This is just such a long fight if you do it this way. They speed it up a lot in the speed run using stuff that I think is a little too difficult to be practiced for like a practical for like a casual run like this. But this fight goes on for a long time. No hit phase 2 will not be a problem, you'll see. Yeah, they didn't want to spawn him in the middle of the screen there because if you drop this, he will move. But they have enough hearts. Actually, it's pretty tight on hearts, huh? They might actually drop the stun lock at the end. But yeah, the holy water does stun lock Dracula, so look at that. They have exactly enough. Hell yes. 1 heart left. So I was pretty proud to see them pull this off. This was their second Deathless run of the challenge. This is one of my favorite games ever. And like, I got into it because, or I got into running at Deathless, and it's kind of what got me back into single player video games. After a point in my life where like, I really only cared about fighting games. I really only cared about one fighting game mostly. So it means a lot to me for reasons other than, you know, it's a good game.
Yeah. Double, triple muted.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, my heart rate's still going pretty fast, but yeah. After taking, actually even just going into death, my heart was going pretty fast, and then I took 3 hits and was like, oh no. Oh no.
Hi there, Led Axel. So Zoe was supposed to co-commentate this with me, but their internet freaking died. So we're hearing them on the recording. But there you go. Yeah, I'm glad, Led Axel. So with that, we did it. We streamed a Deathless run of every single game from this list. Hang on. This list right here. So these were the runners again. Zoeteki, Eltriok, Sardus, Rotomola, Saralene, Greffery, Prof Hammerrad, and Prof Jr., Yaga Yago, Rachel Retro, Newer Decade, Sarzak, Another Noman, The Kenster, and Sailor Nep. Okay, yeah, I thought that might be the case. Hang on. Nice. So, Zoeteki also got a 1cc on the Japanese version of Castlevania 3. So, congratulations to you. What was that? Hang on. Sarzak, goodness, thank you. Thanks so much, guys. Now, to let you know, I worked really hard on this all month, and it has kind of been wearing me out. So I usually do a streaming schedule of like 4 streams a week. And for the first time in a while, I'm actually taking significant time off. So I'm pretty sure the next stream that I do is going to be on November 6th. Here, let me get huge for a second. November 6th. That's a Monday. So I'm going to be doing Platform again. You know, it'll be my usual stuff. Until then, I guess I'm just going to be taking it easy. Yeah, thank you, Nep. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I thought I was going to have a lot to say when this was over, but I'm going to be real. I'm pretty tired. I've been talking for basically 11 and a half hours. My voice is starting to get a little hoarse, and I've got kind of a headache too. That'll happen when you stream forever. Yeah, thank you, Lily. I'm glad you pulled it off right at the buzzer. Nice try, Zinfandel. Minidot is turned off right now. So you won't be seeing me again until the 6th of November. Everyone who participated, I just want to say thanks. I really love sharing these games with people. And this style of play, you know, where you don't care too much about beating the game. You just pick it up, you play it on its own terms, and you see what you get, you know, and as you do learn to beat it, you start going, maybe I could do this without continuing. Maybe I could do it without dying. I have a lot of fun playing the games this way, and it was nice to be able to share that with people who I think otherwise wouldn't have been inclined to play games in this way. I hope you had fun. I also hope you enjoy in November not giving a shit whether you took a death early in a game, whether you continued, etc. Let me tell you something. We have a Classic Vania challenge player. The challenge isn't really officially over until you go to bed on Halloween night. So it's November 1st where I am. It may even be November 1st where Dubious is, but that doesn't mean that this last attempt to get a 1cc of Castlevania 4 is not legal, legit, allowed. So go say hi, but don't make too much noise in chat, because this screenshot or this thumbnail does imply that Dubious is right at the end of the game. So let's not mess Dubious up. All right. Thank you so much for joining me, and I'll see you on the 6th. Congratulations to everybody who participated, and I hope you had fun, and I hope to see you again next year. All right. Have a good one.